Money may not be omnipotent, yet the absence of it is utterly debilitating. Lin Yi, who met his demise at the hands of his wife's scathing reproach due to his fishing escapades, has been reborn and awakened to a fishing system that rewards him daily for completing tasks. When impoverished, one must cultivate oneself in solitude. When prosperous, one ought to assist the world at large. With the aid of the system, Lin Yi not only elevates his own standard of living, but also engages in numerous benevolent acts for the welfare of his country and its citizens. He undertakes the construction of bridges and roads, provides financial support to impoverished students, establishes medical funds, and rewards acts of valor. He even seeks to dismantle the chains that bind us around our necks. Chapter 1. Scolded to Death. Reborn with the Fishing System. Ding. Congratulations, host, on awakening the Fishing King system. Please check today's daily tasks, as completing them will yield substantial rewards. After losing consciousness, Lin Yi was awakened by this voice, although he could not discern how much time had passed. Upon regaining awareness, Lin Yi hastily surveyed his surroundings, neglecting to attend to the peculiar voice echoing in his mind. He observed that the broken, inferior fishing rods, the tattered cheap fishing box, and the two fish that had yet to succumb, twitching sporadically, were all absent. Even his wife, who moments ago had been frantically pointing at him and berating him as a hopeless fisherman, had vanished without a trace. In their stead was a modest room, furnished with 4 bunk beds that featured desks beneath them, and an old fan creaking as it struggled to turn. Is this a university dormitory? Have I traversed dimensions? Gazing at the simultaneously familiar and alien scene, Lin Yi suddenly entertained a possibility. Impossible. What my wife and children? What will happen to my parents? This cannot be true. Lin Yi frantically searched, seeking evidence to confirm that he had not, in fact, crossed over. June 11th, 2010, 10 years ago. After a thorough search, he discovered a mobile phone beside his pillow. However, it was no longer the familiar Mate 30 he had been accustomed to, but rather a counterfeit phone whose name eluded him. Though the phone was a knockoff, time itself would not err. He could scarcely fathom that he had lost consciousness while fishing, having been scolded by his wife for not accompanying her shopping, only to awaken in this new reality. What now? Could he ever return to his original timeline? He still had parents, a wife, and children to support. Staring blankly at the date and time displayed on the screen, Lin Yi sat on the bed in a daze for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, he managed to calm himself and began to accept the reality of his situation, contemplating the possibilities with a more optimistic outlook. Well then, since I am here, I might as well embrace it. Let me explore what this Fishing King system entails. In his previous life, Lin Yi had indulged in numerous novels about fishing. He was well aware of the existence of systems and the immutable law that once one traverses dimensions, returning to the past becomes exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, his return was not long after his departure. His parents were younger than in his previous life, granting him more opportunities to fulfill his filial duties. As for his wife, if she was gone, so be it. There was little to lament for someone who had berated him to the point of heart failure for merely going fishing instead of shopping with her. The lamentations and accusations of a poor couple can erode any semblance of love that existed prior to marriage. Had it not been for the children, they might have divorced long ago. In light of the current circumstances, this outcome is quite favorable. To traverse this life with the memories of the past presents a splendid opportunity. Should he manage to thrive, he could provide a better life for his family. In his previous life, he had been but a worn-out beast of burden, subjected to relentless exploitation, and to live anew is indeed a blessing. Moreover, this time he possesses an advantage, the Fishing King system. Lin Yi called out tentatively in his mind. Lin Yi suddenly felt a slight dizziness, and immediately thereafter, a pale blue, futuristic interface materialized in his mind. Fishing King system. As Lin Yi gazed at the content on the interface, he unwittingly became immersed in it. Hey Lin, where are you going? Just as Lin Yi was stepping out of the dormitory with his fishing box, a voice of inquiry rang from behind. Wangwen? Haha, it's you. I'm going fishing, are you joining me? Lin Yi exclaimed, showcasing the fishing box in his hands to his roommate Wangwen. Having thoroughly reviewed the system's content, he was aware that the Fishing King system offered 2 modes. Firstly, the system would directly dispense cash rewards based on the types of fish Lin Yi caught. Secondly, the system would issue daily tasks, with additional rewards granted upon completion. Today's daily task was also revealed to Lin Yi. Daily Task 1. Catch 10 fish. With the sun already slanting westward, Lin Yi realized he must seize the time. 10 fish were no easy catch. After all, aside from fish, a fisherman could catch nothing else. Lin Yi, who adored fishing yet often faced barren outings, was no exception. Thus, he did not linger and hastily exited the dormitory with his fishing box. Fortunately, fishing was a hobby Lin Yi had cultivated during his university years. In a time when his monthly living allowance was merely 1,000 yuan, he frugally saved to purchase a fishing box and rod. Otherwise, he would be left merely sighing at this life-altering system. Wang Wen, who had called out to Lin Yi, was his roommate for 4 years, sharing a bed during their university days and serving as Lin Yi's closest brother. Among brothers, there are 5 iron bonds. 1 is studying together, 2 is working in the countryside, 3 is bearing arms for his visiting brothels, and 5 is sharing spoils. Years later, upon reuniting with Wang Wen, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy and warmth towards him. Come on, it's just fishing. Why are you so excited to see me? Have you been without a girlfriend for too long and changed your orientation? I'll tell you, even if you have, you can't lay your hands on me. I'm your father, understand? Wang Wen approached Lin Yi, casting a puzzled glance at his somewhat peculiar demeanor, and remarked curiously, "Hey, you rebellious child, messing up the generational hierarchy. Enough of this. Are you going or not?" This familiar way of speaking, this well-known dynamic of who is the son and who is the father, instantly rekindled Lin Yi's memories, allowing him to fully immerse himself in this era, and he became more casual in his speech. "I'm not going, and you can't go fishing either, all right? If you're not going fishing, will you support me? Come on, just go fishing. You even said to have Ming Jun bring her friend out so the 4 of us can go for barbecue. Well then, I'm not taking you, you rebellious child." Wang Wen rolled his eyes at Lin Yi, nearly choking on his words, and laughed while teasing him. "Haha, it's not safe to eat barbecue lately. Let's postpone it. Next time, I'll give you this favor. All right, I'm off to fish now." Lin Yi chuckled, correcting their generational titles once more. In a university dormitory, one could dispute everything, but the matter of who was the father and who was the son was one that must be contested. Then, without further ado, Lin Yi set off towards the famed Lover's Lake on campus. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yi would certainly have attended the matchmaking gathering for his girlfriend, Zheng Mingjun, orchestrated by Wang Wen. In fact, if Wang Wen, the rascal, didn't take him along, Lin Yi would have wanted to break his legs. However, eager to validate the authenticity of the system, Lin Yi had no time to concern himself with Zheng Mingjun's friend. After a considerable while, Lin Yi finally arrived, breathless, at the edge of Lover's Lake. His university was uniquely situated, built against the mountains. Thus, the terrain of the campus was undulating and beautifully arranged, offering not only a distinct aesthetic but also excellent concealment. In the stillness of night, one might unexpectedly find a couple engrossed in a game of card around a corner, or hear the blush-inducing sounds when traversing a small hill. After finding a suitable fishing spot, he set down the fishing box, prepared the bait, and cast his line. Having completed a series of steps, Lin Yi sat atop the fishing box, his eyes fixed intently on the bobber, his heart brimming with anticipation and tension. The outcome hinged on this moment. Should he succeed, he would ascend to greatness. If he failed, he would continue to toil as a mere laborer in this era. Chapter 2. Acquiring Cash and System Rewards Eureka. In a short span of time, Lin Yi noticed the float sink beneath the water's surface. He swiftly lifted the fishing rod. And indeed, a lively whitebait, measuring 2 fingers in size, was drawn from the depths, splashing crystalline droplets everywhere. Haha, what splendid fortune. Just imagine. Grilling it until both sides are golden crisp. Wouldn't the neighbor's children be envious? Wouldn't a half case of beer be in order? A broad smile spread across Lin Yi's face as he hurriedly unhooked the whitebait and tossed it into the pre-prepared fish keeper. The whitebait, scientifically known as by Tiao Yu, belongs to the carp family and is commonly referred to by various names including blue knife fish, agile fish, and green-scaled fish. It is a prevalent freshwater species that demands high water quality. Additionally, it bears the nickname, a blessing for anglers. Many fishermen, during their time with the Air Force, have been able to salvage their pride with the help of a single whitebait. However, it is often the case that anglers struggle to catch even one, forcing them to resort to pilfering vegetables from local farms, such as eggplants or beans, or even snatching a couple of free-range chickens or ducks. The Air Force's moniker of Air Force seems almost ironic, as one must inevitably snag a little something to take away. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have caught a whitebait X1, weighing 100 grams, and earned 20 yuan, which can be withdrawn to your personal account. As the whitebait was secured in the keeper, The long-forgotten system notification echoed in Lin Yi's mind once more. He could hardly contain his eagerness to cast his line again and immediately checked the system in his mind. Sure enough, in the monetary section, he spotted the figure of 20 yuan. Withdraw. With a mere thought, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Your account ending in 9653 received a deposit of 20 yuan at 1750 on June 11th. Current balance, 557 yuan, ping in bank. It was indeed true. I have risen. I have truly risen. Lin Yi realized that his life was turning around, and his family could enjoy a better life too. He envisioned doing countless meaningful things. As he read the text message, a wave of ecstasy washed over him. Scenes of a blissful family life, the fulfillment of his ambitions, and even the potential to alter the fate of his country flashed before his mind. Had he not been a man in his early 20s, aware of the wisdom that wealth should not be flaunted and that one should not display their emotions too openly, he might have found himself dancing with joy and shouting aloud, "Calm down, continue fishing. It's merely 20 yuan, and the daily tasks remain unfinished." After the excitement, Lin Yi made a concerted effort to regain his composure and resumed his fishing endeavors. Indeed, this was no mere hobby. Fishing had transformed into Lin Yi's vocation. As for graduating and working, forget that. Fortunately, luck was on Lin Yi's side, and he successfully hooked several fish in succession. Lover's Lake, an expanse of a little over 10 acres within the campus, was neither too large nor too small, typically devoid of feeding and not frequented by many anglers. Thus, the fish therein were not particularly cunning. They exhibited a certain naivete, making them easier to catch. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have caught a crucian carp X1, weighing 150 grams, and earned 30 yuan, available for withdrawal to your personal account. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have caught a carp X1, weighing 600 grams, and earned 120 yuan, available for withdrawal to your personal account. The system notifications continued to resonate in Lin Yi's mind. By around 7 p.m., Lin Yi had finally caught the requisite 10 fish for his daily task. Perhaps due to the system's influence, the bait he used proved to be universally effective, attracting at least 5 or 6 different species of fish. In the past, one would require specific bait tailored to the type of fish they aimed to catch, with no room for negligence. Otherwise, they would be left empty-handed. Lin Yi could not help but marvel once more. The system is truly remarkable. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed your daily task and received the reward, Fisherman Extraordinaire, beginner title. Ding. As this is your first reward, you have received a newcomer gift pack. Fisherman Extraordinaire. Fish catch rate increased by 100. Newcomer gift pack, 10 attribute points. The attribute panel has been activated. Please check it at your convenience. Wow, this is incredible. Gazing at the rewards for completing his daily task, Lin Yi was astounded, his mind fixated on those 5 words. In the preceding hour, he had caught 10 fish, totaling just under 5 kilograms. The system's cash rewards were straightforward, calculated at 10 yuan for every 50 grams, yielding over 400 yuan in cash rewards. Averaging out, he had earned approximately 7 yuan per minute. With the buff from this title, Woon T, that mean 14 yuan per minute? Although it still fell short of the extravagant 1,444 yuan per minute. For a struggling student like Lin Yi, this was already a source of great contentment. It is worth noting that the balance in his account had dwindled to a mere 537 yuan. Moreover, only 11 days had elapsed in June, with a full 19 days remaining until his parents would next provide support. Name, Lin Yi. Age, 22 years. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 12. Agility, 11. Intelligence, 13. Note, average attributes are all 10. Subsequently, Lin Yi examined his attributes. This was quite simple. Having read numerous novels, he was entirely familiar with the concept. He then allocated the 10 attribute points given by the system into 3 categories, adding 5 points to strength, 3 to agility, and 2 to intelligence. Observing how straightforward the attribute panel was, he surmised that strength encompassed physical power, longevity, and even stamina. Thus, it was only natural to augment that aspect. After allocating the 10 attribute points, Lin Yi genuinely felt an enhancement in his strength, cognitive abilities, and overall self-perception. The system was indeed impressive. Onward and upward. Extremely satisfied with the 2 rewards bestowed by the system, Lin Yi baited the hook once more and cast his line to continue his fishing endeavors. Although the mosquitoes by Lover's Lake were quite vicious, even Lin Yi's thick leg hair could not deter their sharp proboscises. The prospect of earning 14 yuan per minute made him resilient against any discomfort, even from hornets. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have caught a mudfish X1, weighing 50 grams, and earned 10 yuan, available for withdrawal to your personal account. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have caught a silver carp X1, weighing 2,000 grams, and earned 400 yuan, Available for withdrawal to your personal account. With the buff from his title, Lin Yi felt as though he were fishing with divine assistance, as fish were hooked every 2 or 3 minutes. These catches were no trifles. Not only were they excellent accompaniments for drinks, but each also represented tangible monetary gain. Hey Lin, where are you? Ming-kun has brought the whole dormitory out. Dad, I can't handle this anymore. Come help me. I'm about to be sick from all this drinking. Just as Lin Yi was lost in the euphoria of fishing, the sound of his phone ringing jolted him from his reverie. What the heck? Aren't you the one who claims to have a high tolerance? Glancing at the time, he noted it was still not yet 10 o'clock. How could he possibly leave? Lin Yi was eager to fish until dawn. Don't even mention it. Even vast quantities can reach their limits. With 4 stunning beauties accompanying you, you still chatter on. Hurry over. Fine, I'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi glanced at his earnings. From just past 5 o'clock until now, nearly 5 hours had elapsed, and he had accumulated approximately 5,000 yuan. Coupled with the 500 he already had, Lin Yi now possessed over 5,700 yuan, an impressive sum indeed. His family's financial situation was modest, with a monthly living allowance of merely 1,000 yuan. In the past, this amount would often dwindle to half before the month's end. However, with the system at his disposal, Lin Yi had earned in a single day what he previously would have taken 5 months to accumulate. How could he not be captivated? Were it not for Wang Wan, that scoundrel, pleading for him to join, he wouldn't have set aside his fishing endeavors, even for 4 dazzling friends. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi arrived at the barbecue restaurant on the back street of the school, carrying his fishing tackle and a bag of fish. Across the country, thousands of universities each possess their unique characteristics. Yet there exists one commonality, the back street, which integrates dining, accommodation, entertainment, and shopping. This back street is indispensable for the everyday functioning of these universities, especially the small inns charging a mere 80 to 100 yuan a night. Lin Yi, over here. As Lin Yi reached the entrance of the restaurant, Wang Wan, who was happily devouring food at a long table outside, spotted him and quickly stood to wave him over. Lin Yi, allow me to introduce you. This is Wang Yaqi, this is Yu Xiaowei, this is Liao Miao Miao, and this, my wife. I'll spare the introduction. This is my good buddy. Lin Yi, don't try to get me drunk. It won't work. I have Ming Jun now. But if you manage to get Lin Yi intoxicated, who knows? One of you might enjoy a delightful night before leaving campus. Let me tell you, Lin Yi is one of the renowned 4 handsome guys in our building. You certainly won't be disappointed. Haha, how rude. Wang Wen, what do you mean by that? You're so biased. Ming Jun, look at him. With 4 women seated together. The atmosphere was lively. Wang Wen's teasing words prompted laughter and playful scolding from Wang Yaqi and the other 2, yet no one was genuinely offended. As university students, they were somewhat acquainted and could handle such banter. For a moment, the mood among the 6 was quite pleasant. Wang Wen, while Lin Yi is indeed handsome, to claim he is one of the 4 greats is a bit much, don't you think? Your building has 6 floors and houses hundreds of guys. I know several handsome fellows myself. Lin Yi faces quite the competition for that title, ha. After a bit of playful banter, the tallest among the girls, Wang Yaqi, who stood at an impressive 175 meters, linked arms with Yu Xiaowei and looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Not only was Wang Yaqi tall and well-proportioned, but her most striking features were her long, delicate legs, paired with her cascading waves of hair, elegant oval face, sparkling eyes, and charming dimples when she smiled. She exuded an undeniable allure that made Lin Yi's heart flutter. Haha, you're in for a surprise. While Lin Yi may not secure the top spot based solely on looks, he possesses wealth in other areas. Otherwise, why would he be called the Great? Oh, you rogue. Wang Yaqi, catching the implication in Wang Wen's words, felt a flush rise to her cheeks and playfully scolded him before pretending to sip her drink to mask her embarrassment. Yet, as she raised her glass to her lips, she discreetly observed Lin Yi through her fingers. Is he truly one of the 4 greats? He certainly has the physique for it. Well, you all carry on. I'll go add some dishes. Discussing a topic centered around himself left Lin Yi, despite his self-proclaimed thick skin from 2 lifetimes, feeling a tad bashful. After exchanging pleasantries, he headed to the kitchen to find the owner. Over the past few hours, he had caught quite a few fish, and letting them spoil would be a shame. Perfect timing to add some dishes. Soon, Lin Yi negotiated a fair price for processing the fish with the owner and ordered a case of beer, returning to his table. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to act like you're above us? We invited you out for drinks out of respect, and you're putting on airs? Daring to spill beer on me, this matter isn't over. As Lin Yi stepped out of the kitchen, he was met with a heated argument. 4 burly men surrounded his table, gesturing and shouting at Wang Wen and the others. Each of these intimidating figures was muscular, and while Wang Wen stood over 7 meters, he appeared somewhat overshadowed in their presence. Yet, Wang Wen did not back down. Instead, he bravely shielded the visibly frightened women behind him. Confronting the leader of the group. What is going on here? Lin Yi rushed forward, placing the beard down and standing protectively in front of Wang Wen. Standing at a height of 181 centimeters, Lin Yi had a slight advantage over Wang Wen in stature, naturally assuming the role of protector against the looming threat. These guys from the sports department are drunk and insisted on forcing Yaki and the others to drink. When Yaki refused, she accidentally spilled their drinks. And now they want to let it go, Wang Wen explained, shifting slightly to stand beside Lin Yi, sharing the burden of confrontation. I see. Just what we need. More troublemakers. Lin Yi furrowed his brow upon hearing Wang Wen's account. It was unexpected to find himself in such a situation. Now that it had occurred, he felt compelled to intervene. What? You think you can play the hero? Do you have the strength to back that up? Before Lin Yi could respond, the leader of the group grew aggressive, shoving Lin Yi while threatening him. Lin Yi remained unfazed by the shove, after augmenting his attributes. His strength had reached an extraordinary level, 17 times that of an average person. Although the sports department members were strong, they were overestimating their abilities by attempting to push him. Immediately, one of the men behind the leader stepped forward and shoved Wang Wen with considerable force. The smaller Wang Wen nearly toppled onto the table. What had initially seemed a minor issue now escalated. It was no longer just about an apology. Let us call the police, Wang Wen, Lin Yi suggested. Uninterested in engaging with the ruffians. He wasn't intimidated. Rather, he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, as he had fishing plans for the next day and did not want to jeopardize his pursuits. Hey, are you even a man? Calling the police? If you have guts, let us settle this like men. I pushed 2 of you. If you're not satisfied, let us duel. If you win, we'll kneel and apologize. The moment Lin Yi mentioned calling the police, panic spread among the group. It is evident that they are in the wrong. After all, they are merely students. Should they truly find themselves apprehended for this matter, their futures would be irrevocably shattered. Oh, kneel and apologize, calling out for their parents? The father-son duo has some intrigue. But how about a one-on-one confrontation between us? With so many witnesses present, you had better not falter. Lin Yi gestured towards the gathering crowd, addressing the individual before him. Initially, Lin Yi had no desire to meddle, but the incessant provocations and derogatory remarks had crossed a line, compelling him to take action. In his previous life, he had endured enough for the sake of his family. In this life, Lin Yi was determined to no longer suppress himself. Coincidentally, he was eager to test his newfound strength, having allocated 10 additional attribute points to himself. According to the system, the baseline attributes of an ordinary person are all set at 10. Currently, with a strength of 17, agility of 14, and intelligence of 15, he far surpassed the average individual. However, it remained to be seen whether these numbers translated into practical prowess. Lin Yi, let it go, it's not worth it. After Lin Yi spoke, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve, accompanied by a delightful fragrance wafting from behind him. Turning around, he found none other than Wang Yaki. She gently pulled at his sleeve, her face etched with concern. It's nothing, Lin Yi smiled reassuringly, patting Wang Yaki's slightly cold hand, which had grown chilly due to her anxiety. Wang Yaki flushed, but did not withdraw her hand, allowing Lin Yi to continue holding it. Chapter 4, The Great Sun. True and false handsome men. Do you think I cannot afford to lose? Go inquire at the sports department about my reputation, Lu Qingkai, a name to be remembered. The man proclaimed, pride radiating from his features, clearly believing himself to be well known. Very well, let us head to that patch of woods, Lin Yi suggested, pointing to a small grove adjacent to the school's south pedestrian street. All right, let us go. Moments later, a throng of 30 or so individuals marched towards the grove, disrupting its previously serene atmosphere. Several couples, who had been enjoying secret rendezvous within, hurriedly fled the scene. With his significantly improved vision, Lin Yi even caught a glimpse of a man hastily buckling his belt as he exited, suggesting that their activities had not been entirely innocent. Listen, let us agree on this. Once we finish this bout, the matter ends here. No reporting to the school, understood? Lu Qingkai declared as he came to a halt before Lin Yi. Of course, let us dispense with the chatter and commence. Everyone is eagerly awaiting, Lin Yi replied. You're courting death. Lu Qingkai, feeling humiliated by the laughter of the onlookers, charged at Lin Yi with a fierce snarl. Lu Qingkai, a member of the sports department, stood at over 1.8 meters tall and weighed at least 80 kilograms. His charge resembled that of a rampaging bull, fast and formidable. The spectators, including Wang Wen and Wang Yaki, wore expressions of concern, fearing for Lin Yi's safety. Yet, to Lin Yi's eyes, Lu Qingkai's approach seemed almost leisurely, allowing him ample time to evade and counterattack. With a deft sidestep, Lin Yi dodged Lu Qingkai's charge and, in that very instant, delivered a powerful kick to Lu Qingkai's rear. The force of the blow, coupled with Lu Qingkai's own momentum, sent him crashing into a tree, leaving him sprawled on the ground, dazed and unable to rise for quite some time. Goodness, Kai-go, are you all right? Kai-go, hold on. We'll fetch the school nurse. The sight of Lin Yi flooring Lu Qingkai sent his three companions into a frenzy. After exchanging glances, they concocted an excuse and swiftly absconded, realizing that there was no time to waste. Who would linger to call for help now? As for Lu Qingkai, still groaning on the ground, he was of little concern to them. Hey, stop playing dead. Get up and call out for your parents. What is this? The illustrious Lu Qingkai, unable to bear defeat like your three companions? Wang Wen grinned, giving Lin Yi a thumbs up before approaching Lu Qingkai with a triumphant smirk. Who is afraid of losing? Lu Qingkai retorted, finally unable to remain prone any longer. He rose, seething with indignation. Then kneel and apologize. And make sure you call out for your parents loudly, my good son. Ha ha ha. Wang Wen showed no mercy, eager to exacerbate Lu Qingkai's humiliation. All right, father, mother. I'm sorry. In an unexpected twist, Lu Qingkai gritted his teeth and knelt before Lin Yi, Wang Wen, Wang Yaqi, and the others, bellowing his apology. Laughter erupted from the gathered crowd, clearly entertained by the spectacle. Ah, my good son, Wang Wen replied, his mirth unabated. In contrast, the girls, Wang Yaqi, Yu Xiaowei, and Zheng Mingjun, blushed at the sound of mother, their cheeks aflame. Zheng Mingjun, unable to contain her amusement, pinched Wang Wen's arm hard, causing his face to contort in pain. All right, you may leave now, Lin Yi chuckled, his amusement evident. Although not as boisterous as Wang Wen, it was undoubtedly one of the most relaxed smiles he had worn in recent days. Having acquired the Fishing King system and successfully rescued the fair maiden, how could he not be elated? With the matter resolved, the group's spirits remained high as they returned to the restaurant to indulge in hearty feasting and lively banter. After a brief delay, the dishes Lin Yi had requested from the proprietor finally arrived. Pan-fried white strips, braised carp, chopped chili fish head, and a pot of crucian carp and tofu stew. Upon learning that Lin Yi had caught these fish from Lover's Lake, their enthusiasm for the meal surged. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, since he had stepped forward to shield Wang Yaqi and her friends from trouble, her gaze towards him had grown noticeably more awkward, tinged with a certain tenderness. Let us go, Lin Yi. You too, stay close behind. Do not wander off. Wang Wen, slightly tipsy, waved his arms as Zheng Mingjun pushed him into the front seat. The dormitory where the six of them resided was situated at opposite ends of the street, south and north respectively. Given the vast expanse of Lin Yi's school, walking from one end to the other could take 20 minutes or more. Now, inebriated, they had no choice but to take a taxi. By some design or coincidence, Wang Wen and the other three shared a taxi, departing first and leaving Lin Yi and Wang Yaqi to await their ride. Ah, it's quite late. Hailing a taxi is proving difficult. Shall we take a stroll? Lin Yi suggested, feeling a bit awkward standing by the roadside with Wang Yaqi after the others had left. As you wish, Wang Yaqi replied, nodding her head with a gentle and obedient demeanor. Very well, let us proceed. Lin Yi slung the fishing box over his shoulder, holding a fish net in one hand and a fishing rod in the other, leading the way ahead. However, he did not walk too quickly, ensuring that Wang Yaqi, the girl beside him, could easily keep pace. Do you enjoy fishing? After a few steps, Wang Yaqi broke the awkward silence between them, initiating the conversation. Well, I don't have many hobbies. Fishing is quite enjoyable, he replied. Hee, are you skilled at it? She inquired playfully. How can I claim to be skilled? Let's just say I'm quite proficient. Perhaps I can show you sometime. Lin Yi responded, feeling a surge of confidence as he spoke. Someday, she echoed teasingly, repeating his ambiguous words. Just then, a faint cry suddenly echoed from the small hill to their left. The indescribable sound pierced the stillness of the night, clear and unmistakable, and both of them heard it distinctly. In an instant, the atmosphere between them transformed, enveloping them in an intimate tension that bound them closer together. Lin Yi, without even realizing it, found his fishing rod had switched to his left hand, while his right hand had intertwined with Wang Yaqi's delicate, slender fingers. Is the handsome guy Wang Wen that you mentioned really as good-looking as they say? After a brief moment, Wang Yaqi, slightly out of breath, leaned against Lin Yi's shoulder. Her cheeks flushed and shyly asked, Curious, are we? Shall we head back? Lin Yi chuckled, savoring the fragrance of Wang Yaqi that lingered between them, teasingly suggesting, I dislike going back so late. Is there still a room available? Wang Yaqi was well aware that when Lin Yi mentioned going back, he was not referring to the dormitory, but rather to a hotel in the back street. How would we know unless we try? Let us go. Lin Yi assisted Wang Yaqi to her feet, tidying her slightly disheveled clothing before lifting his fishing box and striding swiftly towards the back street. Much faster than they had walked to the dormitory. Lin Yi had no intention of playing the saint. In his previous life, he had devoted himself to being a good man for his family for many years, yet what had it yielded him? the need to fish in secrecy, the disdainful remarks from his wife calling him a deadbeat fisherman, and the scorn that nearly led to a heart attack. Now, with the system in this life, it was high time for him to live more freely, wasn't it? Chapter 6, School of Life Sciences and Technology. The Dean? Lin Yi? Lin Yi's university was a comprehensive institution with numerous majors. Wang Yaqi was studying in the pharmaceutical biotechnology program, which belonged to the School of Life Sciences and Technology. The individual referred to as Dean by Wang Yaqi was none other than Dean He Lianqing of the School of Life Sciences and Technology. To speak of Dean He Lianqing, he was quite a notable figure. Although not an academician of the highest echelon, he was a well-respected professor with substantial credentials, enjoying special state allowances and holding considerable prestige both within the university and in society at large. Lin Yi had certainly heard of such a celebrity before, though he had only known the name without ever having met him. Little did he expect to encounter him today while fishing. Indeed, the notion of fate was truly remarkable. Haha, here we are just fishing buddies. There's no need for formalities, relax. Young man, teach me a thing or two, will you? I've been observing you for a while. You seem to catch the most fish. Truly a young hero. Dean He smiled amicably, not putting on airs as the dean in front of Lin Yi and Wang Yaqi. Instead, he looked at Lin Yi's lively fish net with eyes filled with fervor and desire, clearly an avid fisherman himself. Oh, not at all. I wouldn't dare to offer lessons in front of Dean He. Perhaps we could fish together instead? Why not come join us by the student's side? My spot seems to be quite fruitful, Lin Yi humbly suggested. Before the system, he himself had been an unsuccessful fisherman, often returning empty-handed. Yet, his rapid catches indicated a plentiful spot, suggesting that others fishing nearby should also have better luck than usual. As he spoke, Lin Yi felt much more at ease, the initial tension dissipating. This was partly due to Dean He's approachable demeanor and partly because Lin Yi, now equipped with the system, was gradually nurturing the confidence and composure he had previously lacked. Oh, is it convenient? I hope I won't disturb you too. I am notoriously known as the empty-handed fisherman. I might just pass on my bad luck to you. Lin Yi's invitation sparked a glimmer of interest in Dean He's eyes, clearly intrigued. However, glancing at the blushing Wang Yaqi and recalling his own decades of poor luck, Dean He hesitated. Nonsense. It's an honor for a student if Dean He fishes alongside us. Come, come, the shade here is perfect. Fish love this spot in summer. Lin Yi said with a smile, even suggesting a prime fishing location for Dean He. Lin Yi's enthusiasm was not without purpose. He had his own motives. With the system, his fate was destined to be extraordinary, but he was still an ordinary undergraduate student from a humble background. To transcend social classes and enter the upper echelons was an arduous endeavor, requiring guidance from influential figures. And Dean He, with his knowledge, status, and reputation, was undoubtedly the ideal mentor. Well then, I shall take advantage of your generosity, Dean He agreed, settling beside Lin Yi to cast his line. His tone became markedly warmer, addressing Lin Yi as little brother instead of merely young man. Whether it was due to Lin Yi's fortuitous influence or mere coincidence. Within just a few minutes of Dean He sitting down, the fishing bobber suddenly plunged. Fish on, fish on. Haha, after sitting here all afternoon, this is the first bite. Dean He exclaimed, gripping the rod tightly as he engaged in a spirited tug-of-war with the struggling fish in the water. Despite his age, he seemed spirited, though soon beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Yet, whether out of stubbornness or the desire to savor this exhilarating moment, Dean He did not call for Lin Yi's assistance. Lin Yi felt a knot of concern. Should he intervene, he might disrupt Dean He's excitement. But if he did not help, the fish could easily pull Dean He into the lake, which would be quite comical. Moreover, given Dean He's age and the excitement of the moment, it could even lead to a heart attack or stroke. Fortunately, the fish remained cooperative, and before long, Dean He successfully reeled it onto the shore. Haha, what a catch. It's been ages since I've hooked such a sizable fish, at least 2 pounds, maybe 3. Come, take a picture for me. Dean He gleefully held up the nearly 1-foot-long carp, urging Lin Yi and Wang Yaqi to capture the moment. After all, catching a big fish without sharing it on social media would be like not catching one at all. Thank you, my young friend. Today, I truly have the pleasure of basking in your fortune. You are indeed a harbinger of good luck. Once we finish fishing, allow me to treat you to a sumptuous feast featuring the fish we catch today, a grand fish banquet, if you will. Is this your girlfriend? Let us bring her along as well. Just now, I noticed your girlfriend recognized me. She must be a student from the School of Life Sciences and Technology, correct? Which graduating class is she from? After placing the large carp into the fish keeper, He Lianqing's face radiated with the joy of fulfilling his ambitions, and he became quite loquacious. Hello, Dean, I am Wang Yaqi, a graduate from the class of 2010 in the pharmaceutical biotechnology program. Oh, from the class of 2010? That means you just graduated this year. Are you planning to work or pursue further studies? I was considering entering the workforce, as pursuing a master's degree seems daunting, and I fear I might not pass the entrance exams. Besides, if I continue my studies, I would be 24 upon graduation, hardly a youthful age. Wang Yaqi responded with noticeable nervousness, facing the dean, whom she rarely encountered. Haha, working is commendable. It allows you to contribute to society sooner. And what about you? Young man, what is your field of study? I am majoring in financial engineering, a versatile discipline, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Haha, it seems you have quite the discerning taste, young man, finding a girlfriend from our esteemed school. Indeed, our female students are quite exceptional. Far more relatable than those from the School of Economics. Ah, it is merely fate, Lin Yi smiled, glancing at Wang Yaqi, whose cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue. To be honest, he himself was uncertain about the nature of his relationship with Wang Yaqi. Are they a couple? It hardly seems so, considering this was their first meeting, and they had only known each other for a mere 10 hours. Although they had engaged in meaningful conversation, both appeared to be deliberately avoiding defining their relationship. Surely, they both harbored reservations, given the brevity of their acquaintance. With graduation approaching, seeking a romantic partner at this juncture seemed imprudent. It would be too hasty to consider a relationship that might not endure. A fleeting romance? Perhaps that would be best. After all, he was destined to be an extraordinary man, and the world ahead promised encounters and challenges previously unimagined, leaving little room for a significant other at this moment. He wondered what Wang Yaqi thought about it all. Ah, another catch. You truly are my lucky star. As Lin Yi pondered his relationship with Wang Yaqi, he heard He Liangqing's excited exclamation nearby. Chapter 7. A Relationship Without a Name. Apologies, my young friend. I had intended to treat you both to a fish banquet. But this phone call has altered my plans. Let us exchange WeChat contacts, and I shall invite you for fishing again in a few days and treat you then. How does that sound? At around 5 o'clock, He Liangqing, still brimming with enthusiasm, received a phone call and reluctantly announced to Lin Yi that he had to pack up. His disappointment evident. No worries at all. Dean, you are too kind. We can fish together another time. Lin Yi shook hands with He Liangqing, harboring no ill feelings about the latter's change of plans. Although a twinge of regret lingered, there would be future opportunities to meet again. Shall we head out? I'll take you to dinner. You must be starving by now. After He Liangqing departed, Lin Yi also stowed away his fishing rod and teased Wang Yaqi. It's all your fault. Wang Yaqi shot him a playful glare, placing her hand on her flat abdomen, feigning annoyance. Aren't I hungry? I haven't eaten a single grain today. That so-called breakfast was hardly substantial. Haha, let us go then. By the way, should we invite Wang Wen and Mingjun? Not a chance. Just the two of us. Lin Yi declared, holding the fishing tackle box in one hand while taking Wang Yaqi's hand with the other as they strolled towards the back street. Congratulations, host. Daily task completed. Reward, a Range Rover, now parked in spot 18 of the underground parking lot of the comprehensive building. A Range Rover? How on earth am I supposed to drive that? If I take it out, won't Wang Wen and the others mistake me for a wealthy heir? Having completed today's daily task, the system reward had been issued. Yet, as Lin Yi gazed at the reward bestowed upon him, he felt a bit bewildered. His faith in the system was unwavering, and he had no reason to doubt that a Range Rover awaited him in that parking lot. What troubled him was how to manage this unexpected windfall. Though he had yet to see the vehicle and the system had not specified its configuration, it was still a Range Rover. Regardless of the model, it would undoubtedly be worth over $1 million. He was someone who had to beg for a few extra bucks just to check into a hotel. How could he explain to his roommates that he suddenly owned a Range Rover? I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean. I'm a billionaire. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Wang Yaqi, noticing Lin Yi's furrowed brow, inquired with concern. Lin Yi had a penchant for spicy food. But Wang Yaqi's tolerance for spice was average, so he had consciously chosen dishes that suited her taste. This made Wang Yaqi feel both touched and a bit apprehensive that Lin Yi might find the food unpalatable. No, it's nothing. Just eat. What are your plans for tonight? Will you continue to stay out? Lin Yi smiled, refraining from divulging his worries to Wang Yaqi. Not a chance. I can't take it anymore. I'm heading back to the dorm tonight. All right, but how will you explain our situation to Zheng Mingjun? Our situation? There's nothing between us. We merely indulged in drunken folly. After all, we're all adults. It's perfectly normal. What? Do you want something more? Wang Yaqi looked at Lin Yi, her large, sparkling eyes twinkling mischievously. Well, Wang Yaqi's candidness left Lin Yi momentarily taken aback. Fine, but if you have any regrets, feel free to clarify things with them. I, Lin Yi, am not the type to deny my actions after the fact. By the way, I'll get you a gift later. Are you considering pursuing a master's degree? Perhaps I could help you secure a spot for graduate studies. Lin Yi recalled Wang Yaqi's earlier response to Dean He. Clearly, she had contemplated further studies, but was apprehensive about her chances of success, even if their relationship was merely a fleeting romance. Helping Wang Yaqi with her graduate school aspirations could serve as a form of personal restitution. Don't just drink. Eat something too. Look at you, you're practically tipsy. Graduate students at our school have to pass rigorous exams. It's not something that can simply be arranged. Even if it could, it's not something ordinary folks like us can manage. Nevertheless, I appreciate your sentiment. Thank you. I'll express my gratitude properly in a few days. Wang Yaqi playfully touched Lin Yi's hand and winked at him. Haha, let us leave it at that for now. I'll escort you back to the dorm. Lin Yi smiled, well aware that Wang Yaqi's thanks implied something more, yet he chose not to contest his current capabilities. All would be revealed in due time. Who knows? Wang Yaqi might receive her acceptance letter for graduate studies in a few days. As for the bill for this meal, Lin Yi decided to barter with the fish he caught. Thanks to the system's enhancements, he had caught another 20-odd pounds of fish today, earning over 2,000 yuan, significantly boosting his modest savings to over 7,000. Given the abundance of fish, it was impossible for him to consume it all. So he opted to cover the meal expenses with the restaurant owner instead. After all, these were wild-caught fish, and the owner would incur no loss. All right, sounds good. Wang Yaqi smiled gently, naturally taking Lin Yi's hand. She herself was perplexed by her own feelings. After a night of drunken abandon, it was one thing. But why did she still feel no sense of distance upon awakening? Why did she find it so easy to draw close to him, feeling a certain dependence? Could it be that yesterday's scene, where he shielded her and her friends, had ensnared her heart so deeply? Or perhaps it was his confident and composed demeanor that captivated her so completely. Was it the impending graduation and the unresolved past that compelled her to indulge herself? Wang Yaqi found no answers to these questions, yet she soon felt a sense of release. What was there to ponder? With only 10 or 15 days left before graduation, and life being but a fleeting few decades, why not seize the moment and revel in it? At least Lin Yi was not someone she found repulsive, was he? Afterward, Lin Yi escorted Wang Yaqi back to her dormitory. However, instead of returning to his own dorm, he headed to the complex to check on his car. He was now part of the car-owning populace, and what a splendid start he had with a Range Rover. The system indeed proved to be reliable. He glanced at the remote key, purchase contract, driving license, insurance documents, and other pertinent materials resting on the passenger seat, feeling immensely satisfied with the thoroughness of the system's arrangements. Soon, he drove his newly acquired Range Rover out of the garage, cruising around the campus with a sense of pride, familiarizing himself with the imposing vehicle. After a few laps, he parked it back in its designated spot, mindful not to leave it carelessly outside the dormitory, for how could he maintain his rapport with Wang Wen and Wang Yaqi otherwise? When he achieved success, he would naturally uplift those of good character who had befriended him. Yet, the true nature of people is revealed in times of wealth and poverty. He had no desire for a sudden influx of riches to alter this comfortable dynamic that had endured for 4 years. Nor did he want to provoke a complete shift in the attitudes of those around him, which might cloud his judgment. He could always reveal his newfound status to his friends once he had established a solid foundation. Goodness gracious, you've returned. Did you really manage to win over Wang Yaqi? Upon pushing open the dormitory door, Lin Yi was greeted by a shadow that lunged towards him, enveloping him in an ecstatic outburst. Chapter 8. The Arrangement by Lin Yi. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Yi remained there, engaging in a lively discussion with Wang Wen regarding their familial hierarchy and father-son relationship, before settling down for a refreshing nap. He realized that his journey through time began simply with waking from a midday slumber yesterday. Following that, he had gone fishing, only returning late that night. In total, it had been just over a day. In this brief span, Lin Yi not only amassed over 7,000 yuan and acquired a Range Rover, but also won the affection of a woman of such beauty as Wang Yaqi, a realm he had never dared to dream of in his previous life. Truly, with the system in hand, the world was at his feet. Life's ups and downs arrived swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself on the third day. Dean, he has invited me fishing? This old fellow has quite the passion for angling. With a Range Rover at my disposal, perhaps this could be an opportunity to advance further. Lin Yi's heart leaped with joy as he read the message on WeChat. Hey, Mosquito, are you going for a meal? He called out, only to remember that Wang Wen was not in the dormitory. That rascal had likely been spurred by Lin Yi's success with Wang Yaqi, and had taken his girlfriend, Zheng Mingjun, out for a night of romance, leaving Lin Yi alone to sleep. Originally, the dormitory was meant to accommodate 4 people, but the school was large and had many dorm buildings, so Lin Yi and Wang Wen shared a room, which was rather pleasant for the tranquility it afforded. Oh well, I'll grab a quick bite and then head to Baiwa Lake. This time, Dean he had arranged to fish not at the campus's Lover's Lake, but at Baiwa Lake, over an hour away. From what he Liangqing indicated in his WeChat message, he intended to introduce Lin Yi to a few fishing enthusiasts, which was precisely why Lin Yi was particularly keen on this outing. An hour later, Lin Yi was seated in his brand new Range Rover, which had barely clocked 50 kilometers. Thanks to the system, Lin Yi, who had hardly driven since obtaining his license the previous year, found himself maneuvering the 5-meter-long vehicle with ease, like a seasoned driver. Around 1 o'clock, Lin Yi arrived at Baiwa Lake, a well-known and picturesque large artificial reservoir located northeast of Nandu. It boasted not only resort hotels and water parks, but also a luxurious villa district along the lakeshore. Such a splendid place had been beyond the reach of the impoverished Lin Yi in the past, yet now he felt confident in his presence there. Hey, over here. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhuang, and Mr. Jin. Gentlemen, this is the fortune star I mentioned. Thanks to him, I managed to catch that big carp yesterday. The success of today's fishing will depend on your luck. Upon Lin Yi parking his vehicle, He Liangqing, having been informed of Lin Yi's arrival, eagerly approached with several affluent-looking individuals. Each of them carried the title of Mr. in their names, signifying their wealth and status. However, as one favored by the system, Lin Yi remained undaunted in the presence of these individuals he was destined to surpass, exchanging polite greetings with confidence and poise, earning He Liangqing's approving gaze. Fortune star, I hope you will look after me in the future. I've been an Air Force officer for years. Who isn't an Air Force officer? Fortune star, take care of me too. I've been grounded for 2 months. Well, I've been out of commission for 3 months. Perhaps out of consideration for He Liangqing's reputation or Lin Yi's impressive Range Rover, or perhaps due to the promise of the fishing haul to come. The 3 men treated Lin Yi with unexpected warmth, engaging in amicable conversation. Impressive. I didn't realize you were from a wealthy background, they remarked, as they gathered the fishing gear and proceeded to the fishing spot. He Liangqing lingered a few steps behind Lin Yi, expressing his admiration. You're quite remarkable. It seems you have quite the connections. Not at all, just from an ordinary family, Lin Yi replied with a smile, adding a touch of flattery. He genuinely regarded himself as from an ordinary background, for even the future tycoons often claimed humility. Haha, we are all friends here. Among them, Mr. Wang is from a bank, Mr. Jin is in investment banking, and Mr. Zhuang is in pharmaceuticals. You're not in finance, but your girlfriend is in pharmaceuticals, right? Make sure to impress them. It might come in handy, and I can consider this as repaying you for bringing me fishing. But perhaps I'm worrying too much. With your background, you could easily manage without a job, He Liangqing chuckled. Thank you, Dean. If you ever need a student's assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. Lin Yi replied graciously. Lin Yi then realized that He Liangqing's orchestration of this fishing outing was partly motivated by his own interests and those of Wang Yaqi. His perception of He Liangqing improved significantly at that moment. However, he refrained from requesting He Liangqing's assistance in arranging Wang Yaqi's graduate school application just yet. As a highly esteemed dean, facilitating a recommendation for graduate studies would undoubtedly be within He Liangqing's capabilities. Lin Yi believed that their relationship had not yet reached that level, and he preferred to wait until they grew more familiar with one another before broaching the subject. Haha, indeed, gratitude and reciprocity are admirable traits. Let us embark, and may we return today laden with success. He Liangqing nodded in approval, clearly harboring genuine fondness for Lin Yi. Baiwa Lake, being a contracted reservoir, required an entry fee for fishing, which was rather steep at 500 yuan per rod. However, for these executives, such a sum was negligible. They had reached a level where happiness could be bought for a mere 500 yuan, making it an exceedingly worthwhile investment. Soon, the group of 5 had set up their fishing gear and commenced their excursion. It seemed that He Liangqing had divulged his secret for catching large carp. For Lin, he found himself flanked by 2 guardians, President Wang from the bank and President Jin from the investment firm. In contrast, President Zhuang from the pharmaceutical company sat a bit further away, engaged in whispered conversation with He Liangqing. Clearly, their intent today was not solely to fish, at least. The primary focus was not on fishing. One was a renowned dean of a prestigious life sciences and technology institute, intricately linked to pharmaceutical research, and the other was a CEO of a pharmaceutical company. Even without hearing their conversation, Lin Yi could surmise their topics of discussion. Little brother, it's all up to you from here on out. Don't let your older brother return empty-handed, or I'll be the subject of my wife's ridicule again, President Jin chuckled. After setting up their bait, he, wearing an exquisitely crafted short-sleeved t-shirt and a baseball cap, was the first to speak, smiling at Lin Yi. What? Your wife still mocks you? President Wang from the bank chimed in. Indeed, 3 consecutive months of coming back empty-handed, and each time I'm met with scorn. I can hardly admit that I went out fishing, President Jin lamented. Little brother, today you must help me redeem my pride. While it seems your career is secure without our concern, if you happen to know any suitable classmates, we would certainly prioritize them. President Jin appeared genuinely fearful of returning empty-handed, thus offering Lin Yi some advantages. Haha, I will certainly do my utmost. Yet, as Dean he had mentioned, such matters were rooted in the realm of the metaphysical. These executives ought to be firm believers in science. Ah, fish is coming. Chapter 9. South City Air Force Headquarters. Just as they were speaking, Lin Yi's fishing float suddenly sank. Oh my goodness, everyone. Lin Yi lifted the fishing rod and realized he had hooked a substantial fish, prompting him to stand and wrestle with the creature. In no time, the rod bent into a dramatic arc, sending ripples across the lake's surface. Haha, little brother, you claim you are not a harbinger of good fortune. Yet you insist on believing in science? We've barely settled in for 2 or 3 minutes, and already you have a fish. What else could this be but metaphysics? Exclaimed President Jean. Is it really that big? Old Wong. Quickly take a picture and share it in the group. Those who didn't come will be envious. Seeing Lin Yi's vigorous struggle, President Jean understood that the creature beneath the surface was no small fry. He readied the landing net, while urging President Wang from the bank to capture the moment for posterity. Even He Lianqing and President Zhuang, who had been engrossed in their conversation, were drawn over to witness the commotion. After considerable effort, the group's first catch was finally hauled ashore. Goodness gracious, it's a large catfish. President Jean marveled at the impressive specimen, clearly weighing around 20 pounds. Approximately 23 pounds, as luck would have it. I never expected the first fish to be this substantial. Lin Yi remarked, admiring the thrashing catfish, a broad smile spreading across his face. How could he not smile? To others, it was merely a catfish, but for Lin Yi, it represented a bounty of 300 yuan. At the moment the catfish surfaced, Lin Yi received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have caught a catfish X1, weight 5 kilograms, earning 300 yuan, which can be withdrawn to your personal account. This was also the reason Lin Yi was so confident in estimating the fish's weight. Simultaneously, he noted his daily task for today. Daily task 1. Catch 10 types of fish. Completion, 110. Haha, splendid. Just as Dean he said, little brother, you truly are a fishing master. Young heroes emerge from youth. Come, let me take a few photos. I must show off on WeChat. President Jean cradled the fish, one he had never caught in his entire life, beaming with joy as he posed for photographs, as though he had caught it himself. Not only President Jean, but also President Wang from the bank, President Zhuang from the pharmaceutical company, and Dean he all gathered to take photos with the fish. At that moment, the catfish had transformed into a trophy of pride for the group. It seemed these individuals had indeed suffered greatly from a streak of bad luck in fishing. My, what a magnificent fish. Did you catch this, old Jean? This appears to be from Baiwa Lake. What a bountiful outing. Had I known, I would have joined. One exclaimed. You've been to Baiwa Lake before. You would have still faced a streak of bad luck. While old Jean here seems to have struck gold with that catfish, surely over 20 pounds. Another teased, humorously suggesting they expel old Jean from the South City Air Force Headquarters group. As soon as President Jean shared the photo of himself with the fish in the group, it sparked a flurry of excitement. A multitude of silent members suddenly emerged, praising the catfish while expressing their envy and resentment toward President Jean. President Jin's smile widened as he held his phone, reveling in the attention. Though he knew soon everyone would realize the fish was not actually his catch, the feeling of being perceived as a skilled angler was delightful, even if only for a brief moment. Could the Air Force commander old Jean possibly catch such a magnificent fish? This was caught by a student from their school. Look, it's this handsome young man here. Shortly thereafter, President Wang from the bank also chimed in the group, exposing President Jin's charade of being a fishing expert. Not only did he share his own photo with a fish, but he also included Lin Yi's photo. Oh my, what a handsome young lad. Quite impressive. The younger generation certainly surpasses the older. They urged to bring him into the group for future fishing excursions, suggesting that even if they couldn't catch fish themselves, witnessing another's success would be delightful. Indeed, our group is full of fishing novices. It would be beneficial to have a true expert among us. Perhaps he could bring us some luck. All right, I'll add this little brother to the group. Dean he also participated in the conversation, bringing Lin Yi into the fold. Welcome, expert. Welcome, handsome. Welcome. Within moments, a flurry of welcoming messages and several new member red envelopes flooded the chat. Thank you, everyone. My name is Lin Yi, and I look forward to fishing together sometime. Lin Yi graciously replied in the group, sending a red envelope as well. Upon first seeing this group of distinguished individuals, Lin Yi initially thought he had inadvertently intruded upon a secretive assembly within the country. As he pondered the situation, Lin Yi suddenly realized that the group comprised of high-ranking officials from the Southern Air Force Headquarters was essentially the Air Force's core itself. It appeared that these individuals had all endured the trials and tribulations imposed by the military. Although the so-called Southern Air Force Headquarters seemed to consist of only 30 or so members, Lin Yi understood that most of them were undoubtedly formidable figures. After all, who but the extraordinary could share a chat group with esteemed individuals like President Jean, President Wang, President Zhuang, and Dean He? Therefore, Lin Yi was particularly mindful of his words and actions, keen to establish a commendable image before these titans. Having indulged in enough envy, it was time for him to exert his own efforts. No matter how impressive that big catch was, it belonged to someone else's little brother, did it not? Old Jean, stop gazing longingly at that big fish as if it were your wife, President Wang teased, observing the investment banker Jean, who was still enamored with his catch. Ah, my wife is nowhere near as beautiful as that big fish, sighed President Jean, prompting laughter from the crowd as he placed the fish into Lin Yi's keep net. Hey, old Jean, your float is moving. There's a bite. Hurry. At that moment, President Zhuang excitedly pointed at Jean's fishing rod. Wow, it really is, Jean exclaimed, a bit plumper than usual, darting to his rod with an agility that seemed unexpected, yanking it sharply. Ha ha ha. Old Jean, what on earth is that? Came the laughter. Indeed. The Air Force commander seems to catch everything but fish. Old Jean, you truly deserve the title of group leader, commander of the Air Force. Old Jean, you're amazing. We all stand in awe. As the underwater object was pulled from the depths, not only the few present at Baiwa Lake were shocked, but the entire chat group erupted with excitement, their messages brimming with joy and enthusiasm. For what Jean had caught was not a fish, but rather a decades-old, mud-stained bra that appeared to be at least a D cup. This spectacle was captured by President Wang, who had been snapping photos with his phone, promptly sharing it in the group. I can't believe this. I thought I had caught a stroke of luck from Lin Yi. He exclaimed, little brother, keep it up. I'll send you a big red envelope later. Jean himself could only laugh awkwardly, discarding the bra with a frown. With anticipation, he turned to Lin Yi, who had resumed his fishing position. Haha, all right, I'll keep at it. Hey, there's another bite. Chapter 10. Wealth and a strong network. No sooner had Lin Yi spoken than his rod twitched again, prompting him to spring up and reel in. Wow, another one. This time, not only Jean but also Wang and Zhuang were astonished, gathering around once more. The speed at which the fish were biting was astonishing. It rivaled that of a new energy fishing rod. Zhuang quickly pulled out his phone, sharing a video of Lin Yi's catch in the group. Little brother, you've hooked another one? Is this fish actually recognizing you? Could it be a female? Being handsome certainly has its perks. No wonder I'm the least among the Air Force, he jested. Don't be ridiculous, Xia. Last time at the foot spa, the technician even asked if you could switch to another person for your massage. The group erupted into laughter once again, reveling in the jovial atmosphere. Lin Yi successfully brought ashore a sizable silver carp, its head nearly the size of a plate. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught a silver carp X1, weighing 85 kilograms, earning 1,700 yuan. The host may withdraw the amount to their personal account. Another 1,700 yuan had been credited to his account just 2 days prior. Lin Yi had been on the verge of financial ruin with barely over 700 yuan to his name. Now he had become a person of considerable means. This experience made him realize that to earn money, one must frequent places like these vast rivers and lakes abundant with fish. The romantic lake at school was merely home to small fish weighing just a few taels, making it a slow endeavor for profit. Hey, I've got a bite too. President Wang, nearby, exclaimed with excitement. What is happening? Don't tell me it's another bra? Lin Yi teased. Ridiculous. There can't possibly be that many bras in a reservoir. Unless it was you, Mr. Li, who brought a lady friend and lost it there. Nonsense. Last time it was clearly Mr. Zhu who brought 5 ladies to Baiwa Lake. He must have tossed it in carelessly. I didn't tea. Wow, it's actually a fish. A big silver carp. This hefty catch weighed at least 10 pounds, prompting cheers from the group. President Wang, you're finally catching good fish too. Looks like it's your turn to treat us tonight. While the banter continued, President Wang successfully pulled the fish from the water, revealing another silver carp. Though slightly smaller than Lin Yi's recent catch, it was still impressive. Absolutely. I haven't caught such a sizable fish in over a year. It's no exaggeration to say that little brother is indeed a good luck charm. Tonight, I'll host a full fish banquet at Chaihua restaurant. Everyone must come. President Wang grinned widely as he cradled the large fish, his eyes squinting with delight. Perhaps due to courtesy, he attributed the success to Lin Yi, which significantly elevated Lin Yi's status in the group, leading to an influx of messages inviting him to join their fishing endeavors. Truly, they were a group of fishing enthusiasts who had long endured the rigors of the Air Force. Shortly after President Wang, the ever-vigilant President Jean, positioned to Lin Yi's left, felt action on his fishing rod. Amidst the playful jests of catching undergarments and branches, Jean lived up to expectations by reeling in a 6-pound red carp. Excited, President Jean boasted in the group, even sharing on social media to garner numerous likes. Following this, everyone began to enjoy fruitful catches. On the other side, Zhuang from the pharmaceutical company and He Lianqing, who had been discussing business, approached Lin Yi, hoping to share in his good fortune, each managing to hook several large fish themselves. After 3 hours of fishing, Lin Yi completed his daily task. along with the cash rewards from his impressive haul. He also received the following system notification: "Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. You have received a reward, a property at New Moon Pearl, Building 8, Room 902. Upon hearing the system prompt echo in his mind, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. New Moon Pearl was a luxury community located less than 5 kilometers from his school, complete with high-rises, villas, swimming pools, and all necessary amenities. Previously, his classmates would joke, "Look, this is the empire your father built for you, you ungrateful child." What had once been mere jest had now turned into a reality. This was property in the southern region, as long as the area wasn't too small. Its value would exceed that of the 3 million yuan Range Rover he had received just yesterday. In other words, Lin Yi had now ascended to the status of a middle-class individual worth nearly 10 million. Although his assets comprised property and vehicles, in terms of cash, he still only had a little over 20,000 yuan in his account. "Time to head back for the full fish banquet," he declared. "Brother Lin, we genuinely owe you for helping us recoup our booth fees. Otherwise, it would have been another loss to the Air Force. You must drink a few good ones tonight. I believe a few more friends will be joining us, and I'll introduce you to them. It might assist you in building your career post-graduation." Before he knew it, it was already past 5 o'clock. After over 4 hours of fishing, the group was finally satisfied and began making their way home, with the executives displaying considerable warmth towards Lin Yi. Aside from Lin Yi's purported legendary luck in fishing, which ensured that everyone returned home today with bountiful catches, and the respect commanded by Lin Yi, it was Lin Yi's top-of-the-line Range Rover that truly showcased his prowess. Among the 5 individuals present, Lin Yi's vehicle was the most extravagant. The investment banker, Mr. Jean, merely drove a Mercedes GLS, which paled in comparison to Lin Yi's luxurious Range Rover. All of them, being business-savvy, were acutely aware of this disparity. They had already begun to regard Lin Yi, or at least the family he represented, as their equal. After more than an hour's drive, Lin Yi and his companions arrived at their dining destination. Their choice was not a random hotel or a bustling city restaurant, but rather an exquisite, secluded manor-style restaurant, clearly not a place frequented by the average patron. The group was evidently well acquainted with this establishment. Upon their arrival, they found 2 or 3 individuals already awaiting them in a lavish private dining room capable of accommodating 20 guests. "Allow me to introduce you to Lin Yi, the fishing master and today's fortunate star," Mr. Jean announced. "And here we have Mr. Xia, the insurance mogul, Mr. Li, the securities tycoon, and Mr. Zhu, the real estate magnate. Gentlemen, please extend your hospitality to Master Lin. Whether you join him for fishing again will depend on his willingness to invite you." Haha. Once inside the private room, Mr. Jean enthusiastically introduced Lin Yi to the others. Lin Yi marveled at the high caliber of their social circles. Investment banking, finance, insurance, securities, real estate, and pharmaceuticals. These were realms he could only dream of previously. Simultaneously, Lin Yi gained a deeper understanding of Lin Yi's influential network. Indeed, with titles such as senior professor, recipient of national special allowances, academy president, and social luminary, one could hardly expect a simple individual. Here comes the feast. Let me tell you, this big fat head was personally caught by Brother Lin today. It's several pounds heavy and absolutely delectable. And this spicy boiled fish is from Lin's prized catch, along with the turtle soup. Oh, Mr. Jean, how could you forget to bring your big golden carp to the table? Mr. Xia jested as Mr. Jean introduced the dishes. My golden carp is too precious to eat. It's the largest fish I've ever caught and golden in color. It deserves to be kept as a feng shui fish at the office. Plus, I must show it to my wife to avoid her teasing me about my fishing skills. As laughter filled the room, the evening progressed smoothly. Chapter 11. The Twin Tenants. After dinner, it was already past 9 o'clock, and the sleek, dark Range Rover, reminiscent of a Count of the Night, drove towards Lin Yi's new residence. Seated in the back, Lin Yi had arranged for a designated driver. He adhered to the principle of not drinking and driving. Although he felt that his enhanced physique had significantly improved his tolerance, he opted for caution to ensure that his promising future was not jeopardized by a reckless decision. Overall, the day had been immensely rewarding. The system had bestowed upon him over 10,000 in cash and a property. Through Lin Yi's introduction, Lin Yi had met a plethora of high-profile individuals he could only dream of associating with before. Though their relationship at present was limited to dining and fishing invitations, Lin Yi believed that as his capabilities continued to grow, so too would his connections, facilitating his ascent in life. After more than 30 minutes, the Range Rover arrived at his new home. After instructing the driver to wait, Lin Yi stepped into the elevator with the property documents in hand. The system had executed everything flawlessly. When Lin Yi returned from fishing, he found an envelope containing all the necessary documents, including the property deed and keys, resting in the passenger seat. Even upon entering this new community for the first time, the security guard greeted him with a salute. and the gate lifted automatically, having prepared a parking space for him, a level of service that was exceptionally attentive. "Hello, whom are you looking for?" As Lin Yi attempted to unlock the door with his key, he was taken aback when the door swung open to reveal a stunning face framed by damp hair. Marked with confusion, her soft, melodious voice exuded a neighborly charm. "This is my house. Who are you?" Lin Yi initially thought he had mistakenly approached the wrong door. Stepping back to confirm the number, indeed, it was 902 in Building 8. "Oh, you must be the new landlord. I'm the tenant here. The previous landlord just informed me this afternoon that the house was sold, and I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. How could I leave the landlord outside? Please come in." The realization of Lin Yi's identity prompted the woman to hurriedly invite him in, perhaps hoping to negotiate a lower rent. Once the door was fully opened, Lin Yi could appreciate her delicate features, a refined face, elegantly styled, with damp hair cascading around her oval visage. While she may not have matched Wang Yaqi's impressive height of 1.75 meters, she was nonetheless striking. Particularly notable were her long, slender legs clad in black stockings, which caught Lin Yi's gaze more than once. I just got home from work and haven't had a chance to change. I apologize for the appearance, landlord." Noticing Lin Yi's stare, the woman awkwardly adjusted her skirt. "Not at all. It's quite all right. Do you live here alone?" Feeling slightly embarrassed by the woman's probing question, Lin Yi quickly shifted the topic. "Of course not. Why would I rent a 3-bedroom apartment by myself? I live here with my sister. Oh, by the way, landlord, we do have a pet, but little 8 is very well behaved and doesn't cause any trouble. Aside from some minor wear on the furniture, the house is in perfect condition. Look, here's little 8. Isn't he adorable?" The woman retrieved a plump blue and white cat from beneath the sofa, cradling it for Lin Yi to see. Clearly, she was concerned that her ownership of a pet might displease Lin Yi and was eager to win his approval for her large cat, aptly named Little 8. The cat lay lazily in her arms, curiously regarding the unfamiliar face of Lin Yi. "Yes, it is very well behaved," Lin Yi nodded in agreement. A cat enthusiast himself, he scanned the well-kept apartment, noting no significant damages, and decided not to dwell on the issue of her pet ownership. "Thank you, landlord. Please feel free to look around. We've taken great care of the place. I'll go get you a glass of water." The woman set Little 8 down and hurried to fetch water for Lin Yi. Meanwhile, he took a moment to survey his new 3-bedroom, 2-living-room, 2-bathroom apartment before settling onto the sofa. The plump cat gracefully strolled over to Lin Yi's feet, affectionately nuzzling his leg before reclining, exposing its soft, white belly, as if to implore Lin Yi for a belly rub. How amusing, this little creature. Observing the cat's playful demeanor, Lin Yi found himself quite entertained and indulged in a few gentle strokes. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the door once more. Soon, a face nearly identical to the previous one appeared behind the door. Were it not for the fact that this visage sported dry hair and donned different attire, Lin Yi might have assumed it was the same woman returning with a flourish. "Who are you? How did you end up here? Are you my sister's boyfriend?" The woman gazed at Lin Yi with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. Wan, you're back? Don't speak nonsense. This is our new landlord, here to check the house," the first woman interjected, emerging from the kitchen with a plate of fruit, slightly embarrassed as she attempted to clarify her sister's ramblings. "Oh, so you are the landlord. You look so young and handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of my sister? If you two become a couple, will we be exempt from paying rent?" The woman, named Wan, was far more vivacious than her sister. Clacking in her high heels, she approached Lin Yi, wrapping her arm around his in a playful manner, her demeanor flirtatious, leaving Lin Yi feeling rather awkward. He hesitated, unsure whether to withdraw his arm, which seemed inappropriate, yet he felt reluctant to pull away. Wan, what are you doing? Stop saying such things and go change your clothes. Come out and have some fruit." The first woman chastised her sister with a mix of exasperation and mild anger. "All right, landlord, you take your time with my sister. I'll be out shortly," Wan responded, unfazed, flashing a bright smile at Lin Yi before sticking her tongue out at her sister and retreating to her room to change. "Forgive my sister. She has been spoiled since childhood and lacks decorum," the first woman apologized. "That's quite all right," Lin Yi replied, savoring the delightful sensation of her touch on his arm, unconcerned. "My name is Mushiwero. The one you just met is my sister, Mushiwa. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed?" "I am Lin Yi. By the way, what do you both do for a living?" Lin Yi inquired, wanting to familiarize himself with the tenants of his new property. "I'm a model, and my sister is a yoga instructor. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we are both respectable individuals and will certainly not disrupt your home." "My sister has never even had a boyfriend," Mushiwero hurriedly assured him, sensing any possible misunderstanding. I see," Lin Yi responded, furrowing his brow. Being a model can be quite a delicate matter. He had heard tales of individuals masquerading as models while engaging in less savory activities. How long have you two been living here? We have resided here for over 2 years. The previous landlord was a lovely lady who would visit every few months and was very pleased with how well we maintained the house, Mushiwero explained. That's good to know. Do you have any plans to move? Lin Yi hesitated before posing his question, acutely aware that he would soon graduate and would need to find accommodation post-school. Are you planning to reclaim the house? Please reconsider. We have lived here for over 2 years and have taken great care of the place. We've also accumulated quite a few belongings, and moving would be a hassle. Furthermore, our lease still has over 6 months left. The previous landlord assured us that selling the house would not affect our tenancy. Would you consider increasing the rent by just 100 a month? Upon hearing Lin Yi's intent to reclaim the property, Mushiwero grew anxious and quickly expressed her concerns. Moving is not a simple task, especially for women who tend to have more belongings. And during this sweltering June, are you really going to take the house back? Please don't. Moving is exhausting. Wanwan chimed in, having just emerged in a light silk nightgown, clearly having overheard her sister. She sat down next to Lin Yi again, wrapping her arms around him, presenting a suggestion that Lin Yi instinctively felt compelled to entertain. Living with such beautiful twin sisters was a dream for many men. Wanwan, you're speaking out of turn again. The landlord is a man. He might already have a girlfriend. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to live with 2 women. Mushiwero admonished her sister with a disapproving glance. Sigh, I can't help it. I will graduate next month and will no longer be able to stay at school. So I plan to live here. You two can stay for now. Perhaps by next month, circumstances will change. But if it truly comes to it, I will have to ask you to vacate, and I assure you that your deposit and any penalties will be returned. Lin Yi sighed, revealing his predicament. Although he appreciated the delightful sensation of their company, he remained acutely aware of his situation. A mere distraction, he vowed not to let it sway his resolve. Well, that's quite a predicament. Mushiwero struggled to find her words in response, momentarily at a loss. How about this? If you still don't have a girlfriend, why don't you move in with us? It would be more convenient for Wanwan since her work is downstairs. You know how yoga instructors often have to leave early and return late, Mushiwero suggested, her expression tightening with nervousness as if she had just formulated a plan. Yes, we could all live together. My sister can cook for you. She is an excellent cook. You could just deduct the cost of meals from the rent. Wanwan eagerly chimed in. Let us see how it goes. I should take my leave now. Lin Yi felt overwhelmed by the twin sisters' enthusiastic proposals and hurriedly stood to depart, fearing he might embarrass himself further. Handsome landlord, do come by again. My sister doesn't have a boyfriend. Wanwan playfully called out, winking as he exited. Will you rebel, you little rascal? What has gotten into you today? Lin Yi mused as he stepped out, chuckling at their playful banter while making his way to the elevator and into the car that had been waiting for him. As the Range Rover roared to life, heading towards Lin Yi's school, he suddenly realized it had started to pour outside. The torrential rain drummed against the windows and roof, creating a cacophony reminiscent of the Pearl River in full spate. Navigating through the rainy night, the vehicle glided smoothly along the road, as the late hour and downpour kept traffic light. Excuse me, driver, please stop at that bus station. As Lin Yi gazed through the car window, captivated by the enchanting rain, he suddenly spotted a familiar, solitary figure beneath the bus stop on the roadside. Urgently, he instructed the chauffeur to pull over. Is that really you? Upon lowering the window, Lin Yi's recognition intensified. She was indeed one of the classmates from their recent dinner. He recalled her vividly, often draping her delicate, porcelain-like arm around Wang Yaqi, which made it nearly impossible for him to overlook her commanding presence. Lin Yi, what brings you here? Exclaimed, her surprise evident as she recognized him. Perfect timing. Hop in quickly. You shouldn't get drenched in this downpour. With the rain pouring incessantly, Lin Yi had little time for pleasantries. He shifted slightly to the left, creating space for her to enter the vehicle without delay. What are you doing here all alone? He inquired as she settled in, hastily offering her some tissues to dry off. The minuscule bus shelter was utterly insufficient against such torrential rain, leaving Yu nearly soaked to the skin. This unfortunate circumstance only accentuated her alluring figure. Yu and Wang Yaqi embodied contrasting styles. Wang Yaqi exuded the aura of a tall, aloof goddess, while Yu, modestly built at just over 5 feet, possessed an adorable doll-like visage coupled with a captivatingly curvaceous physique. This distinctive charm held a unique allure that rivaled the impact of Wang Yaqi's more statuesque presence. Chapter 13. A chance encounter with Yu. With graduation looming just over 2 weeks away, I've been scouring the city for job opportunities. Yu explained while wiping the water from her clothes. Little did she realize that her movements had left her attire quite disheveled, and from Lin Yi's elevated vantage point, he was treated to an unintended yet mesmerizing view. Frustrated yet amused, he thought, how annoying. I haven't had my fill of Yaqi yet. I'll make sure to tell her about this later. Yu, perceptive enough to notice Lin Yi's unusual demeanor, playfully chided him, adjusting her neckline to conceal her exposed skin. Ha ha ha, my apologies. I happen to be returning to school as well. Let us share the ride. Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly, reluctantly averting his gaze. Thank you, but how come you have a car? It looks rather expensive, we remarked, intrigue evident in her tone. She was not genuinely upset. She had grown accustomed to the attention her figure attracted. Moreover, she harbored no ill feelings towards Lin Yi, even finding him quite likable. That night, his protective stance in front of their group against those boys from the sports department had instilled a sense of safety within her. We often pondered the possibility that if she had been the one he defended, perhaps they might have shared that moment together. Would she have welcomed it? Indeed, she would, if only graduation were not so imminent. Oh, it's not my car. It's a friend's. Lin Yi quickly deflected, unwilling to admit ownership. How could he maintain a facade of normalcy with his peers while navigating this fleeting chapter of life? Thinking swiftly, he claimed the vehicle belonged to the chauffeur, who had conveniently discarded his uniform, allowing for a seamless ruse. Right. You need the car tomorrow, don't you? I'll park it at your school. And you can return it after use. The chauffeur, well-versed in such arrangements, assured Lin Yi. The driver had smoothly orchestrated the logistics of why the car was at the school and why it was under Lin Yi's care, earning Lin Yi's silent admiration and a mental note to tip generously later. By the way, did Wang Yaqi share our news with you? Lin Yi deftly redirected the conversation, noting Yi's lack of suspicion. Of course, initially, she claimed nothing was amiss, but with the way she walked, it was clear something was up. We sent Zheng Mingjun to inquire with Wang Wan, and lo and behold, we learned everything. Yu giggled, covering her mouth in a mix of shyness and curiosity. Wait, she told you all that? Lin Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face turning crimson. What's the big deal? The girls' dormitory gossip can be just as revealing as yours. Yu teased. Not just about you and Wang Yaqi. But Zheng Mingjun also shared plenty about her escapades with Wang Wan. Seems like Wang Wan isn't as impressive as you, haha. Okay, then what about you? Haven't you shared anything about your boyfriend with them? Lin Yi inquired, somewhat amused by the playful banter. Men are like mangoes. They appear yellow on the outside, but are yellow within. Women are like eggs. They seem pure on the outside, but they're more beneath the surface. Lin Yi had heard this humorous adage before and was unfazed. With the atmosphere elevated, it would be a shame to let the moment slip by without furthering the conversation. Me? Oh, we've arrived at school. Let us save that for next time. Yu replied, winking and playfully patting her slightly swollen chest. All right then, Wang Gu. Please stop in front of that dormitory. Thanks, Lin Yi. Yu waved her phone as she stepped out and dashed towards the dorm entrance. During their ride, they had exchanged WeChat information, ensuring they wouldn't lose touch. Lin Yi smiled as the chauffeur drove him back to the underground parking lot of the comprehensive building. Before the driver departed, Lin Yi generously tipped him, considering it a small step towards broader benevolence. Upon returning to the dormitory alone, he was greeted by Wang Wan, who looked utterly astonished. What the heck? You little rascal. Where did you come from? I thought you weren't coming back today. In the dead of night, the sudden appearance of someone at the door would startle anyone. Where else would I go? I wonder who spent the night out and didn't he come back yesterday? Lin Yi retorted. What are you looking at so intently? No need to hide your study materials from me, he continued, peering at Wang Wan's screen. Wait, are you researching stock trading? Has the market surged? Lin Yi leaned closer, realizing that Wang Wan was indeed delving into the world of stock trading. As students of financial engineering, they were all familiar with the concept, though neither had ever engaged in actual trading despite having accounts for years. This was largely due to their professor, who, in an effort to enliven the course on foundational securities knowledge, had invested a substantial sum into the stock market. In order to effectively demonstrate the foundational knowledge of the securities market to Lin Yi and his peers, a practical approach combined with the textbook was employed. In the first half of the semester, the results were promising. The instructor was joyful, and Lin Yi and his companions were equally enthusiastic about learning. However, as the semester progressed into its latter half, the course became increasingly untenable. More often than not, it was Lin Yi and his friends who found themselves advising the teacher to refrain from further engagement, cautioning against placing undue faith in the so-called foundational knowledge of the securities market. The extent of the teacher's losses remained unknown to Lin Yi, but it was rumored that the instructor, who once drove an Audi to class, had downgraded to a Santana by the second semester. Under such a profoundly educational experience, how could Lin Yi and his companions dare to venture into stock trading? Yet, unbeknownst to them, Wang Wan had taken an interest in stocks. Oh, I have come to a resolution. I, Wang Wan, a well-educated and ambitious young man, why should I toil for those capitalists as a mere pawn, enduring their exploitation? I shall harness the knowledge acquired over these 4 years to dominate the stock market, maneuvering deftly to harvest the profits from those capitalists. My wayward son, have you not also failed to secure employment? Would you care to join me in this endeavor? Blood ties may be strong, but in battle, a father and son make for formidable allies. Let us become a legendary duo, stirring the tempest of capital. Chapter 14. The Lover's Lake on a Rainy Night. The stock market is fraught with peril. One must tread cautiously upon entering. With your meager monthly allowance, should you suffer losses? How would you afford a hotel room with Mingjun? Perhaps you ought to ponder this further. Enough of this conversation. I shall wash up and retire for the night. Observing the grave expression that crossed Wang Wen's face under his admonitions, Lin Yi chose not to elaborate further and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. There is a saying in later generations, encouraging stock trading leads to family ruin. Urging entry into the market invites calamity. This illustrates the treacherous nature of the stock market. Due to limitations in knowledge, temperament, information, capital, and the prevailing rules of the market, the overwhelming majority lack the capacity to profit from stock trading. They are merely seen as chaff and wallets by the savvy investors. How could Lin Yi, having lived 2 lives, be unaware of this? Thus, he approached the idea of entering the market with great caution, wishing to spare his brother from hasty decisions driven by fleeting impulses. That said, it was anticipated that by year's end, a lucrative bull market would emerge, presenting an opportunity to test the waters. The audacity of your unrestrained thoughts. Captured in the fleeting moment of pressing the shutter. Just as Lin Yi applied shower gel, his phone, resting nearby, began to ring. Hello, Lin Yi. What are you up to? It's quite noisy. Yi, I just returned to the dorm and am in the midst of my shower. What is up? Oh, nothing much. Just heard you. Shall we mention that she returned in your Land Rover? Could you take me for a spin? I yearn to feel the rain breeze. Sure. I'll be at your dorm in half an hour. Despite the cacophony of water, Lin Yi discerned an unusual tone in Wang Yiqi's voice, as though she bore some weighty concern, and thus he did not decline, readily acquiescing. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi hastily finished his shower and stepped out of the bathroom. Hurry, my wayward son. Embrace the love I bestow upon you to help you soar. Wang Wen exclaimed, you seem to have quite the busy schedule. I fear for your health. So I've prepared this cup of holy water for you. Aren't you touched? Upon opening the door, Lin Yi found Wang Wen holding a cup of goji berry tea, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Apparently, his conversation with Wang Yiqi had been overheard by Wang Wen. Get lost. I have no use for that, Lin Yi retorted. As for you, keeping such things on hand suggests you've been thoroughly exhausted by Mingjun. You ought to replenish your strength and practice moderation, lest you meet an untimely demise. Lin Yi jested, knowing full well that he had no need for such concoctions. Their unpalatable taste made them undesirable. Damn it, a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Tonight, I shan't leave the door open for you. Should Wang Yiqi send you packing, you can enjoy the night air outside. Amidst Wang Wen's banter, Lin Yi hastily departed the dormitory, making his way to the complex below to retrieve his Land Rover. However, before he could settle into the vehicle, a message popped up on WeChat. Yiqi has donned perfume, wearing a short skirt and black stockings. She's coming to find you, isn't she? Black stockings? Good heavens. Lin Yi grinned at Yuxiao's message. Rather than directly addressing her inquiry, he opted for a playful emoji in lieu of a response. Be careful, don't drive into a ditch. Yuxiao replied with a playful image of gunfire, and then ceased further communication. Only then did Lin Yi get into his vehicle. Soon arriving to pick up Wang Yiqi. Where shall we go to enjoy the breeze? Lin Yi inquired softly, glancing at Wang Yiqi in the passenger seat. Although, as Yuxiao had remarked, Wang Yiqi was indeed alluring in her enticing black stockings, a pleated short skirt resting above her knees, and a pristine white blouse. Complemented by her exquisite makeup and glossy lips, she appeared far more radiant than 2 days prior. Yet, Lin Yi could still discern a cloud of worry shadowing her features. Let us head to Lover's Lake. It sounds quite an intriguing place, and given the late hour, it should be deserted. Wang Yiqi grasped Lin Yi's hand resting on the armrest, her voice tinged with melancholy. All right. Lin Yi did not press further, lightly pressing the accelerator. And soon they arrived at the lakeside. Wang Yiqi made no mention of Lin Yi's vehicle, seemingly indifferent to it. Upon reaching the lakeshore, she promptly opened the car door and stepped out. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall. Lin Yi hurriedly opened the trunk to retrieve a large umbrella, hastening to Wang Yiqi's side to shield her from the rain. A fisherman's trunk would undoubtedly have an umbrella. Lin Yi wrapped his arm around Wang Yiqi's slender waist, strolling along the rain-kissed banks of Lover's Lake. Due to the late hour and the rain, the lakeside was devoid of any other souls. Under the dim glow of streetlights and through the pattering rain, the couple walked far beneath the black umbrella, having circled the lake twice in silence. Throughout those 2 laps, Wang Yiqi uttered not a single word. Observing this, Lin Yi remained equally quiet. merely accompanying her in serene silence. Let us return to the car. Perhaps wearied from walking, Wang Yiqi leaned against Lin Yi's shoulder and spoke softly. Okay. Lin Yi pressed a gentle kiss to Wang Yiqi's smooth forehead, embracing her as they made their way back to the front of the vehicle. Back seat. Wang Yiqi shot a reproachful glance at Lin Yi as he attempted to reclaim the driver's seat. Huh. All right, haha. Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly and then slid into the back seat of the Land Rover. The Range Rover, indeed, was an impressive vehicle, measuring over 5 meters in length, providing ample space in the back seat, especially after moving the front seats forward, creating an environment reminiscent of a modest $30 motel. Don't tear it. It would be inappropriate if they see it. Just take it all off. Crack a window. It's too stuffy. I can hardly breathe. Huh. Here in the wild. Open a window. Lin Yi was taken aback by Wang Yiqi's audacious request. You have quite the courage. I hadn't even considered that. It's fine. It's raining, and there's no one else around. In the misty rain and amidst the gentle sway of willows, beneath the dim street light, a lone Land Rover stood amidst the night wind and rain by the tranquil Lover's Lake. After a long while, the vehicle finally fell silent. Do you think I am some kind of promiscuous woman? Exhausted, Wang Yiqi lay on Lin Yi's chest, tracing circles on it with a languid hand, yet with unwavering resolve. She inquired. Chapter 15, Wang Yiqi. No, I've never thought that way. Lin Yi shifted slightly, not only due to a twinge of guilt regarding his response, but also because the two of them, drenched in sweat, pressed closely together, made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. The situation was intensely precarious. Even with the window open for ventilation and the air conditioning of the Land Rover set to maximum, the perspiration continued to pour down like a spring, no matter how often they wiped it away. In fleeting moments of thought, Lin Yi even worried that Wang Yiqi might succumb to dehydration. In truth, you are my second man. This declaration from Wang Yiqi caused Lin Yi's eyes to widen in disbelief. Yet, as if oblivious to Lin Yi's astonishment, Wang Yiqi continued her narrative. In my first year of high school, my parents divorced. I stayed with my mother while my younger brother went with my father. Perhaps it was due to the upheaval in my family and the absence of paternal affection that, despite being perceived as the obedient daughter by everyone, I fell in love early with our class monitor during my second year. Later, I enrolled at Nanda University while he attended Shidu. On the eve of my departure, he took my virginity and swore he would love me forever, promising to return to Nandu whenever he had the chance. Alas, men often speak more sweetly than they act. How many times did he actually come? 5 or 6. Eventually, he informed me that it was too far and that he didn't want to endure 4 years of separation. He even mentioned that he had found a new girlfriend in Shidu and urged me not to wait for him. Wang Yiqi recounted this with a dispassionate tone, as if she were recounting the tale of a stranger rather than her own. It was almost unsettling, as one would expect a more visceral reaction to such personal revelations. It was at this moment that Lin Yi realized that the seemingly aloof and goddess-like Wang Yiqi harbored such painful memories. Simultaneously, he could feel the hot tears cascading from his chest, a testament to the profound sorrow beneath her calm demeanor. Lin Yi raised his right hand and gently stroked Wang Yiqi's damp hair, yearning to offer comforting words but finding himself at a loss for what to say. Perhaps silence spoke volumes at this moment. Just a couple of days ago, my mother remarried, to a man only a few years older than me. For many years, she has been alone. As her daughter, how could I object to her finding companionship? But this man, he is merely a few years older than I am. And he comes from the nightlife scene. Yes, the so-called duck. Wang Yiqi's laughter was tinged with incredulity. How am I supposed to accept that? Was he truly pursuing a romance with my mother? At this juncture, Wang Yiqi's tone finally shifted, her body trembling slightly against Lin Yi as the tears streamed down more profusely. Clearly, the second upheaval in her family had inflicted an even greater wound than that of her first love. Lin Yi suddenly understood why Wang Yiqi had consumed so much alcohol that night, and why their intimacy had felt so natural. It turned out he had unwittingly taken advantage of her vulnerability. It will get better, Lin Yi murmured softly, still unsure how to console her, merely continuing to caress her hair. He was not a particularly eloquent person. Otherwise, he would not have met such an untimely demise at the hands of his wife in his past life. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his desire to empathize with Wang Yiqi in his own way. Everything is manageable. Life is fraught with disappointments, and I consider myself fortunate. Aside from these matters, most aspects of my life are still satisfactory. In contrast, Wang Yiqi appeared more liberated, perhaps having unburdened herself of the pent-up frustrations she had long carried. After using a couple of tissues to dry her tears, Wang Yiqi beamed at Lin Yi. Sitting up straight once more, let us indulge in the present. Come, let us continue. Are you coming back for more? Can you handle it? She teased playfully. Only a worn-out ox plows a field too much. It's been over 3 years. Shouldn't I make up for lost time? You act as if you're reluctant. Wang Yaqi playfully rolled her eyes at Lin Yi, sensing his shift in demeanor. As they prepared to disembark after having rested, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the tattered phone beneath Wang Yaqi's long, slender legs and stiletto heels, the device now rendered unusable. He felt a swell of frustration. "Oh, what a nuisance. I'll buy you a new one," Wang Yaqi stated, revealing the staggering amount of money she had just transferred. The sum of 10,000 was glaringly ostentatious. "Why are you giving me money? It's unnecessary. I can buy a new one myself," Lin Yi protested, bemused by the absurdity of it all. Considering it's a counterfeit phone, 10,000 could buy a bag in Huiqiangbai, he added, incredulous at the amount she had transferred. Realizing the magnitude of Wang Yaqi's financial capabilities. "Just accept it. As a finance major, when you start working, you'll need to make a good impression. Your phone and clothes must reflect that." Wang Yaqi's tone left no room for argument. "Refusing me will only upset me," she insisted. "My phone won't even turn on. What good is your transfer?" Lin Yi was taken aback by her assertive demeanor. This girl was wealthier than he had presumed, and her earlier generosity had left him astonished. "Did I not mention that I am from Nandu? Do you know Sherpai village? My family owns 7 buildings there. I'm not lacking in funds," Wang Yaqi chuckled, revealing yet another shocking detail that left Lin Yi reeling. 7 buildings. It made sense why she was so willing to part with such sums, and why she seemed indifferent to the Land Rover. With the kind of wealth that could easily afford a private jet, Lin Yi, previously confident in his modest fortune, now felt a sudden urge to apologize. "My sincerest apologies." "Sister," he laughed awkwardly. Let us go. It's raining. We might find a place to stay on the back street." Sleeping in this Land Rover is far from comfortable. Wang Yaqi clapped the car door, indicating her intent. The wealthy young lady showed no desire to return to the dormitory, displaying no disdain for the modest accommodations available on the back street. With her enthusiasm undiminished, it appeared that tonight would be another sleepless one. Thankfully, with graduation approaching and classes winding down, they had ample time for such escapades. Chapter 16. Do you live off women? Considering Wang Yaqi's health, Lin Yi took her for a proper breakfast early the next morning. Hand in hand, they made their way to the school cafeteria, where they ordered rice porridge, soybean milk, and steamed buns, enjoying their meal heartily. The taste of the cafeteria food could only be deemed mediocre, but the enjoyment of dining often hinges on the company. Does it not? "Hey Lin Yi, look at that person. What is he doing?" Lin Yi, who was gnawing on a particularly tough youtiao, glanced in the direction Wang Yaqi was pointing. There, he spotted a slender young man with a sallow complexion, dressed in somewhat clean but faded clothing, wandering among the rows of tables. He was rummaging through leftover food that had not yet been cleared away, placing relatively intact remnants into a plastic bag, quite an unusual sight. "Oh, that's Huang Yitsai, from the School of Electronics. He's quite well known around here. His family is extremely poor, so poor that his tuition is funded by student loans and borrowed money. Naturally, his living expenses are even more constrained, which is why he often frequents the cafeteria to scavenge for leftover meals," Lin Yi explained to Wang Yaqi with a tone of sympathy, observing Huang Yitsai's apathetic demeanor under the curious gazes of other students. "Really? Is that so? But doesn't our school have financial aid for impoverished students? Aren't there work-study programs? And if you have good grades, you can even receive scholarships. Surely, with all that combined, he could manage if he budgeted wisely," Wang Yaqi exclaimed, her face a picture of disbelief. It was evident that this was the first time she had heard of this individual. "Yes, the school does provide assistance, including financial aid and work-study arrangements. He is quite diligent, maintaining good grades and consistently receiving scholarships. However, I heard that his mother is gravely ill, and his elderly father can only tend to a few acres of land. As a result, he sends all his earnings from work-study, financial aid, and scholarships back home to help pay for his mother's medical treatment." "Oh, how terribly unfortunate," Wang Yaqi remarked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She no longer resembled the aloof goddess that usually kept people at arm's length, but rather resembled a sensitive and kind-hearted neighbor girl. "Perhaps I should help him. Maybe give him 10,000 yuan, she suggested. "Forget it. He wouldn't accept it. The school has organized fundraising efforts before, and even individuals have offered him money and goods, but he always refuses. He is quite stubborn, possessing a sort of integrity that makes him unwilling to accept handouts," Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. "I'm not sure if I should admire his principles or consider him inflexible. What can be done? He is truly pitiful," Wang Yaqi lamented. Lin Yi shook his head again. He was at a loss for how to help. In the shadows where sunlight did not reach, decay and filth were rampant, and countless individuals suffered in this world. Lin Yi recalled a time in middle school when an elderly man with exquisite handwriting would often appear on campus after meals, picking through discarded food left by students. There was also a village girl, poorly clothed with shoes that exposed her toes, whose younger brother was the principal of an elementary school. Yet she would walk several miles with a basket to gather firewood. There were too many stories to recount, and who could possibly address all such suffering? Even Lin Yi himself had recently faced days where his meals consisted solely of steamed buns and tap water. Perhaps I should establish a foundation for impoverished students and to reward outstanding teachers and students, he mused. Yes, that could work. It's truly a viable idea. There are those who, despite their own chaotic lives, cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. Perhaps it is a bit excessive to label them as saints, but kind-hearted is certainly fitting. Lin Yi had always felt a duty to assist those in need whenever he encountered someone in a dire situation. Phrases like "may there be countless mansions to shelter the cold and destitute," allowing all to rejoice, and when in poverty, one should uphold their integrity, when in prosperity, one should aid the world, often echoed in his mind. Yet, until recently, he had lacked the means to effect change, often finding himself teetering on the brink of financial instability. But now, with the system at his disposal, everything was different. Lin Yi pondered. While the system had granted him the opportunity to rise above, would it not be a narrow-minded use of that gift if it were solely for his own benefit? Why not leverage the changes brought about by the system to contribute something meaningful to society? For instance, providing additional support to genuinely impoverished students like Huang Yizai. I'll go buy him some food, Lin Yi declared, rising from his seat. He soon returned with a tray brimming with an assortment of food: steamed buns, dumplings, eggs, soybean milk, chicken legs, and more. What? How did you buy so much? Can you finish it all? Wang Yaqi exclaimed, momentarily startled at the sight of the overflowing tray. We want to eat it. It's for him. Come on. He is coming this way, Lin Yi replied, glancing toward Huang Yizai, who was approaching. Huang Yizai would only accept food that others had left behind. If Lin Yi offered it to him directly, he would likely refuse. After finishing breakfast, Wang Yaqi insisted on dragging Lin Yi to buy him a new phone. Not satisfied with the school's small shop, she insisted on going to the city. Reluctantly, Lin Yi allowed the affluent young lady to lead the way. In the end, Wang Yaqi spent 5,888 yuan on a trendy Nokia N8, which, although it wouldn't be officially launched in the country until October, was available due to the bustling market in Huiqiangbai. In September, the highly anticipated Kidney 4 would also be released, but Lin Yi had never been particularly fond of the Kidney series, often preferring the Mate series in his later years. Unfortunately, the Mate series had yet to make a significant impact at this time. The first flagship product, the Mate 7, wouldn't be available until the second half of 2014. Thus, Lin Yi was left with the Nokia N8, a phone he once coveted as a student but now regarded with indifference. As Wang Yaqi paid for the phone, the staff in the store cast envious glances, filled with a mix of understanding, admiration, jealousy, and desire. Both male and female employees were affected by the scene. The female staff envied Wang Yaqi's beauty and generosity, while the male staff envied Lin Yi for his apparent ease in navigating life as shortcuts. Let us go. I can't take it anymore, Lin Yi said, hastily pulling Wang Yaqi out of the store after activating the phone, eager to escape the prying eyes. What is the rush? Did you see your ex-girlfriend? She teased. Ex-girlfriend? No, I just couldn't stand the way they were looking at me, as if I were some kind of mooch. Goodness, if looks could kill, I would have been executed on the spot. He laughed. Then why don't you be my kept man? Don't worry, if I support you, you'll have no regrets, she joked. Get real. Let us go, it's time for fishing. Today, I'll take you to Baiwa Lake. Are you coming? Lin Yi's expression darkened. No way, of course, there is no loss in this. With Wang Yaqi's generous nature, coupled with her beauty, physique, and temperament, such a splendid girl could only be pursued through extraordinary means, not merely by the luck of one's ancestors. Had Wang Yaqi asked Lin Yi this few days prior, before he acquired the system, he would have readily agreed without a second thought. Even a moment's hesitation would be a sign of disrespect towards Wang Yaqi, the affluent heiress with legs that seemed to stretch on forever. But now, with the system at his disposal, who would dare to suggest being kept? Chapter 17, The Hope of the Foundation. After finishing a game of poker with Wang Yaqi, Lin Yi had already glimpsed today's daily task. Daily task 1. Catch 10 fish weighing over 10 pounds. Such hefty fish would likely be non-existent in the school's lover's lake. Thus Lin Yi had no choice but to take the unyielding Wang Yaqi on a trip to Baiwa Lake. An hour later, Lin Yi had set up his fishing gear by the lakeside. Wang Yaqi, with her torn stockings revealing her fair legs, had established her own cozy spot beside him. Under the sunshade, her seat was adorned with chilled beverages, a fruit platter, and assorted snacks, everything a fishing companion could desire. Baiwa Lake is a resort area, offering a plethora of facilities for those willing to spend. Yet, the finest fishing companion was undoubtedly the vibrant presence of Wang Yaqi. Sit tight for a moment, all right? Once I finish fishing, I'll take you out to play, Lin Yi remarked, giving her leg a playful pat. Sure, no problem. You focus on fishing, I'll be fine, she replied. With the picturesque scenery of Baihua Lake, accompanied by snacks and a gentle breeze, it was hardly a dull endeavor. Ah, look, butterflies. Perhaps due to her alluring fragrance, a few delicate yellow butterflies fluttered around Wang Yaqi, playfully dancing in her vicinity. Delighted, Wang Yaqi laughed, thoroughly enjoying her interaction with the butterflies. Beneath the blazing sun, beside the shimmering waters of Baihua Lake, a parasol, a fishing rod, 2 people, and a few butterflies painted a beautiful tableau of nature's elegance. Hey, I've got a bite. With the fishing master's enhanced success rate, Lin Yi's first catch was swiftly hooked. Upon sensing the commotion, Wang Yaqi abandoned her butterfly frolic, juggling her phone and a net. Uncertain whether to capture a photo or assist Lin Yi in landing the fish. Just take pictures, you don't need to help me net the fish. Be careful not to fall into the lake. Lin Yi chuckled, noticing her flustered state while he wrestled with the fish. However, this catch was far from the insignificant small fish of Lover's Lake. It felt substantial, likely around 10 pounds. Landing such a fish was no small feat. If it slipped away, that would be trivial, but if Wang Yaqi fell into the water, it would be a disaster, turning a beautiful girl into an unfortunate spectacle. Wang Yaqi, generally accommodating to Lin Yi in all matters except for spending, set aside the net, focusing intently on capturing Lin Yi's most dashing moments. It's coming up. Ha ha. It's a big head carp. Quite a size, at least 10 pounds. Yaqi, you're in for a treat tonight. After a spirited struggle, Lin Yi finally reeled in the hefty fish, its iconic large head surfacing first. Delightful. Tonight, we feast on its head, Wang Yaqi giggled, her camera clicking incessantly. After a moment, the large fish was finally dragged onto the shore, and the system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have caught a big head carp X1, weighing 62 kilograms. Earning 1,240 yuan, which can be withdrawn to your personal account. How amazing. This was the first time Wang Yaqi had witnessed Lin Yi catch such a sizable fish. And she was thrilled, jumping and clapping around him and the fish. The sight of her long, fair legs and her animated movements dazzled Lin Yi. Were it not for the ongoing daily task, he would have gladly dropped his fishing rod to take Wang Yaqi back to their car for a game of poker. With patience, Lin Yi settled back down, baited his hook, and cast his line again. Wang Yaqi, after taking enough photos and posting on social media, quieted down. Sitting in her special spot, occasionally offering Lin Yi a piece of watermelon or a sip of his drink. Although she didn't fully understand his passion for fishing, she found joy in accompanying him in this activity. In fact, she relished being with him, regardless of what he was doing. At times, she pondered whether she might be in love, but then dismissed the notion, believing their current relationship, one that allowed for closeness without overwhelming constraints, was perfect. Suddenly, as Wang Yaqi gazed at Lin Yi's silhouette with a contented smile, Lin Yi experienced another delightful tug on his line. This time, however, it was not the prolonged battle of before. With a swift lift of his rod, the catch emerged effortlessly from the water. Ha ha ha, Lin Yi, it's a turtle. Look at it. Wang Yaqi pointed at the turtle, its shell no larger than 2 palms, its neck elongated in a comical manner, while she covered her mouth, laughing heartily at Lin Yi's catch. Don't be ridiculous. You are the turtle here. Lin Yi shot her an exasperated glance. This wild turtle is a nourishing delicacy. Tonight, you shall witness its culinary benefits. Huh, we'll see about that. Just remember, if you're ever not up to par in the future, don't blame me for ruining you in front of other women. As the sun began its descent, painting the horizon with hues of crimson, Lin Yi finally completed his daily task. In addition to the nearly 20,000 yuan from the system's direct rewards, he also received an unexpected bonus. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the daily task, you have received a reward. Stock information, Kaiyun Pharmaceutical. This stock will experience a continuous rise for 10 days starting from the next trading day. This is serendipity, just when I needed a boost. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement at the new system reward. Though he had contemplated establishing a scholarship fund that morning, it had merely been an idea requiring much effort to realize. This newfound financial windfall could expedite its implementation significantly. While pondering the logistics of managing the fund, its usage, sources of financing, and personnel, Lin Yi was acutely aware that the most challenging aspect to resolve was indeed the funding itself. Establishing a scholarship fund was no trivial matter. It demanded far more than a mere few thousand yuan, even if it were to cover only his own school. Substantial capital, at least hundreds of thousands, was crucial for it to have any real impact. Despite Lin Yi's claims of a net worth in the millions, most of it was tied up in fixed assets, leaving him with a mere few thousand in cash flow. Thus, the concept of the foundation remained, for the time being, just that, a concept. However, the system now seems to possess a certain human-like intuition, swiftly paving the way for Lin Yi to establish the foundation he envisioned. Indeed, the The groundwork has been laid. Yet, the substantial funds required for the scholarship foundation must still be earned by Lin Yi through this very path. Chapter 18. Borrowing money from the wealthy young lady. Yaki, I wish to discuss a matter with you. After placing the most tender and succulent piece of fish head meat before Wang Yaki, Lin Yi remarked with a hint of flattery in his tone. His devious smile suggested he harbored ulterior motives. Speak, what is it? Is there anything we cannot discuss? Wang Yaki shot Lin Yi a glance of exasperation. Could you lend me some money? Ha ha ha. Just yesterday you looked as though you would rather starve than accept charity, and now you've had a change of heart? Are you feeling unwell? That is nonsense. I assure you, it's for a worthy cause. I'll repay you in 2 weeks. And you'll be in for a delightful surprise. Lin Yi's face flushed crimson, feeling the sting of embarrassment from Wang Yaki's remarks. Asking a girl for money was inherently awkward, especially given his previously stoic demeanor. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. Although the system provided him with stock information promising a 10-day surge, amassing the initial capital for the scholarship foundation in such a brief period required substantial principal. With his meager working capital, he had no choice but to turn to the affluent Wang Yaki. Given more time, Lin Yi would not need to approach Wang Yaki. He could easily mortgage his Land Rover and properties for a loan in the millions. However, as a student, securing a loan was challenging, and time was of the essence. He could not wait for the funds to be dispersed. Lin Yi was not concerned about repayment. With the system backing him, he felt unperturbed even in the face of a stock market crash. All right then, I won't tease you any longer. How much do you need? Seeing Lin Yi's serious demeanor, Wang Yaki suppressed her playful banter and inquired earnestly. To be honest, the more the better. But it ultimately depends on how much you are willing to lend me. Rest assured, I'll repay you in 2 weeks. If you're uneasy, I can offer my car as collateral. If I fail to repay, the car is yours. Your car? Isn't that the one you borrowed from you, shall we? Can I not be honest with you, shall we? She isn't you. With that, Lin Yi produced the vehicle's registration and title documents, placing them before Wang Yaki for her inspection. I find it hard to believe you Haven T considered transforming it into something more valuable. Her capital far exceeds mine. Not to mention, even I find myself envious. Wang Yaki refrained from examining the documents, instead steering the conversation toward you, shall we? That is absurd. Lin Yi felt embarrassed as Wang Yaki exposed his hidden thoughts. After all, to assert he had no feelings for you, shall we, would be an act of self-deception. Who could resist the allure of such youthful beauty? All right then, what about 1 million? This is nearly all of my liquid assets. Though my family owns 7 buildings. They belong to my family, not to me, and I do not collect the rent. This 1 million is my personal savings accumulated over the years. Oh, and there is also my dowry. Is that so? Is it not enough? If that is the case, I may have to worry you're planning to abscond with my money. Not at all. I'm merely astonished you possess such wealth. Lin Yi hastily clarified, aware that Wang Yaki was jesting. Every family has its struggles. Those who cannot provide love often believe that financial compensation can mend emotional deficits. Indeed. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. All right then, send me your bank account details, and I'll transfer the funds to you. Wang Yaki then pulled out her phone. Before long, Lin Yi's phone vibrated with a message. Your account ending in 9653 has received a deposit of 1,000,000 yuan on June 14th, leaving a balance of 1,056,753 yuan, paying in bank. Thank you. I will repay you in 2 weeks, and the promised surprise will surely not disappoint. As he gazed at the string of numbers on his screen, Lin Yi felt a surge of exhilaration. For someone of modest means, the impact of cash was often more profound than that of fixed assets such as cars or property. All right, I trust you. I cannot accompany you tonight. I suddenly feel unwell and wish to return to my dorm. What? What is wrong? Could it be? Yes. Wang Yaki shyly nodded at Lin Yi's knowing glance at her lower abdomen. Although they had grown intimately close, the fact that Lin Yi had acknowledged her menstrual cycle made her blush. Oh no. What about the tortoise soup I just drank? Ha ha ha, I don't care. Perhaps you should seek out you, shall we? Stop joking. I truly have nothing to do with her. I'm not joking. I know you're not involved with her. Just as I'm not involved with you, right? Ultimately, Wang Yaki chose to unconditionally trust Lin Yi, not examining the documents he had presented. Lin Yi, in turn, did not seek out you, shall we, but returned to his dormitory. Upon returning, Lin Yi discovered that Wang Wan, that rascal, was absent from the dormitory, likely spending the night with Zheng Mingjun. With a myriad of concerns on his mind, Lin Yi promptly opened his computer and logged into his stock trading account. After confirming that everything was in order and transactions could proceed, Lin Yi examined the stock of Kaiyun Pharmaceutical provided by the system. However, he did not delve deeply into analysis. After a brief glance, he closed his computer, choosing to place his complete trust in the system. With the system at his disposal, why should he fret? Then, Lin Yi picked up his phone and sent a message to Dean He Liangqing. Good evening, Lin Yi. Are you asleep? Not yet, young man. It's rare for you to reach out to me. What is on your mind? I'm relieved not to have disturbed your rest. I wanted to ask when you might be available for a meal as a token of appreciation for your efforts in organizing the fishing trip. Ha ha ha, no trouble at all. Tomorrow evening works perfectly. I know a great place. Excellent. Lin Yi set his phone down, releasing a long sigh. If he could persuade Lin Yi tomorrow, the scholarship foundation would be halfway to fruition. To accomplish tasks within the school, one must have capable internal allies. Otherwise, no matter how skilled one is, it is challenging to intervene in campus matters within the context of their country. Naturally, Lin Yi was the most suitable candidate for this role. If successful, it would bring considerable prestige, which Lin Yi would surely appreciate. Furthermore, he could leverage Lin Yi's influence to rally support from the prominent figures within the Air Force group. Such low investment, yet high-profile endeavors would surely pique their interest. Additionally, Lin Yi did not intend to spearhead this initiative in his own name, but rather in Wang Yaqi's. Thus, it was hoped that this would secure Wang Yaqi a spot for graduate school recommendations. Such a beautiful young woman should not be thrust into the harsh realities of society so soon. Wouldn't it be better for her to rest and flourish within the confines of academia? Chapter 19. I have a rather alluring swimsuit. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lin Yi exhaled a sigh of relief and was about to take a shower, his phone on the table chimed once more. Lin, you pervert. Did you tear Yaqi's stockings? Lin Yi picked up the phone, discovering it was Yu Xiaohui, the youthful and voluptuous girl. It was undoubtedly that Wang Yaqi had returned home, her fair legs exposed, and Yu Xiaohui had noticed the discrepancy from when she had left. Coming to tease Lin Yi. Haha, I slipped up for a moment. Who believes you? A slip-up? It's the stockings that slipped. And by the way, did you take Yaqi fishing at Baiwa Lake? You know about that too? Of course. Not only did I see it on your moments, but I also had Yaqi under interrogation. Right now, she is begging for mercy under the pressure from Meow Meow and me. Are you not feeling a twinge of sympathy? Ha ha ha. Be careful not to hurt her too badly. Alright, I'm off to shower. Biased. Take this fairy punch. Gazing at the adorable emoticon sent by Yu Xiaohui, Lin Yi chuckled softly, then set his phone down to grab his clothes for a bath. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was about to rise, his phone chimed again. I have a rather alluring swimsuit. I can bring it along next time we go to Baiwa Lake. Alright. I'll arrange for you next time. Who could resist such a proposition? Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile as he typed those 5 words. Since Wang Yaqi was entirely unconcerned with Yu Xiaohui's existence, and Yu Xiaohui was equally indifferent to Wang Yaqi's head start. What was the point of Lin Yi holding back? Life is fleeting. One should indulge in pleasures while they can. Life is but a few autumns. I shall not cease until intoxicated, my beauty to the east, the yellow river flowing to the west. Humming a melody, Lin Yi stepped into the bathroom, washing away his fatigue and the lingering fragrance of Wang Yaqi from his body. After a comfortable nap in the dormitory, Lin Yi was roused the next morning by his alarm, set for 9:10 a.m., as the market opened at 9:30. After refreshing himself, he glanced at the clock, which showed exactly 9:30. Without further ado, he began to make a significant investment in Kaiyun Pharmaceutical's stock. Kaiyun Pharmaceutical opened at 532 yuan today, with nearly 2 billion shares outstanding. In the grand scheme of the market, this was not a particularly large scale, calculated at the current price. It amounted to just over 100 billion. However, in the niche field of pharmaceuticals, it represented a substantial entity. For a stock of this magnitude, Lin Yi's investment of over 1 million was relatively modest. Excluding a reserve of 10,000 yuan for personal expenses, he poured nearly all his cash flow, 1.05 million yuan, into the investment. Yet, this injection only nudged the stock price to 534 yuan. As Lin Yi scrutinized the numbers, he briefly questioned whether the system was malfunctioning. Had he really just invested over 1 million, and the price only rose by 2 cents? But soon he lost interest, closing the computer and setting a reminder to sell in 2 weeks. Trust not the doubtful, doubt not the trusted. Such was his approach to the system. In 2 weeks, he anticipated a return of 2.73 million, and in the meantime, Lin Yi decided to refrain from worrying about it. 10 consecutive price surges were not merely a matter of the principal increasing by 100. With the power of compound interest, 10 price limits would yield approximately 26 times the investment, totaling 2.73 million. After shutting down his computer, Lin Yi grabbed his fishing tackle and stepped outside. Today's daily task refreshed as follows. Daily task 1. Catch 20 fish weighing less than 1 tael. Upon seeing today's task, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at the system's playful nature. Yesterday, he was required to catch 10 fish over 10 pounds, and today it demanded 20 fish under 1 tael. Would the system next require him to catch 10 whales or 10 river snails? Given the system's whimsical character, it was entirely plausible. Since he was tasked with catching small fish, There was no need to venture far. The school's lover's lake would suffice. However, this did not imply that small fish were easy to catch, especially those weighing less than one tael, which posed significant restrictions. Lin Yi employed his finest fishing line and hooks, only managing to complete this daily task by 4 in the afternoon. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Reward: Resilience, Beginner. Resilience, Beginner increases the durability of fishing rods and lines by 100. Wow, this buff is excellent. Lin Yi gazed at the freshly acquired reward, nearly bursting with joy. What is the greatest fear when fishing for large catches? Aside from empty hooks, it's the sinking realization that a fish was on the line, yet it escaped due to a faulty rod or line. Should that happen, even decades later, buried in the earth, he would still feel compelled to rise and chastise himself. However, with this buff, Lin Yi no longer feared breaking rods or lines when attempting to catch larger fish. Wait, this buff 1T actually lead me to catch a whale, will it? Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi returned to the dormitory, carrying his tackle box and today's catch. After showering and changing into more presentable attire, he felt refreshed as he headed downstairs to the comprehensive building. Climbing into his Land Rover and making his way to the pre-arranged dining location, he was reluctant to discard the day's catch. Though he had only caught small fish such as white strips, lipless fish, small grouper, and mudskippers, these small fish possessed a unique flavor. Cleaned and coated with flour before frying, their crispy and fragrant taste was simply exquisite. When cooked correctly, even the bones could be chewed and savored. Such delectable treats were seldom found in the city, where people favored larger fish. It was only someone like Lin Yi, who grew up in the countryside, accustomed to eating whatever was available, that could appreciate these delicacies others deemed scraps. As a delightful addition to tonight's meal, it would be perfect for Director He to sample. Following the navigation, Lin Yi drove for over half an hour until he finally arrived at the mountain villa location provided by Director He. Although this villa was not nestled against a lake like Baiwa Lake, boasting breathtaking scenery, it was situated at the foot of a locally renowned mountain. Through winding paths, with many twists and turns, lush forests conceal their verdancy, while the sounds of insects and frogs create a symphony. There's a unique charm here. Those of esteemed status certainly knew how to enjoy life, always finding such exquisite spots. Apologies, Director He, for being late. I'm truly sorry. There was some traffic on the way, and I appreciate your patience. By the time Lin Yi arrived, Director He had already settled into the private room, waiting for him, and there were only 2 people present. Director He was quite astute. Why would Lin Yi invite him for a meal? Surely, it wasn't he merely to express gratitude for organizing the fishing trip. There must be something more at hand. In such circumstances, it was naturally inappropriate for Lin Yi to bring anyone else along. For other students, it would be unimaginable to have the dean of a prestigious university's department consider such matters. But Lin Yi had somehow earned that distinction in Director He's eyes. Whether it was his own intuition or something else, Director He felt that Lin Yi was quite extraordinary, believing in possibilities rather than dismissing them. Director He was willing to cultivate a closer relationship with this junior. Director He, the reason I invited you to dinner, aside from expressing my gratitude for the effort you put into organizing the fishing trip, is that I have something else to discuss. Oh, there's no need for formality. Just speak freely. Then I shall respectfully accept your invitation. Yesterday morning, while having breakfast in the cafeteria, I spotted that infamous impoverished student from the Electronic Engineering College. Huang Yikai. Chapter 20. 5 million in tent funds. Little brother, your idea is splendid. After hearing Lin Yi's proposal to establish a scholarship fund, He Liangqing couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. There are many wealthy individuals in society, but those with the vision and ambition like our little brother are indeed rare. Without a doubt, I am the first to support this initiative. Therefore, I shall personally contribute 100,000 as the seed capital for this foundation. He Liangqing not only offered his verbal support, but also took immediate action, expressing his commitment to invest 100,000. With heartfelt gratitude for Dean He's vigorous support, the initial funds for the foundation now totaled 1 million. However, while 1 million may seem substantial, it is still insufficient to execute this endeavor effectively. The students pondered whether the esteemed executives in our group would also be inclined to generously contribute to assist impoverished students. As the leader of this initiative, Lin Yi naturally intended to contribute the largest sum. Thus, when discussing with Dean He declared his intention to invest 1 million. You make a valid point. Let us first gather a few well-connected executives to discuss this matter. They agreed, finalizing the scholarship fund's framework during their deliberations. He Liangqing, known for his high efficiency, promptly arranged a fishing outing with several executives from the Air Force Group, including Mr. Wang, Mr. Jin, Mr. Zhuang, and Mr. Xia, at Baiwa Lake, scheduled for the following day. The next afternoon, Lin Yi and his party returned to Baiwa Lake. With Lin Yi, the lucky star of the Air Force, present, each executive enjoyed a bountiful catch. Notably, Jean Herong, the group leader and self-proclaimed commander of the Air Force, landed a rare 12-pound fish, exuberantly kissing it in delight. Lin Yi, benefiting from a boost in resilience, managed to reel in a hefty fish weighing over 30 pounds, with its head alone weighing nearly 10 pounds. The prospect of making a spicy fish head dish from such a sizable catch was simply exquisite. The group, filled with excitement, returned home with great satisfaction, culminating in a lavish fish feast that evening. During the dinner, He Liangqing conveyed Lin Yi's vision for the scholarship fund, announcing plans to erect a statue at the school to commemorate the foundation and to invite media coverage for this initiative. Upon reflection, one might wonder why these executives would be willing to contribute. The answer often lies in the desire for recognition. Thus, it is essential to provide ample visibility for these benefactors to encourage their generosity. This is a wonderful idea. Helping others is the essence of joy. I, Old Jean, am the first to support this. I shall contribute 200,000. Indeed, I've long desired to engage in meaningful endeavors, yet I struggled to find the right avenue. I cannot trust many of the charitable organizations out there, but with Dean He and Brother Lin at the helm, I can rest assured. Without hesitation, I will also contribute 200,000. I will also contribute 200,000. I will rally more support in the group. I believe the executives here will be interested in this cause. The executives quickly rallied together, and soon an additional 1 million was raised, bringing the initial funding to 1 million. However, Mr. Jean felt it was still insufficient. He picked up his phone and began rallying support in the group chat. To benefit society and support the people, I pledge my contribution. The other executives were equally enthusiastic. Before long, the intended initial amount for the Scholarship Foundation surged to 5 million. This proved that when someone takes the lead in organizing and the required amount is not excessively large, many are willing to engage in such charitable acts that bolster their reputations. As a result, Lin Yi garnered greater prestige within the Air Force Group, accomplishing his first philanthropic endeavor since his rebirth. Although it remained in its infancy and required meticulous planning and execution to come to fruition, this promising beginning left Lin Yi immensely satisfied. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi also discussed with He Liangqing the prospect of spearheading the initiative under Wang Yaqi's name while seeking a research recommendation for her. Haha, little brother. You are truly a rare romantic, willing to spend lavishly just to bring a smile to your beloved, He Liangqing teased after processing Lin Yi's request. Lin Yi swiftly clarified. No, these are two separate matters. All right, this should not pose a problem. I will look into your girlfriend's information, and as long as there are no significant violations, securing a research recommendation should be straightforward. Also, please expedite the details for the scholarship fund in a few days. I will take you to meet the principal and the secretary. A fund of such magnitude cannot be managed by a single department alone. Moreover, this represents a considerable political achievement, and He Liangqing, being astute, would not be foolish enough to think he could handle it alone. Only when each key player stands to gain from this endeavor can it be successfully realized. After the dinner party concluded, Lin Yi sat in the car driven by a designated driver, heading toward the Crescent Pearl, the residential complex where he owned a property. However, Lin Yi now possessed more than one unit there. During the fishing trip at Baiwa Lake with the executives, Lin Yi had also completed his daily tasks, resulting in a system reward of an additional apartment. The new unit was located at Building 8, Room 903, right next door to his previously awarded Room 902. As a new property owner, Lin Yi felt compelled to visit. While in the car, he checked his stocks and discovered that for 2 consecutive days, Cayenne Pharmaceutical had hit the upper limit on the stock market. This revelation further reassured Lin Yi regarding the safety of the foundation's funds and Wang Yaqi's finances. The skilled designated driver maneuvered expertly, and in a slightly tipsy state, Lin Yi dozed off during the ride. Upon waking, he found himself at Crescent Pearl. After instructing the driver to wait, Lin Yi stepped into the elevator. Inside, he resumed monitoring his stocks, finding the vibrant red numbers increasingly delightful. Hey, landlord, what a coincidence. As the elevator briefly halted on the first floor, a tall, stunning girl with a youthful appearance entered. Initially, Lin Yi paid little attention, merely stealing glances at her long legs, which were only slightly less impressive than Wang Yaqi's, before returning to his stock analysis. However, a startled exclamation from the girl, coupled with her arm tightly wrapping around his, made Lin Yi recognize her immediately. It was none other than the younger sister from his twin tenants, named Mu Xiaowan. Oh, Sister Wan, what a coincidence. You gave me quite a scare. Since Lin Yi had yet to graduate from university, it felt entirely reasonable to address the twins as sister. In truth, It was quite challenging for Lin Yi to distinguish between the elder sister Mu Shuero and the younger Mu Shuowan based solely on appearance, as they were remarkably alike. However, the way Mu Shuowan casually wrapped her arm around him indicated her playful and lively nature, in stark contrast to her sister, who exuded a more gentle and refined demeanor. Hee, it seems you were so engrossed in your phone that you didn't notice me. By the way, landlord, you aren't here to collect rent, are you? Chapter 21. The fruit plate delivered at midnight. Initially taken aback by the unexpected encounter, Mu Shuowan quickly transitioned to a look of sheer terror as she observed Lin Yi's expression. The landlord, who should have been at school, suddenly appeared here. Aside from collecting rent, Mu Shuowan could scarcely conceive of any other reason for his presence. How did you know I was here to collect rent? Lin Yi observed the flustered expression on Mu Shuowan's face, finding it quite amusing. He decided to tease her further, withholding the fact that he was there to collect another property. Really, landlord? Are you truly so heartless? Are you really willing to let my sister and me end up homeless? She lamented. You refuse to move in with us, and you won't be my brother-in-law either. Boo-hoo. Mu Shuowan bit her lower lip, her eyes drooping, casting a pitiful glance at Lin Yi as if on the verge of tears. Ha ha. It's not that I don't want to be your brother-in-law, but rather your sister doesn't wish for me to be, Lin Yi replied with a smile, unfazed by Mu Shuowan's charms. Just then, the elevator arrived. Lin Yi retrieved his keys from his pocket and stepped out of the elevator with confidence. Landlord, you misunderstood. My sister is willing. Mu Shuowan exclaimed in a panic as she hurried to catch up with him, once more linking her arm with his and speaking eagerly. Oh, how do you know? Lin Yi, noticing Mu Shuowan's anxious demeanor, felt a surge of playful mischief and continued to tease her. We're sisters, what is there we cannot share? My sister told me herself that you were quite a nice person. She even said that marrying a landlord like you would be a splendid thing. Ha ha, very well. In light of your sister's flattering words, I shall postpone collecting rent from you today. Lin Yi chuckled heartily upon hearing Mu Shuowan's recounting of her sister's praise. He opened the door to apartment 903, delighted by the compliments that lifted his spirits. Wait, landlord, how are you opening that door? Mu Shuowan, her face lighting up with joy at the thought of not having to pay rent, was suddenly astonished to see Lin Yi opening the neighboring door. Is there a problem with me opening this door? This is also my property, he replied casually. What? This is also your property? Mu Shuowan's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling two round lychees. Indeed, if you do not vacate, I had no choice but to purchase another unit. Lin Yi smiled as he stepped inside. All right then, good night. Oh, and I am quite pleased with your sister as well. Next time we meet, feel free to call me brother-in-law. Sweet words may even earn you a rent reduction. He smirked playfully before entering his new abode. Humph, being wealthy is nothing impressive. You refuse to move and yet dare to call yourself my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Is that rent reduction for real? Mu Shuowan fumed, shaking her tiny fist at the now-closed door. Wan, what on earth are you shouting about? Who are you calling brother-in-law? At that moment, the door to apartment 902 opened, revealing Mu Shuyu, dressed in a luxurious silk nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure. Who else could it be? The landlord. Landlord? Has he come? Where is he? In there, Mu Shuowan pointed to the adjoining door, indicating that Lin Yi was inside. The landlord has purchased the neighboring apartment as well. What? But isn't he just an undergraduate? How could he possibly afford that? Mu Shuyu's face mirrored her sister's disbelief at the news. Who knows? Perhaps he comes from a wealthy family, unlike us, who must rely on our own efforts. By the way, sister, the landlord is quite a catch, and owning 2 apartments makes him even more appealing. Why not pursue him and make him my brother-in-law? Stop talking nonsense. You little scamp, hurry and come inside. Mu Shuyu blushed at her sister's words, pulling Mu Shuowan into the apartment. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, oblivious to being mistaken for a wealthy heir, was inspecting his new home. The new apartment was identical in layout to the one next door, featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. The only difference was that this unit was vacant and had evidently been unoccupied for some time. However, it was furnished with all essential items, including a cabinet stocked with several bottles of wine, suggesting that the previous owner had sold the property along with its furnishings. This convenience pleased Lin Yi greatly, as it meant he could spend the night here without needing to rush back to school. Having a place to call my own is truly wonderful. He poured himself a glass of red wine, reclined on the balcony lounge chair, and gazed at the dazzling night view of the city, marveling at the contrast between his current situation and his past life. In his previous existence, Lin Yi had struggled tirelessly to establish himself in the city, depleting the finances of 2 families and accruing significant debt in the process. This had contributed to the discord in his marriage, as there were always numerous conflicts between spouses. Yet in this life, he had already acquired 2 properties before even graduating. The stark difference left him in contemplative awe. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, a knock echoed through the apartment. Who could that be? He approached the door with curiosity, peering through the peephole. Could that be Mu Xueyu? He speculated, recognizing the enchanting figure clad in a wine-red silk nightgown, holding a platter of fruits. Hello, landlord. My sister mentioned that you moved in here, and while I have nothing substantial to offer, I prepared a fruit platter for you to enjoy. It was indeed Mu Xueyu. Her polite and gentle demeanor was unmistakably that of an older sister. Thank you. That's very thoughtful of you. Lin Yi felt touched by her kindness as he stepped aside to invite her into his home. He regarded it as a commendable gesture for a tenant to go to such lengths. Thank you. Mu Xueyu was taken aback by his invitation, but, unable to refuse such warm hospitality, graciously accepted and stepped inside. Wow, landlord, your apartment is stunning. Once inside, she exclaimed in wonder. This unit had been vacant for some time and appeared much more immaculate than apartment 902. The previous owner had clearly invested a great deal of effort into the decor, making it far more luxurious than the other unit. Hey, landlord, are you drinking alone? As she toured the apartment, Mu Xueyu made her way to the balcony and spotted the recently opened bottle of red wine. Indeed, just enjoying a quiet drink. This wine is delightful. Would you care for some? It would pair perfectly with your fruit platter. Sure. Chapter 22. Behind the door, Mu Xueyu. Mu Xueyu herself was unsure how she had agreed so readily. Now, faced with the half-filled glass of red wine placed before her, she found it difficult to back out. Cheers. Lin Yi raised his glass, clinking it against Mu Xueyu's slightly trembling one before downing the contents in a single gulp. Not wanting to appear timid, Mu Xueyu followed suit, taking a hearty swig of her wine. Not bad at all, Sister Ruo. Your tolerance for alcohol is impressive. Observing the blush that spread across Mu Xuero's cheeks, Lin Yi smiled and remarked, Oh, it's nothing. I can't drink much. Ha ha ha, you're being modest, Sister Ruo. Didn't you mention last time that you're a model? Indeed, I work at a modeling agency, primarily involved in auto shows and ceremonial events. I've also done a few commercials and hosted some events, she replied. Wow, Sister Ruo, you're quite impressive, juggling so many roles. Not at all compared to you. You haven't even graduated from university yet and already own 2 apartments. I've been working for several years and I'm still renting. Ha ha, it's just luck. You're kind-hearted and beautiful, so your good fortune will surely come one day. Hee hee, you certainly know how to flatter, landlord. You're tall, handsome, and should be quite popular with the girls at school, right? Not really. It's not as much as you think. What about you, Sister Ruo? A model should have no shortage of suitors. It depends on the individual. I'm not fond of casual relationships. My last boyfriend was from university, and he was my only one. Well, as for me, I can't say I've had a true girlfriend. Ha ha ha. What do you mean by a true girlfriend? Are the ones you have now not real? Oh, you students have all the fun. I feel ancient in comparison. Nonsense, Sister Ruo, you're still young. Perhaps it was the delightful wine, the sweetness of the fruits, or the intoxicating night of Nandu, but before they knew it, Mu Xuero and Lin Yi were engrossed in conversation. The bottle of potent red wine was swiftly emptied amidst their lively exchange. With Lin Yi's enhanced physical capabilities, he felt a slight dizziness after 2 rounds of drinks. Meanwhile, Mu Xuero, whose tolerance was already modest, was now quite tipsy. Oh dear, it's so late. I'm sorry, landlord, for taking up so much of your time. I should head back. After finishing her drink, Mu Xuero realized how much time had passed. She stood up, albeit a bit unsteadily, to bid farewell to Lin Yi. However, before Lin Yi, who was reclining on the lounge chair, could rise to see her off, Mu Xuero lost her balance and fell directly onto him. As a model, her figure was undoubtedly extraordinary. Coupled with the shortness of the lounge chair, Lin Yi was merely half reclined, and when the tall Mu Xuero toppled over, their faces met, resulting in an unexpected kiss that left Lin Yi momentarily bewildered. Yet, after a brief moment of confusion, he quickly regained his composure. Driven by the dual impulses of alcohol and primal instinct, he instinctively opened his mouth. Mu Xuero's pupils widened in surprise, and she instinctively tried to push herself up. But almost simultaneously, she felt a pair of strong arms encircle her tightly, like an iron band, leaving her unable to escape even the thought of it. The sensation in her mouth was wildly exhilarating. Before long, the initial surprise in Mu Xuero's wide eyes softened, becoming glazed with a dreamy allure. Her rigid body began to relax, and what started off as a tentative response quickly transformed into something fervent. It had been a while since she had experienced such intimacy, and to claim she hadn't thought about it would be disingenuous. The small lounge chair, initially intended for mere relaxation, was now bearing the weight of an unexpected storm. Neither of the 2 fervent individuals noticed that the door had not been securely closed. Behind the crack of the door, a pair of astonished and bashful eyes could be faintly seen. Ah, what is this? Mu Xuan gazed at the entangled couple on the balcony, first taken aback, then teasingly amused, finally rendered at a loss. She immediately regretted coming to check. Her sister was an adult, Why should she worry so much? Now, faced with the current scene, should she intervene or pretend she hadn't seen anything? Mu Xiaowan hesitated, caught in indecision. Upon returning home, Mu Xiaowan took a shower while her sister was in the kitchen preparing a fruit platter to send to the landlord. Initially, Mu Xiaowan thought little of it. After all, he was the landlord, and being cordial might lead to a reduction in next month's rent. However, after finishing her shower, applying a facial mask, and watching half an episode of a show, she realized her sister had not returned. Mu Xiaowan then ventured next door, intending to call her sister home. But before she could knock, strange sounds from within alerted her that something unusual was unfolding. Although Mu Xiaowan had never had a boyfriend, she wasn't naive enough to be unaware of what was happening. During her university years, she might not have learned much, but the theoretical knowledge gained during 4 years of dormitory late-night conversations was substantial. Peering through the barely ajar door, Mu Xiaowan was met with a scene on the balcony that made her cheeks flush crimson. Her sister was so proactive, it appeared consensual, so perhaps she should just let it be. After all, it had been 2 or 3 years since her sister had broken up with that scoundrel. A new relationship could do her good, especially since the landlord seemed decent. My sister used to boast about being more experienced than me. Now I can see she was just blowing smoke. Mu Xiaowan observed her sister in a state of blissful abandon, looking dazed and almost delirious, and ultimately chose not to push open the door to interrupt what seemed to be an inextricable bond. As for the landlord, it was indeed true that he looked slim in clothes, but had a well-built physique beneath. But wasn't he supposed to be only average? Why was there such a stark contrast? After casting a few more glances, Mu Xiaowan, her face still flushed, quietly returned to room 902. Her thoughts of unrestrained affection lingered in the fleeting moment as the shutter clicked. Just as the situation reached a fever pitch, Lin Yi's phone, which lay nearby, rang. He had no time to examine the caller ID and answered haphazardly. "Hello, who is this? Who is calling?" Lin Yi asked, panting and sounding somewhat impatient. "It's me, Wang Yaqi. You haven't contacted me for 2 days. Have you run off with my money? Wait, what's that noise on your end? Oh, but Xiaowei is in the dorm, so who are you with? Forget it, I won't bother you. Call me back when you have time." In just a few seconds, the perceptive Wang Yaqi detected the unmistakable sounds of intimacy on the other end of the line. Without granting Lin Yi a chance to respond, she hung up. "What is going on, Yaqi? What do you mean you're in the dorm?" Xiaowei, who was reclining with her headphones on, curiously inquired after catching her name mentioned. "Nothing. You must have misheard," Wang Yaqi replied with a smile, dismissing the matter. She then lifted her long, fair legs and climbed onto the bed. "That ungrateful scoundrel has really gone to find someone else. Is having me and Xiaowei not enough for him? Just wait, I'll show him." Chapter 23, No Need to Pay Rent. In Wang Yaqi's mind, the night Lin Yi returned with Xiaowei, something surely transpired between them. After all, Xiaowei's allure made even her feel inferior and envious. She couldn't believe Lin Yi could resist such temptation. However, upon realizing that Lin Yi and Xiaowei had developed a relationship, she surprisingly felt little anger, her momentary gloom dissipating almost instantly. This was partly due to their long-standing friendship. She believed good fortune should remain within their circle. Moreover, Wang Yaqi had never considered her connection with Lin Yi to be that of a true romantic relationship. Originally, Wang Yaqi believed that even if Lin Yi had other women besides Xiaowei, she would be able to accept it with equanimity. However, it appears she has overestimated her own composure. Once my period is over, I shall show you." Wang Yaqi clenched her small fist and inscribed Lin Yi's name in her mental notebook. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." After an intense bout of activity, a copious amount of sweat was expelled, and the alcohol within their bodies was significantly reduced, leading both of them to a clearer state of mind. This compelled them to confront the current predicament. You can get up first, can't you?" "Oh right, my apologies." It was only upon Mu Xiuero's gentle reminder that Lin Yi realized he was still atop her delicate form and hurriedly stood up. Put on your clothes." Before Lin Yi could utter another word, he noticed Mu Xiuero covering her eyes and pointing to the garments nearby, signaling him to dress promptly. In his fluster, Lin Yi recognized how utterly inconsiderate he had been in his leisurely demeanor. After a bit of commotion, he finally donned his rather inexpensive shorts, while Mu Xiuero adorned herself in her silk nightgown. "I'm really sorry." Lin Yi once again took the initiative to apologize. "It's all right. It was mutual. We are both adults, and there's no need for apologies," Mu Xiuero replied softly, her gaze cast downward. This calm and indifferent attitude left Lin Yi at a loss for words. For a moment, silence enveloped the balcony, broken only by the distant chorus of insects and frogs, and the gentle tinkling of wind chimes swaying in the night breeze. "You wouldn't want me to be your girlfriend, would you?" Just as Lin Yi was about to break the silence, Mu Xiuero spoke up, presenting him with a rather challenging question. "I'm sorry. I truly haven't contemplated finding a girlfriend. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Yi decided to be forthright with Mushiwero. He was indeed unprepared to seek a serious relationship, including with Wang Yaqi, who was well aware and accepting of this fact. It's fine. I had already guessed as much. Upon hearing Lin Yi's response, Mushiwero offered a bittersweet smile, a flicker of disappointment evident in her eyes. I'll take my leave now. I apologize for intruding for so long. With that, Mushiwero rose to her feet and stepped forward. However, before she could fully proceed, discomfort gripped her, causing her brow to furrow and her back to hunch in pain. She wavered unsteadily, on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Lin Yi's enhanced physique allowed him to spring forward and catch her, preventing a painful encounter with the unforgiving floor. You should rest a moment before heading back. In your current state, your sister might become suspicious. Lin Yi, holding her familiar, fragrant, and delicate body, spoke with concern. He was genuinely worried about Mushiwero's well-being. Not only for fear of how she would appear to Mushiwan, but also due to his genuine concern for her health. Though their relationship was ambiguous, Lin Yi felt a sense of responsibility now that they had crossed that line, akin to his concern for Wang Yaqi's exam preparations. I'm fine. I just haven't adjusted after such a long absence. Let me rest for a bit, and I'll return once I feel better. Mushiwero attempted to muster the resolve to leave, but upon witnessing Lin Yi's tender gaze, she ultimately acquiesced, nodding in agreement. Before long, they settled back onto the lounge chair. Unbeknownst to them, at some point, Mushiwero's hand had intertwined with Lin Yi's, her head resting gently against his shoulder. From now on, you need not worry about rent. You can stay indefinitely. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. I shall assist in any way I can. Tenderly caressing Mushiwero's delicate hand and resting his chin against her smooth forehead, Lin Yi spoke softly. Are you essentially supporting me? Mushiwero tilted her head, glancing at Lin Yi as she inquired. You may think what you will, it bears no detriment to you. Moreover, I shall not interfere in your private life. Once you have a boyfriend, simply let me know. MHM. After a few moments of silence, during which Lin Yi feared Mushiwero might be upset, he finally sensed her nodding against his shoulder. Her gentle, melodious voice reached his ears. Thank you. Lin Yi squeezed her delicate hand and pressed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Upon this kiss, Mushiwero lifted her head, her lips slightly parted, her eyes reflecting a mix of longing and desire as they gazed at Lin Yi. Having experienced life in two worlds, Lin Yi understood all too well. Lowering his gaze to the familiar scene that had enraptured him moments ago, the night breeze suddenly intensified. The wind chimes on the balcony clashed against one another, creating a harmonious melody. The delightful sound was so penetrating that even Mushiwan, lying a wall away and attempting to muffle her ears beneath the covers, could not escape its intrusion. Oh no, how am I supposed to go to work tomorrow? Are you two ever going to stop? What is the point of consuming so much and maintaining such vitality? After numerous futile attempts to shut out the sound, Mushiwan surrendered. She threw off the covers, revealing her flushed cheeks and disheveled hair, and lamented in despair. Right, I'll fetch the winter quilt. It's thicker and should block out the noise. Without hesitation, she climbed out of bed, rummaging through the cabinet to retrieve a heavy winter comforter, cranked the air conditioning to its maximum, and enveloped herself entirely within the quilt, leaving no gap. Still no good. This incessant noise is like a relentless chant drilling into my brain. What am I to do? Moments later, she threw aside the covers and sat alone on her bed, casting a forlorn gaze at the wall that separated rooms 902 and 903. Perhaps I should knock and remind them to keep it down? Yes, I shall knock to remind them to lower their voices. Mushiwan reassured herself and approached the door of room 903. Peering through the slightly ajar door, she beheld the familiar and tantalizing scene on the balcony that made her cheeks flush. She raised her hand, almost ready to knock, but at the last moment, her fair, delicate fingers halted. Isn't this rather unethical? I wouldn't want to startle the landlord. Never mind. I suppose I'll stay awake until you're done. Leaning against the door, she peered through the crack, her legs tightly crossed. Chapter 24, Daily Task, Luring the Clearing Agent. Hey, driver, are you still using the car? If not, I could leave now. I can't just keep waiting indefinitely, can I? After an undetermined period, Lin Yi was once again jolted awake by the phone. Upon answering, a voice tinged with mild irritation reminded him that the designated driver was still waiting for him in the parking lot. Goodness, he had completely forgotten. The phone call also startled Mushiwero, who had unknowingly dozed off atop Lin Yi. What's wrong? Is something happening? Mushiwero lifted her head and, with a weary voice, inquired of Lin Yi. It's nothing. I left the designated driver downstairs. I shall retrieve the car keys at once. Lin Yi gently patted Mushiwero, signaling her to rise and put on her clothes. Okay, I'm so sorry. It was only then that Mushiwero realized they were both quite exposed. her already flushed cheeks turning an even deeper shade of crimson as she hurriedly stood up, grasping her silk nightgown to shield her modesty. Huh, what is there to be shy about? Just stay here for a moment. I'll be back after going downstairs. Lin Yi teased, observing the bashful Mushuero with a playful smile. After quickly dressing, he made his way through the living room and opened the door. Hey, the door isn't locked? What the who is that? One. What are you doing here? Upon opening the door, Lin Yi was startled to see a flurry of pink tumble in, causing him to retreat a couple of steps. It soon became clear that the pink intruder was none other than a person, judging by the pink silk nightgown she wore. It was undoubtedly Mushuo. This garment was similar in style to the one Mushuo had on, save for the difference in color. Lin Yi had seen Mushuo wear it before. The two sisters were twins, sharing many possessions, including this silk nightgown. Meanwhile, Mushuo, hearing Lin Yi's startled exclamation from the balcony where she was dressing, hurried over, equally astonished. Is that really Wan? What is wrong? Strangely, Mushuo remained sprawled on the floor, motionless, as if she had fainted from embarrassment after her tumble. This sight filled Mushuo with concern, and she squatted down, attempting to turn her sister over to check on her. However, after a night of commotion combined with panic, she found herself too fatigued to muster any strength. She is fine. She is probably just too shy to face me. I'll head downstairs now. You help her up when I return. Initially worried, Lin Yi soon deduced the truth, noticing the faint tremor in Mushuo's shoulder. It was clear she had been eavesdropping on him and her sister, and had inadvertently dozed off, caught red-handed in a moment of embarrassment. Sis, I can't face anyone now. Lin Yi heard Mushuo's piercing wail just as the elevator doors closed. What is so captivating? She might as well join us inside. A smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips as he retrieved a stack of cash from his wallet and quickly exited the elevator. My apologies, dear driver. I got so caught up in my busyness that I completely forgot about you. Please, accept this tip. Sis, I can't face anyone. What should I do? Just let me die. Mushuo lay on the bed, burying her head in the blankets, ignoring Mushuero's calls to turn over. It's not a big deal. I didn't mind you seeing me, so why should you be so embarrassed? Hurry up and get up. Do you still have work to go to today? With her cheeks still slightly flushed, Mushuo playfully patted her sister's rear, eliciting a ripple of laughter. If anyone should feel shy, it was Mushuo herself. Her outrageous antics with Lin Yi had been witnessed by her own sister. How could Mushuo feel more aggrieved than she did for merely stealing a glance? By the way, where could Lin Yi be now? With this thought, Mushuo took out her phone and sent him a message. Have you arrived at school? Not yet. I'll return to the school tonight. For now, I'm going fishing. Oh, okay. When will you come back here? I'll definitely return once more tomorrow or the day after. All right. As she gazed at the chat interface, a smile unconsciously graced Mushuo's lips. Suddenly, she felt a hand swiftly press against her cheek. Look at you. Just separated and already asking when he'll return. Your face is as red and hot as a monkey's bottom. You're done for. You've tasted the sweetness and fallen in love. Mushuo exclaimed, playfully rubbing Mushuo's flushed cheeks. How dare you eavesdrop on my conversation? I'll get back at you for this. You're hiding a man from me, so I'll fight back. The two beautiful twin sisters playfully wrestled, filling the room with laughter and youthful exuberance. First, they needed to complete their daily tasks, and then that evening, Lin Yi would meet Wang Yaqi. Tomorrow was the weekend. What should they do? Perhaps take Wang Yaqi out for some fun? But what about Mushuo? Alas, time was of the essence. With an additional woman in the mix, there were more matters to manage, and Lin Yi needed to carefully plan his schedule. However, that was a concern for later. The immediate priority was to fulfill today's daily tasks. Today's daily task was quite intriguing. Task 1. Catch 20 catfish. The system certainly had a playful spirit, always concocting new challenges. But since it was a system requirement, Lin Yi had no choice but to comply. Thus, he drove around in search of suitable spots for fishing catfish. The catfish, known scientifically as the leopard-spotted catfish, was previously non-existent in the country and had been introduced from South America as an invasive species. It was said to have been purchased as an ornamental fish, but somehow it had escaped into the wild. This fish was anything but benign. With its tenacious vitality and voracious appetite, it consumed not only leftover bait and debris but also aquatic vegetation, fish larvae, and even smaller fish, posing a significant threat to native fish populations. Unfortunately, this fish had no natural predators in the country, and due to its unpalatable flesh, it was largely disregarded by humans, leading to its rampant proliferation. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Yi would discard any catfish he caught onto the hard ground to allow it to perish under the sun or be crushed. Surprisingly, today, the system had assigned him the task of catching catfish. These harmful invasive species were absent from the school's Lover's Lake, being more prevalent in the wild rivers. Thus, Lin Yi followed the map in search of an appropriate river. This looks like a good spot. There should be plenty of catfish here. He parked his Land Rover beside a shallow creek with murky water and retrieved his fishing gear from the trunk, setting up by the banks. Chapter 25, Hidden Achievement. Removing harm for the people. First, he prepared the fishing area, then baited the hook, and finally cast his line. It was interesting that during his time in this new world, he had often been accompanied while fishing. Today, however, was a rare instance of solitude. It felt nice. The life of a fisherman was inherently solitary. Throughout history, sages have often been alone, leaving behind their names solely as fishermen. Today, Lin Yi embraced the role of a solitary angler, contributing to society by eliminating 20 catfish. With a 100 increase in catch rate from his fishing mastery buff, it wasn't too long before he hooked his first fish of the day. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have caught a yellow-bone fish X1, weighing 100 grams, earning 20 yuan, which can be withdrawn to your personal account. Oh ho, a yellow-bone fish? Not bad at all. Perfect for soup. The catch was a yellow-bone fish, resembling a catfish in shape but distinct in color and far superior in taste. Although it was not the target fish, it was a rare delicacy. Moreover, the two-tail yellow-bone fish also brought Lin Yi a profit of 20 yuan, which made him quite pleased to accept it. Tap, tap. Is it raining? Haha, just perfect. Let us indulge in some fishing in the rain. As soon as the yellow-bone fish was secured in the net, a few raindrops fell upon Lin Yi and his tackle box. However, rather than feeling discontent, Lin Yi found the experience quite amusing. He stood up, retrieved an umbrella and its stand from the trunk, and in no time at all, had it set up. A fisherman's trunk may lack many things, but it certainly does not skimp on a variety of fishing gear. Indeed, a fisherman's trunk must be spacious. Otherwise, it cannot accommodate all the necessary equipment for fishing. Let us get started. Lin Yi reattached the bait, pulling the fishing line taut until the rod formed a gentle arc. Then, releasing his grip, the hook sprang forth with a flick, plunging into the water nearby and sending ripples cascading outward. The scene was fluid and graceful, executed in one seamless motion. Beneath the misty drizzle, beside the winding stream, there was a car, a person, a rod, and an umbrella, a picturesque moment indeed. Before long, after catching another white-striped fish weighing over 2 tails, Lin Yi finally hooked his first target fish. The instant the float dipped almost entirely beneath the water, Lin Yi yanked the rod sharply. He beheld a fish over 20 centimeters long and as thick as 3 fingers. Its sleek black body adorned with broad dorsal and ventral fins, resembling a creature clad in armor, as it was pulled from the depths. It was none other than that pesky catfish. This catfish possessed remarkable stamina, thrashing vigorously upon surfacing, attempting to wriggle free of the hook or snap the line in a bid for liberation. Yet, bolstered by the buff of resilience, beginner level, which enhanced the toughness of both rod and line by 100, the catfish's thrashing proved utterly futile. After unhooking the catfish, Lin Yi did not release it into the net, but rather flung it onto the road behind him with a hefty toss. The unfortunate creature met a grim fate, flopping a few times before succumbing to silence. Such invasive species, harmful to the environment, deserve to be eradicated. 20 catfish is no trivial matter, especially since he had also caught numerous non-target fish throughout the day. Thus, it wasn't until the sun was nearing its descent that Lin Yi completed his daily tasks. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your daily task. Reward, self-selection, not fully unlocked. Self-selection, not fully unlocked. You may freely choose the type of fish to catch without affecting the probability of a catch. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving a hidden accomplishment, eradicating harm for the people. Reward, 10 attribute points. Oh, what a delightful surprise. Lin Yi beamed at the 2 rewards he had received for completing his daily task, grinning from ear to ear. While the first reward seemed of little use, one could never have too many skills. Surely there would come a time when it would prove beneficial. The second reward, however, was splendid, an unexpected gift of 10 attribute points, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. Lin Yi promptly accessed his attribute panel and efficiently allocated 5 points to strength, 3 to agility, and 2 to intelligence. Thus, his attributes received a considerable boost. Name, Lin Yi. Age, 22 years. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 22. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 17. Goodness, double the strength of an ordinary person. It truly is formidable. This should certainly make Wang Yaqi squirm. Look how good I am to you. Knowing you might not handle it well, I even found you a companion. As Lin Yi admired his refreshed attribute panel, he couldn't help but express his admiration. Aside from these 2 gains, the rest were rather mundane. There weren't any sizable fish in the stream today, and Lin Yi had earned less than 1,000 yuan. However, another delightful surprise awaited him. After the rain ceased, A splendid rainbow arched across the horizon. Lin Yi hurriedly snapped a photo, sending it to Wang Yaqi and Mu Shuero. Even Yu Xiaowei received a shot. The responses from the three were quite entertaining. Wang Yaqi remarked, "Humph. Are you coming back tonight? Don't think I want to notice if you're out with someone else." Mu Shuero replied, "It's raining. Be careful. I almost called you when it started, but didn't want to disturb your fishing." Yu Xiaowei chimed in, "You old rascal, you had your fun last night. Didn't you? Why so loud? I could hear Yaqi on the phone, and it kept me awake. I'll get you for this. Wait for me at the dorm entrance half an hour later. I'll take you for fish soup to warm you up." This was his reply to Wang Yaqi. "Thanks. I'll be careful. You too. Do you like fish? If you do, I'll bring some back to cook for you." This was to Mu Shuero. "Ha ha. Can't sleep, huh? Next time, don't hold back. Come find me, and I'll guarantee you'll fall asleep quickly." This was to Yu Xiaowei. After replying to the three, Lin Yi packed up his fishing gear and drove off in his Land Rover towards the university. The roar of the engine crushed several catfish unfortunate enough to be in its path into a pulp. There was no need to worry about environmental pollution. In the post-rain rejuvenation of nature, they would serve as excellent nutrients. Under Lin Yi's adept control, the Land Rover arrived precisely beneath Wang Yaqi's dormitory within half an hour. Dressed in a striking OL outfit, Wang Yaqi emerged from the dormitory, her high heels clicking rhythmically on the pavement. Perhaps after that night by Lover's Lake, she had realized Lin Yi's fondness for stockings. Today, she wore a brand new pair that appeared exquisitely smooth and had a delightful texture. Under the glow of the streetlights, her professional attire, black stockings, and heels accentuated her allure, making her the epitome of a charming, confident woman, captivating Lin Yi's attention entirely. Wang Yaqi, amidst the envious, jealous, curious, and disdainful gazes of other girls, settled into the passenger seat of the Land Rover. Chapter 26. The fruits of labor are best enjoyed by oneself. Focus on driving. Wang Yaqi shot Lin Yi a sidelong glance as he stole a few glances at her, pouting in mock anger. Hee. Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly, caught off guard. He hadn't intended to stare, but how could he resist when Wang Yaqi looked so stunning today? With her OL ensemble, black stockings, and alluring demeanor. What man could possibly remain indifferent? This reminded Lin Yi that the torn stockings he had left in the armrest compartment still needed to be cleared away. "Are you mad at me?" After a brief pause, Lin Yi inquired. He didn't specify what he meant, but he trusted that the astute Wang Yaqi would understand. "No, just a bit moody, but I'm almost over it," she replied candidly, not shying away from expressing her feelings. "Since we don't have any significant relationship, and you give me the impression of someone I can't handle, then perhaps it's best we maintain this carefree relationship, avoiding any future frustrations stemming from your affairs." "Ha ha ha, it's great that you think that way. Here we are, let's south eat at this place. I informed the restaurant to prepare fish soup before picking you up, so it should be ready shortly. This is the fish I caught myself." As they conversed, the car pulled into the side street. Lin Yi parked the car, and then turned slightly to lovingly unbuckle Wang Yaqi's seatbelt. Before retracting, he swiftly planted a kiss on her rosy, lustrous lips, eliciting a series of playful eye rolls from her. "Here, enjoy the steaming fish soup. It will replenish your lost vitality. Drink it while it's hot." In the cozy private room of the restaurant, Lin Yi ladled a bowl of fish soup and placed it in front of Wang Yaqi. "Thank you." Upon witnessing Lin Yi's thoughtful gesture, Wang Yaqi's previously sour demeanor softened considerably, and she offered him a warm smile. Yet, she found herself perplexed about her own feelings. Ever since last night, she had been repeatedly telling herself to disregard Lin Yi's personal life, asserting that they were not connected in any meaningful way. Initially, she believed she would swiftly move past the events of the previous night without any lingering effects. After all, Lin Yi was involved with Yu Xiaowei, and she hadn't felt particularly affected by that. However, nearly a whole day had passed, and until the moment she saw Lin Yi, she had been feeling quite uncomfortable and out of sorts, as if something precious had been taken from her by someone else. But why didn't she feel the same way about Yu Xiaowei? Was it merely because Yu Xiaowei was her roommate, her close friend, leading her to accept the situation as a matter of course? Wang Yaqi found herself unable to comprehend the answer. Yet, all those gloomy thoughts dissipated upon witnessing Lin Yi's tender demeanor towards her. This realization made Wang Yaqi reflect. She truly was easily satisfied. "Drink your soup. I have something to discuss with you." Noticing Wang Yaqi's improved spirits, Lin Yi felt relieved and decided to seize the moment to address more serious matters. "A couple of days ago, I spoke with Dean He about establishing a scholarship fund specifically aimed at assisting students like Huang Yitsai, who are in extreme financial hardship, enabling them to complete their education. The 1 million you lent me will be allocated to this cause, but rest assured, I will return it to you as promised. It is merely a short-term arrangement." As Lin Yi spoke about the scholarship fund, he watched Wang Yaqi savor her soup, his tone calm and unhurried. "What? Such a significant undertaking, and you managed to do it so quietly?" The gravity of Lin Yi's words left Wang Yaqi utterly astonished, momentarily causing her to forget about her soup. It's not such a big deal, and it's not finalized yet. It's merely a draft. There is still much to be done, and we're missing a crucial figure. Oh, who is it? You. Lin Yi pointed at Wang Yaqi. Me? Wang Yaqi mirrored his gesture, her face a canvas of disbelief. Yes, it's you. I'll provide the ideas, the funding, and the plan. And I will also be personally involved in the subsequent implementation. However, I would like you to take on the role of the nominal leader and the management personnel behind it. I've already discussed this with Lin Yi. And I even procured a recommendation for you for graduate school, so you won't need to leave campus next month to find a job. You can pursue your master's while helping me manage the scholarship fund. What do you think? Lin Yi gazed directly at Wang Yaqi as he asked. This is so sudden. The richness of Lin Yi's proposition left Wang Yaqi momentarily stunned, even with her sharp intellect requiring time to process the information. Thank you. Lin Yi. After several seconds, Wang Yaqi finally gathered her thoughts, took Lin Yi's hand, and said earnestly. Although Wang Yaqi was still unaware of the fund's total amount, Lin Yi's words suggested it would be at least in the millions. The prestige that would accompany being the leader and manager of such a substantial fund was evident. Coupled with the graduate school opportunity he had secured for her, the magnitude of this gift was not lost on Wang Yaqi. At that moment, any lingering resentment she had towards Lin Yi vanished, replaced by an overwhelming affection for him. Fool, why do we even need to say thank you? Lin Yi chuckled, his fingers gently caressing Wang Yaqi's delicate face. Thank you. Wang Yaqi's cheeks flushed as she repeated her gratitude. Then, noticing Lin Yi's puzzled expression, she stood up, walked to the door of the private room, and locked it. Now, no one outside could enter. With her cheeks even more flushed, nearly glowing, Wang Yaqi approached Lin Yi, bending slightly down. Lin Yi gripped his chopsticks tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He had initially thought that due to Wang Yaqi's condition, the evening would be quite subdued. He certainly did not expect her to take this bold step. Don't move around. Be still, Wang Yaqi admonished, glancing at Lin Yi with playful reproach. Lin Yi merely smiled foolishly, not wanting to cause her discomfort, and settled into a relaxed enjoyment of the moment. After a long while, Wang Yaqi, rubbing her sore jaw, glanced at Lin Yi, who bore a similar look of helplessness, and said, I need to use the restroom. With that, she grabbed her phone and exited the room. After quite some time, Wang Yaqi returned, and her first words were, take me back to the dorm. I'm tired and want to rest early. Oh, all right. Lin Yi nodded. Although he hadn't fully relaxed, he recognized that Wang Yaqi was fatigued, and he should be content with that. The Land Rover navigated through the night, and soon arrived at the base of Wang Yaqi's dormitory. Before parting, she embraced Lin Yi, leaning in for a heartfelt kiss. Reluctantly, she then exited the car and walked into the dormitory. However, just before stepping out, she uttered a remark that left Lin Yi utterly baffled. You've gained from this. Gained? What do you mean? Was she referring to the private room incident? Hey, what are you doing here, Yu Getting in. Lin Yi watched as Yu suddenly climbed into the car, her words startling. In an instant, he understood Wang Yaqi's earlier comment. Chapter 27. Who is greater? The Land Rover revved back to life, returning to the rear street it had just departed from moments before. After parking, Lin Yi displayed his ID for registration, ascended the stairs, and embraced Yu. Outside, a gentle drizzle began to fall. The black Land Rover, like a sentinel, stood vigil underneath the open sky, silently guarding its master above. As Lin Yi held Yu, he felt an entirely different sense of physical presence compared to the delicate embrace of Wang Yaqi, and he curiously inquired, what prompted you to suddenly get in the car? It was only after everything had settled that Lin Yi remembered to ask this question. Previously, his eagerness to help had overshadowed this curiosity. Yaqi called me, Yu replied. What? Lin Yi was taken aback. He had imagined many scenarios, but never this one. He had thought that the audacious Yu had stealthily climbed in while Wang Yaqi was distracted. Lin Yi had long been aware of Yu's boldness, which was at odds with her youthful appearance, often leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed during their conversations. However, he never anticipated that this time. It was not Yu who had taken the initiative, but rather Wang Yaqi who had invited her in. No wonder Wang Yaqi muttered something about cheapening herself when she got out of the car. It turns out she was referring to this matter. Ah, what? Unwilling? You're being coy after reaping the benefits. Rest assured, like Yaqi, I won't cling to you. You may interpret it as my desire to indulge just once before graduation, or simply as my carnal appetite for you. Yu playfully traced circles on Lin Yi's broad chest with her hair, giggling as she spoke. Very well. Lin Yi had no inclination to inquire further. After all, he had nothing to lose, so why ask too many questions? Speaking of which, Wang Yaqi has already reached a C, though she still pales in comparison to you. You must be at least a D, right? Once he set aside those unresolvable thoughts, Lin Yi found himself brimming with curiosity and topics to discuss. His first question was one he had long pondered, the very aspect that drew him to you shall we. Ha. That S quite small. Huh. Not even AD. No, I meant your perspective is limited. Repeat after me. A, B, C, D, E. Goodness, I'm utterly astonished. Lin Yi was left speechless, murmuring under his breath. After a considerable pause, he quietly took out his phone, sending a message to Wang Yaqi. Careful not to rouse the slumbering you shall we beside him. Thank you. Without waiting for a reply, Lin Yi set his phone down and succumbed to a deep sleep. As he too was quite fatigued, Lin Yi awoke early, rising before 7. Typically, he wouldn't stir before 8 or 9. Youth tends to be impetuous. Yet today was different. He needed to finalize the student aid fund proposal and meet with Dean He to discuss it with the principal and secretary. Aiming to expedite the process, the soft rustle of his clothing awakened the peacefully sleeping you shall we. No classes today, why wake up so early? You shall we. Her eyes half open and weary, asked groggily. Like Wang Yaqi, she and T indulged in such activities for a while, and last night had been rather wild. Her body, unlike the fortified Lin Yi, found rising a considerable challenge. Awake already? I have some matters to attend to. Will you return to the dormitory with me, or sleep a bit longer? If you choose to sleep, I can bring you breakfast. Let us go back to the dormitory. If you leave, I want to be able to sleep soundly here alone. You shall we pondered for a moment, pulled aside her light air conditioning blanket, and climbed out of bed. All right, hurry up and get dressed. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to leave. Watching you shall we, blissfully unaware of the morning light. Lin Yi teasingly pinched his favorite part. You rascal. You shall we swatted Lin Yi's hand away, scrunching her petite nose at him. Soon, their Land Rover was navigating the road back to the dormitory. Oh, by the way, shall we, you're majoring in accounting, right? Lin Yi suddenly recalled something and asked you shall we, who was in the passenger seat. Yes, why? Have you found a job yet? Not yet. There are a few companies interested, but I haven't decided where to go. I'm still choosing. Why not join me instead? Help you? With what? Have you become a boss? Haha, sort of. I'll explain more when we pick up Wang Yaqi. Lin Yi chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further on the drive. He had arranged for Wang Yaqi to join him in drafting the Foundation's details, making it a perfect opportunity to discuss this matter as well. Incorporating you shall we into the Foundation was a spontaneous thought. The operations of a foundation involve numerous tasks, from screening and selecting impoverished students to disbursing funds and managing accounts. Particularly, the substantial sums, amounting to millions, were contributed by several executives from their circle. When executives contribute funds, they rightfully expect transparency regarding their allocation, necessitating meticulous accounting. All these responsibilities would certainly overwhelm Wang Yaqi alone, especially since she was majoring in biopharmaceuticals, an area far removed from accounting. You shall we, being an accounting major, was perfectly suited for the role. Moreover, considering her status as Lin Yi's partner, assisting him with the Foundation's affairs at school would spare her from the drudgery of being a corporate cog, achieving two objectives with one endeavor. Before long, Lin Yi returned to the dormitory with his computer and picked up Wang Yaqi. As Wang Yaqi approached the vehicle, you shall we had already instinctively taken a seat in the back, leaving the front passenger seat for her. This left Lin Yi momentarily stunned. Goodness. It seems the hierarchy has already been established. Upon entering the car, Wang Yaqi noticed you shall we in the back seat, and they both instinctively lowered their heads. Their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. They were surprisingly shy. Ha, let us go. I'll treat you to breakfast, and then we can discuss the Foundation's affairs. Lin Yi observed this moment with delight, his heart swelling with joy. The tranquility of the backyard was truly wonderful. Chapter 28. The Cash Flow of a Millionaire. Days later, Lin Yi, accompanied by Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei, met with the school's secretary and principal alongside Dean He. Both officials wholeheartedly supported Lin Yi's initiative to establish a student aid fund, showering him with praise. They expressed great enthusiasm for outstanding students like Lin Yi and Wang Yaqi, who were willing to generously contribute to the school. The thought of presenting such a significant gift to their alma mater as graduation approached filled them with pride. Once the media was invited to cover the event, it would undoubtedly reflect well on their leadership. If managed effectively, it could even serve as a stepping stone for further advancement. Thus, the establishment of the Student Aid Fund was nearly finalized at the school level. The next step involved securing the necessary funding. Once the funds were in place, the aid fund would become a tangible reality. When the new academic year commenced in the fall, they could begin selecting impoverished students and distributing scholarships. Lin Yi was not only the de facto leader of this fund, but also the sole acquaintance of the contributing executives. Therefore, he was personally responsible for handling the collection of donations. In the days that followed, Lin Yi took Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei to visit one executive after another. This served dual purposes: to collect donations and to foster closer relationships with the executives, as well as to familiarize them with Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei. It was only then that Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei truly grasped Lin Yi's influence. Realizing that the seemingly ordinary student they shared a bed with was already mingling with individuals of such high caliber. By the time all the funds were collected, it was already the end of June. Amidst the bustling activities surrounding the student aid fund, Lin Yi did not neglect his other passion, fishing. The system issued daily tasks, and no matter how busy he was, Lin Yi made it a point to carve out time each day to complete them. Everything he had achieved thus far was thanks to the system, and he had no intention of neglecting it. Fortunately, it appears that the system has shown some understanding of Lin Yi's recent hardships, as it has assigned him tasks that are rather simplistic and do not consume much of his time. However, despite their simplicity, the rewards are still quite substantial. Firstly, Lin Yi has received a bonus of 10 attribute points, leading to a remarkable increase in his overall attributes. Name: Lin Yi. Age: 22 years. Height: 181 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. Strength: 25. Agility: 18. Intelligence: 18. Additionally, Lin Yi has acquired an unprecedented wealth roulette card. Wealth roulette card, when used during purchases, it can trigger a lucky roulette, granting a wealth rebate of 1 to 10 times, usable up to 10 times. It seems the system also believes that Lin Yi's wealth is rather meager and is subtly attempting to assist him. Should he receive information on stocks that are destined to rise, utilizing the wealth roulette card would undoubtedly lead to a significant increase in his fortune in a short time. Furthermore, Lin Yi has also acquired a vehicle, specifically a Mercedes-Benz Maybach S600, which is suitable for business use. Lastly, he has gained 2 additional properties, namely Room 901 and Room 904 in Building 8 of the New Moon Pearl Complex. In essence, the entire 9th floor of Building 8 is now under Lin Yi's ownership. These newly acquired assets, amounting to tens of millions, left Lin Yi utterly astonished, especially when he glanced at the meager sum of tens of thousands in his liquid assets. He couldn't help but chuckle at his predicament. Is there a wealthier millionaire who feels poorer than himself? Fortunately, today marks the final day of a 10 consecutive limit-up streak for the stock of Kaiyun Pharmaceuticals. Once Lin Yi sells these shares, he will no longer be financially constrained. After bathing and washing his hands, Lin Yi reverently returned to his computer. It seems that such high-tech systems do not require incense offerings. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have gladly set up an altar. Opening the stock software, he clicked the mouse with precision. The shares of Kaiyun Pharmaceuticals in his portfolio were swiftly sold off, and the figure of 2.73 million appeared in his stock account, stirring Lin Yi's excitement. It truly is a substantial sum. In his 2 lifetimes, Lin Yi had never encountered such a large amount of cash. The closest he had come was during his previous life, when he pulled together over $1 million as a down payment for a house, utilizing the combined savings of both families. Continuing to click, Lin Yi transferred the 2.73 million to his bank account, elevating his total bank balance to over 2.9 million. During these days of fishing, he had also earned several tens of thousands in cash rewards. He then proceeded to transfer 1 million back to the wealthy woman Wang Yaqi, and another 1 million to the newly appointed financial director of the scholarship fund, Yu Xiaowei. Within mere minutes, Lin Yi's account dwindled to a paltry sum of just over 900,000. Is this the normal cash flow of a millionaire? Lin Yi had never experienced it and was somewhat at a loss. He chuckled to himself, am I rich now? It certainly seems so. If you need the money urgently, there's no rush to repay. Feel free to use it, for I am not in want. Shortly after the transfer, Lin Yi received a reply from Wang Yaqi. Currently, she is quite the busy individual, often clad in professional attire, driving Lin Yi's Maybach, darting about with Yu Xiaowei. It seems he must carefully choose his moments to seek her company. The scholarship fund was established under her name and is managed by her, thus elevating Wang Yaqi to the status of a notable figure within the school's leadership circle, becoming someone with significant social engagements. The school even allocated a spacious office of over 300 square meters for the newly established scholarship fund, underscoring its importance. Just a few days ago, when Lin Yi arrived in the Maybach to offer Wang Yaqi a ride, her jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Fortunately, Wang Yaqi is also quite astute, refraining from probing too deeply into Lin Yi's affairs. As time passed with the system's presence and the increase in wealth, Lin Yi himself felt a marked transformation in his demeanor. Even when facing Dean He, the principal, and various executives, he exhibited no trace of nervousness, remaining composed and at ease. This change in temperament was not lost on the women in Lin Yi's life. Perhaps they sensed his extraordinary nature. Whether it was Wang Yaqi, Yu Xiaowei, or the 2 encounters with Mu Shiro during this period, they have imposed little restraint on Lin Yi and seldom inquired into his matters, which greatly pleased him. As he anticipated significant changes in his future, it was most gratifying that those close to him were wise enough not to pry excessively. Where's Wangwen? It feels like an eternity since I last saw him. After the flurry of activities, Lin Yi finally noticed the eerily quiet dormitory, as if someone was missing. A moment of reflection made him realize that it wasn't just anyone who was absent. The boisterous Wangwen seemed to have vanished. Moreover, upon further contemplation, Lin Yi realized he hadn't laid eyes on Wangwen for several days. Of course, this was also due to Lin Yi's busyness, shuttling between the New Moon Pearl, the hotel, and the dormitory, with the dormitory being the least frequented. Hey, Mosquito, where are you? Why is it so noisy over there? Lin Yi pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Wen's number. Chapter 29. Wang Wen at the construction site. I'm working. What is up, Lin Yi? Wang Wen, miles away at a construction site, felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He paused his work, wiped the sticky sweat from his hands with the towel draped around his neck, and answered the call. When did you find a job? You didn't say anything. How's it going? Is it easy? Easy. With the air conditioning on, enjoying afternoon tea, and surrounded by beautiful women, it's quite relaxing, he replied. I can't talk now. The manager is coming over. The company is strict about not allowing unrelated activities during work hours. I'll be on vacation in a few days, and I'll treat you to a meal then. Wang Wen covered the phone with his hand, fearing the cacophony of noises at the construction site would raise Lin Yi's suspicions. He didn't want anyone he knew, including Lin Yi, to discover that he was currently working at a construction site. Regret washed over him. If only he had been less greedy and overconfident. Had he heeded Lin Yi's advice and stayed out of the stock market, he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament. Now, the few thousand he had managed to save were not only dwindling, but also completely tied up in losing investments. To make matters worse, he had promised to move out with Zheng Mingjun. The time to sign the rental agreement and pay the deposit was fast approaching, but where would he find the money? He couldn't possibly expect Zheng Mingjun to foot the bill. With no other option, Wang Wen sought employment at a construction site, hoping to earn some quick cash. The sun at the construction site was particularly scorching, the bricks were painfully hot to the touch, and the foreman's profanities were harsh to endure. Yet, Wang Wen bore it all. Nothing is more difficult for a man than facing financial hardship. He never anticipated that Wang Wen would find work so quickly and even offer to arrange a job for him. Speaking of which, he wondered if Wang Wen had entered the market. He had advised him against it, so hopefully, he hadn't recklessly invested. It was his own fault for being too busy to think of this sooner. Otherwise, he would have taken Wang Wen along to invest in Kaiyun Pharmaceuticals. Perhaps next time, when the system provides information on stocks guaranteed to rise, he could lend a hand to this stubborn fellow. After hanging up, Lin Yi pondered silently. The stock of Kaiyun Pharmaceutical has lost its short-term investment value. Having experienced 10 consecutive rises, it is likely to undergo a period of correction. Even if it does not correct, a significant surge is improbable. Otherwise, the system would not have allowed a sell-off today. It would be prudent to gather with the executives, express gratitude, and perhaps discuss a name for the scholarship fund, as it has been several days since I last fished with them. With nothing much to occupy his time, Lin Yi picked up his phone and sent a message in the group chat. Dear executives, fishing at Baiwa Lake tomorrow. Who's in? Count me in for the fishing trip, exclaimed Fuxing. I must go? Oh, a charity event? I have to be there, came the enthusiastic replies. Lin Yi had established considerable renown within the group, and upon sending the message, he received numerous responses. All right then, let us finalize it. Those who can attend, please do. I will reserve a spacious private room to express my gratitude for your tremendous support of the scholarship fund. Thus, the fishing trip to Baiwa Lake was set. Afterward, Lin Yi invited Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei, the primary managers of the scholarship fund, ensuring their attendance at the meeting. He instructed them to take the Maybach separately, while he would drive the Range Rover alone. A vehicle serves as an excellent means to showcase one's strength during social interactions. To engage with these executives on equal terms and secure further cooperative opportunities, it is essential to appropriately display one's capabilities. The next day, post-lunch, Lin Yi's Range Rover led the way, followed closely by the Maybach driven by Wang Yaqi. The two cars proceeded toward Baiwa Lake. Why wouldn't you ride in Wang Yaqi's car? You insisted on making things difficult for me, Lin Yi remarked, glancing down at Yu Xiaowei, who was busily engaged on his lap. Drive carefully. If I veer off the road, it will all be over. Observing Yu Xiaowei's relentless activity, Lin Yi felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. He positioned himself as forward as possible to avoid detection by traffic cameras. Thankfully, his resolve was strong. Otherwise, he would hardly be able to concentrate on driving. After a while, Yu Xiaowei finally straightened up, daintily dabbing her crimson lips with a tissue, and pouted. Humph. You only know how to pamper Yaqi and ignore me. How long has it been since you last sought me out? Well, everyone has been busy, right? Lin Yi chuckled, responding to her playful complaint. That's more like it. Yu Xiaowei smiled, her eyes narrowing in delight, appearing quite adorable. Separate? Why would we do that? Lin Yi responded, taken aback and tinged with anticipation as he glanced toward the Maybach, the implication clear. Would Wang Yaqi be willing to separate? Haha. I'll take care of discussing it with Sister Yaqi. You can count on me. You shall, we declared, confidently patting her chest. She then picked up her phone and began typing, the chat window revealing Wang Yaqi's name. All right, if this really works out, I'll remember to credit you. Lin Yi laughed. Really? What is my reward? She asked. Anything you desire. A bag, a phone, a laptop, cosmetics? No need. Just having the opportunity to work at the scholarship fund and securing a place for further studies is the best reward. Thank you, Lin Yi. Yu Xiaohui shook her head in refusal. Like Wang Yaqi, Yu Xiaohui had also been granted a spot for further studies. Furthermore, Lin Yi ensured they were compensated for their efforts at the scholarship fund, providing a salary that, while modest for a wealthy heiress like Wang Yaqi, was a significant blessing for Yu Xiaohui, who had previously braved the rain searching for work. She was not ungrateful and cherished this kindness. Refraining from asking Lin Yi for anything more, perhaps this was one reason she found creative ways to please him. All right, if you think of anything, feel free to let me know, Lin Yi replied with a smile, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Before long, Lin Yi's phone pinged with a message from Wang Yaqi. Humph, you've benefited again, she teased. After reading the message, Lin Yi erupted into hearty laughter. Giving a thumbs up to the smug Yu Xiaohui, Wang Yaqi's message was clear. Yu Xiaohui's persuasion had succeeded. With this enticing prospect ahead, Lin Yi accelerated, almost wishing to stand up and press the gas pedal to its limits. Chapter 30. Investment and Business. Hey, young brother, you arrived quite swiftly. Both of your sisters-in-law look stunning today. Lin Yi's car had barely come to a stop when several familiar faces approached him, warmly greeting him. At the forefront was Mr. Jean Herong from the investment bank. Apologies for being late. It seems Mr. Jean arrived earlier. Lin Yi quickly exited the vehicle, engaging in handshakes and pleasantries with Jean Herong and the others. Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaohui followed suit, exchanging handshakes and polite remarks. Previously, when Lin Yi had brought the two along to collect funds and familiarize themselves, they had met these executives, so the familiarity was mutual. At that time, the executives had jokingly referred to the two as Lin Yi's girlfriends, to which he merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying. All right, you two go and enjoy time with the ladies. I'll chat with the executives, and once everyone is here, we'll head out to fish. This trip to Baihua Lake was not solely for Lin Yi and the other gentlemen. During the previous day's arrangements, it had been agreed to bring family members along, resulting in a lively gathering of women at Baihua Lake. However, judging by the ages of these women, while they were undoubtedly female, it was uncertain if they were the executives' legal partners. Several bore distinct features as if they had emerged from the same skilled surgeoness practice, suggesting that these executives were not exactly faithful. The notion that wealth corrupts men seems to hold some truth. Yet, in reality, it is only once they have wealth that they can actualize their less noble inclinations. This applies equally to both genders. Baihua Lake boasts a sizable amusement park, complete with swimming pools, sandy beach areas, and water slides, providing ample entertainment for the women during the scorching months of June and July. Meanwhile, the men settled in shaded areas, brewing tea and engaging in conversation, awaiting the arrival of the others to commence fishing. Impressive, Lin brother. Your taste in women is superb, and your choice of vehicles is equally commendable. Both are excellent cars, Jean Herong remarked, pouring Lin Yi a cup of tea while gesturing toward the Maybach and Range Rover parked nearby, a knowing smile gracing his face. Ah, they're merely modes of transportation, Lin Yi replied modestly, though internally he reveled in his triumph. He had successfully brought both vehicles. The two vehicles he personally drove here, with a combined value exceeding 6 million, serve as a testament to his formidable prowess. Present in the gathering are seasoned executives who have battled in the marketplace for many years, possessing keen insights that would not overlook such a detail. Given the impressive strength he presently exhibits, it is reasonable to assume that he would capture their attention, thereby gaining entry into their circles and fostering business relations. Lin Yi harbors no desire for a later life spent merely fishing or mingling with women. He aspires to engage in numerous meaningful endeavors. This ambition necessitates a substantial financial foundation. Yet, the system has provided an array of chaotic rewards, with the actual monetary gains being rather meager, compelling Lin Yi to seek alternative avenues for financial growth. Collaborating with these individuals in business presents a promising opportunity. Ha ha ha, brother Lin, your humility is commendable. Young achievers like you, who are both accomplished and modest, are indeed a rarity, one executive remarked. Indeed, it's true that the waves of the Yangtze push the waves ahead. What business are you contemplating post-graduation, brother Lin? If you uncover any lucrative ventures, do not forget your older brothers. As a mere student, I lack any promising leads and am quite troubled about what to pursue after graduation. If you esteemed seniors have any worthwhile projects, I would be grateful to join you in seeking prosperity. In mere moments, the conversation among the group blossomed into a lively exchange. Lin Yi adeptly revealed that he was actively searching for suitable investment opportunities. A person of considerable wealth on the lookout for investment prospects would surely prompt others in need of funds to approach him. Lin Yi simply needed to bide his time. He had never entertained the notion of going solo. As of 2010, various sectors in the country had matured considerably. For a fresh graduate without any solid foundation, making a mark in the business world would be exceedingly challenging, especially in industries that prioritize accumulation. Therefore, the capital markets equity investment remained the most suitable path for him. A realization he possessed with clarity. As the conversation unfolded, the executives who had committed to attending the gathering began to arrive in droves. Among the 30-plus members of the Air Force group, around 15 to 16 showed up. For these typically busy executives, this gathering represented a rare opportunity for camaraderie. The group soon rose to retrieve their fishing gear, eager to commence their fishing expedition. As members of the Southern Air Force group, they all shared a profound passion for fishing. The allure of tea paled in comparison, especially with Lin Yi present. A veritable harbinger of good fortune when it came to fishing. With a total of 15 to 16 people, along with interested family members, a striking array of fishing rods, varying in length and size, lined the shores of Baihua Lake, creating a spectacular sight. Those in the know recognized the location as Baihua Lake, while those unaware might have thought a clandestine fishing operation was underway. With so many fishing in unison, the fees alone for the fishing spots amounted to quite a sum, leading the owner of Baihua Lake to personally distribute cigarettes to Lin Yi and his entourage. The fishing spots adjacent to Lin Yi quickly became the focal point of competition among the executives. Several among them had fished alongside Lin Yi on 2 occasions, while others, though not having fished with him, were well acquainted with his prowess from the group's discussions. Thus, they understood that proximity to Lin Yi significantly increased their chances of a successful catch, making it a coveted position. By now, Lin Yi had firmly established his reputation as a lucky star within the group, rendering the fishing spots beside him highly sought after. Ultimately, Jin Herong, in his capacity as group leader, secured the fishing spot to Lin Yi's left. To his right, Zhu Benkuan, the executive from a real estate company, claimed the adjacent spot. The first order of business for fishing, of course, was to create a feeding ground. The sight of a dozen or so individuals vigorously scattering bait was quite a spectacle. For a moment, Lin Yi even pondered whether the water level of Baihua Lake might rise a few centimeters due to their fervent baiting. However, it soon became evident that all the elaborate preparations were inconsequential in the face of the system's capabilities. Lin Yi casually tossed some bait and cast his line. Yet it was he who made the first catch, and it was a sizable one that compelled him to rise and reel it in. The surrounding executives erupted into playful exclamations, their eyes gleaming with excitement. A big white carp. I knew it would bite so quickly. The moment the fish broke the surface, the group recognized its species and could not help but express their lament. It was not that the white carp was insignificant in size or appearance. Weighing in at approximately 4 to 5 pounds, it stood small compared to the 20 to 30-pound giants Lin Yi had previously caught. But as the inaugural fish of the day, it still brought considerable joy. Moreover, the white carp shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, its scales glistening, making for an impressive presentation. The collective size stemmed primarily from the fact that white carp were not particularly palatable. While it is one of the 4 major fish species, compared to the others, black carp, grass carp, and bighead carp, it possesses a coarser texture, a strong fishy flavor, and numerous small bones. Given a choice, most would prefer not to consume white carp. It's no matter. This is just the beginning. What fish do you gentlemen prefer? I shall catch them all for you as a token of gratitude for your generous support of the scholarship fund. Lin Yi, unfazed by the catch, laughed heartily, delighted by the pleasing sound of cash flowing into his account. For Lin Yi, any fish represented money. This particular 4-pound white carp brought him an income of over $400. Furthermore, with the ability to freely choose the species he wished to catch without affecting his success rate, he was confident that he could catch whatever he desired as long as it was in the lake. A single white carp was inconsequential. The lucky star speaks with such confidence. We may lack certain things, but we must have the bighead carp. A fish feast without a fish head cannot be called a fish feast. Indeed, and for the boiled fish, it must be the meat of the black carp that provides the best texture. The group of Air Force executives began to place orders for fish right there by the lake, reminiscent of a bustling market, which left Lin Yi both amused and exasperated. Naturally, he did not shy away from the challenge. Having activated his buff, he chose to fish for bighead carp. The bighead carp, scientifically known as Hypophthalmicthes nobilis, is also referred to as the flower carp or fathead fish. Like the white carp, it is among the 4 major fish species and is commonly found throughout the country. However, Unlike the predominantly silver-white hue of the white carp, the bighead carp features a dark grayish-black back that gradually lightens to a gray-white belly. Apart from its distinctive coloration, the bighead carp is renowned for its delectable and substantial head, which can comprise 1/4 or even 1/3 of its total weight. Consequently, its head is highly prized for consumption. With the benefit of the fishing expert buff, which enhances his catch rate by 100, Lin Yi cast his line once more, and within mere minutes, his float dipped sharply. Another one. Aha, it's the lucky star again. That makes 2 already, and I haven't even seen a fish bubble yet. Old Jean, can you handle this? If not, you might want to give up your spot next to the lucky star. A bighead carp is here. Amidst the excited chatter, Lin Yi had already pulled the fish out of the water. In the realm of resilience, beginner level, the durability of the fishing rod and line has been enhanced by 100. With this buff and the current formidable attributes, Lin Yi's time spent reeling in fish has drastically decreased. Typically, ordinary fish do not require much time to be drawn out of the water by him. This hefty fish, appearing to weigh over 10 pounds, is no exception. After several more minutes, this large fish finally succumbed to exhaustion and was brought to the shore by Lin Yi, assisted by a group of onlookers wielding a landing net. While one may not be able to catch a fish single-handedly, aiding in the netting of one is certainly a source of enjoyment. Haha, tonight's spicy fish head dish is secured. Indeed, the lucky star is impressive. Hastily, he snapped a photo to share with the chat group, evoking envy in those who were absent. Old Jean and Old Zhu, put in some effort. Don't hog the prime spots next to the lucky star. You're exaggerating. I'll be catching one soon. Indeed, I just saw the fish surface. Jean Herong and Zhu Bunkuin are not the types to take insults lying down, bantering back with laughter. Aha, it's on. Ha ha ha, the lucky star is remarkable. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Bunkuin's bobber suddenly plunged down. He quickly raised his fishing rod, beginning a battle with the underwater catch. Judging by the depth of the bobber's immersion, this fish is certainly no small fry. If it weren't for the vast expanse of Baihua Lake, covering thousands of acres, one would struggle to find such large fish in ordinary wild rivers or black pits for Lin Yi and his companions to enjoy. Zhu Bunkuin's rod and line do not possess the benefit of enhanced durability. Thus, he can only rely on technique while reeling in his fish to avoid losing the hook or damaging his rod or line. Additionally, his stamina pales in comparison to Lin Yi's, prompting him to enlist help midway through. After more than 10 minutes, a grass carp, nearly as large as Lin Yi's hefty fish and weighing around 12 to 13 pounds, was finally brought ashore. Ecstatic, Zhu Bunkuin embraced the sizable grass carp, snapping numerous photos and sharing them in the group chat and on social media, garnering ample likes and indulging in a moment of vanity. Once the grass carp was secured, Zhu Bunkuin was promptly ushered away, forced to relinquish the prime fishing spot to Lin Yi's right. Such coveted positions cannot be monopolized by a single individual for long. A swarm of eager anglers is always on the lookout. Following Zhu Bunkuin, Jean Herong, occupying the spot to Lin Yi's left, also landed a catch. After a tussle, he reeled in a large carp weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. Jean Herong had quite a rivalry with the carp. During his first fishing trip to Baihua Lake with Lin Yi, he had hooked a beautiful golden carp weighing over 6 pounds, which still resides at his company as a feng shui fish. Following the capture of this large carp, Jean Herong too was soon sent away by the impatient onlookers, relinquishing the prime fishing spot on Lin Yi's left, much to Lin Yi's bemusement. Subsequently, everyone started reeling in fish, large and small. Perhaps due to the profound influence of Lin Yi's buff, not a single empty-handed angler was in sight today. Even those who initially came merely for leisure, like Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei, managed to catch a few. Especially Yu Xiaowei, who, by sheer luck, hooked a wild soft-shelled turtle weighing over 6 pounds, leaving the executives exclaiming about their good fortune that evening. Yu Xiaowei was overjoyed, bouncing excitedly in her alluring swimwear, her ample physique drawing the gaze of all present. Regardless of gender, how could one's woman be so openly admired by others? With a knowing glance, Wang Yaqi wisely handed Yu Xiaowei a sunshade jacket to cover her striking figure. As the sun dipped below the horizon, and everyone was thoroughly satisfied, the group gathered their fishing rods and carried their catches to the hotel. Baihua Lake may not be a particularly famous tourist destination, but it serves as a delightful retreat for family vacations, with a hotel conveniently located by the lakeside, allowing the fish to be prepared directly by the chefs. It had been arranged beforehand to dine on a full fish banquet at Baihua Hotel that evening, prompting many to book rooms there and forego returning to the city. Lin Yi had specifically reserved the largest private room at Baihua Hotel, where a grand round table could easily accommodate 20 to 30 people. This first glass of wine, Lin Yi, toast to all the esteemed executives present, expressing my profound gratitude for your generous support of the scholarship fund. After a few bites of food to settle his stomach, Lin Yi raised his glass first, directing his toast towards the executives in attendance, while also reminding Wang Yaqi to capture a video for the group chat. Some executives were unable to attend, so Lin Yi offered his thanks in the chat. For this second glass, I would like to raise a toast along with the two main staff members of the foundation, my classmates, once again expressing my gratitude to all of you. As for the third glass, I must ask all the esteemed executives to assist us in naming our scholarship fund. Glass after glass was raised. Under Lin Yi's careful guidance, the atmosphere of the banquet flourished, with hosts and guests alike reveling in joy. The name of the foundation was collectively decided upon amidst lively conversation, the Fisherman's Scholarship Fund. It was both amusing and self-evident. The executives, showing great respect, approached Lin Yi to toast him. Ultimately, despite Lin Yi's enhanced physical constitution, he required the assistance of Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei to return to his room. Chapter 32. Investing in Real Estate. The next morning, Lin Yi was awakened early by the persistent ringing of his phone. It was Zhu Binquan, an executive from the Air Force Group, inviting him for morning tea. What splendid weather to enjoy morning tea. Anyone with a modicum of sense would know better than to rouse a young man, especially one accompanied by two lovely companions, at such an early hour, which indicated that Zhu Binquan must have pressing matters to discuss, with no choice but to extricate himself from the entangled limbs of his slumbering companions. Lin Yi washed up and stepped out of his room. Meanwhile, the exhausted Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei were still in deep slumber, mumbling complaints in their dreams. My apologies, Mr. Zhu, for my tardiness. Upon arriving at the designated private room, Lin Yi quickly extended his hands to shake with the rising Zhu Binquan, offering a polite apology. Zhu Binquan was a middle-aged man appearing to be in his early 40s. Unlike most executives in the group, who tended to be portly and somewhat greasy, Zhu Binquan had a tall and lean physique, exuding a polished and dapper demeanor reminiscent of a successful middle-aged gentleman from a television drama. Perhaps valuing this private meeting with Lin Yi, it was evident he had made a concerted effort to present himself well, donning a formal suit and tie. This made Lin Yi, clad in sports shoes and shorts, feel somewhat self-conscious. Brother Lin, please, you flatter me. It is I who have disturbed your peaceful slumber. Please, sit down and let us converse. The morning tea at Baiwa Hotel is quite good. Let us have something to tide us over. Zhu Binquan, a seasoned businessman, spoke with impeccable eloquence, leaving no room for critique. I did not wish to intrude upon your morning, Brother Lin. But last night you had a bit too much to drink, and with lovely companions by your side, I missed the chance to speak with you. If I had waited any longer, you may well have returned home, and as the saying goes, the morning holds the key to the day. Thus, I had no choice but to disturb your pleasant time with the two lovely ladies. I hope you don't take offense. You are too kind, Mr. Zhu. I am accustomed to rising early for school, so it hardly counts as an intrusion. If you have matters to discuss, let us get straight to the point. Indeed, Brother Lin, you embody the spirit of youth, speaking with such refreshing candor. Hence, I shall be forthright as well. Upon hearing Brother Lin's unvarnished words, Zhu Binquan's face radiated with delight. After pouring Lin Yi a cup of tea, he continued, Yesterday, I gathered that you are seeking investment opportunities, am I correct? How fortuitous. I happen to have a project at hand that might pique your interest. That sounds splendid. I must express my gratitude to Brother Zhu for this potential venture. Pray tell, what promising project do you have in mind? Rest assured, it is undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Recently, I acquired a parcel of land in the eastern part of Nandu. The eastern district of Nandu is brimming with potential. If my memory serves me right, for many years to come, the development focus of Nandu will be in the east. In the future, property prices there have soared to 50 or 60,000 per square meter, rivaling many areas in the city center. As Lin Yi carried several takeout boxes, he mulled over Zhu Binquan's description of the project while making his way back to his room. The boxes contained breakfast for Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei. While he had already filled his own belly, the two ladies, who had toiled throughout the night, were still catching up on their sleep with empty stomachs. Lin Yi was very much intrigued by Zhu Binquan's proposition regarding real estate investment. No one understood the forthcoming economic shifts better than he did. In the next decade, the real estate sector would experience the most rapid growth, with prices escalating each year to unprecedented heights. Should he manage to board this lucrative train, it would be exceedingly difficult to remain impoverished. However, his liquid assets were still rather meager, although the plot of land was modest. An investment of 100 million would secure him a 20% stake. Yet where could he possibly find such a sum? The prices in 2010 were significantly lower compared to those in later years. Whether in land acquisition or construction costs, the disparity was vast. By investing 100 million, Lin Yi could claim a 20% share in the development project that Zhu Binquan was about to initiate. Yet, despite the modest investment yielding only a 20% stake, once construction commenced and pre-sale permits were obtained, that 100 million could multiply exponentially. Of course, the affordability of this venture was not solely due to the era. There were myriad other factors at play. Foremost among them was Zhu Bunkuan's current financial strain, which necessitated the search for investors. In such a state of urgency, a reduction in price would be inevitable. After all, a project that was merely waiting to ignite and cook wouldn't be priced so reasonably. Additionally, the real estate market at this time was not nearly as frenzied as it would become in a few years. Both developers and officials approached the market with caution, navigating cautiously as they felt their way forward, resulting in conservative expectations. Were such a golden opportunity presented 2 or 3 years hence, it would surely be contended fiercely. It must be said, this is an exceedingly advantageous investment. Lin Yi was determined to invest in this project. The pressing question now was where he could procure the 100 million for this investment. Unfortunately, the reward he received yesterday was merely a fortune wheel card. If only the system could provide him with information on a surefire stock, paired with the fortune wheel card, securing 100 million should not be insurmountable. While fishing yesterday, Lin Yi had also completed his daily tasks, earning yet another fortune wheel card. However, a fortune wheel card was merely a tool. The crux lay in possessing knowledge of a guaranteed stock. Without such intelligence, he would hesitate to make substantial investments, thereby rendering the fortune wheel card useless. Furthermore, Lin Yi needed to begin establishing his own company. In matters of significant investment, a professional team was imperative to oversee operations. Lin Yi had no desire to be sold out and then be left counting the profits for others. With a heart brimming with excitement, Lin Yi hummed a cheerful tune, drawing curious glances from hotel staff as he fed breakfast to the now-awake Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei. After their meal, the group set off for home. Lin Yi continued to drive his Range Rover, while the backseat was occupied by the languid Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei. Both ladies expressed their fatigue and reluctance to drive, opting instead to ride with Lin Yi. Consequently, he had no choice but to summon a chauffeur to return the Maybach to the school while he transported the 2 ladies. At least the journey would not be dull. Having undergone several physical enhancements, Lin Yi felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Despite having lost a spar against Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei, he still felt capable of taking on 10 more. This realization led him to conclude that, moving forward, his circle of women would only expand. It seemed he could not manage with fewer. Chapter 33. Sir, are you fondling a lobster? Where could he establish his foundation? In the 21st century, what is most valuable? Talent. Upon returning to school, Lin Yi quickly immersed himself in work. As he prepared to venture into the real estate industry, he needed to assemble an investment management team. This necessity highlighted the stark reality of Lin Yi's shallow roots. The Fishing Enthusiast Scholarship Fund was straightforward enough. It merely required the school to select impoverished families for review, followed by disbursing funds according to the approved list, culminating in a report for the executive's perusal. With Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei on board, Lin Yi believed they could manage this efficiently. However, investing in a real estate company posed far greater challenges. It entailed navigating a plethora of tasks related to business registration, taxation, legal affairs, administration, and practical operations, necessitating trustworthy talent across these domains. Lin Yi found himself at a loss regarding where to seek such reliable individuals. Suddenly, he recalled someone. With a slap to his thigh, he nearly leapt with excitement. Lin Yi thought of a person, more specifically, his mentor from his previous life. In that former existence, Lin Yi had been an office worker, fortunate enough to attend a reputable school and graduate with commendable credentials. His first job was with a well-known firm in the industry. Moreover, he had been lucky enough to be mentored by an exceptional and strikingly capable superior who imparted invaluable knowledge to him. It was difficult for Lin Yi to articulate the extent of his mentor's prowess. He simply knew that within 3 years of graduation, his mentor had ascended to the position of department manager within just 2 years of guiding Lin Yi. Typically, individuals only reach such heights in their 30s. Ultimately, his mentor, unwilling to acquiesce to the unspoken rules of the hierarchy, submitted a whistleblower report that led to the arrest of a superior. However, this act of defiance rendered her position untenable within the rigid corporate structure, leaving her vulnerable to the machinations of higher-ups who felt their authority had been undermined, prompting her to resign shortly thereafter. At the time, 10 individuals in the department, including Lin Yi, empathized with his mentor and contemplated resigning as an expression of their discontent with the company. Yet, they were dissuaded by her heartfelt counsel. It was no small feat to secure a position with such favorable benefits and promising prospects, especially in an environment where HR departments communicated and formed alliances to blacklist companies, making it exceedingly difficult to transition to a similar role elsewhere after a hasty departure. His mentor, with 2 additional years of experience, was acutely aware of these nuances. Thus, at that time, I fervently dissuaded Lin Yi and others from acting impulsively. Subsequently, Lin Yi maintained considerable correspondence with his master, seeking guidance on various professional matters, to which his master devotedly responded. However, it was unforeseen that those despicable superiors harbored a relentless intent to eradicate any opposition, aiming to instill fear and uphold their absolute authority. After Lin Yi's master resigned, the department found itself in a precarious position within the company, facing exclusion from all sides. And within less than 6 months, it disintegrated. If events had proceeded along the trajectory of my previous life, Lin Yi would encounter his master in a little over a month. Furthermore, a year later, his master would face harassment and coercion, leading to an indignant resignation. Yet, in this new life, Lin Yi was reborn and would ensure that such occurrences would not transpire again. Having been so well cared for by his master in his past life, it was only fitting that he reciprocate in this one. Lin Yi resolved to take the initiative and recruit his exceptionally capable, kind-hearted, and stunningly beautiful master. Moreover, he had meticulously planned how to encounter her. However, before that, Lin Yi had tasks to attend to. Specifically, today's daily task remained unfulfilled. Today's daily task was rather intriguing. Task 1. Catch 30 crayfish. What are crayfish? You may ask. They are the small lobsters that will soon become all the rage, selling for 20 to 30 yuan per pound in a few years. At this moment, however, crayfish were only beginning to gain a modest reputation, far from their future acclaim. Moreover, Lin Yi had yet to comprehend why these diminutive, difficult-to-peel creatures, with scant meat, would become so popular in a few years. Nevertheless, this was not the time to ponder the reasons behind the crayfish's imminent popularity. The pressing question was where to catch 30 of them. It seemed unlikely that they could be found in Lover's Lake, so he would need to seek out a small creek. Having grown up in the countryside, Lin Yi had fished for crayfish in his youth, primarily for amusement rather than consumption. However, those childhood experiences afforded him a certain understanding of the crayfish's habitat, knowing they preferred to dwell in small rivers and streams. Therefore, to catch crayfish, he would need to locate a creek with a gentle current. Furthermore, fishing for crayfish did not involve the use of fish bait. Rather, the best bait was the strongly scented entrails of animals. Crayfish are omnivorous creatures, particularly fond of pungent animal innards. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yi hurried to the school cafeteria, spending a few yuan to purchase various types of animal entrails. He then grabbed his fishing gear and made his way to the small creek behind the school. A shallow stream flowed nearby, which was unsuitable for catching other fish but perfectly suited for crayfish. Selecting a lush area of water plants that appeared promising for crayfish, Lin Yi set down his fishing box, retrieved his fishing rod, and began preparing for today's fishing expedition. Given the considerable quantity required by the system, Lin Yi took out 3 fishing rods at once and fashioned mother and child hooks. After affixing 6 hooks with pig liver, pig lung, chicken intestines, and other entrails, he settled in to wait for the crayfish to bite. However, before the crayfish could be caught, Lin Yi's remarkably keen hearing suddenly detected a series of muffled groans. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he was imagining things, as he saw no one else around. On such a scorching day, aside from himself, it seemed unlikely that many would venture out into the blistering sun for leisure. Yet, just as Lin Yi settled down, a gentle breeze swept by, and the muffled groans resumed. Now fully convinced he was not mistaken, he hurriedly followed the direction of the sound. After walking nearly 100 meters, Lin Yi finally discovered an elderly man crouched by the creek, his hands submerged in the mud. "Sir, are you trying to catch crayfish?" Lin Yi hesitated before rushing to help the elderly man. Firstly, because the man's posture suggested he was indeed attempting to catch crayfish, employing a remarkably professional technique of hand-digging directly into their burrows, which was far superior to Lin Yi's more passive fishing method. Moreover, there was a nearby trap filled with quite a few crayfish, indicating a substantial catch. Secondly, given the prevalence of scam artists in this day and age, Lin Yi was cautious about intervening without due consideration. He thought to himself that if he rescued the man, he might end up losing his car in the process. What? I can prove my innocence through legal proceedings? Setting aside the time, effort, and resources consumed by litigation, what would he say if a judge asked, "If you did not strike him, then why did you assist him?" Chapter 34, The System's True Parent. However, after Lin Yi inquired, he received no response from the elderly man, who continued to emit faint, unintelligible groans. At this point, Lin Yi was certain the elderly man was indeed in distress and hurriedly took out his Nokia and 8 smartphone to record a video. Everyone, take note. When I arrived, the elderly man was already here. I did not knock him down. I am merely acting in the interest of justice. Sir, is that correct? Lin Yi panned the camera around to capture the surroundings along with the elderly man. He then held the phone close to the man's face, seeking confirmation. Yes. I fell on my own. All right then, I'll help you up, sir. With the elderly man's affirmation, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief and exerted himself to assist the elderly man to his feet. The elderly gentleman was quite large and heavy, his hands ensnared in the mud, with his face also smeared with dirt. Lin Yi managed to extract him from the mire as if pulling a stubborn weed. Had he arrived any later, the elderly man might have truly succumbed to exhaustion and drowned in the creek. Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, I might have truly perished today. After resting for a moment, the elderly man, having regained his breath, expressed his gratitude weakly. It was nothing. Just lending a hand when I saw someone in need. Haha, but why were you filming? Lending a hand is noble, while filming is for self-protection. They are not mutually exclusive. One must first learn to ensure their own safety before acting heroically. Who said that? Haha, that makes sense. Don't worry. I won't try to swindle you. Of course, I trust you, old sir. You don't seem like the swindling type. Should I call an ambulance for you? Lin Yi replied with a light-hearted smile. No need. I'll just call my family to pick me up. I live nearby. The elderly man waved his hand dismissively and then took out his phone to make a call. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a large group of about 10 people rushed over in a flurry, surrounding the elderly man with a flurry of concerned inquiries. Dad, are you all right? Dad told you not to try catching crayfish. Why did you insist? And now look where we are. If you hadn't mentioned wanting to eat crayfish, this wouldn't have happened. They had not anticipated that their father would venture out to catch crayfish himself. With everyone's voices overlapping, Lin Yi, standing to the side, found it difficult to interject. All right. As long as Dad is fine, you all hurry and help him clean off the mud, then take him home to rest. Is this young lad the one who saved my father? Thank you. After a flurry of chatter, a dignified middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, stepped forward to mediate the situation and spoke kindly to Lin Yi. It was but a trifling matter, merely a gesture of goodwill. You are Director one of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, are you not? The more Lin Yi observed this individual, the more familiar he appeared. After a moment of reflection, aided by his remarkably acute memory, he finally recognized the man and, with a hint of surprise, inquired. Haha, young man, you possess keen discernment. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to call this number. The middle-aged man, also taken aback by Lin Yi's recognition, quickly regained his composure, producing a business card and handing it to Lin Yi. He then offered a knowing smile before assisting the elderly gentleman away. Thank you, young man. The elder waved goodbye as he departed, expressing his gratitude once more. Lin Yi reciprocated with a smile and tucked the business card away. To his astonishment, he had forged a connection with the chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau of Nandu. Although Lin Yi's act of saving someone was purely altruistic, devoid of any expectation of reward, he nonetheless relished this unexpected delight. Father, was it truly a coincidence? Just as Lin Yi was about to turn his attention back to his crayfish, a gentle breeze carried the conversation of the departing group to his ears. Haha, did you think I orchestrated this? In this day and age, being a good person is no easy feat. Hearing the words carried by the wind, Lin Yi could only shake his head in resignation. He understood the chief's skepticism. Placed in the same situation, he would harbor similar doubts. However, this was not a design of Lin Yi's making. He lacked such capability. It was entirely a fortuitous occurrence, combined with Lin Yi's enhanced memory, that allowed him to identify this prominent figure from snippets of news reports. The chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau of Nandu was indeed a significant personage. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, saving the populace from peril. Reward, ownership of New World Real Estate LLC. Just as Lin Yi returned to his fishing spot and prepared to assess his catch, the melodious sound of the system notification echoed in his mind. The content of the notification was so delightful that it momentarily overshadowed his catch, prompting him to eagerly investigate this latest reward. New World Real Estate LLC. As Lin Yi perused the system's brief introduction to the company, he was engulfed in a euphoric state. This was a fully licensed company, possessing all necessary qualifications, with an organizational structure that remained largely intact. In other words, the company could commence operations immediately, sparing him from the tedious processes of registration, recruitment, and other bureaucratic hurdles. The system was indeed considerate. Just as Lin Yi was poised to embark on an ambitious venture, the reward had conveniently laid the groundwork for him. Were it not for the system's intangible nature, Lin Yi might have believed himself to be the system's favored child. After reviewing the details of his new company, Lin Yi finally turned his attention to today's catch. He was taken aback by the sight before him. 6 hooks were surrounded by a swarm of black and red crayfish, rendering the pig liver and lungs on the hooks virtually invisible. Indeed, animal entrails were the favored delicacy of crayfish. With a stroke of luck, he might just fulfill his task in one go. Elated, Lin Yi swiftly reeled in the crayfish that were greedily devouring the entrails. After counting, he found a total of 21, just 9 shy of his target of 30. Undeterred, he reattached fresh entrails to the hook and continued fishing, ultimately completing his task successfully after a little over half an hour. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Reward. Information on a stock guaranteed to rise, Tizi Liquor. This stock will experience a continuous 5-day limit up starting from the next trading day. Perhaps it would be appropriate to call him father in jest. Lin Yi gazed at the day's rewards, utterly astonished. He had just been granted a company, and now a stock that could exponentially increase his wealth. Such generosity from a father figure was unparalleled. With this, he had both the company and the funds necessary for his venture into real estate. Chapter 35. A Wanderer's Longing for Parents. Contemplating his father, Lin Yi realized it had been far too long since he last called his parents. It wasn't merely the past 10 days since his return, even in his previous life. Nearly half a month had passed without a conversation with them. The last time he called was probably when he requested living expenses. Lin Yi pondered whether he was the only one who felt this way. Despite often thinking of his parents and worrying about their health and well-being, he found it increasingly difficult to pick up the phone and reach out. Even when his parents called, he struggled to express his concern, often concluding the conversation hastily. This pattern persisted not only during his studies, but continued into his work life, worsening over time. If his parents did not initiate a call, it could easily stretch to 2 or 3 months before he would pick up the phone himself. Lin Yi contemplated why this was the case, but could not arrive at a definitive answer. Perhaps it stemmed from a sense of inferiority, feeling that he had not lived up to their expectations. He did not wish to repeat this in this life. So he took up the phone and dialed the number he had not called in nearly a month. Hello, son? Haha, is that really you? I thought I misread. Have you eaten? Are you running low on money? As soon as the call connected, a voice, both familiar and melodious, yet long unheard, enveloped Lin Yi. This voice softened his heart, and tears welled in his eyes, cascading down to the leather steering wheel of his Land Rover. Had it truly been so long since he had heard it? In his previous life, his parents had grown old, their voices and tones transformed drastically compared to now. Whenever he heard their weary voices, he would nostalgically reminisce about their youth. Now, he was finally listening to them once more. It's barely 4 o'clock. What do you mean by eating? You're just looking for something to talk about. Ask him if he found a job yet. Isn't he about to graduate soon? Before Lin Yi could dry his tears and respond, a robust voice chimed in from the other end of the call. Of course, it was his father. Oh, why ask that? Don't put pressure on the child. Son, why are you silent? Don't mind your father. There's no rush about work. You've still got more than half a month before you graduate, right? Are you short on living expenses? Don't worry. I'll have your father send you some money shortly. Lin Yi, your mother is right. There's no hurry regarding work. Take your time. I'll send you an extra 1,000 this time for your job search, and if you need more, just let your father know. A brief dispute ensued on the other end, quickly replaced by an outpouring of heartfelt concern from his parents. No, I have living expenses. I'm currently learning stock trading from my teacher and have made quite a bit of money. You don't need to send me anything. In a few days, I'll send some money your way. Just take care of yourselves and don't go without. I just wanted to call to say that I miss you both and have a chat. Listening to the selfless love of his parents on the other end of the phone, Lin Yi found himself unable to suppress the tears that flowed freely, cascading down his cheeks. He could only strive to modulate his tone, concealing his sorrow from his parents, for what anguish it would bring them, thousands of miles away. To know he was in tears. What? You've made a fortune in stocks? What is stock trading? Is it illegal? His father exclaimed. Son, I must tell you, we cannot engage in unlawful activities. Though we are poor, we are honest and upright. Yes, your mother is right, dear. As Lin Yi mentioned his success in stock trading, his parents, unaware of what it entailed, grew increasingly anxious and expressed their concern over the phone. Rest assured, Mom and Dad, it's all lawful. You know what kind of person I am. I would never do anything illegal. Oh really? But remember when you stole cucumbers from Mr. Longhai's garden, sugarcane from Mr. Longning's, and plums from Uncle Damao's? All right, that was a long time ago, and I promise this time it's completely legal. How are you both doing? Listening to his mother recount his childhood misdeeds, Lin Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What does that have to do with anything? Stealing snacks from the neighbors as a child has no correlation to breaking the law. He hastily interrupted his mother, redirecting the conversation. Their phone call lasted nearly half an hour before they finally hung up. Lin Yi's rare initiative to call home left his parents elated, as they rambled on about various topics. After ending the call, he drove towards the city. It was time to pay a visit to his company. With the clock barely past 4, he would have just enough time to arrive before the end of the workday. Following the address provided by the system, Lin Yi arrived at the building housing his company. Previously, the company appeared to be in good standing, situated in a relatively nice office building. He was curious about the interior. After parking in the underground garage, Lin Yi took the elevator to the lobby to process his access before proceeding to the designated floor of the company. The office building was well managed, effectively preventing unauthorized personnel from wandering into the workplace. Hello, how may I assist you? Upon entering the company, A stunning receptionist with a sweet voice stood up, her face adorned with a professional smile as she addressed Lin Yi. "Hello, I'm looking for Miss Qin Shuyao." Qin Shuyao was the contact person the system had provided for him. It was quite considerate of the system to anticipate that, without someone to escort him in such a populous company, he might struggle to gain entry. "Oh, Secretary Qin, may I ask who you are?" The receptionist did not immediately lead him or notify someone. Instead, she scrutinized Lin Yi, her expression laced with skepticism. Lin Yi frowned, suddenly aware of his attire. A pair of casual shoes still caked with yellow mud from the riverbank, shorts that cost no more than 50 yuan for 3 pairs, and a t-shirt that cost 30 yuan for 2. No wonder the receptionist hesitated to assist him. In truth, his appearance made it rather challenging to meet a company's secretary. It dawned on Lin Yi that Qin Shuyao was indeed a secretary, which implied she was a confidant of the previous company president. However, if she was such a trusted aide, why had she not accompanied the former president after the sale? "Just tell her my name is Lin Yi," he instructed. "All right. Please hold on." The receptionist then picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Secretary Qin, there's a Mr. Lin Yi at the front desk, who wishes to see you." A loud crash resonated through the line, followed by the hurried sound of high heels clattering on the floor as someone rushed towards him. Soon, a young woman with fair skin, exquisite features, and a tall stature, sporting a sleek bob haircut and dressed in a professional outfit, appeared before him. Upon seeing Lin Yi, her urgency intensified as she swiftly approached him, her long legs encased in smooth black stockings. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin?" Chapter 36, The Personal Secretary. Qin Shuyao gazed at the young man before her, clad in a white t-shirt, baggy shorts, and muddy casual shoes, and could hardly believe he was her new boss. Surely, someone capable of acquiring such a substantial company ought to be a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, with a robust physique. When had younger individuals become so formidable? "Mr. Lin, as you can see, these are the staff members from the business department, which is also the largest in the company. This office is jointly occupied by the finance and human resources departments, while this one belongs to the legal department." Despite her astonishment, Qin Shuyao diligently fulfilled her role as secretary, guiding her new boss through the various offices and introducing him to the employees. After following the striking and capable secretary for some time, Lin Yi finally garnered a general understanding of his company. He learned that, although the firm was modest in scale, with only 50 to 60 employees, it was nevertheless comprehensive in its operations. Not only were all necessary departments present, but the company also engaged in equity investments. Currently, its most significant investment involved a real estate project that was experiencing some difficulties, which led the previous president to sell the company and abscond with the funds. Now, it had fallen into Lin Yi's hands. Curiously, the company's operations aligned closely with Lin Yi's investment aspirations, perhaps explaining why the system had matched him with this opportunity. "You're the secretary, so you must be a trusted aide of the former president. Why didn't you follow him after the sale?" After acquiring a basic understanding of the company, Lin Yi turned his attention to the seemingly loyal secretary, sitting comfortably in his executive chair. Sipping the tea prepared by the short-haired secretary named Qin Shuyao, he inquired with curiosity, while he could take his time arranging other staff members. Selecting a secretary for such a pivotal role was paramount. If there were any issues, it would be best to part ways swiftly. Although all 3 of his existing partners had long hair, the unique charm of the short-haired secretary certainly piqued Lin Yi's interest. Nonetheless, he remained clear-headed, refusing to let mere beauty cloud his judgment. I just started. I'm not yet Secretary Zhang's confidant. The previous secretary was pregnant, so they hired me. But I've only been here for less than a week, and now." Standing at the expansive desk, Qin Shuyao anxiously regarded her stern new boss, feeling utterly flustered as sweat formed on her palms. She understood that her response could determine her fate within the company. A poorly articulated answer could mean the end of her employment, and good jobs were scarce, especially for someone like her, who had already been labeled a jinx at 4 previous companies, particularly during a time when fresh graduates were flooding the job market. Many human resources departments are often reluctant to hire individuals who frequently change jobs. This particular company was in need of a secretary due to the previous one's unexpected pregnancy, prompting the CEO to urgently seek a replacement. Moreover, during the interview process, the CEO fortuitously encountered my appearance as he passed by the door, which facilitated my smooth entry into the company. Ironically, I had initially applied for an administrative position, only to find myself inexplicably appointed as a secretary. Faced with a challenging job market, I reluctantly accepted the role. Little did I anticipate that within a week of my employment, the company would be sold yet again. Remarkably, this marks the 5th company I have worked for since my graduation 2 years ago. I wonder how steadfast this new owner truly is. After absorbing Qin Shuyao's explanation, Lin Yi lightly tapped his fingers against the table, his thoughts already wandering. The role of a secretary indeed encompasses both tasks of significance and trivialities. It is astonishing to learn that my predecessor had been so influential as to become pregnant. If this is the case, perhaps this secretary should be retained for the time being to assess her capabilities. With her short hair and professional attire, she exudes a sense of competence. Currently, I find myself in need of capable personnel, and if she possesses the requisite skills, it would be advantageous to avoid expending energy on a protracted search for another secretary. All right, please summon the heads of all departments to the conference room. I would like to convene a brief meeting. Additionally, prepare yourself, as we will be stepping out shortly. Lin Yi decided, issuing his first directive as the new CEO. As New World Real Estate is now my company, it is imperative for me to gain a thorough understanding of its operations. And let us not forget to amend the business license. The name will no longer be New World Real Estate Limited Liability Company. It shall henceforth be known as New World Investment Management Limited Liability Company. After contemplating, Lin Yi addressed Qin Xiao as she exited. Having real estate in the company name suggests that our investments are limited solely to that sector. However, I intend to explore various investment avenues, including the urgent establishment of a securities investment department. In the past, when my capital was limited, I could afford to take risks single-handedly. However, with greater financial resources, I will require professional traders to manage buying and selling. The fluctuations in price and the intricacies of market transactions are beyond the capacity of one individual alone. Hello everyone, I am the new owner of this company, Lin Yi. I am delighted to collaborate with all of you towards a brighter future for our organization. I hereby announce that starting next month, all staff will receive a 10 salary increase. A meeting must have substance, beyond familiarizing ourselves with one another and understanding the company's general status. Lin Yi unveiled a substantial piece of good news: salary increases. In a world driven by profit, where individuals toil for monetary gain rather than for noble ideals or the luxury of their employers, employees naturally feel unsettled with a transition in leadership. How can one swiftly restore their confidence and encourage them to focus on their work? Nothing proves more effective than a salary raise. Lin Yi is wise. Lin Yi is magnanimous. Thank you, Lin Yi. I raise my banner for you. Amid the fervent expressions of gratitude and admiration from the staff, Lin Yi departed the company alongside Qin Xiao, heading towards their next destination. Although it was already past 6 o'clock, marking the end of the workday, the role of a personal secretary rarely adheres to strict hours. With a salary significantly higher than that of an average employee, the expectation of 24/7 availability and certain unique responsibilities is the price of this vocation. Excellent work, Lin Yi commended as he nodded at the anxious receptionist who had been observing him intently. Her decision to halt his departure was not an indication of negligence, but rather a testament to her dedication. Lin Yi wished for her not to remain apprehensive over such minor matters. Chapter 37. The conflicted Qin Xiao and the well-paid Fu Zi. Can you drive? As they navigated through the bustling streets of Nandu, Lin Yi inquired of the visibly tense and rigid Qin Xiao seated in the passenger seat. I can, but not very well, Qin Xiao stammered, startled by the sudden question. Internally, she was in turmoil. Although she had reluctantly accepted this job under immense employment pressure, she had prepared herself for the potential consequences. In this world, nothing is beyond the realm of trade, provided the right bargaining chips are offered. Yet, until that moment arrives, Qin Xiao hoped it would not come to pass. After all, who wishes to lead a life marred by moral compromise? The previous CEO had hinted several times at expectations from her, but she had skillfully feigned ignorance until the company was sold and he departed. She had anticipated a brief respite, only to find the new CEO arriving to take the reins so swiftly. Although this new leader appeared considerably younger and more handsome, should she fall victim to unwritten rules, at least the experience would be more palatable. Yet, Qin Xiao still wished to delay that day, hoping it would come after she had developed a favorable impression of this new CEO. You should practice driving, as you may find yourself behind the wheel more often than not. Understood, Lin Yi. Qin Xiao responded obediently with a nod. Here we are. You may exit now. As the clock approached 7 and the city lights began to twinkle, Lin Yi finally arrived at their destination. After parking the luxurious Land Rover beside a tall building, he stepped out and, to Qin Xiao's astonishment, walked into a humble pig trotter rice shop. It is often said that the wealthy possess peculiar tastes, and Qin Xiao was beginning to believe it. Who would have thought that the new CEO, who had just invested a fortune in acquiring a company and was driving a $1 million Land Rover, would traverse half an hour simply to enjoy a bowl of pig trotter rice? Is this pig trotter rice truly that delectable? Qin Xiao felt her appetite piqued. She had consumed her fair share of pig trotter rice, as had anyone working in Nandu. It is an experience that cannot be avoided, a memory that lingers fondly. Lin Yi, what would you like to eat? Let me order for you, she called out, hastening to catch up with Lin Yi, who was already heading inside the eatery. Her clear, melodious voice drew the attention of the diners within, prompting them to glance up, which made Qin Xiao blush and lower her head. Regardless of the time or place, a woman of her caliber naturally attracts attention. Especially in a modest establishment, she shines like a firefly in the darkness. This drew scornful glances from the patrons towards Lin Yi. Is he really that stingy? Driving a multi-million-dollar Land Rover, and yet bringing such a beautiful woman to eat a meal that costs just a few bucks? If I had such a stunning companion, I would surely treat her to a feast fit for royalty every day. The heavens are blind, and so too are the beautiful. How could such an exceptional individual overlook herself and instead be drawn to a miserly scoundrel? Lin Yi, indifferent to the scornful glances cast upon him, seemed oblivious to the calls of Qin Shuyu behind him. He strode directly to a round table within the establishment and settled down. He then addressed a woman, equally clad in professional attire, her hair tied neatly in a high ponytail, her features exquisite and her demeanor ethereal, whose beauty surpassed even that of Qin Shuyu. Greetings, Miss Fu. Hello, do we know each other? Fu Zi inquired, momentarily pausing with a pig trotter poised for her mouth. Her expression one of surprise at the young man who had taken the liberty to sit beside her. Indeed, I know much more than that. I am aware that you work in the first team of the first investment department at Hongdou Capital, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Very well then. May I ask who you are? Fu Zi furrowed her brow. In a quaint roadside eatery, it was entirely commonplace for patrons to share tables, and initially, Fu Zi had paid little mind to anyone sitting beside her. After all, her striking looks had attracted countless suitors who approached her under various pretexts. However, this individual had not only uttered her name, but had also accurately identified her workplace, which was indeed unusual. Yet, Fu Zi maintained her composure and continued to inquire calmly. It was broad daylight, and surrounded by many, she felt assured of her safety. As for other concerns, there was no need for alarm. The man who had initiated the conversation would surely provide her with answers. Oh, as expected of the outstanding Miss Fu from the first team, and indeed the finest of the first investment department. Your poise in the face of surprise already surpasses that of most, Lin Yi remarked, clearly pleased with her demeanor. This is not a suitable venue for conversation. Might I invite you to dine at a Western restaurant, where we can talk over a meal? Fu Zi's calm response greatly satisfied Lin Yi. This was the mentor he had admired in his past life. He had indeed chosen wisely. He beckoned for Qin Shuyu to step behind him and pressed the remote key in his hand, illuminating the luxurious Range Rover parked outside. When inviting a beautiful woman to dine, one must demonstrate their capabilities, at the very least proving that they are not a mere lecherous fool with ulterior motives. The presence of the equally stunning Qin Shuyu, his subordinate, along with the $3 million top-tier Range Rover, served as the finest testament to his standing. Although he disdained such societal norms, economic prowess was undeniably the primary criterion by which most people judged others. However, it was evident that Fu Zi was not one to be swayed by such trivialities. No need. I believe in merit without reward. We can discuss matters here, she replied, having noticed Qin Shuyu standing behind Lin Yi and the Range Rover outside. As a member of the investment department at Hongdou Capital, she understood the value of both. Without tens of millions, or even billions, in net worth, one would not be deemed worthy of such luxuries, which remained mere aspirations for the majority. Yet she shook her head, declining the invitation. Ha ha ha. Very well then, let us converse here. Shuyu, please order whatever you like. Make sure to include yours as well. Lin Yi laughed heartily, waving his hand in a gesture to Qin Shuyu. Soon, 2 portions of succulent, tender pig trotter rice, tantalizingly appetizing, were served. Lin Yi took a generous scoop of chili sauce from the table and began to relish his meal with delight. The familiar flavor was comforting, indeed, after a decade. While much had changed, the pig trotter rice of Nandu remained true to its classic taste. Seated beside him, Qin Shuyu, witnessing Lin Yi's enjoyment, could not help but join in. Although Fu Zi's eyes were filled with skepticism, she too began to eat. After all, she had to return to work, squeezing in time for her commute and preparing presentations. The demands of her job were relentless, and she needed to seize every moment. For a time, the trio at the modest round table fell into a comfortable silence, engrossed in their meal, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the saying food is to be consumed in silence. This left the onlookers, who had anticipated a spectacle, feeling disappointed. 2 impeccably dressed top-tier beauties and a young man driving a Range Rover. Surely a riveting drama was about to unfold, yet after just a few exchanges, they were merely enjoying pig trotter rice, relishing it with gusto. This narrative was amiss. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the owner of New World Investment Management LLC. My surname is Lin, and this is my secretary. Once the 3 had finished their pig trotter rice, Lin Yi wiped his mouth clean and turned to Fu Zi, who was seated upright, awaiting his words. I shall be direct. I wish to invite you to work at my company, offering a salary of 10,000 a month for the first 3 months, 20,000 thereafter, and 50,000 after 6 months. I can even advance you 3 months' salary. What say you? Chapter 38. The Temptation of Homecoming. Fu Ziyi felt a sense of relief wash over her as she gazed at the company before her. Lin Yi, behind the wheel, admired the dazzling nightscape of Nandu as he exhaled deeply. Nandu, a historic city boasting a lineage of over 2,000 years, serves as a significant economic hub in the southern region of the Great Xia Kingdom. In such a place, money was abundant, and women were plentiful. However, to claim these assets as one's own and to rise above the ordinary, one required exceptional ability, unwavering diligence, and, crucially, a stroke of luck. In his past life, Lin Yi considered himself to be of average fortune. Yet in this rebirth, armed with the memories of his former self and bolstered by a system, he would not allow himself to fall behind. He aspired to elevate the entire Great Xia Kingdom beyond its previous state through his own capabilities. However, such lofty ambitions could not be accomplished alone. He required a cadre of capable individuals to support him. Fu Ziyi, his mentor from his past life, was the first person he had meticulously chosen based on his recollections. Lin Yi's encounter with Fu Ziyi at the Pig Trotter restaurant was no mere coincidence. It had been orchestrated with great care. Having worked alongside Fu Ziyi for a year in his past life, Lin Yi was familiar with her routine. He knew she dined at the Pig Trotter restaurant around 7 o'clock after work and often returned to the office to toil until 10. It was her relentless work ethic that had propelled her to the position of department manager within a mere 3 years. Regrettably, her talents had gone unrecognized by the company. Or rather, her superiors, wishing to safeguard their own authority, preferred to sacrifice such talent. Fortunately, that talent was now at his disposal. Offering a trial salary of 10,000 a month in 2010 was already a lofty figure. Lin Yi was aware that Fu Ziyi's current salary at Hongdou Capital was merely over 8,000. Moreover, he was presenting her with an offer of 20,000 after 3 months, 50,000 after 6 months, and the option of receiving an advance on her salary. Lin Yi could not conceive of any rationale for Fu Ziyi to decline his proposal. With his worries regarding talent temporarily alleviated, Lin Yi turned his thoughts to enjoying life. The weekend was just around the corner, and matters concerning the company or stocks could wait until after 2 days. In the car, Lin Yi had sent a message to Mu Shuai-ro in advance. By the time Lin Yi returned to the New Moon Pearl, Mu Shuai-ro had already transformed herself. Waiting for his arrival in room 903, she adorned a wine-red camisole nightdress that clung delicately to her figure, her hair elegantly swept up to reveal her slender, smooth swan-like neck. The petite heels, about 5 or 6 centimeters high, accentuated her long, graceful legs, simple yet sophisticated. Every detail spoke of the effort Mu Shuai-ro had put into preparing for Lin Yi's return. Did you arrive so soon? One isn't teasing you anymore, is she? Lin Yi inquired with a smile as he entered, placing his car keys down and slipping into comfortable house slippers, noticing Mu Shuai-ro lazily lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television. I came as soon as I saw your message. It's merely a short distance, after all. How could she not tease me? Although her laughter was only in jest, she is genuinely grateful for your kindness towards us sisters. Mu Shuai-ro stood up, taking Lin Yi's hand and guiding him to sit on the sofa. She then sauntered to the liquor cabinet and poured him a glass of long-chilled sour plum soup, a refreshing antidote to the summer heat. This sour plum soup was meticulously crafted by Mu Shuai-ro herself, prepared with exquisite technique and careful selection of ingredients, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. What bliss it is to return home on a sweltering summer night to find a lovely lady waiting with a chilled cup of sour plum soup. This was precisely why Lin Yi found himself visiting the New Moon Pearl with increasing frequency. Is this the allure of returning home? Why thank me? You're so thoughtful. You deserve it. Lin Yi chuckled, pulling Mu Shuai-ro into his embrace. After taking a generous sip of the sour plum soup, he leaned in to kiss her enticing red lips, sharing the drink with her. Mu Shuai-ro slightly parted her lips, her eyes shimmering with shyness, allowing the cool, sweet soup to flow from Lin Yi's mouth to hers. However, her petite cherry lips were too small, causing some of the soup to playfully spill over, trickling down the corners of her mouth. It glided over her delicate, rosy chin, traversing her smooth, slender swan-like neck, and tracing along the elegant curve of her collarbone, eventually disappearing into the depths of her silk nightgown. Lin Yi followed the vivid trail of the sour plum soup, starting from Mu Shuai-ro's crimson lips and continuing downwards. Lin, dear, Mu Shuai-ro murmured, cradling Lin Yi's head, her half-lidded eyes sparkling with allure, her slightly parted lips issuing a soft, intoxicating whisper that enchanted the entire summer night. The night breeze caressed them, and the wind chimes on the balcony created a delicate symphony, harmonizing with the chirping of crickets and croaking of frogs, drowning out the sofa's protests under the weight of their affection. Goodness, it's only just past 9. In the adjacent room 902, Mu Shui-wan, watching television, heard the all-too-familiar sounds that never failed to leave her flushed with embarrassment. Glancing at the time, she threw herself onto the sofa with a dramatic groan. Over the past few days, Lin Yi had visited the New Moon Pearls several times. Not residing in the same apartment, Mu Shui-wan had no way of knowing exactly when he would come. Yet, whenever she saw her sister meticulously preparing herself, she could be certain that her troublesome rival had arrived. Even if she returned home late and missed witnessing the transformation, the distinctive sounds were the best alarm, reminding her of Lin Yi's presence. Heaven knows how unbearable those sounds could be. Mu Shui-wan had tried her utmost to ignore them, but alas, it was a challenge too great to bear. The echoes of their intimacy not only pierced her heart in the moment, but haunted her thoughts long after, causing her to lose precious sleep and develop dark circles under her eyes. After a considerable time, the commotion from room 903 finally subsided. Do you have time tomorrow morning? Mu Shui-wan gently wiped the sweat from Lin Yi's body with a small towel. What's the matter? Is there something you need? Lin Yi asked with concern, noticing that Mu Shui-wan, who had neglected to dress properly, was focusing on him instead. This marked the 4th occasion Lin Yi and Mu Shui-wan had shared together. Yet it was the first time she had proactively inquired about his availability. This gesture touched Lin Yi deeply, instilling a sense of obligation within him, as he felt he owed her much for her selflessness. It's nothing major. Wan's previous dance training studio has closed down, and she found a new job. She has an interview tomorrow, Mu Shui-wan explained. I had promised to accompany her, but an important hosting event has been scheduled for tomorrow. Are you asking me to accompany Wan to her interview? Sure, I'm free in the morning. But honestly, why are you two still working? Can't you help me manage these properties? You could earn several thousand in rent each month. Chapter 39, The Best Mu Shui-wan. Lin Yi agreed to accompany Mu Shui-wan to her interview while lamenting. Currently, the 4 apartments on the 9th floor belonged to Lin Yi, apart from 902 and 903, which housed him and the 2 sisters. 901 was rented out, while 904 remained vacant. Lin Yi intended to rent out 904 for additional income, but was too busy to oversee it, so he had asked Mu Shui-wan to take care of the matter. It could be said that Mu Shui-wan had become a petite landlord managing 2 properties. How can we live off our past earnings? Earning money isn't easy for you, and Wan and I aren't without our own capabilities. Balancing our jobs while collecting rent could help us save up for your bride price, which I've heard is quite substantial. Mu Shui-wan reasoned, wiping the sweat from her body, disagreeing with Lin Yi's suggestion. Lin Yi had previously mentioned that he hailed from Jiangnan province, known for many things, one of which was the exorbitant bride price. All right, if that is what you think, then so be it. Enough of the wiping, let us take a bath together. Are you not staying in the neighboring room tonight? Lin Yi replied with a smile, not pressing the matter further. Given Lin Yi's current assets and future plans, the rental income from these apartments hardly mattered to him. Yet, the presence of someone so devoted to him, diligently thinking of saving for his bride price, filled him with an indescribable sense of happiness. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel fortunate to have encountered someone as gentle and considerate as Mu Shui-wan, who held him in her heart. To Lin Yi, Mu Shui-wan was unique, distinctly different from Wang Yiqi and Yu Xiaohui, both of whom also had connections with him. Wang Yiqi was like a fiery, spirited wild horse, possessing a strong sense of self that made Lin Yi feel tense and on edge whenever he was around her. Conversely, Yu Xiaohui embodied a playful, vivacious little sister vibe, evoking in him a sense of exasperated amusement. Only with Mu Shui-wan did he find a sense of effortless tranquility. The elder sister, 3 years senior to Lin Yi, bestowed upon him a profound sense of relaxation, indulgence, and care. In the initial phase of their relationship, Lin Yi harbored some apprehensions. He worried that Mu Shui-wan might resort to tears, tantrums, or even threats, demanding possessions such as a house, a car, money, or even a title. Lin Yi had mentally prepared himself for such eventualities, reasoning that it merely entailed spending some money. After all, one must spend to indulge in pleasures, and such a rare gem, a virtuous woman, was worth the investment. However, the subsequent developments took Lin Yi entirely by surprise. Following their first encounter, Mu Shui-wan exhibited an astonishing calmness, so serene that it left Lin Yi astounded. Had it not been for her initial naivete and the discomfort that followed their encounter, Lin Yi might have mistaken her for a seasoned seductress, wise to the world's ways. As time progressed, not only did Mu Shui-wan refrain from demanding anything from him, but even after days of silence from him, which might have seemed like abandonment, she expressed only concern and longing without any hint of impatience or dissatisfaction. Each time he returned, she greeted him with warmth and gentleness, preparing delightful meals and refreshing sour plum soup, akin to a devoted wife patiently awaiting her husband's return. This deeply touched Lin Yi and inspired in him an exceptional affection for Mu Shui-ro. Thus, he thought, perhaps he need not return after all. But he would inform Wan to ease her worries. Upon hearing Lin Yi suggest that she stay the night, Mu Shui-ro blushed, nodded, and replied, "All right. I'll also mention that I'll be taking her to her interview tomorrow. But what a ridiculous company to have interviews on the weekend. I should really put in more effort. In the future, you two sisters should come work at my company." With a mischievous grin, Lin Yi took the shy Mu Shui-ro's hand and led her into the bathroom. The sound of running water mingled with their playful banter. Soon, splashes of water echoed as they enjoyed their time together. "What's the matter? Not in the mood to talk?" Lin Yi asked, one hand on the steering wheel while the other rested on the armrest, casting glances at the reserved Mu Shui-wan in the passenger seat. Truthfully, even now, without their verbal cues, Lin Yi found it challenging to distinguish between the elder sister and the younger one, relying merely on their differing styles and physical closeness to guess. "No, it's just a bit tense," Mu Shui-wan replied, her head bowed, lacking the boldness she had shown when first meeting Lin Yi. "What's there to be tense about? Am I going to eat you?" Lin Yi teased, finding her nervousness amusing. However, he quickly realized he had misspoken and hurried to clarify. "I apologize. That wasn't my intention. It was just a slip of the tongue." "It's all right," Mu Shui-wan murmured, still avoiding eye contact, resting her chin on her arms. "I hope my sister hasn't said anything bad about me. If she has, do let me know. I, as your brother-in-law, will certainly treat you well." Despite her reluctance to engage, her silence was beginning to frustrate Lin Yi. But with just the two of them in the car, remaining silent was hardly an option. After a moment of quiet, Lin Yi finally found another topic to discuss, saying, "She only mentioned that you're a good person and that I should be more obedient and sensible and not cause you trouble." "Ha ha ha, no, not at all. You are quite sensible and haven't troubled me," she replied, but the conversation soon fell flat again, plunging the car into another awkward stillness. "Let us play some music." "What do you want to listen to?" he asked. "Anything is fine. Is teaching dance tiring? Have you considered changing jobs?" "Not tiring, not at all," she responded. And Lin Yi felt a sense of helplessness, struggling to find a topic that might alleviate the awkwardness. The previous Mu Shui-wan had never been like this. Had sleeping with her sister truly affected her so deeply? Unbeknownst to him, Mu Shui-wan was equally awkward, her petite feet in high heels feeling as if they were about to burst from discomfort. She couldn't fathom why. Despite being known for her eloquence and being playfully dubbed Little Spicy Pepper by her sister, she was now reduced to mere okay, no. Whatever in response to her brother-in-law's questions. "By the way, I heard from Ro that you've never had a boyfriend?" After a prolonged silence, Lin Yi broached another topic. My sister doesn't allow me to date. She says college relationships don't last." "Huh, your sister is right about that." Lin Yi chuckled, nodding in agreement, oblivious to the personal implications of his words. "But what about your sister? How did she end up with a boyfriend in college?" Following Mu Shui-wan's comments, Lin Yi recalled Mu Shui-ro's former boyfriend and curiously inquired about it, although he wasn't particularly concerned. It was merely a continuation of the conversation. "It's all in the past. Why bother asking? Isn't it true that Mu Shui-ro has never pried into my past or present? My sister didn't attend college. She had a boyfriend after she started working." Perhaps feeling that it concerned my sister's happiness, Mu Shui-wan quickly lifted her head and explained, "Our family is poor. We could only afford one college education. So my sister gave that opportunity to me. After finishing middle school, she chose to attend a vocational school and began working early. During my first year in college, she had a boyfriend, but they broke up in less than 6 months because he was lazy and enjoyed gambling. Actually, my sister had better grades than I did. She should have been the one to go to college. She sacrificed her own future because she cared for me. She is a wonderful person, and you must treat her well." With tears in her eyes, Mu Shui-wan recounted this story, which Lin Yi had never heard before. Perhaps fearing that Lin Yi would mistreat her sister due to her past relationships, Mu Shui-wan anxiously grasped Lin Yi's hand, her gaze pleading. One sister chose vocational school for the sake of the other's college education, while the other sought a better life for her sister through the love of a man. The profound and sincere bond between the two sisters moved Lin Yi, who considered himself emotionally cold as a knife used for fish at a market. "Don't worry, you silly girl. If you want to know how I treat your sister, just ask her when you get home," Lin Yi reassured her, turning to give the tearful Mu Shui-wan a comforting smile. Thank you, brother-in-law," she nodded, feeling relieved as she wiped her tears away. The two sisters, bound by an unspoken understanding, shared a profound connection inherent to twins. Thus, Lin Yi was well aware of her sister's feelings, and Mu Shui-wan trusted Lin Yi's words implicitly. "All right, gather your emotions and touch up your makeup. We are almost there." Okay, take your time, brother-in-law." Upon hearing Lin Yi mention their imminent arrival, Mu Shui-wan felt a sudden wave of panic. She hurriedly retrieved her makeup bag from her purse, pulled out her compact mirror, and swiftly began to apply her makeup. Before long, the two of them arrived at the dance training institution's entrance. Lin Yi accompanied Mu Xiaowan upstairs for her interview, and at last, he would have the opportunity to witness this young lady perform a dance. Since she was auditioning for a dance instructor position, it was essential to showcase her dancing prowess right then and there. Although Mu Xiaowan felt a bit shy in Lin Yi's presence, she changed into her dance attire and presented a segment to the panel of interviewers. Her graceful movements, ethereal aura, enchanting gestures, and supple physique were mesmerizing. Coupled with Mu Xiaowan's pure and radiant appearance and her perfectly proportioned figure, Lin Yi found himself momentarily entranced, captivated by her performance. While exquisite dancing was not unfamiliar to him, the striking resemblance between the two sisters was overwhelming. As he watched, he involuntarily began to merge the images of both sisters in his mind, envisioning Mu Xiaowan executing the same movements alongside him. It was an exhilarating experience. Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? After a considerable pause, Lin Yi was roused by a gentle call. Opening his eyes to find Mu Xiaowan standing before him, her cheeks flushed crimson. Oh, did the interview conclude? Yes, let us head back. All right, I'll see you home. Lin Yi managed an awkward smile and prepared to rise and exit. Wait, brother-in-law, don't you want to use the restroom first? Mu Xiaowan stopped him, pointing at his midsection, her face a vivid shade of crimson. Then you wait for me. I'll go to the restroom first. It was only after Mu Xiaowan's reminder that Lin Yi realized his indiscretion. How embarrassing. He had been lost in thought, letting his imagination run wild. After a while, they settled back into the car. Lin Yi, unbothered by the awkwardness, had regained his composure, while Mu Xiaowan, still shy and flustered, maintained her silence, not uttering a word throughout the ride. I'm sorry, should we head straight home? With Mu Xiaowan silent, Lin Yi felt compelled to break the tension and inquired. She softly nodded, retreating back into her shy demeanor. All right, then buckle up. Lin Yi started the vehicle, releasing the handbrake and gently pressing the accelerator. The Land Rover emitted a growl as it slowly departed the parking space, making its way toward the underground parking lot exit. Brother-in-law. I've heard from my roommate and seen in movies that it's usually like this, but how come you? Mu Xiaowan gestured with her finger, indicating a length, her cheeks still flushed. Whoa. Lin Yi nearly misstepped, almost colliding with the parking barrier. Fortunately, his instincts kicked in, allowing him to brake just in time. A natural talent, indeed. What could Lin Yi say to the curious Mu Xiaowan? He could only offer a vague, evasive response. This girl certainly noticed everything, and to ask so boldly in front of him. Unbelievable. He thought he must return and inform Ro to help her find a boyfriend. The poor girl was clearly bursting with pent-up emotions. Time to let her go. As the Land Rover navigated through the bustling streets of Nandu, Lin Yi's thoughts drifted far beyond the act of driving. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaowan fell silent again, leaning back in her seat and drifting off to sleep. Whether she was genuinely exhausted or merely pretending to avoid the awkwardness was known only to her. After more than half an hour, Lin Yi dropped Mu Xiaowan off at Xinyuemingzhu and then departed the community, driving toward another destination. He still had not completed today's daily task, and time was of the essence. The first task was to catch 10 redfin perch weighing over 3 pounds. Yet again, it was a specific type of daily task. He would have to find a nearby pond or reservoir. Looking at the day's task, Lin Yi felt a sense of helplessness. The redfin perch, scientifically known as the pseudobagris, was a fierce carnivorous fish. Its tender, white flesh was delicious and highly sought after by anglers. However, these carnivorous fish typically thrived in lush, vegetated lakes and slow-moving rivers, and there were none in the school's Lover's Lake. Moreover, carnivorous fish required a higher standard of living conditions than herbivorous species, making them rare even in the wild. To catch a redfin perch, particularly one over 3 pounds, it was best to seek out man-made ponds or reservoirs. Do any of you gentlemen know a suitable spot for catching redfin perch? Ideally, somewhere with perch over 3 pounds? Lin Yi, at a loss for a good fishing location, sought help in the fishing enthusiast group. After all, he had previously been a struggling student, fishing merely as a pastime at the free Lover's Lake or wild rivers. Paying to fish in a man-made reservoir or pond was once a distant luxury he was not familiar with. Fushing, are you fishing again today? Oh, what a pity I can't make it. I should have arranged it earlier to bask in your good fortune and experience the thrill of a hot bite. Fushing, next time, let us plan ahead. I'm tired of fishing alone and always ending up empty-handed. Fushing, let us coordinate earlier. I want to join too. Lin, you're looking to catch redfin perch? I know a great spot, and I happen to have time today. Let us go together. As soon as Fushing, known for his impressive catches, chimed in, the group buzzed with excitement, each person chiming in with their thoughts. To Lin Yi's delight, someone had information about a fishing spot, and it was none other than his acquaintance from the real estate company, Zhu Benkuan. After more than half an hour, Lin Yi arrived at the location Zhu Benkuan had mentioned. It was a quaint, picturesque reservoir situated about half an hour from the bustling city center of Nandu. Perfect for fishing. Although it was smaller than Baihua Lake, the proximity made it much more accessible. Given Nandu's vibrance, suitable fishing reservoirs were indeed a rarity, and Lin Yi was quite pleased with this find. Zhu Benkuan was swift as well. Shortly after Lin Yi parked his car, Zhu arrived in his Mercedes GLS. Sorry for the delay, Lin. You young folks sure are speedy. Not at all. I just got here too. The engine is still warm. Great. I wouldn't want to keep you waiting. Let us go meet the owner of this place. He manages not only this large reservoir, but also a charming estate where he raises local chickens, ducks, piglets, and lambs, Zhu Benkuan said, stepping out of the car and warmly shaking Lin Yi's hand before leading him toward a nearby small estate by the reservoir. How could he not be enthusiastic? After all, Lin Yi was potentially a valuable patron. Previously, when at Baihua Lake, Lin Yi expressed a keen interest in Zhu Benkuan's real estate project. However, due to his current financial constraints, he refrained from making an immediate commitment. This hesitation alerted Zhu Benkuan to Lin Yi's interest and latent potential, prompting him to maintain a warm demeanor towards Lin Yi, eagerly awaiting a nod of approval for investment to rescue himself from peril. Today, upon Lin Yi's mention of wanting to fish for the elusive yellow perch, Zhu Benkuan hurriedly came to serve as a guide, driven by the same motive. After all, what business magnate has the luxury to drop everything for a fishing trip? As the two businessmen approached the estate, they were greeted by a burly figure, seemingly the owner of the reservoir, who warmly welcomed them. It was evident that their purpose for visiting was to fish. Boss, I'm a regular here. Today, I've brought along this new friend, so you must give us a discount on the fishing fee, Zhu Benkuan said, stepping forward to engage in conversation with the reservoir owner. This was not Zhu Benkuan's first visit, and in his desire to impress his wealthy patron, he naturally sought to arrange everything favorably. Ah, yes, I recognize you, a valued customer indeed. Thank you for your continued patronage. Rest assured, I want to charge a higher fee for a regular. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, just in time for the afternoon session. Therefore, it's 2,000 for both of you, allowing fishing until 6, the reservoir owner replied with a friendly smile, handing out cigarettes to Zhu Benkuan and Lin Yi. However, it was clear from the owner's professional grin that he had no recollection of Zhu Benkuan. Moreover, the quoted price was hardly low, 1,000 each for merely an afternoon session. To put it in perspective, Baihua Lake charged only 1,500 for a full day, which included access to the amusement park. Lin Yi frowned at this blatant overcharging. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the 1,000, but rather the sensation of being taken advantage of was unpleasant. Really, boss? With only 4 hours left, you're still asking for 2,000? I recall it was only 1,000 for an entire day previously, and you mentioned discounts for regulars. Zhu Benkuan, also sensing the discrepancy in the owner's pricing, immediately frowned and voiced his dissatisfaction. That's not how it works. It's always been this rate. You must be mistaken, the owner retorted defiantly. This reservoir is filled with big fish. Catch just a few, and you'll recoup your costs. Besides, I recently stocked the reservoir with several tagged fish, the highest reward being 10,000. Catching one would more than cover a dozen session fees. The reservoir owner remained unfazed by Zhu Benkuan's displeasure, continuing to wear a seemingly genial smile, yet steadfastly refusing to budge on the price. He even produced photographs of the tagged fish as proof of their value. What do you mean mistaken? I was just here last week, and you didn't conduct business like this. And how I conduct my business is my prerogative. This reservoir is mine, and I set the prices. If you don't want to fish, you're welcome to leave. You drive a Mercedes and a Land Rover. Can't you spare a few bucks for a fishing spot? Zhu Benkuan was reluctant to lose face in front of Lin Yi, while the reservoir owner was equally determined to profit from these affluent patrons. It seemed a physical confrontation was imminent. Enough, Brother Kuan. It's not worth ruining our mood over a trivial amount, Lin Yi interjected, swiftly positioning himself between Zhu Benkuan and the irate reservoir owner, preventing what appeared to be an impending brawl. Ideally, it would be best to avoid conflict altogether. It wasn't that Lin Yi feared losing in a fight. Given his enhanced physical capabilities, he was hardly intimidated by the burly owner. Rather, he understood that brawling in this era was far from the romanticized depictions in novels. It would only invite trouble and strife. We'll accept this price, but regardless of how many fish we catch, we expect to take them all with us. That's the understanding, right, boss? Lin Yi stated, turning to the reservoir owner after calming Zhu Benkuan. Of course, I operate my business on a foundation of integrity. Before 6 o'clock, you may take whatever you catch, the reservoir owner replied, his expression lit with satisfaction at having secured 2,000 in revenue. Lin Yi was relieved to hear the owner acquiesce to their terms, dismissing the argument. He counted out the 2,000 and handed it to the beaming owner. Time was of the essence. Every minute spent could have the owner regretting his decision. After all, with several tagged fish still in the reservoir, what was there to fear? If it were merely a matter of high fees, it could be overlooked, as the owner had the right to set his own rates. However, the owner's aggressive demeanor was unacceptable, and Lin Yi felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Initially, Zhu Benquin hesitated. But seeing Lin Yi's unwavering confidence and his meaningful glance, he realized that Lin Yi intended to outmaneuver the owner with his superior fishing skills. Thus, he grit his teeth and begrudgingly accepted the situation. Once seated beside Lin Yi, he promptly retrieved his phone. "Hello, is this the plane? This is Zhu Benquin. I'll send you an address shortly. Bring some people. The more, the merrier." "Brother Kuan, is that really necessary? Do you lack faith in your little brother's fishing skills?" Lin Yi chuckled at Zhu Benquin's sudden recruitment of help. "Rest assured, Brother Lin. I have complete faith in your fishing prowess. However, I do not trust this owner's integrity, hence my precaution. If he dares to play tricks, I'll make sure to cause a ruckus at his estate." Zhu Benquin replied through gritted teeth. Despite Zhu Benquin's polished exterior, especially during their previous discussions in tailored suits, he was aware that those engaged in real estate often had connections to unsavory characters. Dressed in a suit, one could appear refined, yet strip away the facade, and one could easily resort to underhanded tactics. Having achieved a level of success, Zhu Benquin aspired to conduct himself with integrity and civility, preferring to resolve matters amicably without resorting to intimidation. Yet, the reservoir owner's unreasonable demeanor had genuinely incensed him, drawing out a fierceness that had been suppressed for many years. Of course, Lin Yi's influence played a significant role in this transformation. As the patron Zhu Benquin sought to impress, he was determined to make a favorable impression on Lin Yi. Moreover, showcasing his own capabilities in front of Lin Yi was an added bonus, serving multiple purposes. "Very well, but do remind your brother to bring a large vehicle, otherwise we may find ourselves unable to accommodate everything." Lin Yi nodded in agreement with Zhu Benquin's plan. "All right then, Brother Lin, your only task is to perform splendidly. Together, we shall make that unscrupulous boss weep." Zhu Benquin picked up his phone to summon a truck with a cargo bed, while simultaneously broadcasting the situation in their group chat. "The nefarious boss intends to fleece us. Watch as Brother Lin showcases his prowess and brings him to tears." "What is happening, old Zhu? What is going on? Old Zhu, have you encountered a crooked boss? What is the story here? Is it a confrontation?" The moment Zhu Benquin sent his carefully crafted message, the group erupted with questions from a multitude of idling executives. The owner of the reservoir sees Brother Lin and me as easy prey and has brazenly attempted to swindle us. Brother Lin has made a fierce declaration to ensure this boss is brought to tears. In a bit, I will live stream the event for all of you. Just wait to witness Brother Lin's spectacular catch. Zhu Benquin explained, also sharing a photo of Lin Yi diligently preparing his fishing spot. "Ha! This boss must be searching for trouble, daring to provoke our group's #1 lucky star. We must teach this unscrupulous owner a lesson, making him understand why flowers bloom so beautifully. Regrettably, I have other commitments. Otherwise, I would love to witness Brother Lin's triumph firsthand. I have time. I'll make time. Old Zhu, send me the location, and I'll head over immediately. I'll join as well. The town mayor is an acquaintance of mine. I'll invite him along to prevent this boss from taking advantage of you as outsiders. I'll bring a few police friends too." The group of Air Force executives began organizing to witness the spectacle of a thorough beating of the unscrupulous boss. Zhu Benquin, ever the instigator, shared the address in the group chat. Meanwhile, having completed his preparations, Lin Yi sat poised, eagerly awaiting a bite. At 2:30 p.m., Lin Yi glanced at the time. There were still 3.5 hours left, plenty of time. As the fishing expert, he activated 3 crucial buffs: a 100 increase in catch rate, enhanced durability for the rod and line, and the ability to select the species to fish for without affecting the catch probability. He was determined to give that unscrupulous boss a significant loss. Naturally, Lin Yi opted for the prized fish species, the white bass, with a high market price. If he could haul in several hundred pounds, the boss would find himself in dire straits. If he hooked a trophy fish, it would surely leave the boss reeling. Before long, while Zhu Benquin was still busy chatting in the group, Lin Yi's bobber suddenly plunged. With a swift motion, he pulled the rod, bending it into a perfect arc. "He's got one. Brother Lin's hooked a fish," Zhu Benquin exclaimed in excitement, quickly directing his phone to capture the moment on video. "Indeed. Brother Lin, it's been less than 10 minutes since you sat down, hasn't it? Of course. Who do you think Brother Lin is? 10 minutes is merely him letting the fish have a chance. What is that? Oh my goodness, it's a white bass. At least 5 pounds. This will surely cost the boss dearly. Fortunately, it's a white bass. Tilapia doesn't carry this value. I'm cheering for you, Brother Lin. You are my hero." As Lin Yi reeled in the first fish, the group erupted in jubilation, their messages flooding the chat. Zhu Binkuan, momentarily setting aside his phone, assisted Lin Yi in netting the fish. Soon, Lin Yi's first catch was safely placed in the live well, much to the chagrin of the reservoir owner, who had always prided himself on the cunning of his fish. Despite his confidence, witnessing Lin Yi's assured demeanor began to unsettle him. Not wishing to retreat to his estate for tea, he chose to linger close, observing Lin Yi's impressive skill. As Lin Yi effortlessly landed a 5-pound white bass, the owner's expression darkened, apprehension creeping into his heart. An auspicious start. Go, brother Lin. Zhu Binkuan noticed the reservoir owner's frustration and reveled in it. He proudly showcased the fish he had caught. No rush. Today, we will surely bring this boss to tears. Lin Yi smiled contentedly as he prepared his bait and cast again. The 6-pound white bass brought Lin Yi over 600 in cash. While his total assets exceeded tens of millions, his liquid capital remained modest, so this sum was significant. Yes, we must make him weep. I'll stop chatting and focus on fishing, Zhu Binkuan declared, placing his phone down and joining Lin Yi. Under Lin Yi's lucky aura, anyone near him seemed destined to catch fish. Although Zhu Binkuan's success rate couldn't match Lin Yi's, he hoped to contribute nonetheless. Moments later, Lin Yi called out again. I've got another. Zhu Binkuan sprang into action, grabbing the net to assist. As he netted another hefty white bass, the reservoir owner's face grew increasingly grim. Indeed, you weren't mistaken. These are indeed substantial fish, Zhu Binkuan boasted, flaunting the catch before placing it in the live well. As Lin Yi continued to fish, the underwater world teemed with life, and every cast reaped a reward within mere minutes. By 3 o'clock, Lin Yi had already landed over 10 white bass, each weighing between 5 and 8 pounds, with several exceeding 10 pounds, one even reaching an impressive 21 pounds, likely the largest in the reservoir. Calculating the total weight, he had surpassed 100 pounds of fish, worth at least $2,000, with the potential for even higher prices for the larger specimens. Among them was a designated trophy fish, valued at $1,000. This meant, even if Lin Yi were to catch nothing in the remaining 2 hours, they had already thoroughly outsmarted the unscrupulous boss. However, the prospect of failing to catch more was utterly unimaginable for Lin Yi. The reservoir owner, now visibly distressed, glared at the two with resentment and regret, unable to fathom how these seemingly unassuming individuals had bested him so thoroughly. The art of fishing is indeed peculiar. Those who truly excel in the craft are rarely found driving luxurious vehicles such as Mercedes or Land Rovers. How many affluent individuals possess the time and inclination to delve into the intricacies of angling? Most simply seek enjoyment in the pastime. It is precisely for this reason that I, in my arrogance, sought to extract a hefty fee for the fishing spots. However, today I have misjudged the situation and ended up shooting myself in the foot. It appears I must accept this setback. The owner of the reservoir, having nearly burned his fingers on a cigarette, but crushed it beneath his heel and approached the two fishermen. Masters, come, have a smoke, he exclaimed, his voice dripping with sycophancy. Alas, I failed to recognize the presence of such esteemed experts. You appeared quite familiar, indeed. As Lin Yi pulled another hefty fish, weighing around 5 to 6 pounds, from the water, the obsequious tones behind him grew louder. Ah, the pleas for mercy have arrived. Lin Yi smirked, feeling immensely satisfied. Brother Zhu, lend a hand. On my way. Zhu Binkuan cheerfully ran over with a landing net, expertly assisting Lin Yi in securing the lively fish. Their cooperation was seamless. Zhu Binkuan had long lost interest in fishing for himself, focusing instead on helping Lin Yi reel in fish, capture photographs, and share them in their social circles. Masters? Seeing that they were utterly engrossed in fishing and had disregarded him, the reservoir owner's smile faltered slightly, revealing a trace of malice, yet he maintained his facade. I don't smoke, and if there is nothing else, I kindly ask you to keep your distance and not disturb our fishing. After placing the fish in a keep net, Lin Yi resumed baiting his hook, casting a sidelong glance at the owner's overly cheerful countenance. Indeed, we cannot afford to partake in your tobacco, so you may keep it for yourself. Zhu Binkuan chimed in. Indeed, smoking is detrimental to health. Abstaining is preferable. You two have had quite a fruitful day, and it seems you've enjoyed your fishing. How about we call it quits for today? Rest assured, the fee for the spots will be fully refunded. Consider it my treat to you, esteemed masters. The reservoir owner suppressed his frustration, plastering on a smile as he continued to placate them. The audacity of their words would have ordinarily provoked him to rage, yet the current circumstances compelled him to endure, hoping these two experts would spare him further humiliation. That will not do, Lin Yi interjected before Zhu Binkuan could speak. We agreed to fish until 6 o'clock, and we shall not take advantage of your generosity. You need not indulge us. Though his words were laced with humor, his tone exuded a resolute firmness devoid of any room for negotiation. When they had sought to take advantage of him, they had shown a ferocity reminiscent of a predator. Now, faced with potential loss, they came to grovel for mercy? It was too late for that. Lin Yi harbored no tolerance for unwarranted bullying. And if the owner had attempted to provoke him, he would ensure the owner felt the weight of his actions. Indeed, Brother Lin speaks wisely. We shall fish until 6 o'clock, and we'll be leaving together, so spare us your futile pleas. Zhu Benkuan, whose resentment towards the reservoir owner far surpassed Lin Yi's, was determined not to let the owner off the hook easily, boasting. Are you implying that there is no room for negotiation? Lin Yi and Zhu Benkuan's unyielding stance caused the reservoir owner's expression to darken. The previous mirth vanished, replaced by a chilling tone as he retorted, Indeed, there is no room for discussion. You may remain where you are and refrain from disrupting my enjoyment of fishing. Zhu Benkuan refused to back down, his voice equally defiant. As for Lin Yi, he was contentedly waiting for another fish to bite, disinterested in engaging with the owner any further. Fine, if you wish to push your luck, just wait. The reservoir owner's face turned ashen, and he stormed off, seething with anger. Moments later, just as Lin Yi was reeling in another fish with Zhu Benkuan's enthusiastic assistance, a cacophony of barking approached from the distance. The reservoir owner returned, leading 2 ferocious barking dogs, his face twisted with fury as he approached the duo. This lively scene immediately captured the attention of onlookers. Several anglers, previously engrossed in their own fishing spots, abandoned their pursuits to witness the unfolding drama. Fishing is indeed an enjoyable pastime, but nothing compares to the thrill of witnessing a spectacle. Fish can be caught at any time, but such excitement is a rare occurrence. I ask you once more, will you leave? The owner wielded the dogs as his allies, pointing at Lin Yi and Zhu Benkuan, threatening them openly in front of the gathered crowd. It was evident that the owner was a man of volatile temperament, willing to sacrifice his reservoir's reputation to rid himself of the two. Anglers typically form a united front. Should word spread of a reservoir owner who lacks integrity and preys on fishermen, his establishment's reputation would swiftly suffer, with potential closure looming on the horizon. Damn it, where are the reinforcements? Brother Lin, I'll hold off these 2 dogs. You make your escape to the car, and then you'll have nothing to fear. The towering, snarling dogs instilled a palpable fear that only those facing them could truly appreciate. Zhu Benkuan was beginning to panic, his grip on the landing net tightening as his knuckles whitened, beads of sweat forming on his brow, clearly revealing his anxiety. Yet, despite his nerves, Zhu Benkuan was no coward. Rather than yielding to the owner's intimidation, he stood his ground, ready to fight if necessary, even insisting Lin Yi escape first, a testament to his loyalty that stirred a sense of gratitude within Lin Yi. If Zhu Benkuan was unafraid, Lin Yi found no reason to be intimidated. Brother Zhu, you jest. I would never allow you to bear this burden alone. We stand together in solidarity. Lin Yi tightened his grip on his fishing rod, preparing for confrontation. In the heat of the moment, lacking suitable weaponry, he felt reassured by the quality of the rod in his hands, bolstered by his strength. He was confident it would serve him well should he need to fend off the dogs. You ungrateful wretches, I've waived the fee for the spots, gifted you fish. And you still desire more? I ask you one last time, will you leave or not? Chapter 44, Spare me where you can. Seeing the unwavering resolve in Lin Yi and Zhu Benkuan, the formerly menacing reservoir owner hesitated. Though he was furious, he was not unwise. Releasing the dogs would make it difficult to regain control. If they were to harm these 2 affluent individuals, it would be an affair far from simple to resolve. He could only continue to threaten Lin Yi and Zhu Benkuan with an air of bravado, hoping that they would capitulate and let the matter rest. Why drag it out? If you have the guts, unleash the dogs. If not, don't disturb my fishing. If I say 6 o'clock, it will be 6 o'clock, neither a minute more nor a minute less. Lin, my brother, spoke wisely. If you have the courage, unleash the dogs. If you lack it, then scram. I assure you, this matter is far from over. Lin Yi and Zhu Benkuan stood their ground, their gaze fixed resolutely on the 2 large wolves, declaring steadfastly that this issue transcended mere fishing fees and fish. It pertained to a man's dignity, and retreat was not an option. Excellent words. Truly, you are men of valor. Fear not, dear brothers. All fishermen are united as one. Today we stand by you too. Indeed, do not waver. Let us confront this unscrupulous owner. The onlookers, a group of fishermen, quickly grasped the situation and rallied in solidarity, embodying the spirit of mutual assistance among anglers. Fearless, are we? Then allow me to oblige. Shut it. Everyone stay put and behave. At that moment, the reservoir owner, his eyes aflame with rage, was on the verge of unleashing his dogs when a sudden screech of tires and a cacophony of shouts echoed throughout the reservoir. Several cars and a large truck barreled into the area. As soon as they came to a halt, 2 to 3 dozen burly men armed with clubs and steel pipes poured out. As they shouted, they swiftly rushed towards Zhu Bunkuan, forming a protective barrier around him and Lin Yi. "Boss, I'm late. Are you all right?" One of the robust men, with a buzz cut and a sturdy physique, approached Zhu Bunkuan with genuine concern. "I'm fine. Just keep those two wolves at bay. If they dare approach, take them down. And this is my brother Lin. No matter what happens, he must be protected at all costs." Finally relieved that the reinforcements had arrived, Zhu Bunkuan set down his net and addressed the muscular man, simultaneously expressing his protectiveness over Lin Yi. "Understood, boss," the strong man replied with a nod, then turned to roar at the reservoir owner. "You scoundrel." Before he could finish his proclamation, another screech of brakes interrupted. More cars rushed into the reservoir, including a police vehicle. Initially quiet, the police siren blared as they witnessed the gathering crowd, many wielding clubs and pipes. Realizing the situation was serious. "What is going on here? Why are so many people gathered? Are we about to brawl?" A group, including several police officers, disembarked and approached the scene, questioning the assembled crowd. Among them were several individuals Lin Yi recognized, those who had previously mentioned their intent to observe the spectacle in the Air Force group. At this point, the reservoir owner had lost all his earlier bravado. Even the once ferocious wolves had quieted, their mouths shut, gazing blankly at their master. Truly, the dogs had become mere extensions of their master's cowardice. Nothing serious, just this unscrupulous owner. Zhu Bunkuan chuckled as he explained the situation to the officers. Knowing that a fight was now out of the question, the matter was swiftly clarified and resolved. Ultimately, the owner not only refunded Lin Yi and Zhu Bunkuan's fishing fees, but begrudgingly returned the fees of 7 or 8 other onlookers as well. Afterward, Lin Yi and Zhu Bunkuan continued fishing, remaining until 6 o'clock, ultimately amassing several hundred pounds of fish, worth several thousand, nearing 10,000. They even caught several trophy fish, including a rare golden fish valued at 10,000, bringing their total haul to over 30,000. This was a staggering loss for the owner, especially in 2010, when property prices in many regions were still a mere few thousand per square meter. As the fishermen loaded their catch onto the truck and departed triumphantly, the reservoir owner's fury threatened to erupt, yet he could only seethe in silence, too fearful to express his anger in front of Lin Yi and the others, lest the police take him into custody for a few days. The owner, having acted unscrupulously, was now haunted by anxiety, fearing that someone might sabotage the reservoir, and knowing that his fishing business would inevitably plummet, leaving him to wonder when it would recover. Regretting his focus on the 2,000 in fishing fees, he had ended up worse off. Yet, there is no remedy for regret. He could only swallow his bitterness. "Haha, what a thrill today. I must stick with Brother Lin. Otherwise, I'd never experience such satisfaction." Indeed, did you see the owner's expression? He looked as if he had swallowed something foul. If anyone benefited the most, it was Zhu, as his workers would be enjoying the bounty of several hundred pounds of fish in the coming days. "Haha, all thanks to Brother Lin. He is kind-hearted. Had it been my way, I would have ensured not a single fish remained in that reservoir." As 4 or 5 individuals squeezed into Lin Yi's Land Rover, they animatedly discussed the exhilarating scene. For convenience, they had left their own vehicles behind and let Zhu Bunkuan's South subordinate drive them back. All crammed into Lin Yi's vehicle. Lin Yi, enjoying the lively chatter, smiled and remarked, "It's enough to have vented our frustrations. There's no need to ruin that owner's life. He has a family to support. We must show mercy when we can." While he had been angry during the incident, having extracted over 30,000 from the owner had alleviated much of his ire. Lin Yi was not a villain. Having lived 2 lives, he understood that most people struggled in this world, each with their own hardships. Unless one commits an unforgivable sin, there was no need to pursue absolute ruin. "Brother Lin is compassionate. We shall heed your words. I must toast to you later, as a token of my gratitude for your hospitality today. Also, among our group, there are a few individuals you might want to meet. They could prove useful connections in the future." Chapter 45. The purist in the dormitory, Liao Miao Miao. By the time Lin Yi returned to the campus after the dinner gathering, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. Although the hour was late, today could be deemed immensely fruitful, rendering the outing worthwhile. First and foremost, he had successfully completed his daily tasks, earning a commendable reward from the system, 10 attribute points. Following the allocation of these points, Lin Yi's attributes experienced a significant enhancement. Name, Lin Yi. Age, 22 years. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 30. Agility, 21. Intelligence, 20. Despite the repetitive nature of attribute points, Lin Yi found great pleasure in this reward. The advantage of these points lay in the fact that they fortified his physical capabilities, which were indeed revolutionary. Presently, Lin Yi's strength was thrice that of an average person, while his agility and intelligence were doubled. Although it had been quite some time since he had engaged in physical confrontations, he could still keenly perceive the overwhelming strength of his physique. For instance, in driving, not only did he possess a swifter reaction time, but he could also navigate to any place he had previously visited, regardless of distance or complexity, relying solely on his memory without the need for navigation. At this juncture, Lin Yi found himself curious about the potential rewards the system could still bestow upon him. He had already acquired a car, a home, and a company, and with the stock market reopening on Monday, his cash flow was poised for a dramatic expansion. In such circumstances, what further rewards could the system possibly offer? It seemed that aside from more attribute points, there was little else it could provide. It was indeed a challenging predicament for the system. Beyond the rewards from daily tasks, Lin Yi's other gains manifested in the form of connections. In addition to the numerous executives from their group, he had dined with the town mayor and several police officers. In the grand scheme of the Daxia Kingdom, there existed two formidable forms of support, the first being substantial wealth and the second being official connections. More often than not, the latter could overshadow the former, even when the disparity was vast. Thus, establishing rapport with such officials proved invaluable, and Lin Yi actively sought to cultivate these connections, laying a solid foundation. With such abundant gains within a single day, Lin Yi felt thoroughly satisfied. On his way back to campus, he called Wang Yaqi, inviting her to join him for a late-night snack. His eagerness to meet Wang Yaqi stemmed not only from having not seen her for several days, but also from a longing to tame this spirited young lady. Furthermore, he intended to borrow money from this affluent friend once again. With Monday approaching, the stock market would soon reopen. Lin Yi currently held 2 wealth roulette cards and information on a stock that had experienced 5 consecutive limit-up days. He was but a substantial capital away from prosperity. With only a little over $1,000,000 at his disposal, the base was too small. Borrowing another $1,000,000 from Wang Yaqi would exponentially accelerate his wealth accumulation. Before long, Lin Yi arrived beneath Wang Yaqi's dormitory. Meow meow. Hello there. As the Land Rover came to a halt, Wang Yaqi, exuding a delightful fragrance, slid into the back seat. Accompanying her was another girl, not Yu Xiaowei, but Liao Miao Miao, another resident of Wang Yaqi's dormitory. The dorm housed 4 girls in total. Aside from Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei, there were Wang Wen's girlfriend, Zheng Mingjun, and Liao Miao Miao. Lin Yi was somewhat acquainted with Liao Miao Miao, having dined together previously, but they were not particularly close. Upon seeing this girl, whom he could not claim to know well, entering the car, Lin Yi felt a bit bewildered yet greeted her warmly. Hello. Liao Miao Miao shyly nodded in response. Xiaowei's relatives have come to visit, so she didn't want to go out and is resting in the dorm. Mingjuan's boyfriend returned today and went out this afternoon, so they are probably quite engrossed in each other right now. I thought Miao Miao might be a bit bored alone, so I invited her out for a late-night snack. And I wanted to discuss something with you as well. At this moment, Wang Yaqi explained why Liao Miao Miao had joined them instead of Yu Xiaowei. Ah, I see. Then let's invite Wang Wen and them as well. I haven't seen Wang Wen in ages. Forget it. It's not just you who hasn't seen him in a while. Zheng Mingjun hasn't seen him for ages either. They might be in a fervent embrace right now, so don't be inconsiderate and interrupt them, haha. Wang Yaqi laughed, playfully admonishing Lin Yi, who was about to dial the phone. Haha, you're right. So what do you feel like eating? Anything. Wang Yaqi leaned back in her seat, speaking nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Liao Miao Miao, feeling even more shy, shrank back in her seat, too timid to speak. Having never dated before, she found it challenging to cope with the candid banter between Lin Yi and Wang Yaqi, opting to remain a quiet presence. As long as she wasn't noticed, she could bear her own awkwardness in silence. Of course, Liao Miao Miao's 4 years in university without a boyfriend certainly did not stem from a lack of beauty. Although she did not possess Wang Yaqi's towering height or long legs, nor did she have Yu Xiaowei's striking assets, in terms of appearance, she might even surpass Wang Yaqi. Particularly, her delicate and innocent allure rendered her the most enchanting among the women Lin Yi had encountered. Moreover, Lin Yi had known of Liao Miao Miao for quite some time. At the university's annual welcoming events and large-scale celebrations like New Year's, Liao Miao Miao, an accomplished pianist, frequently performed as a soloist, often serving as the grand finale. In university, some individuals excelled in numerous aspects, yet were simply uninterested in romantic relationships. Liao Miao Miao was one of them. The 8-cylinder engine emitted a deep growl, and the sleek black Land Rover glided through the night like a graceful beast. Before long, they arrived at the back street of the university. Delicious dishes were served, and frosty beers filled the glasses. The trio indulged in their meal with great enthusiasm. Linny, could you arrange a job for Miao Miao? The weather is sweltering, and she's been running around looking for work for days, getting sunburnt, Wang Yaqi said, her cheeks flushed after nearly finishing her drink. At this moment, Liao Miao Miao lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Yi's gaze. Clearly, Wang Yaqi's request on her behalf made her feel embarrassed. and she worried that Lin Yi might find it difficult to comply and deny her request. Oh, that is certainly feasible. Meow meow, what is your major? In contrast, Lin Yi's expression and tone remained entirely unaffected, showing no sign of discomfort at Wang Yaqi and Liao Meow Meow's request. Arranging a job was hardly a monumental task. It was simply a matter of facilitating opportunities, which was quite normal. Moreover, it aligned with the principle that when one achieves success, those around them benefit as well. However, it would be prudent to ascertain Liao Meow Meow's major to arrange a suitable position for her. I'm majoring in accounting, just like shall we? Upon seeing Lin Yi's calm demeanor and his prompt agreement, Liao Meow Meow realized that this might be a simple matter for him, and she felt less anxious, lifting her head to respond. Yet, as she looked up, her poor tolerance for alcohol became evident. Her exquisitely innocent face flushed a deep crimson, radiant and vibrant, akin to a perfectly ripe peach. Ha, meow meow, is your alcohol tolerance really that poor? How much have you had to drink? Not even a bottle, right? Lin Yi remarked, noticing Liao Meow Meow's flushed and comical state, chuckling as he spoke. Yes, that's right, I seldom drink, she replied, somewhat sheepishly. One should indeed have a modicum of drinking ability. It's a form of self-defense, you know. No worries, just drink a bit more in the future. And your tolerance will gradually improve, Wang Yaqi chimed in, downing another refreshing beer and casting a playful glare at Lin Yi. Don't say such nonsense. I merely intend to teach Meow Meow about the realities of life outside. Those lofty ideals you mentioned never even crossed my mind, Lin Yi hurriedly clarified, feeling a pang of embarrassment from Wang Yaqi's teasing. Well, when we dined together that night, you didn't mention having such intentions towards me, did you? And what happened? You ended up escorting her to a motel instead of her dormitory. Wang Yaqi continued her relentless ribbing, emboldened by the alcohol. Come on, Meow Meow is here. Why bring this up? Let's return to discussing work. How about you join my company, Meow Meow? You could help me oversee some financial matters, Lin Yi suggested, eager to change the subject as he felt the heat rising to his cheeks from Wang Yaqi's boldness. I'm fine with that, it's up to you. Liao Meow Meow finally responded, having been lost in her thoughts until Lin Yi mentioned her name, feeling a bit embarrassed to be the center of attention. Liao Meow Meow was aware of the connections between Wang Yaqi and Lin Yi. The topics shared during the girls' dormitory late-night conversations were rich and unreserved, a realm understood only by those in the know. Thus, she not only knew of their relationship but also many details, including Lin Yi's exceptional talents. Yet, it was precisely because of this knowledge that she felt increasingly bashful in Lin Yi's presence, a stark contrast to their first meeting when she had not blushed so easily. Then it's settled. On Monday, contact my secretary to arrange your onboarding, Lin Yi stated, sending Liao Meow Meow the WeChat contact of Qin Shuyao, finalizing the arrangement. Her expertise in finance and taxation would undoubtedly be beneficial to Lin Yi. Yaqi, I need to discuss something with you, Lin Yi said, turning to Wang Yaqi once Liao Meow Meow's situation was settled. What is it? She inquired. Could you lend me another $1,000,000? He asked. Thank you, Lin Yi. Liao Meow Meow smiled gratefully, as they were concerned about her returning to her dormitory alone so late at night, especially since it was quite a distance from the street. After finishing their late-night snack, Lin Yi personally escorted her back to the dormitory. As for Wang Yaqi, she too had not seen Lin Yi for several days and was reluctant to return to her single bed alone. Moreover, having indulged in a fair amount of alcohol, she felt too tipsy to take a cab and was currently waiting for Lin Yi at the motel. Don't be so formal. Work hard, and if you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to reach out to me, Lin Yi assured her with a reassuring smile, watching Liao Meow Meow enter the dormitory before heading back to the street. Wang Yaqi was waiting for him, and Lin Yi was eager to hasten his return. He felt an overwhelming urge to accelerate, as if he could push the gas pedal down to the floor just to reach her faster. Come on, Xiao Linzi, Wang Yaqi called out, her alluring presence igniting a primal instinct within him the moment he stepped into the room. With her cascading waves of hair, fiery red lips, and a fitted dress that accentuated her curves, Wang Yaqi sat on the bed, her gaze dreamy as she beckoned him closer. The dim, suggestive lighting in the room only heightened her already captivating allure, intensifying the desire within Lin Yi. Indeed, Wang Yaqi was a wild spirit. Neither Yu Xiaowei nor Mu Shuero could evoke such fervor. The former was all about gentleness, while the latter often embodied a cute, playful vibe. Hey, you little enchantress. Always coming up with new tricks, Lin Yi teased, striking a mock martial pose as if he were a seasoned practitioner of some ancient art. Soon, a passionate clash unfolded within the modest confines of the room, a scene of fervent intensity that would have been unthinkable in such an inexpensive accommodation. After what felt like an eternity, the tumultuous encounter finally subsided, resulting in the triumphant practitioner subduing the beguiling enchantress, a conclusion that brought joy to all involved. I can't take it anymore. From now on, When I'm alone, I won't dare to see you. How can you be so strong and yet fish every day? Wang Yaqi lamented, resting on Lin Yi, slightly breathless. Haha, fishing is a beneficial sport for both body and mind, he replied, laughing. Stop joking. I'll go fishing with you in the future. I want to get stronger too, she declared, playfully biting his shoulder. Sure. As long as you have the time and don't find it boring, Lin Yi responded. You just mentioned it. Now you're backing out? Be careful. You might end up with your words coming back to haunt you. Aren't women just full of contradictions? He quipped. A little extra weight wouldn't hurt. Especially if you could be as enchanting as Xiao Wei. Haha. If you can truly be like Xiao Wei, then you would be perfect. But remember, her allure is a result of her innate talent, not merely her appearance, Lin Yi remarked. Stop laughing. I'm not far behind, all right? By the way, do you have an interest in Liao Miao Miao? Wang Yaqi asked with a sly grin, glancing at Lin Yi. What? He exclaimed, taken aback. What's with the surprise? Are you denying it? I find it hard to believe you have no thoughts about Liao Miao Miao. Isn't her pure and gentle demeanor precisely what men find most appealing? That's absurd. You're just being ridiculous. He protested. Ridiculous? Didn't you also say that you had nothing with you, Xiao Wei? And look where you are now. With her around less and less. You heartless scoundrel. No, I've just been busy. But I promise to make more time for you, Lin Yi said. Gently running his fingers through Wang Yaqi's slightly damp and tousled hair, feeling a twinge of guilt. He realized he had been neglecting her lately due to his busy schedule, and this weighed heavily on his conscience. Despite her spirited and somewhat mischievous nature, Wang Yaqi had been incredibly supportive, helping him immensely in various aspects since his rebirth. I suppose you have a bit of a conscience, she teased, lightly tapping his chest. However, I was merely jesting. You should prioritize your career. I have no pressing matters on my end, so if you could spare me a visit once a week, that would suffice. By the way, if you truly have feelings for Miao Miao, feel free to take the initiative. Both Xiao Wei and I will support you. Unlike Xiao Wei, she is genuinely an innocent young lady. And with you by her side, she certainly won't suffer any loss. Haha. Oh, let's discuss this later. Whether Xiao Wei agrees is still uncertain. So how are you feeling? Have you rested enough? Wang Yaqi's straightforwardness even rendered the thick-skinned Lin Yi a bit embarrassed, prompting him to change the subject. What are you worried about, Xiao Wei? She's merely a carefree child seeking joy. As long as she isn't neglected, she'll be willing to do anything you ask. And you think I'm the only one who can't tolerate it? Xiao Wei is even less capable than me, all right? You are simply being hypocritical, feigning reluctance while trying to gather more sisters. Enough resting. Let's continue. Who is afraid of whom? Chapter 47. At this moment, just like then, the all-night struggle was utterly exhausting. Not until after 10 the next morning did Lin Yi finally open his eyes. Given Lin Yi's fatigue, Wang Yaqi was undoubtedly in an even worse state. When Lin Yi awoke, Wang Yaqi was still sound asleep beside him, even emitting soft snores reminiscent of their first encounter. Back then, Wang Yaqi had also been in a deep slumber when Lin Yi got up, similarly snoring cutely. You're awake? You're coming again. Lin Yi, now awake, was far from compliant, primarily because the sleeping beauty beside him was simply too alluring, making it hard for him to resist. After a bit of playful mischief, Wang Yaqi, unable to continue her slumber, opened her weary eyes and glared at Lin Yi, who was nestled against her chest. I want breakfast. Breakfast? Where do you think I could possibly find breakfast for you at this hour? Haha, then I'll just have you. Spare me, I want to sleep. Wang Yaqi lamented helplessly. Soon enough, the playful skirmish resumed within the room. The sofa, the edge of the bed, the windowsill, the TV cabinet, and even the bathroom were all in disarray. It wasn't until around noon that Lin Yi finally led the unsteady Wang Yaqi out of the room for lunch at a nearby restaurant. Following that, they went to the lovers' lake at school to indulge in some fishing, completing their daily task. This scene mirrored their very first outing together. At this moment, it felt just like then. However, they were yet to encounter Dean He Lianqing. It had been a while since Lin Yi had seen him, having heard that the dean was busy with a significant project and had no time for fishing. Regrettably, even after Lin Yi completed his daily task, he did not come across the dean, who had been instrumental in assisting him. Meanwhile, the intimate exchanges between Lin Yi and Wang Yaqi at the lake were feeding the envy of other fishermen nearby, who could only wish to leave if fishing were not so paramount. Today's daily task reward amounted to 10 attribute points. Lin Yi allocated them as follows: 5 points to strength, 3 to agility, and 2 to intelligence, bringing his totals to 35 strength, 24 agility, and 22 intelligence, all far exceeding the average. The system's attribute table was rather simple, comprising only 3 categories: strength, agility, and intelligence. Thus, strength encompassed various attributes like physical power, stamina, and vitality, making it Lin Yi's primary focus for upgrades. This method of rewarding attribute points further confirmed Lin Yi's concerns about the system's uncertainty regarding suitable rewards for him. while also increasing his worries for Wang Yaqi and the others. As he grew stronger, he feared they might struggle to keep up. What should he do in the future? Perhaps buy a large villa and house them all together for mutual support? This predicament left Lin Yi pondering for a while, as the sun gradually descended. After having dinner with Wang Yaqi, Lin Yi made a special trip to the supermarket to purchase some brown sugar, hot water bags, and other items for her to bring back to Yu Xiaowei. Since he could not enter the girls' dormitory and needed to show concern for Yu Xiaowei, he had no choice but to send those items with Wang Yaqi. Whether they would be useful was irrelevant. It was the thought that counted. Girls often appreciate whether a man's heart is in the right place. As for Wang Yaqi, her frail condition led her to adamantly refuse to stay another night with Lin Yi, insisting instead on returning to her dorm to rest properly for a few days. This worked out well, as she could take those items back to Yu Xiaowei. As for Lin Yi, he could only return to his dorm alone, feeling empty and lonely after seeing Wang Yaqi off. On the way back, Lin Yi couldn't help but think of his son, Wang Wen. It had been a whole day. Surely he was tired of flirting and was ready to see his father. With that thought in mind, Lin Yi pulled out his phone and called Wang Wen. "Hello. You little rascal, you come back without even letting your dad know. What are you up to? You're not busy with something, are you?" Lin Yi recalled that on the day he was with Wang Yaqi, Wang Wen had called right when he was in the midst of something, catching him off guard. He wondered if he would again coincidentally stumble upon Wang when occupied with something at that moment. "Cut the nonsense. I'm in the dorm. What's up? Did you return to school? I heard from Mingjun that you've been scarce in school lately. Are you back today?" "Yep, I'm back. Just wait. I'll head over soon. By the way, how about you come out, and we can have a couple of drinks together?" "Can't do it. My legs are a bit weak, and I can hardly move. How about you bring something back, and we can eat while chatting?" "Ha ha ha, you softy. Mingjun is that fierce. Has she turned you into this? All right, just wait. Dad will get you some nourishing food before heading back." After some playful banter, Lin Yi turned and headed to the back street. He gathered an array of invigorating foods like chives, okra, oysters, and kidney to support his son, who had clearly overexerted himself, along with a few bottles of beer, before returning to the dormitory. "Wow, you little rascal, did you go mining? Why are you so dark? And you're as thin as a rake, looking like a monkey." As soon as he entered the dorm, Lin Yi was taken aback by Wang Wen's drastically changed appearance. Initially, he thought it was merely the dim lighting playing tricks on his eyes, but after several glances, he confirmed that the dark, skinny figure before him was indeed his roommate of 4 years, Wang Wen. "Don't mention it. I've been working." Wang Wen's face was etched with bitterness. He initially didn't want to recount this embarrassing experience, but after a few bites of barbecue and sips of beer, and with his brother present, he couldn't hold back any longer and began to pour out his woes to Lin Yi. "If I had known, I would have listened to you and not ventured into stocks. I've lost everything, even my underwear. I had planned to move out with Mingjun and had already found a place, just waiting to sign the contract. But after losing money in stocks, how could I afford the rent? I had no choice but to take a labor job on a construction site just to cover it. Brother, I'm really struggling." As Wang Wen spoke, tears began to flow. It was unclear whether it was the spiciness of the barbecue or the beer that caused it, or if his dismal experience was simply too much for him. "Why didn't you tell me if you were in trouble? Why did you go to work on a construction site? You, with your delicate skin, can handle that kind of hardship? Enough, enough, cease your tears. Since my brother is aware of the situation, I must lend you a helping hand. Tomorrow, I shall lead you to a minor fortune, and in a few days, you can come to my company to assist me. What do you say?" Wang Wen, with tears streaming down his face, moved Lin Yi to the point of discomfort, prompting him to offer words of comfort without pause. To aid you at your company? Have you truly struck it rich, you rascal? Ha ha. Riches may be an exaggeration. I have merely acquired a modest sum, yet it suffices to sustain you, my wayward child. How about it? My company is newly established and in dire need of manpower. Will you come to assist me? Chapter 48. Brother, I trust you. Though Wang Wen was extending a hand to Lin Yi remained considerate of Wang Wen's feelings, opting to phrase his invitation in a way that highlighted the need for help rather than directly suggesting he come work for him. "Absolutely. I was just lamenting my lack of employment. If you can support me, that would be splendid." "Damn, you've outpaced me. How did you move so swiftly?" Wang Wen eagerly acquiesced. In their past, they had made a pact that if one of them achieved success, they must not forget the other and must support one another. To become the first to prosper, both were exerting their utmost effort, as neither wished to be the one left behind. After all, the hierarchy established in the dormitory would become unchangeable. The answer had now revealed itself. With the system's assistance, Lin Yi had indeed become the prosperous one first. Moreover, he was fulfilling the light-hearted promise made between the two brothers to help Wang Wen. This gesture profoundly moved Wang Wen, who felt joy for Lin Yi but could not help but feel a tinge of discomfort within. "Haha, it's merely luck. You know I enjoy fishing, right? Through various encounters, I befriended several affluent businessmen who found me agreeable and invited me to partner in establishing a company. However, they are often preoccupied with their ventures and rarely visit the office. I find myself overwhelmed, hence my desire for your assistance. It's not just you. I've also brought in Liao Miao Miao from Mingjuan's dormitory, and she will join me at the company shortly. Lin Yi's mind raced, conjuring a plausible excuse. He could not confess to Wang Wen that he had been reborn and awakened the fishing king system, now a millionaire. Such a revelation would surely land him in a mental institution for scrutiny. Is that so? This sounds like a plot from a novel. Anyway, I trust you implicitly. By the way, what did you mean by leading me to a small fortune tomorrow? Upon hearing Lin Yi's explanation, disbelief filled Wang Wen's eyes. Nevertheless, their years of camaraderie led him to choose trust over skepticism. The circumstances might seem implausible, but as long as his brother was trustworthy, that was all that mattered. Just as he would never betray Lin Yi, he had also introduced Mingjuan's roommate to him. Of course, I absolutely trust you, including tomorrow. Follow my lead, and you will surely prosper. You must know about Taizi Liquor, right? I possess insider information. The company is poised for 5 consecutive price hikes. What? More stock trading? I've just clawed my way out of that pit. It was more than just skin deep. I lost bones. Are you so certain? Fine, I'll trust you. I still have over 6,000. I'll go all in with you. Wang Wen's initial thought upon hearing Lin Yi's plan to make money through stock trading was one of fear, skepticism, and rejection. Truly, one could be bitten by a snake once and remain fearful of the rope for 10 years. Yet, he merely expressed his fear of stock trading without voicing his doubts or refusals, ultimately swallowing them back. He chose to place his faith in Lin Yi, willing to risk what could be considered his last capital, which he had painstakingly saved from his labor on construction sites, for one final gamble alongside Lin Yi. This almost blind, unconditional trust, whether it moved the heavens or not, genuinely touched Lin Yi. Rest assured, I will ensure your prosperity. Should you incur losses, I shall compensate you fully, Lin Yi assured him, patting Wang Wen's shoulder with conviction. Compensate. A loss is a loss. Why would you need to compensate? Come, let us indulge. These grilled kidneys are simply exquisite. Tomorrow, I must also seek Mingjuan's assistance. By the way, I'll be risking all my money in the stock market with you tomorrow. You'll need to lend me for the hotel expenses. Huh? Do you think I'd ask you to borrow from me? I'll treat. Tomorrow, your meals and hotel expenses are all on me. Today is Monday. And Lin Yi rose early, not for classes, for he was already a graduate and summer vacation was a mere 10 days away. His early rise was solely to visit his company. Lin Yi was no longer just a student. He had transitioned into the role of a company president, and the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders had grown considerably. This breakfast is for you. Unsure of your preferences, I chose a variety. Liao Miao Miao placed a bag of small steamed buns, a bag of fried dumplings, and a cup of soy milk on Lin Yi's armrest, addressing him. This is quite a feast, thank you. Lin Yi smiled, expressing his gratitude to Liao Miao Miao. Though simple, the breakfast was plentiful. Coupled with Liao Miao Miao's pure and charming smile in the morning light, what more could one desire? Initially, Lin Yi intended for Liao Miao Miao to contact Qin Shuyu regarding her employment, but since he was heading to the company, he decided to take her along. It turned out to be a delightful arrangement. Having a stunning beauty accompanying him made the journey far more enjoyable and significantly less dull. Moreover, Liao Miao Miao was quite considerate, providing Lin Yi with soy milk and tissues throughout the journey, attending to him meticulously. Good morning, President Lin. Chung Lily, who had been watching the entrance, immediately spotted Lin Yi entering with a beautiful woman and hurriedly stood, bowing as she greeted him sweetly. She was acutely aware that her previous mistake of preventing the president from entering had been a grave error. Thankfully, he had not scolded her. But she was determined not to repeat that blunder. Such a remarkable president. Just moments ago, a stunning beauty came to see him, and now he brings another. However, this was to be expected. Young, accomplished, tall, and handsome with such a pleasant demeanor. Who could resist such a man? Especially after he had demonstrated such decisiveness by granting a 10% salary increase to all employees upon his arrival. It was simply mesmerizing. Hello, you look lovely today. Lin Yi nodded at the receptionist, who had previously impeded his entry, teasingly complimenting her. Thank you, President Lin. You look quite dashing today as well. Flattered by Lin Yi's praise, Chung Lily felt overwhelmed, her cheeks flushing red as she shyly lowered her gaze. Haha, has Secretary Qin arrived? Finding amusement in Chung Lily's bashful demeanor, Lin Yi laughed heartily as he inquired. He was unsure why he felt the urge to tease every beauty he encountered. Was it his newfound confidence that awakened a hidden desire for admiration? Much like how a person with a hearty appetite naturally becomes more attuned to fine cuisine? Yes. And another young lady named Fu Zi has also arrived. Oh, they come so early? Please have Secretary Qin and Miss Fu come to my office. Hearing that Fu Zi had arrived so early, a flicker of surprise and delight crossed Lin Yi's mind. The astonishment and joy stemmed from the prospect of soon having this capable ally at his side. Lin Yi, accompanied by the blushing Liao Miao Miao, made his way directly to his boss's office. The rather overt and flirtatious exchange between Lin Yi and the receptionist left Liao Miao Miao feeling overwhelmed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Simultaneously, she harbored a deep curiosity. How could Lin Yi, already entangled with both Yaqi and Xiao Wei, still be so inviting to other women? Did he not fear inciting jealousy from them? Chapter 49. Wealth Roulette card activated. Forever young. Please have a seat. There's no need to be nervous. Just be yourself. Lin Yi reassured the visibly anxious Liao Miao Miao as they entered the office. Despite her well-off background, which had afforded her the opportunity to master the piano, the prospect of being in her boss's office for the first time was undeniably nerve-wracking. Shortly after they settled, Qin Shuyu entered with Fu Zi. Good morning, Lin Zong. The two stunning beauties, clad in professional attire and high heels, greeted Lin Yi as they stood gracefully before the expansive, opulent desk. This sight left Liao Miao Miao, dressed simply in a white floral dress, feeling overshadowed. It also deepened her understanding of Lin Yi's charm with women. Goodness, he was surrounded by beautiful women. This morning alone, she had encountered 3. How many more were there? And how many had shared a deeper connection with Lin Yi? Good morning, please take a seat. The appearance of these two enchanting women lifted Lin Yi's spirits immensely. Indeed, appreciating beauty is a secret to a man's longevity. Particularly, Fu Zi's swift arrival at the company delighted him further. Let us discuss matters regarding Ms. Fu. Once they were seated, Lin Yi began outlining Fu Zi's role. Ms. Fu will initially hold the position of Deputy General Manager, operating within the business department, where she will familiarize herself with our company's actual operations alongside veteran colleagues. In addition to organizing the ongoing real estate project for my review, I plan to invest in another real estate project soon, which will require your oversight, Ms. Fu. What do you think of this arrangement? Certainly, I have great confidence in your investment decisions in real estate, Lin Zong. I believe this will yield substantial returns for the company, Fu Zi replied. Known for her meticulous preparation, she had sought insights from Qin Shuyu over the weekend and conducted her own research online, equipping herself with a solid understanding of the company's operations. She was particularly optimistic about the company's strategic focus on real estate, a sector she had always believed in. Previously, her opinions held little weight, but now, as part of a company that aligned with her vision, she felt a new sense of opportunity for growth. This was one of the primary reasons she had left her previous leading firm to join Lin Yi's new venture. Additionally, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with Lin Yi, as if they had known each other before, which added to her sense of comfort. Haha, great minds think alike. It seems our collaboration is destined for success. By the way, Secretary Qin, please transfer 30,000 to Ms. Fu's account. When Lin Yi had recruited Fu Zi, he had promised an advance of 3 months' salary. And he would certainly keep his word. Understood, Lin Zong, Qin Shuyu acknowledged. Oh, there's no need for that, Lin Zong. I was merely joking. Fu Zi quickly stood to decline when she realized Lin Yi was serious about fulfilling his promise. Not at all. This was a commitment I made to you. And it is rightfully yours. If you find it overwhelming, simply focus on your work. Put in the effort to submit the project report within 2 weeks. How does that sound? Absolutely. I will ensure the task is completed. Lin Yi's reliability and regard for her made Fu Zi feel valued and motivated. As for this young lady, she is my classmate, Liao Miao Miao, specializing in finance and taxation. Secretary Qin, could you arrange for her to work in the finance department? After discussing Fu Zi's role, Lin Yi turned to address Liao Miao Miao's placement. Miao Miao, this is your first job, and while you may lack experience, do not be afraid. Learn from your seniors, and if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. We are classmates, so do not hesitate. Thank you, Lin, thank you. Lin Zong. Liao Miao Miao hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Don't mention it. Now, Secretary Qin, please take them to handle their onboarding procedures while I attend to some matters. With this arrangement, the time had already reached 9:30, coinciding with the opening of the stock market. It was now time to gamble on either the continuation of existing projects and investment in Zhu Binkuan's real estate project or face the dire situation of being unable to pay employees' salaries and having to flee. Hey, have you gotten up yet? Hurry and buy stocks. Before making any moves, Lin Yi sent a message to Wang Wen. Although he could have brought Wang Wen along to the company for onboarding, Wang Wen had been thoroughly exhausted by his recent romantic escapades with Sung Mingjun and, having drunk too much the previous night, was unable to rise. Up now, is it Taizi liquor? No problem. I'm going all in. Remember, it should rise for 5 consecutive days, sell on Friday. After finishing his instructions to Wang Wan, Lin Yi specifically went to wash his hands before solemnly opening his stock trading software. Upon logging in and locating his pre-selected stock, Taizi Liquor, he briefly reviewed the stock information. The current price was 35.67, with a circulating market capitalization of 33.5 billion. The shares alone were valued at over 120 billion. With my 2 million investment, it should not cause much disruption, he mused, inputting the total number of shares to purchase. However, given the current stock price and his financial capacity, he could only acquire a little over 500 lots. Simultaneously, Lin Yi issued a command to the system in his mind to activate the Wealth Roulette card. Wealth Roulette card, when consumed, it triggers a lucky roulette, offering a return on wealth ranging from 0.1 to 10 times, usable up to 10 times. With such a miraculous tool in hand, if he could not amass wealth, what was the point of being reborn? He might as well hang himself from a beam with a rope. Detected that the host has spent 1,997,520 yuan. Wealth Roulette card activated. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received a 2x return. A cash rebate of 3,995,040 yuan has been credited to the system, and the host may withdraw it to their account. Withdraw. Ding ding, ding ding. Just as Lin Yi mentally issued the command, his mobile phone on the desk began to vibrate. Your account ending in 9653 has received a deposit of 3,995,040 yuan on July 5th at 9:35. Current balance, 402,736,362 yuan, ping and bank. It worked. The Wealth Roulette card is indeed eternal. You are my deity. Gazing at the balance of over 4 million displayed on his phone, Lin Yi was overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 50, 9418-47228. Come join the group chat. If it were merely 4 million, Lin Yi, whose net worth had already soared into the tens of millions, would not have reacted this way. Yet, this was far more than just 4 million. It validated the efficacy of the Wealth Roulette card and confirmed the potential for Lin Yi's wealth to surge, which was the true source of his exhilaration. With this newfound 4 million, Lin Yi promptly transferred the entire sum into his securities account and resumed purchasing stocks of the Taizi liquor industry. The system detected a consumption of 4,027,143 yuan. Activating the Wealth Roulette card. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received a fourfold rebate. A cash rebate of 16,108,572 yuan has been credited to the system, and the host may withdraw it to their account. Withdrawal. Your account ending in 9653 received 16,108,572 yuan on July 5th at 9:41. With a balance of 1,610,879,262 yuan, ping and bank. In just a few minutes, Lin Yi's cash assets had surpassed 10 million. When adding his stock assets, he was already over 22 million, and considering his vehicles, properties, and company, it was likely he was nearing 40 to 50 million. Having utilized the Wealth Roulette card only twice, Lin Yi was astounded by its formidable power. Moreover, he possessed 2 of these cards, granting him a total of 20 uses, leaving 18 still available. As he gazed at the unprecedentedly lengthy balance of his bank account, Lin Yi felt a sense of numbness wash over him after the initial elation. He could hardly fathom how vast his assets would swell after exhausting these 18 uses of the Wealth Roulette card. The system then detected a consumption of 16,107,840 yuan, activating the Wealth Roulette card once more. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received a 0.1x rebate. A cash rebate of 1,610,784 yuan has been credited to the system, and the host may withdraw it to their account. What the heck? Lin Yi was taken aback. The joy turned to despair. Just as he was marveling at the rapid expansion of his wealth and the impressive capabilities of the Wealth Roulette card and system, it had swiftly dealt him a blow. This time, with a consumption exceeding 10 million, he had triggered the lowest rebate tier of 0.1x. Was the system intentionally toying with him, or was his luck truly so dismal? If only it had been a tenfold rebate, he would have seen over 160 million credited, making him a billionaire. Feeling the sting of losing 160 million, Lin Yi was filled with sorrow. Undeterred, he clicked the mouse, reinvesting the freshly credited sum of over 160 million back into stocks. By now, he had acquired over 23 million in Taizi liquor industry stocks. Fortunately, the liquidity of Taizi liquor was substantial. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to purchase such a large volume of stock in a short span. However, even so, this swift influx of over 23 million had already impacted Taizi liquor's stock price, which had risen from 3,567 yuan to 3,581 yuan. Although the increase was modest, the upward trend was evident, signaling to Lin Yi that it was time to accelerate his pace. The system detected a consumption of 1,593,090 yuan. Activating the Wealth Roulette card. Ding. Congratulations, The host has received a tenfold rebate. A cash rebate of 15,930 yuan has been credited to the system, and the host may withdraw it to their account. Damn, a tenfold rebate. Lin Yi nearly leaped with joy at the sight of the long string of numbers. The system continued to detect subsequent consumptions of 15,936, 970 yuan, 67, 825, 430 yuan, and 379, 259, 680 yuan, each activating the wealth roulette card. After the dramatic fluctuations, Lin Yi's mindset had settled into a state of calm. He ceased to scrutinize the rebate multipliers or the ever-increasing balance in his bank account, mechanically repeating the cycle of purchasing stocks and withdrawing cash rebates until he had exhausted all 20 opportunities provided by the two wealth roulette cards. By the time he finished, it was nearly 11:30, the market closing time. Lin Yi glanced at his holdings and realized that he had acquired over 1.57 billion in Taizi liquor industry stocks. In terms of shares, he now owned approximately one of the company, almost placing him among the top 10 shareholders. Thankfully, Taizi Liquor's market capitalization was substantial, otherwise, reaching a 5 stake would have triggered a mandatory disclosure. The influx of over 1.57 billion in a short time had caused Taizi Liquor's stock to skyrocket. By the time the market closed at 11:30, the stock had surged by 69, reaching a price of 3,813 yuan, an increase of over 2 yuan. Perhaps, once the market opened in the afternoon, it wouldn't take long for the first trading limit to be triggered. Lin Yi was astonished to realize that he was the primary contributor to this initial surge. He wondered if the system had taken this into account. However, he had no time to ponder such thoughts. All he desired was a place to lie down and rest, preferably with someone to massage his weary arms. After an hour and a half of purchasing stocks worth over 15 billion, even Lin Yi's robust constitution felt utterly fatigued. More so than when he had dealt with Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei at the Baiwa Lake Hotel. His arms, resting flat, trembled slightly as if they were vibrating. Knock. Knock, knock. Just as Lin Yi closed his eyes to rest, a series of knocks interrupted him. Mr. Lin, Manager Fu, and Miss Liao's onboarding has been completed. Qin Shuyao, her long legs elegantly encased in black stockings and stepping gracefully in high heels, entered to report to Lin Yi. All right, thank you for your hard work. Not at all. It was no trouble. However, there is one matter. Qin Shuyao hesitated, clearly grappling with something difficult to articulate. What is it? Speak plainly. I've arranged for the finance department to transfer the 30,000 yuan to Manager Fu, and it should be credited by the end of the day. However, our company account now only has 26,000 left. Furthermore, Friday is payday, and the total salary for all employees amounts to over 360,000. Adding the 10% raise you mentioned last Friday, that adds another 30,000 or more. It seems this month's payroll will exceed 400,000. What do you think? What? Is our company really in such dire straits? As soon as Qin Shuyao finished speaking, Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his hand steadying. Now engulfed in shock and dread over the impending financial crisis of the company. He had been so busy that he had forgotten to check the company's account, only now realizing that the working capital was insufficient to cover this month's wages. If they weren't struggling financially, then Zhang would have no need to sell the company. Qin Shuyao mumbled, fearful that Lin Yi would hear her, yet also anxious that he might not. It made sense. If they weren't struggling, why would they sell the company? This mess was indeed quite troublesome. You just said payday is Friday, right? Yes, Friday. Is it usually in the afternoon or morning? It's typically around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Got it. Lin Yi exclaimed, clapping his hands with delight. On Friday afternoons, around 3 or 4 o'clock, the salary is dispersed. So why should one feel anxious? By 3 o'clock, the stock market is closed, and by that time, one stocks would have been sold long ago, with the funds already credited. Moreover, it is not merely 1.7 billion, but over 2.5 billion, with a daily compound interest of 10%. In just 5 days, the 15.7 billion can swell to 25.1 billion, an astonishingly rapid pace. At that point, the 400,000 salary would be a mere trifle for Lin Yi. Chapter 51, The Secret Door in the Wardrobe. All right, I understand. I'll inform the finance department that the funds will definitely be credited by 3:30 on Friday afternoon. Until then, please keep this secret to prevent unnecessary panic among the staff. If this matter leaks, the entire finance department will face dismissal. Kindness does not command troops, and righteousness does not manage finances. At this moment, the stability of the company is of utmost importance. Should anyone attempt to sabotage Lin Yi during this time, they would have to face his wrath. Yes, President Lin. Seeing Lin Yi, typically so amiable, speak in such a stern tone startled Qin Shuyu, causing her to tremble slightly. Others might not have noticed, but Lin Yi, with his enhanced physique, perceived her subtle movement with clarity. Realizing he had frightened this enchanting lady, he softened his demeanor and said, "All right, this is not directed at you. So don't be nervous. You needn't worry about the finances, just wait for your salary on Friday. By the way, please call in Manager Fu." "Understood, President Lin." Qin Shuyu clicked her heels as she exited. Moments later, she returned with Fu Ziyi. "President Lin, you summoned me?" "Yes, take a seat." "Shuyu, please pour a cup of tea for Manager Fu." Lin Yi gestured toward the sofa. He then joined her, adopting a comfortable posture. "Manager Fu, as a finance graduate, do you know any classmates who are familiar with stock trading?" "No other skills are necessary, just a solid understanding of trading and a trustworthy character." Once Fu Ziyi, elegantly clad in a knee-length skirt that accentuated her shapely legs encased in smooth black stockings, settled into her seat, Lin Yi continued, "Only those familiar with stock trading? I certainly know of some. This is not a difficult task. Are you looking to establish a stock department, President Lin? Would you not require analysts as well?" Impressive indeed. Fu Ziyi, with just a simple inquiry from Lin Yi, she had surmised his intentions and offered her suggestions. In truth, Lin Yi had long aspired to form his own stock team, but had been too preoccupied to address the matter until now. The recent purchase of 15 billion in stocks had significantly expedited this process. Lin Yi preferred not to be the sole individual clicking away at the mouse come Friday. Risking cramping his hand, it would be far more prudent to recruit several professional traders. "No, for now, we only need traders. Since you have acquaintances, please assist me in recruiting a few, let's say 3 for now. As for their compensation, you can decide. Money is of no concern. But they must be well-versed in stock trading and, importantly, possess integrity and discretion." Lin Yi emphasized earnestly. Maintaining confidentiality and integrity is essential. Lin Yi did not wish for the system to reveal his stock insights only to have them become common knowledge. Trading stocks is fundamentally about information asymmetry. Once everyone is aware, how can one profit from stocks? Furthermore, Lin Yi preferred to keep his financial status discreet. "Understood, President Lin. They will be trustworthy. And I will ensure they sign confidentiality agreements," Fu Ziyi affirmed. "Good, then please expedite this. The department must be established and operational by Friday." So soon? That is feasible, but the compensation may need to be higher." Fu Ziyi, known for her efficiency, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yi's urgency. "Not an issue. As long as the funds are adequate, most matters can be arranged satisfactorily in this society. After all, once the money is in place, employees can focus on their work. Just provide me with a report on the expenses later." "Understood." After concluding this discussion, Fu Ziyi gracefully departed, her long, shapely legs echoing in the corridor. Lin Yi reclined on the sofa, watching his former mentor leave. Her straight, lustrous hair, the delicate curve of her waist, her rounded, ample posterior, and those slender, shimmering legs. It's no wonder her superiors once sought to exploit her. Lin Yi couldn't help but admire her. In his past life, Lin Yi had harbored similar thoughts about his mentor, yet he felt unworthy and merely buried his admiration within, never daring to act on it. In this life, however, he possessed both the courage and confidence. Yet, he would never resort to such base tactics as coercion. Lin Yi preferred relationships akin to those with Wang Yaqi, Yu Xiaowei, and Mu Xuero, who willingly embraced him. After all, without emotion as a lubricant, a purely transactional encounter would be rather dull, no different from handling a hunk of pork. "Shuyu, do you have a folding bed?" Only after Fu Ziyi's striking silhouette had disappeared behind the wall did Lin Yi withdraw his gaze, turning to the bashful Qin Shuyu, who was staring at the ground. A folding bed. President Lin, do you wish to rest?" Startled by Lin Yi's question, Qin Shuyu, lost in her thoughts, resembled a frightened sparrow, momentarily trembling before asking in a fluster. It was not surprising that Qin Shuyu reacted this way. Lin Yi's gaze upon Fu Ziyi had been so overt and intense that even an outsider like her felt flushed. She could only look down, hoping to avoid further embarrassment, her heart racing with a flurry of thoughts. "Yes, I'm feeling a bit tired and would like to rest. No need for a folding bed. There's a resting area in the office. This way, please, President Lin." With a blush adorning her cheeks, Qin Shuyu lowered her head and walked slowly to the cloakroom, opening the wardrobe door. Then, unexpectedly, a small door appeared where there should have been the back panel of the wardrobe, faint light seeping through. "This is a hidden room, equipped with a restroom and a bed. You may rest here, President Lin," Qin Shuyu timidly introduced, her voice barely audible. While speaking, Qin Shuyu kept her head down, too shy to meet Lin Yi's gaze. Yet, the vibrant blush on her neck and chin, where her hair and collar did not obscure, betrayed her embarrassment. "Goodness, so such a hidden room truly exists? I had thought it was merely a joke circulating online." Having reached this point, how could Lin Yi remain oblivious? Even if he were foolish, the advanced digital world of the future had certainly made him aware of such promotion and renovation schemes, which he had seen numerous times online. Yet, Witnessing it firsthand in reality, especially within his own office, was an entirely new experience. I'm afraid your former partner became pregnant. Good heavens. If she doesn't bear a third child, it would be an affront to such a brilliant design. Lin Yi jested with Qin Shuyu as he stepped into the hidden door concealed within the wardrobe of the cloakroom. Chapter 52. The first time for Qin Shuyu. Oh, quite impressive indeed. General Manager Zhang truly knows how to indulge himself. Upon entering the secret chamber, Lin Yi felt a sudden clarity, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden paradise. The lofty, bright floor-to-ceiling windows, the expansive and comfortable bed, the impeccably crafted full-length mirror, and even the surprisingly spacious bathroom complete with a bathtub. This was no mere secret chamber. If one were to speak of it as a five-star hotel suite, Lin Yi would find it entirely plausible. Executives often have demanding schedules, necessitating a comfortable environment for relaxation. Qin Shuyu blushed, uttering words she herself scarcely believed. Haha, makes sense. And what about you? Have you had the chance to rest here? Lin Yi inquired, testing the bed's firmness as he sat down, teasing Qin Shuyu with a satisfied grin. I haven't tea. I've only been here for less than a week. And General Manager Zhang was replaced by you before I had the chance, Qin Shuyu hastily replied. Oh, a week is ample time for many things. Didn't General Manager Zhang mention anything to you? Lin Yi continued to jest, feeling no qualms about the inquiry. He was well aware of Qin Shuyu's salary, 20,000 a month. This was a remarkable sum for 2010, particularly for someone like Qin Shuyu, who had only graduated 2 years prior from an ordinary university. What justified her receiving such a salary upon entering the company? If not for his decision to recruit Fu Zi from a prestigious university in Lingnan province, she would still be earning a mere 8,000 at that leading company. Adults are not children, nor are they naive. The world is generally fair to ordinary people. To obtain something, one must offer something of value in return. If she was willing to accept this salary for her work, it indicated her understanding of the challenges and sacrifices involved. So why should he be reticent? Why yes, but I happened to be on my period those days. Haha, so that's the case. Indeed, timing is everything. Well then, I want to pry further. Can you give a massage? I can't. Qin Shuyu continued to lower her head, nervously responding. That's all right, just feel free to press around. Help me with my head and hands. I have a terrible headache and my arms are sore. With that, Lin Yi sprawled comfortably on the bed, closing his eyes as he awaited Qin Shuyu's ministrations. All right. Moments later, Qin Shuyu's timid yet resolute voice finally emerged. Soon after, the sound of high heels touching the ground and the rustling of someone climbing onto the bed filled the air. By the way, do I need to freshen up first? Lin Yi. A few seconds passed, yet Lin Yi still felt no touch from Qin Shuyu, but heard her hesitant voice. Oh, no need. I prefer black stockings. Okay. After a soft reply, Lin Yi finally felt a pair of delicate hands resting upon his forehead. Those hands were somewhat clumsy, lacking in the finesse of a skilled masseuse, and certainly not comparable to the gentle touch of Mushiuro or the enchanting beauties he had encountered in his previous experiences. Indeed, those hands felt a bit rough. Unlike the tender and smooth sensation of Wang Yaqi's touch that one would find irresistible. Nevertheless, Lin Yi did not dwell on such thoughts. He casually reached out and placed his hand on Qin Shuyu's long, slender legs, encased in stockings. At that moment, he had no time to contemplate anything else. Since Qin Shuyu had chosen to climb aboard and even asked if he wished to freshen up, was the implication not abundantly clear? Furthermore, Lin Yi had spent the previous night with Wang Wen in the dormitory. For a young man in his early 20s, a night of abstinence had left him quite restless. As for his supposed headache and sore arms, those concerns seemed trivial in the moment. Youthful and vigorous, Lin Yi was certainly capable of enduring. Especially in the presence of a beauty like Qin Shuyu, he had to maintain his composure. The moment his hand rested on Qin Shuyu's thigh, he noticed a slight tremor from her, along with an instinctive withdrawal. Yet it was merely a fleeting moment. She quickly regained her composure and even extended her leg forward, likely to facilitate Lin Yi's movements. A smirk played on Lin Yi's lips as he fully grasped Qin Shuyu's intentions. In a bit, you can go to finance and collect 40,000 as an advance on your salary for these 2 months. What did Qin Shuyu desire? Lin Yi was acutely aware. If she wanted it and was willing to pay the price, then he would not hesitate to generously accommodate her. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Behind Lin Yi, a voice filled with joy, slightly trembling, sounded. He soon sensed a warm fragrance drawing near, the first sensation being the soft pressure against his head. Suddenly, Lin Yi opened his eyes, which had remained closed. Qin Shuyu's blushing, exquisitely delicate face, perfectly made up, appeared directly above him, mere centimeters away. Qin Shuyu was startled by Lin Yi's sudden awakening, instinctively lifting her head to retreat. But Lin Yi would not permit her to withdraw. With his other free hand, He reached out and encircled Qin Shuyo's neck, gently pressing down, while he himself raised his head, pressing his lips against her soft, rosy mouth. Qin Shuyu's eyes widened in surprise, a fleeting look of panic flashing across her features, quickly replaced by a dazed surrender. Yet amidst what seemed to be a seamless progression, an unforeseen twist took Lin Yi by surprise. "Why you a virgin?" Lin Yi questioned, observing the flushed blossoms of her cheeks and the beads of sweat on her forehead as she clutched at his arm, her brow furrowed in concern. "Why yes. Why? I have 5 younger siblings to feed and send to school. I'm in dire need of money." Sighing, Lin Yi felt a weight settle upon his heart. He had not anticipated such a straightforward, yet utterly logical answer. Although what Qin Shuyu sought was the least burdensome and easiest for him to provide, a heaviness lingered within him. How absurd this society is. Many are willing to sacrifice everything in pursuit of what they desire, yet often, those desires are the very things that others deem trivial and inconsequential. Should the world truly operate in such a manner? Lin Yi suddenly lost interest, contemplating rising to leave. "Please, don't go." To his surprise, Qin Shuyo's legs wrapped around him, preventing his departure, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him, shaking her head slightly. Filled with desperation. "Please don't," Qin Shuyu implored softly, observing Lin Yi's expression, which had drastically changed, devoid of the tenderness and desire from moments before. She had offered her most precious possession. If it did not yield the result she sought, what would she do thereafter? With 2 infants at home still in need of nourishment, and 3 siblings awaiting tuition, what is to be done? Qin Shuyao found herself with no alternative but to make the choice she had just made. She now fervently hoped that Lin Yi would see the matter through to completion and provide her with what she rightfully deserved. Sighing at the sight of Qin Shuyao's pleading expression, Lin Yi exhaled once more. He reached out to gently wipe away the tears from her eyelids and the beads of sweat from her forehead, speaking with a tinge of bittersweetness. "You need not force yourself so. I will still honor my promise to you." "No, I do not feel forced. I am willing." Qin Shuyao clung to Lin Yi, her tone weak yet resolute. Even as she fought against her physical discomfort, she endeavored to take the initiative, hoping that her assertiveness would encourage Lin Yi to continue, yielding the desired outcome. However, her movement ignited the pent-up frustration within Lin Yi, and he could no longer entertain the conflicting thoughts in his mind. Instinct took precedence. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, a tempest brewed, unleashing a torrential downpour. Large droplets, propelled by gravity and the wind, relentlessly battered the glass, creating a cacophony of sound. Streams of water cascaded down the pane, pooling upon the ground below. The weather in Nandu was ever so capricious and fierce, with clouds swirling and winds shifting. A testament to the ever-changing nature of life. Though the beginning was not particularly pleasant, the journey and conclusion were still deemed satisfactory. Once tranquility returned, Lin Yi held Qin Shuyao close, listening as she recounted her tale. "I hail from Chaozhou, and perhaps you are aware that we are known for our propensity to have numerous children. In my family, there are 6 siblings, and I am the eldest. During my sophomore year, my father went out to sea to fish and never returned after a storm. We were left without even a trace of his remains. Despite the challenges of borrowing, securing student loans, and obtaining scholarships, I managed to graduate, but I still have 5 younger siblings to support. It was no small feat for my mother to see me through college, and I must now shoulder part of the burden for my younger siblings." Lin Yi listened intently, not interrupting her as she poured out her heart. He remained with her until exhaustion overtook Qin Shuyao, allowing her to drift into slumber against his chest. To ensure her comfort, Lin Yi refrained from moving, maintaining the position she had adopted while resting. Qin Shuyao was utterly fatigued, both mentally and physically. As the one who had taken her innocence, it was only right that he offered her extra care. Alas, wealth manifests in but a single form, while poverty presents itself in myriad ways. Just when I had established a scholarship fund at the university, a tragedy like this unfolds within the company. What am I to do? It seems that no matter how I act, my efforts fall short. While Qin Shuyao slept soundly, Lin Yi contemplated what he could do. He had never anticipated that he would take Qin Shuyao's first experience under such circumstances, and guilt washed over him. Whether it be termed as a moment of clarity or a pang of conscience, the fact remained unchanged. And Lin Yi found himself pondering how to make amends for this situation. Eventually, he too succumbed to sleep, for he was weary as well. Time passed, and Lin Yi awoke to a starry night outside the once clear window. "Goodness, it's already evening," he exclaimed. His outburst roused Qin Shuyao, who was still in a state of slumber. "What is it, Mr. Lin? Oh, is it evening already?" She responded in surprise. "Yes, it is evening. Rise. I shall take you to eat something. You haven't even had lunch." Lin Yi, now composed, stroked Qin Shuyao's smooth shoulder and playfully pinched her rosy cheek. "I am the boss now, no longer a hurried worker. What is there to rush about?" "Oh, okay, Mr. Lin, I'll get your clothes." Qin Shuyao, still diligently fulfilling her role as his secretary, attempted to rise to fetch his attire. However, the sudden movement triggered discomfort, causing her to collapse back onto the bed. Ha, just lie down. I'll manage on my own. If it truly becomes unbearable, I can stay the night here and avoid the morning rush on the subway. Lin Yi chuckled at her predicament, expressing concern. The pain from a first experience is natural. I can only offer you my care. Regardless, Qin Shuyao was now his, having entrusted him with her first experience. As long as she remained grounded and did not act recklessly, he would never treat her unjustly. Is this appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? The toiletries are all here. As for food, I will bring something up shortly. What would you like to eat? Anything. Very well. Then you rest. I will go buy food. Lin Yi tenderly covered Qin Shuyao with a light blanket, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead before stepping out of the dim room. Qin Shuyao watched Lin Yi's sturdy figure depart, her gaze filled with confusion, worry, shyness, and infatuation. Why are you still here? Lin Yi had assumed that he and Qin Shuyao were the only ones left in the office, given that it was already past 8 o'clock, well beyond the usual closing time. To his surprise, he found 2 other lights still aglow. One belonged to the workaholic Fu Ziyi, and the other to Liao Miao Miao. Mr. Lin, hello. I am still unfamiliar with many matters in the finance department, so I stayed to work overtime. Liao Miao Miao, startled by Lin Yi's sudden inquiry, quickly stood to respond. Hee, you can just call me Lin Yi in private. We are classmates after all. Addressing me as Mr. Lin feels too formal. You may call me EG as well. I believe I am just a few months older than you, so it's not unfair. Lin Yi corrected her casually. By the way, remember to discuss how overtime pay is calculated with the administration department. Also, make sure to leave early. It's over 10 kilometers back to school. I've been quite busy today, so I'll be staying at the company and 1T be able to give you a ride. Lin Yi had sensed Liao Miao Miao's hesitation regarding how to address him and took the opportunity to clarify. While it was essential to uphold business protocols, he did not wish to sever the camaraderie that existed among classmates simply because he had assumed a managerial position. In private, they could still relate to one another as they always had. As for working overtime, that was acceptable, especially when certain tasks could not be delayed. However, Lin Yi did not want to be like some capitalists who promoted overtime while neglecting to mention compensation. It was unjust. Overtime was permissible, provided it was compensated fairly. Once employees felt that the company was akin to a home, they would invest their hearts into it. Chapter 54, The Awkwardness of 4. Thank you, translator go. I'll finish up and then leave for the day. Liao Miao Miao expressed her gratitude as she looked at Lin Yi and nodded in acknowledgement. All right, continue with your work. By the way, have you eaten yet? If not, would you like me to get you something to eat? Sure, thank you. Oh, no, it's all right, I can manage. She replied with a hint of hesitance. No worries, just focus on your tasks. I'll take care of it, Lin Yi said, amused by Liao Miao Miao's candidness and her comical attempt to retract her words, before he departed and made his way to Fu Ziyi's office cubicle. Still busy? He inquired. Yes, just took over some tasks, and there's quite a bit to handle. I'm trying to familiarize myself quickly. I'll finish this and head out. What about you, Lin Zong? I'm staying here tonight. Don't stay too late. It'll drain my finances if I have to pay you overtime for your workaholic tendencies, he teased. With your wealth. How could you possibly be short on cash? But how do you know I'm a workaholic? She asked, intrigued. I heard it, otherwise. Why would I have brought you on board? Anyway, I won't disturb you further. Have you eaten yet? I'm heading out to buy dinner. Would you like me to bring you something? Is that really all right? She responded, a bit flustered. Don't worry about it. You keep working. And I'll bring it up shortly, Lin Yi assured with a smile before turning to leave and heading downstairs to procure their meals. He nearly let slip the truth about his past life as her apprentice, which would surely be met with skepticism. He himself would not have believed such a claim. Boss, I'll have a pickled fish rice, braised pork ribs rice, shredded chicken rice, beef brisket with radish rice, and 4 soups as well. Yes, the bone vegetable soup, seaweed and rib soup, and coconut chicken soup. Being considerate of his diligent employees working late, Lin Yi ordered generously, far exceeding the typical standards for a work meal. Meanwhile, Qin Shuyao was struggling to rise from her resting place. Although the hidden room was well equipped, her personal belongings remained in her office, particularly her phone. It had been hours since she last checked it, and the thought was unbearable. However, her current state made even dressing a painful endeavor, especially the fitted dress that required bending, which was beyond her capacity. Moreover, her torn stockings revealed large swathes of her fair skin, rendering her unable to remove them. With no other choice, she hastily donned a white shirt, barely covering her essential areas, and stepped out, trembling with each careful movement. Thankfully, the office was likely empty, sparing her from unwanted gazes. In another part of the office, Liao Miao Miao also exited her workspace and approached Fu Ziyi. Sister Z, are you busy? Miao Miao. Not too much. What's up? I need to use the restroom. Could you? Hee hee. Are you afraid to go alone? All right, I'll accompany you. I need to go too, Fu Zi replied, understanding the unspoken concern in Liao Miao Miao's demeanor. Seeing the timid expression of the fresh graduate, who appeared innocent and sweet, Fu Zi comprehended her reluctance to venture alone into the dimly lit corridor, especially with most people having left for the day. Thank you, Sister Zi. Not only are you beautiful, but you also have a wonderful heart, Liao Miao Miao chimed, her praise eliciting laughter. Haha, you flatter me. But you, Miao Miao, are quite lovely yourself. Especially with that pure face of yours. Oh, it makes me envious. If I weren't also a woman, I would surely pursue you, Fu Zi teased. Haha, too bad we're both girls, and not in that way. By the way, I heard you haven't had a boyfriend yet. Could it be that you're into girls? Oh, stop it, Sister Zi. Liao Miao Miao's once clear eyes momentarily reflected a fleeting panic, quickly masked by her bashfulness. The two stunning women laughed and linked arms as they made their way out of the office. Suddenly, 3 startled screams shattered the tranquility of the upscale office building. Qin Xiao, one hand shielding her chest and the other tugging at her shirt's hem, looked wide-eyed at Fu Zi and Liao Miao Miao, who were hand in hand. Liao Miao Miao and Fu Zi were equally startled by the sight of Qin Xiao, clad in only a flimsy white shirt that left little to the imagination. Her long legs exposed through tattered stockings, revealing ample skin. Secretary Qin you all. After their initial shrieks, the trio stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. In contrast to Qin Xiao's evident panic, Liao Miao Miao and Fu Zi's expressions shifted from shock to curiosity, gossip, and a touch of understanding. Their eyes sparkling with mischief. Qin Xiao, Lin Yi's personal secretary, had emerged in such a state from his office. Neither of the other 2 women were oblivious. They quickly pieced together the scenario. Fu Zi, having worked in the field for 2 years, was well versed in the nuances of workplace dynamics. Liao Miao Miao was no stranger to such matters either. In this age of information, one need not have experienced everything firsthand to be aware of the realities at play. Besides, she was acutely aware of Lin Yi's reputation. In her dormitory alone, 2 of her peers were already linked to him. She had even overheard Yaki and Xiaowei discussing their escapades at Baiwa Hotel without any reservations. I'm back. Just as the 3 women stood in stunned silence, Lin Yi entered the office, arms laden with bags of food, rendering the atmosphere even more awkward. He was at a loss for how to navigate this painfully embarrassing situation. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yi finally broke the tension. Miao Miao, could you help Xiao get dressed? After a moment of hesitation, Liao Miao Miao quickly grasped the situation and hurried to assist Qin Xiao, who initially resisted but soon realized her need for support. With a blush, she allowed Liao Miao Miao to guide her back into the office. I need to use the restroom. Once Liao Miao Miao and Qin Xiao exited, only Lin Yi and Fu Zi remained, exchanging equally bewildered looks. In a moment of clarity, Fu Zi, ever resourceful, devised a means to diffuse the situation. With a rosy hue on her cheeks, she swiftly spoke to Lin Yi before clicking her heels and darting out of the office, leaving Lin Yi concerned for her safety as she hurried away. Come, let's eat. This meal is on me, a welcoming feast for both of you, Lin Yi proclaimed. Arranging the food he had purchased, slow-cooked soup, beverages, and more, on the table, encouraging the 2 women to dig in without reservation. Thank you, Lin Zong. Thanks. The 3 individuals initially hesitated to move, but under Lin Yi's enthusiastic encouragement, they eventually picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Yet, each of them consumed their food with extreme caution, as if the dishes were laced with poison. The bizarre atmosphere among the trio had not dissipated. In fact, it had intensified compared to the initial moment. What had begun as mere glances exchanged had now escalated to an awkward meal together, the level of discomfort multiplying geometrically. Hurry up and eat. With your timid pecks like little chicks, it'll all get cold soon, and if it's not good later, don't blame me. Lin Yi urged. Also, remember, when you take from others, you must abide by the rules. Whatever you see today must remain confidential, understood? I don't mind. But Shuyu is a girl and has a delicate disposition. Seeing that the 2, Liao Miao Miao and Fu Zi, had already begun to eat, a sly grin crept across Lin Yi's face as he seized the opportunity to speak. Ahem. A sudden bout of vigorous coughing erupted. It was not just Fu Zi and Liao Miao Miao. Even Qin Shuyu was caught off guard by Lin Yi's clever teasing. Among them, the most affected was Fu Zi, known for her efficient demeanor, who inadvertently sprayed grains of rice from her mouth, scattering them across the dining boxes on the table. I'm so sorry. Fu Zi panicked, unsure of how to rectify the situation. What could be done about such tiny grains of rice that had landed on the food, especially those that had sunk into the stew, now lost to the depths? Anxious, beads of perspiration began to form on Fu Zi's forehead. It's all right, it's all right. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Remember, no speaking of this outside. Lin Yi quickly reassured her. A few grains of rice speckled with saliva were trivial. How could he possibly disdain the remnants of his former goddess mentor? Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will keep this under wraps, Fu Zi replied hurriedly, though the embarrassment lingered, prompting her to wish for a hole to hide in. How mortifying, on my first day at work, and my second meeting, to spray food in front of the boss. Don't worry, Ego. I didn't see anything, Liao Miao Miao chimed in shyly, her gaze cast downward, avoiding Lin Yi's eyes. In truth, she had witnessed far more than she let on. Just moments ago, while assisting Liao Miao Miao in changing clothes, she had not only seen the hidden room in the dressing area, but also the blooming red plums, and even the unkempt sheets with unknown strands of hair. Whose were these? It was self-evident. Simultaneously, Liao Miao Miao was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Qin Shuyu was a novice in such matters. But if it was her first time, how could she so easily yield to Lin Yi? Ha ha ha, that's good, that's good. Eat up quickly. It'll taste worse once it cools. After we finish, we can all clock out and rest well, Lin Yi said, feeling reassured as he noted Fu Zi and Liao Miao Miao's promises. With a contented heart, he took a serving of rice and began to eat, entirely unconcerned about the few grains that bore Fu Zi's saliva. This coconut chicken soup is delightful. Drink up. Manager Fu, aren't you fond of coconut chicken soup? You should have some more, Lin Yi said, first serving a bowl of chicken soup to Qin Shuyu before filling one for himself and savoring it eagerly. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lin, Fu Zi observed as Lin Yi polished off the entire bowl of chicken soup, leaving no trace behind. Clearly, a few grains of rice that had been sprayed into the bowl were consumed without a second thought by Lin Yi. But what could she do? Could she possibly ask him to stop? That would only escalate the awkwardness, and she might as well seek refuge on another planet. Yet, Fu Zi felt a flicker of curiosity. Why was Liao Miao Miao eating so intently? It seemed as though she hadn't eaten all day, her hunger palpable. Despite the rice and soup containing remnants of her own earlier mishap, she appeared completely unbothered, devouring her meal without a hint of distaste. This lavish work meal concluded hastily, each person lost in their own thoughts. After finishing, Fu Zi and Liao Miao Miao felt little inclination to remain at the office any longer, particularly upon recalling Lin Yi's earlier comments about staying overnight. Why stay overnight? They had initially believed it was due to the company's busy affairs, but witnessing Qin Shuyu, especially Liao Miao Miao entering the hidden room, made it painfully clear. Perhaps the busyness was not entirely a fabrication. After all, Qin Shuyu was an employee of the company too. Wasn't he? Mr. Lin, we're heading out for the day, Fu Zi and Liao Miao Miao informed Lin Yi before taking each other's hands and swiftly exiting the office. Disappearing in the blink of an eye, the once lively office fell into a tranquil silence. What on earth just happened? On my first day at work. The first time a subordinate was caught in a compromising situation right before the employees. Am I cursed to be devoid of romantic encounters in my career? That can't be. I've dedicated my life to good deeds and charity. This cannot be my fate. It must be mere coincidence. As he watched the two leave, Lin Yi muttered to himself before returning to his office. How are you feeling now? Upon entering the office, Lin Yi made his way to the hidden room, where Qin Shuyu sat at the foot of the bed, gazing blankly out at the dazzling night view through the floor-to-ceiling window. He gently embraced her from behind, caressing her ear-length hair. Qin Shuyu was the first woman Lin Yi had encountered with short hair. In fact, her presence, especially during her time in class, was a testament to the unique allure of short hair, which did not disappoint him. Of course, it was a style that framed her face, short, charming, and not resembling a man's haircut, which Lin Yi was not yet ready to accept. Much better, thank you, Mr. Lin, Qin Shuyu replied softly, leaning into Lin Yi's embrace as she spoke. In private, you can call me Ego like Liao Miao Miao does, referring to me as Mr. Lin feels too formal and awkward. But I'm 2 years older than you, she protested. That doesn't matter. You look hardly older than 18. Hee, all right then. Ego. Hey Yao Mei. The night breeze wafted in, bringing with it a veil of clouds that obscured the bright crescent moon hanging in the sky, preventing it from witnessing the tender embrace of the two lovers nestled behind the window. Chapter 56, The System's Father's Punishment. Beep. Due to the host's failure to complete yesterday's daily tasks, the system will impose a penalty. As this is the host's first offense, 2 attribute points will be deducted from each category. Subsequent offenses will incur a deduction of 5 attribute points per category. The host may also choose the frequency of daily task refreshes. Lin Yi, cradling the soft, fragrant Qin Shuyu in a drowsy embrace, was suddenly jolted awake by the sound of the system notification echoing in his mind. Damn, how could I have forgotten this? This is a significant loss. The system was merciless, deducting 6 attribute points from Lin Yi in a single stroke. and that was only due to his status as a first-time offender. Should he err again, the penalty would escalate to a staggering 15 points. Moreover, the system only rewarded a meager 10 points at a time. Wasn't this a glaring trade deficit? And what was this newfound option to adjust the frequency of daily task refreshes? Upon awakening, Lin Yi chose not to rise, but instead embraced the peacefully slumbering Qin Xiao while perusing the system. Soon, he discovered an adjustable option in the daily task section, allowing him to select a refresh rate of 1 to 10 days. Such a feature had not existed before. Perhaps the system had evolved in response to Lin Yi's increasingly busy schedule. How thoughtful of the system. Now he wouldn't have to think about fishing every day, granting him more time for other pursuits. Satisfied with this development, Lin Yi promptly chose a refresh rate of every 2 days. He had a fondness for fishing, otherwise he wouldn't have begrudgingly purchased fishing gear while managing a tight budget in college. However, fishing had ceased to be a mere hobby and had transformed into a mandatory daily task assigned by the system. When a passion morphs into an obligation, the essence of enjoyment is inevitably tainted. Fortunately, the system was considerate enough to grant Lin Yi the autonomy to make this choice. Speaking of consideration, he recalled his intention from a few days prior to send money to his parents. Amidst the busyness, he had forgotten this important task. He must remember to send it on Friday. It was only past 12, quite early indeed. Lin Yi then pulled out his phone to check the time. Oh, messages from Wang Yaqi, Yu Xiaowei, and Liao Miao Miao? It was likely that Liao Miao Miao had spilled the beans. While checking the time, Lin Yi noticed 3 unread messages. Without needing to read the content, he could guess the gist of them. Humph, the lecherous man, already indulging in the company of the female secretary at the office. Did Xiaowei and I starve you? And if you must indulge, why not with someone closer, like Miao Miao, who is innocent and also a first-timer? Just wait. I shall deal with you next time. This was a message from Wang Yaqi. Despite the jealousy woven into her words, she would not truly act against Lin Yi, as her tone implied a certain indulgence towards his antics. Another message read, "Oh, uncle, you're cheating again, and with a virgin, no less. You'd better watch out. Yaqi just told me that the next time we meet, she'll turn you into salted fish." This was from Yu Xiaowei, identifiable by her playful emoticon expressing exasperation. Yet, it was clear from her message that she bore no real resentment towards Lin Yi's indiscretions. Perhaps, as Wang Yaqi suggested, as long as he did not neglect her, she would remain carefree, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Lin Yi chuckled at the thought of Liao Miao Miao's bashful demeanor, her words filled with subtle insinuations. He replied, "What do I have to fear? Those two are no match for me. You should be the one to be cautious. They both want me to devour you too." After reading the 3 messages, Lin Yi could not help but smile at the irony. The timestamps aligned perfectly with his private rendezvous with Qin Xiao, suggesting that she was likely awake during this spirited exchange. He wondered whether Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei had truly pressured Liao Miao Miao into revealing this, or if she had divulged it willingly. Women do love their gossip. Yet, what did it matter, as long as no one from work found out? In truth, even if they did, Lin Yi was unconcerned. He only refrained from sharing with Qin Xiao to spare her feelings, instructing Fu Zi and Liao Miao Miao to keep it under wraps. Regarding the supposed hunger, Xiaowei was on her period, and given Lin Yi's own lack of stamina, he had been nearly starving. Was it not reasonable to eat something outside? As for Liao Miao Miao, it felt too familiar to take things further. He chuckled. He replied to Wang Yaqi, "When is your relative leaving? I'm waiting for the right moment to return. Otherwise, it would be presumptuous to only consider you." "Haha, how are you doing? Missing me?" To Yu Xiaowei, he texted, "No worries. Just don't mention it at work. There's no need to delve into such details." And to Liao Miao Miao, he sent, "It's fine. Just don't speak of it at the office. But you should be the one to watch out. I'm not afraid." After sending the messages, Lin Yi intended to catch up on sleep, but noticed that Qin Xiao had also awakened and was watching him text, her eyes wide with surprise. Her expression indicated that the content of the messages had indeed startled her. "Did I wake you?" Lin Yi teased, giving her a gentle squeeze. "Yes," Qin Xiao replied, still unaccustomed to such affectionate gestures. She shyly shifted before curiously inquiring, "Are Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei your classmates too?" "Indeed, they share a dorm with Liao Miao Miao." "And are they both involved with you?" "Why do you ask? Do you mind?" "And no, just curious," Qin Xiao hastily denied, her voice laced with anxiety. At this point, economically and physically, Lin Yi had become her greatest hope and dependence, making her acutely aware of his every action and word. Women tend to be particularly concerned about their first love. "By the way, how many people are in your dorm?" "Usually 4. So, do they want you to bring Liao Miao Miao into the fold as well? Wouldn't that mean all of your dorm mates have that kind of relationship with you?" Qin Xiao's eyes widened, her curiosity ignited. "Haha, what are you imagining? The matter with Liao Miao Miao was just playful banter. I wouldn't take it seriously. Besides, The other girl is my roommate's girlfriend. I could never stoop to such depravity. Could. Well, look at you, picking up bad habits from them. Daring to tease your husband. Lin Yi feigned anger, playfully swatting her lightly on her snowy backside. Okay, I was wrong. I want to do it again. Please don't hit me, husband. Qin Xiao blushed, stammering before finally calling him husband in line with his jest. Haha, good girl, I won't hit you anymore. The sweet utterance of husband brought Lin Yi immense joy. He transitioned from playful swats to tender caresses, revealing his softer side. Husband, do you really have feelings for Liao Miao Miao? If you do, I can help you. And what about Manager Fu? I noticed you seem to have a soft spot for her too. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you half asleep? I'm not mistaken. I saw the way you looked at Manager Fu. Your gaze was full of infatuation. Okay, let us just sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. Lin Yi felt a bit embarrassed by Qin Xiao's words and resorted to evading the topic. No, I can't sleep. Can't sleep? Perfect, neither am I. So let me teach you a lesson in discipline to uphold family morals. Chapter 57. Can he truly win over Liao Miao Miao? The next morning, Qin Xiao hurriedly sprang out of bed. Although the discomfort in her lower body has significantly improved, the relentless tossing and turning throughout the night, driven by the pleasures of indulgence, left Qin Xiao unable to sleep soundly, resulting in her sporting 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes. She yearned for a few more moments of slumber, but found herself compelled to rise early. In just an hour, her colleagues would begin to trickle into the office, and she needed to prepare herself before their arrival. Otherwise, encountering anyone would render her utterly embarrassed to remain at the company. As for Liao Miao Miao and Fu Zi, who were already aware of the situation, Liao Miao Miao was relatively harmless, being a classmate of Lin Yi, and her gentle disposition did not suggest she would be one to gossip. Fu Zi, on the other hand, was highly valued by President Lin. Having been personally recruited with a generous salary, her astute and capable demeanor indicated she was not one to spread rumors carelessly. Moreover, both had received specific instructions from Lin Yi, which reassured Qin Xiao greatly. With Qin Xiao up, Lin Yi could hardly laze about, and rose early as well. Taking advantage of the time while Qin Xiao was in the bathroom, Lin Yi glanced at his phone. Indeed, responses from Wang Yaqi, Yu Xiaowei, and Liao Miao Miao had already come in. Tomorrow, I'll go to the gym to get a membership, so you can stop saying my stamina is lacking. Just remember not to ask for mercy when the time comes. By the way, Liao Miao Miao saw my phone and tickled me for a while, but she didn't get angry. So it seems promising. Keep it up, MUA. This was Wang Yaqi's reply. My relatives are leaving the day after tomorrow. Remember to come back and see me. I've missed you. Have you missed me? 3. This was Yu Xiaowei's response. They are all pushing me. If you want to reprimand someone, reprimand them. This was Liao Miao Miao's very straightforward reply. Yet, the simplicity of her message only accentuated its profound implications, especially when combined with Wang Yaqi's mention of Liao Miao Miao seeing her phone. The fact that Wang Yaqi would specifically highlight this indicates that Liao Miao Miao undoubtedly noticed Wang Yaqi's suggestion for her to win her over as well. Logically speaking, if a woman were unwilling, she would either sever ties coldly or create a scene. However, Liao Miao Miao still took the time to tease Wang Yaqi and displayed no signs of anger or estrangement in her response. Could it be that Liao Miao Miao genuinely harbors feelings for herself, presenting an opportunity for conquest? Lin Yi was uncertain. Yet, if one were to ask whether Lin Yi desired to win over Liao Miao Miao, the answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Was that even a question? Of course, he wanted to. Such a pure, gentle girl, adept at playing the piano, resembling the quintessential girl next door, was undoubtedly the ideal for nearly every man. Who could resist? Moreover, according to Wang Yaqi and the others, Liao Miao Miao was also a naive flower untouched by the world. Seeing Liao Miao Miao later would be awkward. It felt like there was no respite from the day's events. Contemplating the imminent awkward interactions with Liao Miao Miao, Lin Yi felt a tinge of helplessness and couldn't help but sigh deeply. All right, President Lin, I'm ready. Would you like me to get you breakfast? Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, Qin Xiao emerged from the bathroom, impeccably dressed and with her makeup perfectly applied, asking Lin Yi. Today, Qin Xiao wore the same fitted OL professional suit as yesterday, complemented by black high heels. However, her long legs were not clad in stockings, as they had been left in tatters at Lin Yi's hands the previous night. Yet, this did not detract from her professionalism and poise. Having witnessed a different side of Qin Xiao the night before, Lin Yi found it increasingly difficult to suppress his rising desire. With a sudden burst of energy, Lin Yi sprang to his feet, took 2 strides towards Qin Xiao, enveloped her in his arms, and leaned down to kiss her alluringly soft lips. All right, I've already had breakfast, and it was exceptionally delicious, ha. After a considerable moment, Lin Yi finally released Qin Xiao, who was blushing furiously and frantically adjusting her slightly disheveled outfit, and teased, So, President Lin, may I take my leave now? After ensuring her makeup and attire were impeccable, Qin Xiao inquired of Lin Yi once more. Yes, take care, Lin Yi nodded, not forgetting to express his concern. Half an hour later, after freshening up and dressing impeccably, Lin Yi returned to his desk. Before sitting down, he noticed a warm breakfast placed on his desk. Unsurprisingly, it was a gift from Qin Xiao. Thank you, Lin Yi said with a smile, speaking to himself. He then sat down, opened his computer, and checked the stock market. 10. Splendid. Seeing the bright red 10 next to Taizi liquor industry made Lin Yi's heart surge with excitement. Although he had great faith in the system, seeing the tangible results was far more gratifying than mere thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the office door was rapped upon. President Lin, their essay, Mr. Wang went outside looking for you. He claims to be your classmate. Qin Xiao entered the office. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of joy as she observed Lin Yi enjoying the breakfast she had procured, despite the previous night's escapades. Seeing Lin Yi during work hours still made Qin Xiao feel shy. Oh, Wang Wen has arrived? Please show him in, and also let Manager Fu come in. Upon hearing that Wang Wen, this rascal, had finally arrived, a smile of delight spread across Lin Yi's face. Wow, Lin, your company is quite impressive. Upon entering Lin Yi's office and realizing that Lin Yi was indeed seated behind the desk, Wang Wen nearly lost his composure, almost calling Lin Yi by an affectionate nickname in front of the beautiful secretary. Haha, just a small setup. So, you managed to get out of bed today? What else with the talk? You were lively just the other day? I dealt with Mingjun thoroughly, making her obedient, just to accommodate her. Otherwise, I would have come yesterday. Ah, yes. You don't believe me, do you? Ask Wang Yaqi about Zheng Mingjun. Believe. Who do you think you are, Wang Deshao? Tenzing Mingjun's wouldn't be a match for you. Well, not quite, hee. Alright, you sit tight for a moment. We'll discuss your work once the other person arrives. Xiao? Please get him a cup of tea. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Yi invited Wang Wen to sit on the nearby sofa while he himself stood and walked over, asking Qin Xiao to fetch tea for Wang Wen. Damn, Lin, you've really made it. This company is grand, and your secretary is absolutely stunning. Congratulations. Once Qin Xiao had left, Wang Wen playfully punched Lin Yi on the shoulder, filled with admiration and congratulations. Although his tone was dripping with envy, Lin Yi could sense that Wang Wen's sentiments were genuinely filled with admiration and joy for his success, devoid of any trace of jealousy. This realization eased the tension that had been coiling within Lin Yi. They were true brothers, not the kind of friends who begrudged their peers' successes. Congratulations to us both. Let's work hard, and I'll get you a secretary too. Really? How can I ever thank you for this? Should I bow down to you right now, haha? Enough of this nonsense. Just focus on your work. If you can't perform well, I might have to deduct your salary, haha. Rest assured from now on, the company will feel like home to me. It embodies the essence of my existence, and its direction aligns with my beliefs and aspirations. By the way, what position do you intend to assign me? After some idle chatter, the two finally delved into the crux of the matter, which had been a source of concern for Wang Wen in recent days. Lin Yi had merely mentioned that Wang Wen would be working at his company, yet he had not specified the role or the remuneration involved. Since it was a job, these were essential considerations for Wang Wen. He had been awaiting the appropriate moment and topic to inquire about this with Lin Yi, and now he had finally found the perfect opportunity. Rest assured, it will be perfectly aligned with your expertise and offer substantial growth potential. Oh, is Manager Fu here? That is perfect. We can discuss it all together. Just as the conversation unfolded, Qin Xiao ushered Fu Zi into the room. However, Fu Zi appeared to be still affected by the events of the previous day, particularly upon seeing Lin Yi and Qin Xiao in the same room. A faint blush crept up her cheeks and neck. Good morning, General Manager Lin. Despite the awkwardness, Fu Zi's professionalism was commendable. Upon entering, she greeted Lin Yi with poise and efficiency. Yes, hello. Please, take a seat. Xiao, pour a cup of tea for Manager Fu as well. Upon meeting Fu Zi, Lin Yi felt a bit uneasy, inviting her to sit down. Let me introduce you. This is Fu Zi, the company's vice general manager and my right hand aside from myself. This is Wang Wen, my university classmate and roommate. The reason for summoning Manager Fu was to have her arrange for Wang Wen to be integrated into the stock department, collaborating with 3 seasoned traders who would soon be recruited to jointly oversee the department's operations. By the way, how is the recruitment of those 3 traders progressing? Once Fu Zi was settled, Lin Yi began to speak. After briefly introducing the two, he inquired about the recruitment of the traders. Today was already Tuesday, and by Friday, he faced the urgent task of selling over 2 billion in stocks. The timeline was critically tight. Rest assured, I have already contacted several friends who are quite satisfied with the compensation you've offered. They are scheduled for interviews this afternoon, so you will be able to meet them then. Just yesterday, The highly efficient Fu Zi had provided Lin Yi with the compensation outline for the traders, which he had approved. Speed is of the essence. Only after establishing the compensation could Fu Zi confidently pursue candidates, right? Oh, this afternoon, I might not have time. I have some matters to attend to. If I am unavailable, you can make the decisions. I trust your judgment. Lin Yi had no intention of spending the entire day at the company. He needed to go fishing to fulfill his daily tasks. Although he had opted for a 2-day refresh for his daily tasks, today marked the start, so he still had to complete them. Lin Yi dared not neglect this responsibility. A failure would result in a deduction of 15 attribute points. If he incurred such penalties multiple times, he would need to prepare for dire consequences. All right. I will do my best to arrange it. If time does not permit, I will have them begin their work. And we can arrange for you to meet them when you are free. Lin Yi's comment momentarily took Fu Zi aback. It is customary for new employees to be introduced to the CEO, especially since these traders were not ordinary administrative staff, but pivotal personnel who would handle the company's assets. Typically, important employees are personally met by the CEO for reassurance. Yet Lin Yi had entrusted all of this responsibility to Fu Zi, granting her full authority. This trust filled Fu Zi with a surge of emotion and determination to contribute significantly to the company's growth and to Lin Yi. All right, you may proceed with the arrangements. And regarding Wang Wan, my university roommate, he may lack work experience, but he is a finance graduate, so he is not entirely a novice. Please keep an eye on him, encouraging the seasoned employees to guide him so that he can adapt quickly. As for compensation, let us set it at 80 of what the seasoned employees receive. Lin Yi continued. Fu Zi had determined the traders' salaries to be 8,000 during the 3-month probation period, rising to 10,000 upon confirmation. At 80, Wang Wen's salary during the probation would be over 6,000, which is quite substantial for a fresh graduate from 2010. This consideration was Lin Yi's way of looking out for his friend. It would be inappropriate to offer too low a salary, as that would be unfair to his brother. Conversely, offering too high could disrupt the company's pay structure. Naturally, if Wang Wen demonstrated rapid growth, Lin Yi would entrust him with greater responsibilities, and his income would subsequently rise accordingly. No problem. As the CEO's classmate, he must be exceptional. It is a pleasure to meet you. Fu Zi smiled, extending her hand to shake Wang Wen's. Not at all. Manager Fu is the true elite, not only strikingly beautiful, but also exceptionally capable. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Despite Fu Zi's commanding presence and beauty, Wang Wen maintained his composure and engaged in polite conversation with her. All right. Manager Fu, you may return to your tasks. Having addressed the matter at hand, Lin Yi did not wish to consume any more of Fu Zi's precious time. She had just joined the company, and a plethora of tasks awaited her. He needed to be considerate and minimize any delays. Wow, Lin Yi, impressive. Another stunning beauty. Including the receptionist, that makes 3. And with Liao Miao Miao also recruited, that's at least 4. Are you running a company or a harem? Once Fu Zi left, Wang Wan, who had been sitting upright a moment before, loosened up and teased Lin Yi. However, he quickly realized Qin Shuyao was standing nearby and hastily corrected himself. Visual appeal is indeed a vital factor in enhancing work motivation. I am merely considering the company's interests. Yes, indeed. Speaking of which, what is Mingjun up to now? Has she found a job yet? Whether due to his connections with Wang Yaqi, Yu Xiaowei, and Liao Miao Miao, or simply because Mingjun was Wang Wen's girlfriend, Lin Yi felt compelled to lend her a hand. Thus, if Mingjun had not yet secured employment, he would not hesitate to provide her with an opportunity. She does not require my assistance. She is a local from Nandu, and her parents are encouraging her to take the civil service exam. Perhaps the next time we meet, she will have successfully landed a government position. Oh, that is wonderful. Let this esteemed individual take good care of my company in the future. All right, I won't keep you any longer. Please proceed with the onboarding process with Secretary Qin. I have some matters to attend to. Chapter 59, Another Obedient Woman. After Wang Wen followed Qin Shuyao out to handle the onboarding procedures, Lin Yi returned to his office to begin addressing the day's work. In a company of 40 to 50 employees, there was no shortage of tasks every day, especially now. With the company facing a funding crisis and on the brink of a project failure, the workload was even greater. As the CEO, Lin Yi found it nearly impossible to find a moment of respite. This was also the reason he had hastily brought Fu Zi on board. Having a capable and dependable individual to oversee both the grand and minute affairs of the company can indeed save a considerable amount of time and liberate a vast reservoir of energy. The name De Zhuang Mansion? What a peculiar designation. If a property is to be marketed under such a title, one might wonder if it could ever truly sell. Once Fu Zi has clarified the intricacies, it is imperative to amend the name of this development. Lin Yi perused the documents in hand, lamenting the bizarre nomenclature of the project. This project, teetering on the brink of abandonment, would certainly not be allowed to meet its demise under his watch. The land, the construction firm, the design proposals, and all requisite permits. Everything was in place for this development, and to see it languish would be a lamentable waste. It is akin to nurturing a fruit tree through arduous labor, and just as it blossoms, one must stand by helplessly as it withers away. Such thoughts are truly nonsensical. By merely infusing capital, he could revive this development, and soon enough, the fruits of his investment would be reaped. In truth, the other stakeholders in this project, including the ever-ambitious Mr. Zhang, who sold the company to him, likely share similar sentiments. Alas, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Without funds, what can be done? The construction of a property is not a matter of mere hundreds of thousands or millions. The required capital often reaches astronomical figures. Once the financial chain falters, it is a burden too great for most to bear. Just like Zhu Bunkuan's project, which is eagerly awaiting Lin Yi's investment to salvage it. Fortunately, Lin Yi would soon possess over 2 billion in funds. Otherwise, he too would be at a loss in such a predicament. Speaking of Zhu Bunkuan's project, it was high time to provide him with a response to prevent him from seeking investments elsewhere. Nandu East is indeed a location with immense potential, and the properties there hold promise. As these thoughts crossed Lin Yi's mind, he picked up his phone and dialed Zhu Bunkuan. Time trickled away, and before long, it was noon, the end of the workday. Knock, knock, Mr. Lin, shall I procure lunch for you? A few minutes later, Qin Shuyao knocked on Lin Yi's office door, inquiring. No need, I shall dine out. You are welcome to join me. I have a last-minute engagement. All right, I will tidy up. This sudden invitation left Qin Shuyao momentarily taken aback, followed by a rush of shyness. Is there truly an engagement, or is he merely contemplating? Is he not fatigued? Such thoughts flitted through her mind. Stop overthinking. It is indeed an appointment, dining with the CEO to discuss a project. Your mind is wandering, haha. Observing the blush that graced Qin Shuyao's cheeks and neck, as well as her slightly bowed head, Lin Yi could easily discern her thoughts and teased her lightly. No, I'm not. Haha. All right, quickly prepare your things. We shall gather here in 5 minutes. All right. Feeling her thoughts exposed by Lin Yi, the embarrassed Qin Shuyao was relieved and quickly strode away, her long, slender legs carrying her swiftly out of sight. 5 minutes later, Lin Yi led the way, with Qin Shuyao following closely behind as they exited the office. Are the two of you off to lunch? Lin Yi greeted Liao Miao Miao and Wang Wan, who were walking together. What a coincidence. Just as we stepped out, we ran into Liao Miao Miao and Wang Wan. Yes, Mr. Lin, are you also heading out for lunch? Wang Wan, upon noticing Lin Yi, exhibited visible excitement, though his speech faltered. It was evident that he had intended to address Lin Yi as Lin Zi as before, but upon realizing the inappropriateness of the familiarity, he awkwardly corrected himself to Mr. Lin. Such situations often evoke a sense of helplessness. Once close companions, the dynamics shift entirely with a change in status, rendering even the simplest of address fraught with caution. They had not yet reached the pinnacle of high office, yet it already bore a hint of the coldness that often accompanies such heights. Lin Yi disliked this development. He hoped for a more congenial atmosphere. Frowning slightly, he addressed Wang Wan. What else with the formalities, mosquito? No need for Mr. Lin when we are alone. Just call me Lin Zi. Miao Miao, you too. Ego is perfectly acceptable. And by the way, Shuyao is not a stranger. Ha ha, understood, Lin Zi. You rascal. Hearing the familiar address, Lin Yi broke into a smile, playfully punching Wang Wan, his steadfast brother with whom he had shared 4 years of dormitory life. And you, Miao Miao? You seem unusually anxious to see me today. Have you made a mistake at work? Not at all. Ego, I'm just eager to eat. I'm quite hungry. Liao Miao Miao lifted her head, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic and embarrassment as she shyly responded. Since their first encounter, she had kept her head lowered, unable to meet Lin Yi's gaze. Initially, she thought Lin Yi might be too preoccupied with his affairs to notice her, but she soon realized that it was merely her overthinking. He had indeed called her out. Ha ha ha. Well, off you go to lunch then. I have a last-minute engagement. We can dine together another time. Lin Yi noticed the unusual demeanor of Liao Miao Miao and understood the reasons behind it. It was either a recollection of the awkwardness from the previous night or her reaction to the candid conversation he had shared with Wang Yaqi at her expense. Perhaps it was a combination of both. Thus, her behavior seemed entirely reasonable. The two groups parted ways in the elevator. Lin Yi escorted Qin Shuyao to the underground parking lot, while Wang Wan and Liao Miao Miao disembarked on the first floor. Just as Lin Yi settled into his car, he received a message. Whoa, Lin Zi, what do you mean by saying that Secretary Qin is not a stranger? Have you, perhaps, taken her under your wing? While text messages lacked the nuance of voice and expression, Lin Yi could still sense Wang Wen's astonishment through the words. Do not concern yourself with that. If you need to discuss work matters, just approach her as usual. Don't let this affect your interactions. Lin Yi replied with a smile. What I care about is not work-related. Right now, I just want to say, Lin Yi, you're awesome. You are my idol. After exchanging a few more playful messages, Lin Yi put away his phone and started the car. Igu, I've enrolled in a driving school and will begin lessons soon. Oh, that sounds splendid. In the future, if I indulge a bit too much at social gatherings, you can be my designated driver. While I will still need to hire a chauffeur eventually, knowing how to drive is always advantageous. There will undoubtedly come a time when it proves useful. Lin Yi praised Qin Shuyao with delight. This young lady seems to take my advice to heart and has acted with remarkable speed. I believe I suggested she learn to drive just last Friday. And here she is, having already found a driving school within a matter of days. Truly commendable. She is indeed a well-behaved and attentive woman. Chapter 60. This is love. It is preferable for women to be accommodating, as it spares men much energy. Lin Yi felt fortunate that his 4 current partners each possessed a level of understanding and compliance. Even Wang Yaqi, who came from a privileged background and exhibited a spirited personality, akin to a wild stallion, would ultimately adhere to Lin Yi's wishes, typically acquiescing to his requests without question. The Land Rover roared through the city of Nandu, leaving behind towering edifices that symbolized wealth. After more than half an hour, Lin Yi arrived at the designated meeting spot. By this time, Zhu Bunkuan had long been awaiting Lin Yi's arrival. Welcome, welcome. Indeed, Brother Lin is a man of action, arriving so swiftly. The beauties by his side are truly stunning, far surpassing us old fellows. As soon as Lin Yi's car came to a halt, Zhu Bunkuan approached, eagerly extending his hand to grasp Lin Yi's in a warm greeting. He also took the opportunity to compliment Qin Xiao, who had alighted from the passenger seat, showcasing his adeptness in social interactions within the business realm. Ah, where would I be without your prompt arrival, Brother Zhu? I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Lin Yi replied with a chuckle. Come now, Brother Lin, you needn't be so formal. Please, step inside. It's far too hot out here. The air conditioning and refreshments are all prepared, just awaiting your arrival, Zhu Bunkuan insisted. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhu Bunkuan guided Lin Yi and his companion into a private villa, marked by tranquility and elegance. It is a known fact that wealthy individuals prefer such secluded and uniquely styled venues over large hotels, particularly for intimate gatherings of 3 to 5 people. In Lin Yi's previous life, he had never had the opportunity, or perhaps the standing, to indulge in such exclusive establishments. Moreover, in later years, with the deepening of anti-corruption efforts, such private villas had become increasingly rare. The advantage of being reborn is that Lin Yi now finds himself with the chance to experience these quaint retreats. To be candid, Brother Lin, I was quite thrilled when I received your call just now. I assure you, this project will be a guaranteed success. Once the main framework is established and the pre-sale permit acquired, you can sit back and await your share, Zhu Bunkuan stated enthusiastically. After enjoying some tea and a delightful array of dishes, Zhu Bunkuan swiftly steered the conversation toward investment matters, keen to avoid any protracted delays that might lead Lin Yi to reconsider. Such a reconsideration could spell disaster for Zhu Bunkuan, who, despite having multiple ventures, was grappling with financial difficulties common to all industries in this era. In the coming years, Zhu Bunkuan remained optimistic about real estate, counting on this project to turn his fortunes around. It was the first step in his grand plan to seize greater opportunities in the property market. The prospect of failing at this initial venture was something Zhu Bunkuan could not bear. Indeed, Brother Zhu speaks wisely. To be frank, I am inclined to invest in this project, primarily due to my faith in the real estate sector and in you, Brother Zhu. With your involvement, I feel greatly reassured. Lin Yi replied. However, as Brother Zhu knew, an investment of 100 million is no trifling matter. Such a significant sum would require the scrutiny of many within the company, necessitating a detailed presentation of the project to the stakeholders. Lin Yi, aware of the complexities of real estate, understood that he could not make a hasty decision without consulting professionals. Therefore, he requested Zhu Bunkuan to send representatives to his company to elucidate the project further before he made a final decision. This was also a strategic move to secure greater benefits. While camaraderie is cherished, the art of negotiation must still prevail in business. Although Zhu Bunkuan offered a stake of 20% for the 100 million investment, it was clear that the initial offer was not the final word. There was room for negotiation, especially considering the relative value of 100 million in 2010 compared to a decade later. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi was beginning to embody the essence of a seasoned businessman, a transformation shaped by his past experiences and reinforced by the attributes awarded by the system, which enhanced his physical and intellectual capacities beyond the ordinary. Indeed, Brother Lin, your caution is commendable. I am confident in my project and believe it will pass the scrutiny of your company's shareholders. When might I visit your company? Would next week be convenient? Zhu Bunkuin inquired, his expression turning more serious. Lin Yi's prudent response caught Zhu Bunkuin off guard. He had not anticipated such maturity from a student still pursuing his degree. Nevertheless, Zhu Bunkuin maintained his composure, recognizing the sincerity of Lin Yi's intent to invest in a legitimate project rather than a fraudulent scheme. Next week should work. Let us confirm the specifics on Friday, shall we? Lin Yi suggested after some contemplation. Of course, it would be on Friday. By then, Lin Yi would have access to 25 billion in funds, providing him with the financial clout to engage in negotiations confidently. Unlike his current state, where only a few thousand remained in his account, leaving him hesitant in discussions. Absolutely. I shall await your good news, Brother Lin. Now let us enjoy the meal. These oysters were airlifted from Russian and are renowned for their exceptional health benefits. Sister-in-law should indulge in them, and these are genuine Qingyuan native chickens. With coconuts sourced from Hainan, known for their nourishing properties, Zhu Bunkuin continued, his enthusiasm palpable. With the prospect of investment finally taking shape, Zhu Bunkuin felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and he became even more amiable toward Lin Yi and Qin Xiao. The remarks regarding health benefits and the mention of sister-in-law made Qin Xiao blush, causing her to glancingly observe Lin Yi's reaction. Seeing him smiling at the scene eased her tension, allowing her to enjoy the meal further. Wow, this is indeed expensive. Over 5,000 for a single meal. How could old Zhu, seemingly short on cash, afford such a lavish dining experience? Lin Yi mused aloud as he drove. Indeed, it's quite pricey, Qin Xiao echoed, reflecting on how this single meal cost more than a quarter of her salary, a sum she had earned through hard work and sacrifice. Yet, despite the expense, Qin Xiao felt no regret about her decision to support Lin Yi. In their brief time together, his constant concern and thoughtful gestures made her feel incredibly secure and cherished. Qin Xiao even began to entertain the notion of spending her life with Lin Yi, regardless of their financial circumstances. Perhaps, this was the essence of love. Ego, do you find yourself in need of money? If so, I could defer my salary. I have a few thousand saved up that you could borrow, she offered timidly. Chapter 61. Fishing for 10 turtles. Ha ha ha, silly girl, come here. Lin Yi's heart swelled with emotion at her words, wanting to ruffle Qin Xiao's hair to express his affection. However, being behind the wheel, he could only ask her to lean closer. Oh, all right, Qin Xiao replied, surprised but compliant. She leaned in, even extending her torso over the central console, her head nearly touching Lin Yi's abdomen. Although it was Qin Xiao's first encounter with pork last night, witnessing a pig run was certainly not her inaugural experience. In the university girls' dormitory, the discussions were hardly less provocative than those in the boys' quarters, often requiring a censoring touch. Particularly after her transition to the role of a secretary, Qin Xiao had secretly researched the insights of numerous personal assistants, thereby acquiring a wealth of knowledge regarding various executives' preferences. When Lin Yi asked Qin Xiao to lean in, it inevitably led her to indulge in fanciful thoughts. She initially assumed Lin Yi was still driving, which ignited her imagination further. Ha ha, what are you doing? I merely wish to pet your head, Lin Yi exclaimed. One hand firmly gripping the steering wheel, while the other gently caressed Qin Xiao's head, which was nearly resting on his lap, relishing the silky texture of her short hair. As a seasoned driver who had shared similar experiences with Yu Xiaowei, he was well aware of Qin Xiao's misconceptions. Yet, in all sincerity, when Lin Yi made that request, he harbored no ulterior motives. He simply desired to touch her head. Then I shall sit up, Qin Xiao replied, realizing her overactive imagination as she hastily attempted to straighten herself. In truth, her embarrassment made her wish to remain in that position forever, avoiding Lin Yi's gaze for eternity. Though remaining in such a posture was evidently impractical. Ha ha, perfect, let's embrace this misunderstanding. Lin Yi seized the opportunity without hesitation, gently pushing against Qin Xiao's attempt to rise. Indeed, just focus on your responsibilities. There's no need to worry about me. I am not short of funds. The money will be in by Friday, he continued. One hand still on the wheel, while the other continued to play with her smooth hair, feeling the warmth and softness between his fingers, genuinely moved. What a wonderful woman she is. As a working individual, it was already quite challenging to accept delayed wages, yet Qin Xiao was contemplating using her savings to support herself. Such a good woman is hard to find even with a lantern. Remarkably, he had encountered several within a short span. Wang Yaqi did not even inquire about the purpose of her loan, nor did she ask for a promissory note. She simply lent him 2 million without pressing for repayment. Even worrying about his financial situation after he had returned the money, Mu Shuero and Yu Xiaowei also never demanded anything from him, treating him as an ordinary person despite knowing he was a millionaire. And now there was Qin Xiao, who, burdened by her own family pressures, still considered ways to support him. Reflecting on these thoughts warmed Lin Yi's heart, and he silently vowed never to let these women suffer. As he continued to tousle Qin Shuyao's hair, he inadvertently applied more pressure, causing her to whimper and glance at him pleadingly. The Land Rover continued its journey, arriving at Lin Yi's school over half an hour later. Today's daily task issued by the system was rather intriguing. Task 1. Catch 10 turtles. Upon first seeing this task, Lin Yi's head buzzed with confusion. He was familiar with fishing, but how exactly does one catch turtles? Simultaneously, he grew increasingly impressed by the system's creativity. This time it was turtles. He wondered what the system would concoct next. Subsequently, Lin Yi took the initiative to search online for methods to catch turtles. And to his surprise, he found valuable insights shared by an expert. The bait for turtles differed from that used for fish. It needed to be both fresh and pungent, such as pig liver, chicken liver, lamb liver, coarse earthworms, frogs, snails, grasshoppers, and loaches, all of which turtles find delectable. Moreover, the fishing spots were crucial. One should fish close rather than far, shallow instead of deep, and observe the stars and bubbles before casting the line. The requirements were quite meticulous. While acquiring pig liver, chicken liver, coarse earthworms, and frogs was manageable, finding an ideal fishing spot proved more challenging. 10 turtles were certainly not easily caught. A location abundant with them was essential. Eventually, Lin Yi recalled a splendid place, Lover's Lake. While large fish may be scarce there, turtles were plentiful. Of course, not all of them were naturally occurring. Many had been released by students. Some well-meaning individuals, tired of caring for their pet turtles, set them free into the lake. Others would purchase turtles, etching their names and declarations of eternal love on their shells before releasing them. Yet, these gestures often yielded little success. By the time the turtles were liberated, the couples had already parted ways, similar to carving names on bamboo or trees. Furthermore, some individuals, burdened by guilt, sought solace by releasing turtles, deceiving themselves in the process. The diverse array of people and their varied motivations led to an overpopulation of turtles in Lover's Lake, where on sunny days, one could frequently spot turtles basking by the shore. Lin Yi drove around to the school cafeteria, purchasing pig liver, chicken liver, duck intestines, and other bait for turtles. He even asked the cafeteria lady to prepare a few bullfrogs, ensuring they were cleaned and cut into pieces for him. Afterward, he set off toward Lover's Lake, ready to embark on today's fishing adventure. I'm heading to the artificial lake ahead to fish. It's hot and dull. If you'd rather not join, feel free to sit in this milk tea shop for a while, and I'll find you once I'm done. Lin Yi suggested as they passed a milk tea shop. Fishing was only enjoyable for enthusiasts. For those disinterested, enduring the sweltering sun and mosquitoes while sitting for hours was an incomprehensible ordeal. No worries, I'll accompany you. By the way, I'll go buy a cup of milk tea. Please wait for me, Qin Shuya replied, stepping out of the car and striding into the milk tea shop with her long legs. Moments later, she returned, holding 2 cups of milk tea. Beaming at Lin Yi as she said, "Let us go. I bought milk tea with ice. You can have some when you feel tired." "Great," Lin Yi responded, warmth flooding his heart as he watched her joyfully presenting the milk tea. She was the 3rd girl to accompany him fishing, and he mused that he must keep this from Wang Yaqi, lest she scold him. As he drove, he continued to ponder these thoughts. Before long, they arrived at Lover's Lake. Selecting a shaded spot, Lin Yi set down his fishing box and retrieved his fishing rod. He then chose a hook with the perfect tempering, one that was neither too soft nor too hard, ensuring it was suitable for the formidable biting strength of turtles, which far surpassed that of fish. As Lin Yi's wealth grew and he faced various tasks from the system, his fishing gear became increasingly comprehensive. The spacious trunk of his Land Rover housed an assortment of hooks and rods, adequately equipped to handle most fishing scenarios. "You can sit under that shade. I'm about to start fishing, so please try to keep quiet," Lin Yi instructed, attaching a piece of fresh pig liver to the hook before turning to Qin Shuyao, who was holding a small umbrella to shield him from the sun. "Okay," Qin Shuyao replied obediently, nodding as she returned to the shade. Lin Yi carefully held the fishing rod, stealthily placing the pungent and odorous pig liver bait above a Brazilian turtle basking in the sun on a rock by the lake. Turtles, being amphibious creatures, do not require bait to be submerged in water, as long as it is visible, aromatic, and within reach. However, fishing for turtles is far more monotonous than fishing for fish. The patience of a turtle is arguably unparalleled in the animal kingdom. They can remain motionless for extended periods. At present, Lin Yi had been observing this Brazilian turtle for over 10 minutes, and the pig liver was wilting under the sun's rays, yet the turtle remained resolutely closed-lipped. It glanced around a few times, sniffed the air, but displayed no signs of hunger whatsoever. In fact, it exchanged several glances with Lin Yi, its small, greenish eyes and pointed mouth seemingly taunting him, as if to say, "Come on, let us see who can outlast whom." This experience was an eye-opener for Lin Yi, who was attempting to catch a turtle for the first time. Previously, he had caught turtles by chance, but this was his inaugural dedicated attempt. and he was not expecting such a lesson. How long must I wait? He pondered, contemplating whether to cast more lines, lest he end up night fishing and feeding the mosquitoes instead. With that thought, he stood up and headed towards the car. Seeing Lin Yi rise, Qin Shuyu, who had been quietly sitting in the shade, assumed he was up to something and hastily got to her feet. It's nothing. I'm just going to fetch another fishing rod. You can stay seated, Lin Yi reassured her with a smile, walking over to her side, ruffling her hair, and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. It's hot. Let us enjoy some iced milk tea. Qin Shuyu lifted the milk tea to Lin Yi's lips, her bright, twinkling eyes sparkling with anticipation. Haha. All right, you remain seated. Fishing can be quite time-consuming. Lin Yi took a generous sip of the refreshing milk tea before retrieving several more fishing rods, determined to increase his chances of success. Soon, he had prepared 4 rods, each baited with the pungent delights of pig liver, chicken liver, duck intestines, and bullfrog meat, favored delicacies of turtles, and cast them into the water. What followed was yet another prolonged wait, akin to a contest of endurance between him and the turtles. However, if it came down to a battle of stamina, Lin Yi would truly be at a disadvantage. Not only did he question the longevity of his own patience, but failing to complete this daily task before midnight would result in a deduction of 15 attribute points. Fortunately, fate had not abandoned him, perhaps due to their prolonged standoff. The turtles finally succumbed to hunger, or perhaps Lin Yi's fishing skills, enhanced by a 100 buff to catch rate, had begun to manifest results. After an hour and a half of waiting, one of the rods twitched, bending dramatically as if it were a bow, and shaking uncontrollably, almost as if it might plunge into the lake. Haha, got one. Lin Yi exclaimed joyfully, sprinting towards the rod, swiftly reeling in his catch. Ding. Congratulations. Host has caught a Chinese soft-shelled turtle X1, weighing 1,600 grams, earning 320 yuan, which can be withdrawn to the personal account. Wait, it's not a Brazilian turtle? Lin Yi was taken aback by the system's notification. He had expected a Brazilian turtle, but was surprised to find it was a Chinese soft-shelled turtle. Commonly known as a turtle in the region, a local species with a lineage spanning thousands of years and quite prevalent. As it was a native species, Lin Yi decided against harming it. Off you go, but make sure to bring your parents, uncles, aunts, and siblings for a feast. After removing the hook from the turtle's mouth, he tossed the 3-kilogram creature back into the lake with a flourish. Hey, brothery, why did you throw it back after all that effort? Qin Shuyu inquired, puzzled by Lin Yi's actions. Haha, what would I keep it for? It's not tasty, and I don't keep pets. Better to let it go. You see, fishing is often about the joy of the catch. Whether to eat or release is secondary. Lin Yi explained with a smile. He believed in treating local species with kindness. However, if he encountered invasive species like the alligator snapping turtle or Brazilian turtle, he would not hesitate to bring them home for a stew. Such invasive species are detrimental to the ecological balance of the region, and thus, there was no need for mercy. Eradicating invasive species and maintaining ecological equilibrium is the duty of every angler. Ah, another bite. As he spoke, another rod was tugged. Lin Yi dashed towards it, yanking the rod up. Ding. Congratulations, host has caught an alligator turtle X1, weighing 2,200 grams, earning 440 yuan, which can be withdrawn to the personal account. Oh, how ugly and fierce this turtle is. Qin Shuyu exclaimed as Lin Yi pulled the 4-kilogram alligator turtle onto the shore. Her curiosity piqued as she observed its menacing appearance from a distance. Although alligator turtles are relatively docile underwater, they are fearsome when on land, and its armored visage would understandably intimidate her. Haha, this isn't a soft-shelled turtle. That was a soft-shelled turtle, but this is an alligator turtle, an invasive species. This one won't be released. We'll keep it for soup later. Rumor has it in the Jianghu that in Lingnan, people eat everything that flies except airplanes, everything that walks except cars, and everything that swims except ships. In desperate hunger, they would even eat from neighboring provinces. While this may be an exaggeration, it certainly highlights the extensive culinary diversity of Lingnan. The alligator turtle, though not a tortoise, would surely make for a nourishing soup. Oh, I heard from my mother that turtle soup needs plenty of Sichuan pepper, otherwise, it will be quite fishy, Qin Shuyu interjected. She saw nothing wrong with using alligator turtle for soup, as she was from Chaozhou, a region known for its remarkable culinary traditions. Oh, you were worried about the fishy taste? You certainly didn't seem to mind earlier in the car. Lin Yi teased as he glanced at Qin Shuyu, who found herself momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushed at the memory of their earlier car ride. This is different. Ha ha ha, all right. I won't tease you anymore. Just remember to tell the chef to add a lot of Sichuan pepper to mask the fishy taste. Oh, another bite, fantastic. No need for an all-nighter tonight. Chapter 63, The Miracle Medicine for High Blood Pressure. Lin Yi's fishing always followed this pattern. Once he started catching fish, it indicated that the buff was in effect, and he would be unable to stop. The same applied to turtle fishing. In the subsequent hour, Lin Yi managed to reel in 6 or 7 turtles of various kinds. In the realm of local fauna, one can find native turtles alongside the more exotic species such as the Chinese soft-shelled turtle and the Brazilian turtle, which are considered invasive. Lin Yi has released both the local turtles and the money turtles, while the soft-shelled and Brazilian turtles have been kept in the fishing basket, with plans to indulge in turtle soup later that evening. Remarkably, he even caught a soft-shelled turtle weighing over 3 kilograms. The soft-shelled turtle, scientifically known as Pelodiscus sinensis, is also referred to as water turtle, group fish, or mud turtle, and is indeed a native species of Daxia. Conventionally, one would release such a traditional species. Yet Lin Yi was unwilling to part with it and decided to keep it in his basket, regardless of whether it is the local turtles or the invasive species. When it comes to flavor, none can compare to the soft-shelled turtle. Its taste is tender and delightful, with a perfect balance of fat and lean meat. And when prepared correctly, it is truly a culinary masterpiece. In contrast, while the meat of the Brazilian turtle and soft-shelled turtle is decent, it possesses a significantly stronger fishy odor compared to the soft-shelled turtle. Lin Yi, who harbors no other vices save for his fondness for exquisite cuisine, found himself unable to resist the allure of the soft-shelled turtle. "Ah, little brother, you're here too. What a coincidence." Just as Lin Yi was securing the soft-shelled turtle and preparing to cast his line again, a somewhat familiar voice resonated nearby. "Director He? What a pleasant surprise. It has been ages since we last fished together." Upon turning, Lin Yi recognized the figure carrying a fishing box. It was none other than Director He Lianqing. Lin Yi felt a surge of gratitude towards this amiable mentor who had guided him, and he greeted him warmly. "Indeed, I've been quite busy lately. It's rare for me to find time for fishing. I never expected to run into you right away. How has your haul been today?" "Not too bad. I haven't been fishing for fish today. I'm after turtles." "Come over, Director He. It's a hot day, and this shaded area is perfect for fishing. You're sure to have a good catch." "Haha, that might not be suitable. Wouldn't my presence disturb the two of you?" Director He glanced at Qin Shiyao, standing under the shade, his eyes filled with understanding and playful banter. With his experience, He Lianqing quickly deduced that Lin Yi and the lovely lady shared a special bond, and he did not wish to intrude on their moment. "Not at all. I've been fishing for 2 or 3 hours already and am thoroughly satisfied. Having you here to chat is a rare delight." "Ah, in that case, I shall shamelessly impose upon you both. After all, I cannot resist your lucky aura. Without it, I fear I would have faced another fruitless outing today, huh?" With Lin Yi's enthusiastic invitation and He Lianqing's fear of another blank day, the two exchanged pleasantries before settling under the shade to prepare for fishing. "You have an excellent taste, little brother. Is this young lady also a student at our school? Though she may be shorter than that Wang. What was her name again? Wang Yaqi, right? She is certainly a rare beauty." After a flurry of preparations, He Lianqing finally settled onto his fishing box, ready to await a bite. During this time, Lin Yi caught another Brazilian turtle, completing his daily task. With the task accomplished and Director He by his side, Lin Yi opted to relax and fish rather than pursue more turtles. Sitting a couple of meters away from the director. "Yes, her name is Wang Yaqi. It's impressive that you remember her despite your busy schedule, Director. This is Qin Xiao, not a student at our school, but my company's secretary." "Ah, I see. The rumor mill has been a buzz about you starting a company. You truly are a prodigious talent. It's just a small venture. But what has kept you so occupied lately, Director, that you hardly have time even for fishing?" "Oh, speaking of which, it's quite distressing. A research project we were conducting, which was nearing its conclusion, has encountered issues. Everyone has been scrambling to address it." "Oh, I understand now." Lin Yi nodded in realization, grasping the reason for He Lianqing's recent absence. At his level, teaching was no longer his primary responsibility. Research took precedence. The outcomes of these projects not only influenced their promotions, but also impacted departmental and institutional funding. Naturally, with research troubles, He Lianqing had little inclination or energy to fish. "Director, are you referring to pharmaceutical development?" Lin Yi inquired further, having grasped the director's predicament. In the midst of their conversation, the reward for Lin Yi's daily task arrived, an exceptionally unique prize. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing your daily task. You have received a reward, a medicinal recipe, effect. This recipe can be used to brew soup or made into pills for direct consumption, significantly alleviating symptoms of hypertension, hyperglycemia, and hyperlipidemia, even leading to a cure." Having become familiar with the system's modus operandi, Lin Yi recognized that rewards were often quite targeted. What a coincidence it was that just as Director He appeared, he was granted a medicinal recipe. Given that He Lianqing was the dean of the School of Life Sciences and Technology, the challenges he faced became all too apparent. "Oh, how does the little brother know this?" "It's not a secret, but to be honest, we encountered issues with a drug currently in development. This setback not only delayed a previously negotiated school enterprise collaboration, but also greatly affected next year's subject reviews and funding pursuits. You can imagine how overwhelming this situation is for me, He Lianqing lamented, shaking his head with a bitter expression. Ah, I see. Lin Yi nodded in sympathy. However, director, I happen to possess a family heirloom recipe. I wonder if you would be interested. After a brief pause, he revealed this intriguing piece of information to He Lianqing. Oh, you have a family recipe? What is its efficacy? Perhaps we could explore it together. He Lianqing inquired politely, not fully taking the matter to heart, viewing it as a mere courtesy or an expression of camaraderie. Daxia has a rich tradition spanning thousands of years, with countless so-called ancestral recipes circulating among the populace. Yet, truly effective remedies are exceedingly rare. Instinctively, He Lianqing assumed Lin Yi's recipe would fall into this category, hence his lack of urgency. The primary efficacy is to effectively alleviate, and even cure, the three highs. Cure the three highs. Little brother, you must be jesting. Such a recipe exists? Lin Yi's declaration left He Lianqing utterly astonished, causing him to neglect his fishing bobber and stare at Lin Yi in disbelief. The more one understands, the more one tends to revere. He Lianqing, being of such high stature, was acutely aware of the severity of chronic diseases like the three highs. The mere notion of curing, or even effectively alleviating them, seemed almost fantastical. Often, treatment merely involves encouraging patients to adopt healthier lifestyles. Now, Lin Yi claimed to possess a recipe that could effectively alleviate or even cure the three highs. This revelation left He Lianqing astounded and skeptical. Chapter 64. The System with Global Aspirations, New Ventures. As a recognized authority in the field, He Lianqing was fully aware of the grave situation regarding the three highs in Daxia. Statistics indicate that approximately 3.5 billion people suffer from varying degrees of these ailments, equating to a quarter of the population. Moreover, it is now a common occurrence for every major hospital to possess a stroke emergency center, underscoring the severe dangers posed by the three highs: hypertension, hyperglycemia, and hyperlipidemia. Stroke, being an acute and highly fatal cardiovascular disease, is significantly influenced by these three conditions, which serve as prevalent underlying ailments. If a genuine remedy were to exist, it would undoubtedly be hailed as a miraculous drug, capable of saving countless lives. What a monumental act of benevolence that would be. It is precisely for this reason that He Lianqing finds it increasingly hard to believe that the young Lin Yi could present such a miraculous prescription. With a chuckle, Lin Yi's bold declaration suggests that he must indeed possess it. After all, he, as a respected authority in the medical field, knows that students are not prone to mere idle chatter. He Lianqing, a luminary in the realm of medicine, would instantly recognize the validity of Lin Yi's claims upon hearing the names of the herbal ingredients: cassia seeds, chrysanthemum, uncaria, lotus leaves, dried tangerine peel, and coptis. Lin Yi confidently recited each name, although he did not disclose the entirety of the formula. While his fervent desire to serve his country and its people is commendable, Lin Yi is not naive. The immense profit potential of such a miraculous remedy is not lost on him. Although he lacks medical expertise, he can certainly envision the vast financial rewards it could yield. It stands to reason that he would not simply relinquish all of it without retaining a portion for himself. As he has many aspirations yet to fulfill, he envisions expanding the scholarship fund to all schools, enabling every impoverished student to benefit. He also dreams of establishing a support fund for single-parent and orphan families, swiftly providing these unfortunate households with a better quality of life. Additionally, he aims to assist the elderly, the sick, and engage in scientific research and disaster relief, all of which require substantial funding. Lin Yi cannot afford to halt his financial progress. Furthermore, should he choose to forego all profits, it would merely make the final product more affordable, allowing the general populace to purchase it at a lower price. However, the reality is often quite different. Once this drug is released, it is destined to become a bestseller, an essential commodity. From He Lianqing to the educational institutions, pharmaceutical companies, sales channels, and hospitals, every link in the chain will seize the opportunity to derive substantial profits from this medication. By involving himself in this process, Lin Yi can maintain a degree of influence over the drug's direction, preventing it from devolving into a mere tool for capitalistic exploitation. If this drug were to become a vehicle for profit at the expense of the common people, perhaps even the system would not permit it. Judging by the rewards bestowed upon Lin Yi by the system, it too appears to harbor a sense of responsibility towards the nation and its citizens, persistently encouraging Lin Yi to develop further, enabling him to undertake more endeavors that benefit humanity. Thus, Lin Yi would never consider handing over this prescription without securing his interests. His decision to share this formula with He Lianqing was made after considerable contemplation. Firstly, it serves as a token of gratitude towards He Lianqing. as Lin Yi's connection to the Air Force group is largely attributable to him. In a sense, Lin Yi owes He Liangqing a debt of gratitude. He has already repaid part of this debt through the scholarship fund, and this prescription represents another portion of that repayment. With this formula, not only would it alleviate He Liangqing's current challenges, but securing an academician title would also become a foregone conclusion. Secondly, Lin Yi requires He Liangqing's status and his connection to General Zhuang of the pharmaceutical company. Merely possessing the formula is insufficient to truly promote a medicine. One must navigate clinical trials, obtain requisite certifications, and find a manufacturer for production. Each step entails a multitude of tasks. Lin Yi believes he cannot manage all of this alone. However, with He Liangqing's involvement, the entire process would become significantly more manageable. He Liangqing is a recognized authority in this field, and relevant personnel would readily accord him the respect he deserves. His endorsement of this drug would streamline many procedures. Indeed, these herbs are all valid. They are beneficial for addressing the three highs. This prescription holds immense potential. Young brother, quickly provide me with the detailed raw materials and proportions of the prescription. I shall return to organize the experiments. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies. The moment Lin Yi mentioned these few herbs, He Liangqing astutely recognized that this prescription is not a mere street scam, but rather possesses genuine merit. He became instantly excited, fervently urging Lin Yi for the complete formula, even disregarding his fishing rod which he carelessly tossed aside. However, Lin Yi hesitated to respond immediately, displaying an awkward expression and an air of helplessness in his gaze. Oh, right, my apologies. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit your company to discuss this matter. How does that sound? Observing Lin Yi's demeanor, He Liangqing, who has matured into a sage at over 50, quickly understood the implications of his previous comments and shifted his tone. At He Liangqing's age and stature, many matters need not be articulated so plainly. A mere exchange of glances can convey mutual understanding. He is acutely aware of the immense stakes involved in this prescription, perhaps even more so than Lin Yi. Naturally, he can envision that Lin Yi would not easily part with it. Thus, how to persuade Lin Yi to relinquish the formula? It must be addressed in a commercial manner. A detailed discussion at his company is warranted. He Liangqing is confident that, should he present an adequate offer, he could secure the prescription from Lin Yi, for otherwise, Lin Yi would not have divulged any information about it to him. Lin Yi could easily take this formula to any pharmaceutical company and be treated as a distinguished guest, one who could even bestow a beating upon the chairman's son and still receive a personal reception. Haha, splendid. I shall send the company address to your phone, Director He. I await your esteemed presence there tomorrow. Seeing He Liangqing's tactfulness, Lin Yi burst into hearty laughter. Very well, how about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning? No problem. In mere moments, the two struck a mutually agreeable time for their meeting, deftly sidestepping the previous awkwardness. Subsequently, their conversation became considerably lighter, and they began to reel in fish. Lin Yi also extended an invitation to He Liangqing for dinner, proposing a full turtle feast. He took a moment to send a message to Mu Shuero, asking her to join them for some soft-shelled turtle soup. The fishing net held 5 or 6 turtles, including soft-shelled turtles, alligator snapping turtles, and Brazilian turtles. With only Lin Yi, He Liangqing, and Qin Shuyuan present, they could hardly finish it all. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before they knew it, it was past 6 in the evening. He Liangqing was in high spirits and showed no signs of wanting to stop fishing. Although Lin Yi had completed his daily tasks, he remained, fearing that once he left, He Liangqing would soon follow suit. While He Liangqing enjoys fishing, his skills are quite mediocre, embodying the archetype of someone who loves to fish yet lacks proficiency. The two enjoyed their fishing, but Qin Shuyuan, sitting quietly behind them, suffered in silence. Her stockings had been torn by Lin Yi, leaving her with exposed, fair legs, an invitation to the mosquitoes by the lakeside. Yet, Qin Shuyuan expressed no complaints, quietly listening to their conversation. Beyond her astonishment and admiration for how quickly Lin Yi had developed a completely unfamiliar new business, her curiosity about the woman named Wang Yaqi only deepened. However, Qin Shuyuan was not envious of Wang Yaqi being one of Lin Yi's women, likely his most significant one, commonly referred to as his primary partner. It is purely out of curiosity. I am eager to see what the woman who has captured Lin Yi's attention and arrived before me looks like. Lin Yi. Just as Qin Xiao was observing Lin Yi fishing alongside Director He, her mind wandered to the renowned Wang Yaqi, whom she had yet to meet. Suddenly, a loud exclamation erupted from behind her. Ah, it's Yaqi. What a coincidence, ha. Upon hearing that familiar voice calling her name, Lin Yi felt an immediate sense of dread and turned around with reluctance. Under the glow of the streetlights, the stunning beauty with cascading waves of hair, clad in a form-fitting dress and high-heeled sandals, could only be Wang Yaqi. Beside her stood Yu Xiaowei, dressed in a provocative JK uniform, playfully winking and relishing the moment. What a coincidence. I specifically came to find you. Mingjun mentioned seeing a Land Rover that looked just like yours. I didn't believe it at first. But it really was you. Sneaking back to school without even letting me or shall we know? Huh? And who is this person? Is she Qin Xiao? Wang Yaqi shot several piercing glares at the grinning Lin Yi before turning her attention to Qin Xiao, who stood with her arms crossed. A slender waist accentuated by her A4 paper-like dimensions, her neck elegant and swan-like, and her long legs standing tall and proud. Coupled with her frosty demeanor that exuded an air of aloofness, she resembled a regal swan asserting its sovereignty. Hello, Sister Yaqi, I am Qin Xiao. Before the flustered Lin Yi could concoct a response, Qin Xiao, facing Wang Yaqi's scrutinizing gaze, spoke first, sweetly addressing her as sister. Hello? Still accompanying that blockhead for fishing at this late hour? Don't mind him, come over quickly. It's not worth it to feed mosquitoes for him. That sweet address from Qin Xiao instantly melted away Wang Yaqi's earlier irritation, transforming her frosty expression into a warm smile as she beckoned Qin Xiao to approach. Ha. Go on. This is Wang Yaqi, and this is Yu Xiaowei. You three should have a good chat while I fish a bit longer. Witnessing the impending conflict dissipate thanks to Qin Xiao's gentle demeanor, Lin Yi felt a surge of relief as he introduced Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei to the clever Qin Xiao. Who asked you to meddle? Didn't you say you didn't want to see me and Xiaowei? Well, you can just focus on your fishing. Xiao, let us go. We won't pay him any mind. Wang Yaqi shot another glare at Lin Yi, pulling Qin Xiao along as if to leave. Though Wang Yaqi was genuinely vexed, her displeasure was not directed solely at Lin Yi's new acquaintance, Qin Xiao. She had already come to terms with Lin Yi's inexplicable penchant for having multiple women in his life. Moreover, Qin Xiao, recognizing the situation, had immediately addressed her as sister, which further endeared her to Wang Yaqi. What truly irked her was Lin Yi's clandestine return to school without notifying her or Yu Xiaowei. Did he think it inconvenient to meet them just because he had a woman with him? Did he regard her and Xiaowei as jealous harpies? When had she ever forbidden him from seeking companionship elsewhere? Or did he simply forget about his old flames upon finding new love, tired of her and Xiaowei? Hey, I was wrong, all right? Yaqi, I'm sorry. Come over, look at what I caught. So many turtles, and even soft-shelled turtles. We can have turtle soup tonight. Observing Wang Yaqi's jealousy, Lin Yi felt utterly helpless as both Yu Xiaowei and Qin Xiao aligned themselves with Wang Yaqi's sentiments. He could only offer a wry smile of apology, hoping to appease her jealousy with his catch. Don't think you can win me over with a few fish. I won't be swayed. Wang Yaqi was not so easily duped. Pouting, she continued in a huffy tone. But before she could finish, another melodious voice rang out. Lin Yi, I finally found you. Your school is enormous. Instantly alert, Wang Yaqi turned her gaze toward the source of the voice, akin to a vigilant cat. Approaching were two more stunning women. The one in front had long, flowing hair cascading down to her chest and was adorned in a cream-colored, knee-length dress, while her delicate legs were elegantly straight, clad in khaki heels. The other, with her hair styled in a bun, wore a fitted white t-shirt that revealed her midriff, paired with tight-fitting shorts that accentuated her curves and pristine white sneakers. One exuded grace and elegance, reminiscent of a refined lady, while the other radiated vivacity and mischief. Despite their contrasting styles and appearances, their faces bore an uncanny resemblance, almost indistinguishable from one another. Lin Yi, Wang Yaqi turned to face him again, jealousy flaring in her eyes, threatening to ignite into a blaze. Hearing the affectionate address, she could hardly remain oblivious. These two seemingly twin-like women were undoubtedly more of Lin Yi's unwitting conquests. When had this happened? Perhaps it was the same night she sensed something amiss during her call to him? How fortuitous. Everyone is gathered together. Let me introduce you. At that moment, Lin Yi was overwhelmed by a flood of exasperation. How could it be so coincidental that 5 women converged in one place? The key player was Wang Yaqi. Qin Xiao was brought by him, and he had invited Mu Shuero, who had naturally brought along her twin sister Mu Xuan. The only unexpected guests were Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei. This is Wang Yaqi, and this is Yu Xiaowei, both my classmates. This is Qin Xiao, my secretary. And these are my tenants, the twin sisters Mu Shuero and Mu Xuan. Lin Yi, now disregarding his fishing rod, approached Wang Yaqi to introduce the 5 of them. This was not the time to ponder who was part of the plan and who was not. The immediate concern was to ease the tense atmosphere filled with unspoken rivalry. It was primarily Wang Yaqi who was the wild card. The others seemed more manageable. Hello, you must be Sister Yaqi. I often hear Lin Yi speak of you. You're even more beautiful than he described. As soon as Lin Yi concluded the introductions, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, another stepped up to alleviate the awkwardness, none other than the gentle and insightful Mu Shuero. Stepping forward in her chic shoes, Mushuero extended her hand to Wang Yaqi, clearly establishing her position and acknowledging Wang Yaqi's status as the leader among them. Before their arrival, I had assumed it would only be my sister and me, along with Lin Yi. I never anticipated such a lively gathering, having been in the workforce for many years. Mushuero possessed the most extensive social experience among the five of us. She could easily discern the dynamics at play. Firstly, she was well aware of Wang Yiqi, having heard Lin Yi speak of her often. As for Yu Xiaohui and Qin Shu Yao, based on Lin Yi's introductions, Mushuero surmised they shared a similar background to her own. What approach should she take to ensure Lin Yi was not put in a difficult position? After a mere few seconds of contemplation, Mushuero resolved her course of action. She would focus on appeasing the most formidable presence in the room, Wang Yiqi, who seemed to hold the highest status and even required Lin Yi to placate her. If she could win her over, perhaps the situation would remain manageable, and Lin Yi would not find himself in an uncomfortable predicament. "Hello, you look lovely," she began, embodying the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Both Mushuero and Qin Shu Yao displayed such endearing and considerate natures, extending goodwill towards Wang Yiqi, which instantly dissipated any lingering resentment, allowing a hint of a smile to break through. However, her mood did not extend to Lin Yi. As Wang Yiqi playfully pinched the tender flesh at Lin Yi's waist, spinning him around in a dramatic fashion, causing him to grimace in pain. "Ha ha, little brother. You have quite the discerning eye. Each of these lovely ladies possesses remarkable beauty and unique charm. Truly, you are fortunate and quite the skilled hand at navigating such company." At that moment, a hearty voice emerged from the dimly lit shade of the trees. He Liangqing had stepped out from beneath the trees, fishing box in hand, and offered a teasing remark. He had noticed Wang Yiqi and Yu Xiaohui upon their arrival and anticipated a potential clash between them, along with Lin Yi's secretary, Qin Shu Yao. He was well aware of the relationships among Wang Yiqi, Yu Xiaohui, and Lin Yi, much like he inferred the nature of Qin Shu Yao's connection with Lin Yi. Yet, He Liangqing did not view this as problematic. In today's world, it was entirely normal for young people to change partners frequently, especially someone as exceptional as Lin Yi, who might even have several at once. If he merely had numerous women without any other vices, one could argue that Lin Yi was indeed a rare gem among men. At his age and station, He Liangqing had long understood this dynamic. Thus, he remained silent at first, content to sit in the shade, fishing while observing the unfolding drama. Who says a professor cannot enjoy the spectacle? However, he was taken aback by how quickly Wang Yiqi, Yu Xiaohui, and Qin Shu Yao had bonded like sisters, forming a united front. What surprised him further was the arrival of two more women, an identical pair of twins. This revelation deepened his appreciation for Lin Yi's capabilities, even inducing a twinge of admiration tinged with jealousy. Truly, a man of such caliber was formidable indeed. Lin Yi, you've misunderstood. It's not as you think. Lin Yi hastily interjected, a wry smile on his face. It genuinely was not as He Liangqing presumed. At least, he had no actual connection with Mushuewan, right? Ha, no worries. A charming lady is a delight, and life is fleeting. One must seize joy when they can. If I were younger, I would certainly seek your advice. Little brother, He Liangqing concluded, now, I shan't intrude upon your youthful romance any longer. I must take my leave. See you tomorrow. Lin Yi, aren't you joining us for dinner? We're having a grand turtle feast tonight. No, perhaps another time. If I stay, you won't be able to enjoy yourselves this evening, he replied, before disappearing into the now darkening night with his fishing box in tow. Wang Yiqi, who had been fiercely pinching Lin Yi's waist, immediately withdrew her hand upon He Liangqing's arrival, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, resembling a startled ostrich. Competing with a group of women while under the watchful eye of her department head was mortifying. All right, now that Lin Yi has left, let us go eat. Please wait a moment while I pack up my fishing rod. Lin Yi, why didn't you mention that Lin Yi was here? How mortifying. Before Lin Yi could turn to gather his fishing rod, the rejuvenated Wang Yiqi leaped onto him, her long legs encircling his waist. Then, with fiery red lips, she bit down on his neck, leaving a mark. Wang Yiqi, this lipstick stain is incredibly resilient. It won't wash off. What am I to do? Lin Yi lamented, as he wiped at the lipstick on his neck, exasperated. After enduring the mix of embarrassment and irritation from Wang Yiqi's bite, everything proceeded smoothly thereafter. Lin Yi carried an assortment of turtles and fish, accompanied by 5 stunning women, each possessing their own unique style, flavor, and charm. As they made their way to a restaurant in the back streets for dinner, unexpectedly, they encountered Liao Miao Miao on her way home from work. Now, Lin Yi found himself followed by 6 captivating women, drawing numerous envious glances, particularly from the male onlookers who were filled with jealousy and longing. They realized that their inability to find girlfriends stemmed from the existence of someone like Lin Yi, who monopolized all the fortune. In fact, Wang Wen was returning with Liao Miao Miao. As they worked at the same company and attended the same school, it was quite normal for them to commute together. However, upon seeing the group of women surrounding Lin Yi, Wang Wen's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He wouldn't even consider staying to join them for dinner. Bolting away in a panic, leaving Lin Yi to curse his cowardice for not helping him shoulder the pressure. Thus, Lin Yi found himself the sole male in the private room, bearing the weight of the 6 beautiful women led by Wang Yiqi. Why wash it off? It should remain as a reminder to other girls, so they know not to be unfaithful and harm innocent girls. Wang Yiqi shot Lin Yi a glare, feigning anger, pleased with the mark she had left on his neck. Haha, no, I'm not causing trouble everywhere. There are only 5 here, Lin Yi replied, glancing around before recalling that Liao Miao Miao had probably yet to fall victim to his charms, adjusting his count to 5. Probably not yet. Wang Yiqi mused silently to herself. Just as her words faded, Mu Shuiwan and Liao Miao Miao coincidentally lowered their heads, a blush creeping rapidly across their cheeks and necks. Both assumed Wang Yiqi's comment about Lin Yi not being involved referred to themselves. Although they believed Wang Yiqi was speaking of them, in such a context, it felt oddly out of place, akin to 2 pigs wandering into a flock of sheep, an incongruity. The disconcerting sense of not fitting in left both individuals rather uncomfortable, unsure of how to navigate their presence. Liao Miao Miao fared somewhat better. She was aware of Lin Yi's prowess and felt no surprise at his numerous entanglements with women. Having previously glimpsed Wang Yaqi's phone, she was privy to the intentions shared between Wang Yaqi and Yu Xiaowei, which afforded her a degree of mental preparation. However, Mu Shuiwan was not in the same position. Apart from knowing that Lin Yi owned 4 properties and a Range Rover, she was woefully uninformed about his other affairs, particularly concerning women, and had believed that he had only her sister as a romantic interest. Today, however, she had encountered 5 stunning women, each of whom rivaled her and her sister in beauty. This revelation left Mu Shuiwan both astonished and slightly anxious, fearing that Lin Yi might one day lose interest in her sister and cast her aside. She was all too aware of her sister's deep affections for Lin Yi and could scarcely bear to imagine the turmoil her sister would face should such a scenario come to pass. Well, there aren't 5, just 4, Lin Yi said, rubbing his forehead and speaking in a somewhat sheepish tone after Wang Yaqi had spoken. Whether it was 5 or 4, it seemed rather inappropriate for him. Yet, 4 was indeed 4. He felt compelled to defend himself. Fortunately, his women were very understanding and indulgent. Although the spirited Wang Yaqi occasionally enjoyed throwing tantrums, she typically turned a blind eye to his other romantic pursuits. Wait, how can there only be 4? Aside from Miao Miao, who else haven't you entangled? Wang Yaqi inquired, taken aback by Lin Yi's defense. Mu Shuiwan, who had been staring at the ground, finally raised her hand. At that moment, her cheeks and neck flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe peach, as embarrassment washed over her. Well, all right, I'll give you credit for honesty, Wang Yaqi said, awkwardly clearing her throat and taking a seat after witnessing the uncomfortable scene. The room fell silent, but this silence was far more charged than before. As for Liao Miao Miao and Mu Shuiwan, who had inadvertently revealed their true feelings, they felt an overwhelming desire to vanish beneath the table. The only sound came from the vivacious Yu Xiaowei, who had always been regarded by Lin Yi as a little sister. She playfully embraced the embarrassed Liao Miao Miao, teasing her while tickling her sides, causing Miao Miao to squirm in response, which in turn set Yu Xiaowei into fits of laughter. The commotion created a delightful chaos, filling the room with vibrancy. At that moment, Mu Shuiwan grasped her sister's hand, her eyes filled with concern and resignation. She had discerned that her sister had likely developed feelings for Lin Yi, perhaps even long before she herself had realized it. How could she not understand the allure of such a man? Tall, handsome, affluent, and remarkably tender and attentive to the women in his life, Lin Yi was undoubtedly captivating. If not for his charming disposition, Mu Shuiwan would not have found herself ensnared in such a profound infatuation. Yet, it was precisely Lin Yi's romantic nature that caused her considerable distress. Before her stood 4 women, but what of the ones she had not seen? She, having lost her own bloom, felt that even a temporary attachment to a man like Lin Yi was worth it. After all, one could hardly find a truly exceptional man who wasn't surrounded by admirers. While she could accept her own circumstances, it pained her to think of her sister following in her footsteps. Her sister was still pure. Why should she entangle herself with a man who could not offer her a lasting commitment? Rojia. Yes, what is it? Mu Shuiwan was jolted from her reverie by Lin Yi's call. There's still 1 property of mine that hasn't been rented out, correct? Lin Yi asked, observing Mu Shuiwan's startled expression with curiosity. Yes, there is 1. I apologize. I've been rather busy lately and haven't attended to it, Mu Shuiwan replied, somewhat sheepishly. Due to her residing at Xinyu Mingzhu, Lin Yi had entrusted her with the management of all 4 of his properties there, planning to rent out the vacant one to earn some income. Although the rent was only a couple of thousand yuan at most, it was still money. And Mu Shuiro felt guilty for not having secured a tenant for Lin Yi. What are you apologizing for? There's no need for that. And it's fortuitous that it's still vacant. It can serve a purpose. Shuyu, you should terminate your current lease and move into my property. It's only a 10-minute commute to the office, and not only will it save you on rent, but if I stay there sometimes, I can commute with you. Meow meow. You should also move in. Summer vacation starts next week, and the school dormitories will be unavailable. It would be perfect for you to share a 3-bedroom apartment with Shuyu. You'd be able to look out for each other while maintaining your privacy. Lin Yi swiftly dismissed Mu Shuiro's apologies, then proceeded to arrange accommodations for Qin Shuyu and Liao Miao Miao with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. All right, brother Yi, Qin Shuyu, who had been quietly observing the exchanges, responded without hesitation, her demeanor perfectly aligned with that of Lin Yi's secretary. Huh. Oh, okay. Liao Miao Miao reacted differently. Lin Yi's unsolicited arrangement left her momentarily speechless, unsure whether to accept or decline. After a fleeting internal struggle, she acquiesced, realizing she genuinely needed a place to stay. Perhaps, she thought, she had yet to master the art of refusing Lin Yi. Chapter 68. Everyone wears a mask. All right, enough chatter, let's enjoy some soup. This is a 3-kilogram turtle. Highly nourishing, you should all indulge. Having settled the accommodation issues for Qin Shuyu and Liao Miao Miao, the kitchen began to serve the meticulously prepared dishes, one after another. Braised turtle, stir-fried turtle feet, fragrant stewed Brazilian turtle, and clear broth turtle soup. An accomplished chef had prepared 7 or 8 delectable dishes. Coupled with 2 freshly ordered vegetable dishes and several small stir-fries, it was indeed a rare, sumptuous dinner, rich in flavor and nourishment. You're still indulging? Who do you plan to woo tonight? Is she even capable of handling it? After much ado, Wang Yaqi's jealousy had nearly exhausted itself, and she was now in the mood to tease Lin Yi. Upon hearing Lin Yi proclaim that turtle soup was highly nourishing, her naturally exuberant and audacious personality prompted her to jest. Oh, I hadn't considered that. How about I turn the tables on you? With a dismissive glance at Lin Yi, she resolutely replied, no way. I plan to team up with Xiaowi's relatives after they leave to deal with you. Meanwhile, you Xiaowi, sipping on turtle soup, found amusement in the banter between Wang Yaqi and Lin Yi, her large eyes twinkling like crescent moons. Lin Yi, feeling embarrassed by Wang Yaqi's public rejection, scanned the faces of the 6 lovely ladies present, seemingly seeking their assistance. I can't. I really need to go back and rest. Upon noticing Lin Yi's gaze upon her, Qin Shuyu hastily set down her bowl and waved her hands in protest. Come on, spare Shuyu. She was just tormented by you and needs some time to recuperate. Wang Yaqi's laughter grew more delighted upon witnessing Qin Shuyu also decline Lin Yi's advances. Resting her chin on her delicate hand, reveling in the mischief as she observed the exchange between Lin Yi and Qin Shuyu. Indeed, Lin Yi managed a sheepish grin, redirecting his gaze to Mu Shuiro. It seems there's no one left but you, Mu Shuiro. Wang Yaqi was clearly intent on putting Lin Yi in a tight spot, as Yu Xiaowi's relatives would not leave until the next day, and Qin Shuyu truly needed time to recover. As for Liao Miao Miao and Mu Shuowan, they were not closely connected to him, leaving only Mu Shuiro by his side. Why not stay at Xinyu Mingzhu tonight? After all, it's your house. You ought to visit it more often. Mu Shuiro smiled gently as she served Lin Yi a bowl of turtle soup. Ah, Shuiro, you spoil him too much. You're bound to spoil him rotten, Wang Yaqi remarked playfully, giving Lin Yi a teasing nudge with her nose before turning her attention back to Mu Shuiro, smiling as she spoke. At this point, Wang Yaqi had seamlessly assumed the role of the leading lady among Lin Yi's women. She was relatively casual with Yu Xiaowi, mostly addressing her by name, but with Qin Shuyu and Mu Shuiro, she would add the term sister after their names, much like a lioness fiercely guarding her territory. Well, it isn't merely indulgence. He's my man after all. How could I keep him at arm's length? Would you like to come see it too, Yaqi? I recall you haven't visited Xinyu Mingzhu yet. As the lady of the house, you ought to take a look. That makes sense. But I'm afraid of being unwelcome in his golden abode, Wang Yaqi replied with a hint of trepidation. Nonsense. I would definitely welcome you. So it's settled then, Yaqi. You'll accompany me shortly. By the way, tomorrow you can come to the office with me. Dean He is coming to discuss some matters, and your assistance would be invaluable. Having finally sensed that Wang Yaqi was no longer dismissing him, Lin Yi quickly seized the opportunity to finalize the arrangement, fearing that the longer he waited, the more complicated matters could become. The thought of Wang Yaqi and Mu Shuiro together with him filled Lin Yi with an overwhelming sense of excitement. Oh, Dean He is visiting your company to discuss something? What is it? Let's eat first. I will elaborate later, Lin Yi replied with a chuckle, and amidst their playful teasing, the matter was settled. However, the candid and unabashed nature of their conversations left Liao Miao Miao and Mu Shuowan feeling utterly embarrassed. Wishing their bowls were larger to conceal their blushing faces, they regretted attending this dinner altogether. The awkward gathering of the 6 women passed without incident, which was not a misfortune for Lin Yi. At the very least, the emotional barriers among these women had considerably diminished, making it easier for them to accept new additions to his life in the future. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective homes. Wang Yaqi, having packed a box full of various necessities, hopped into Lin Yi's Land Rover as he drove her to Xinyue Mingzhu. Accompanying them were the sisters Mu Shuoro and Mu Shuowan. However, as soon as Mu Shuowan settled into the car, she leaned against Mu Shuoro's lap and fell into a deep sleep. Whether she genuinely slept or pretended to be asleep out of shyness was known to the 4 of them. The turtle soup was indeed a restorative delicacy, and without the influence of alcohol or physical exertion, it was improbable for anyone to feel drowsy. Yet, they chose not to call out Mu Shuowan, allowing her to sleep through the journey. During the ride, Lin Yi also placed a call to Fu Zi, briefing her on the upcoming meeting's general agenda, advising her to prepare accordingly, and suggesting she bring along any trusted contacts from the pharmaceutical industry to lend their insights. Although Fu Zi was highly capable, her background in finance meant she was likely unfamiliar with the pharmaceutical sector. Thus, Lin Yi took the initiative to inform her, ensuring she wouldn't be caught off guard the following day. Upon returning to Xinyue Mingzhu, Mu Shuoro and Mu Shuowan returned to their rented room, which was currently being provided free of charge, room 902. Meanwhile, Wang Yaqi followed Lin Yi into the adjacent room, 903. Before long, the lounge chair on the balcony of room 903 bore an undue burden once more. Amidst the symphony of crickets and frogs echoing through the night, coupled with the incessant tinkling of wind chimes swaying in the breeze, a creaking sound seemed to lament and warn Lin Yi, "You ought to replace me, otherwise I might fall apart next time." In the adjoining room 902, the twin sisters, having completed their evening routines, engaged in heartfelt conversations amidst the intrusive sounds emanating from next door. "Sis, there's no need to persuade me further. I've made up my mind." Dressed in a loose silver silk nightgown, Mu Shuowan lazily rested her head on Mu Shuoro's lap, her tone gentle yet resolute. Similarly attired in a silk nightgown, Mu Shuoro wore a wine-red garment. The contrast of silver and red reflected their strikingly similar appearances, yet distinctly different personalities. Silver symbolized purity, nobility, and innocence, while red represented passion, desire, and vigor. Although Mu Shuoro displayed utmost gentleness in front of Lin Yi, her humble beginnings and years of navigating the complexities of life had shaped her inner character accordingly. In contrast, Mu Shuowan, having smoothly completed her education and entered the workforce under her sister's care, embodied the qualities represented by silver. Yet, the harsh realities of society had compelled everyone to don masks and adopt protective facades for survival. Chapter 69, Sisters for Each Other. Why must you do this? You must know that Lin Yi is unlikely to grant you a title or a sense of belonging. Mu Shuoro gazed at her sister, whose delicate fingers caressed Mu Shuowan's flowing hair, her voice filled with earnest concern. "Given your circumstances, Lin Yi is a commendable choice for me, but you possess the potential to pursue a much broader world." Upon her return, Mu Shuowan confided in Mu Shuoro her heartfelt desire to become Lin Yi's woman, just as her sister had. Although Mu Shuoro had sensed her sister's intentions during their time in the private booth, hearing it articulated directly left her somewhat taken aback. Simultaneously, she felt a heavy weight in her heart, silently blaming herself for not having cared for her beloved younger sister, who was the only family she had. How could she bear the thought of Mu Shuowan embarking on a path akin to her own? All the hardships and injustices she had endured over the years, every sacrifice made, were intended to secure a brighter future for her sister. Mu Shuowan had the means to avoid the struggles she had faced. Why would she choose to follow in her footsteps? For Mu Shuoro, the notion of titles was trivial. What did a title matter if one lived well? Lin Yi, though a man of many affections, treated his women with genuine care. Hadn't he been kind to her? And could Mu Shuoro truly believe that Mu Shuowan would find someone better than Lin Yi outside? If he were inferior, what good would a title do? Could that piece of paper provide sustenance or comfort? Mu Shuowan gazed stubbornly at her sister, unwilling to yield easily. Yet deep down, she understood that Lin Yi was indeed admirable. However, that was merely a secondary reason for her resolute decision. The primary motivation stemmed from her desire to sacrifice her own happiness for the enduring affection Lin Yi would bestow upon her sister. The encounter with those women earlier weighed heavily on her, a reminder of the fierce competition she would face. Whether it was the youthful and vibrant Wang Yaqi or Yu Xiaowei, both students younger than herself, or Qin Shuyao, Lin Yi's capable secretary, each one was a formidable contender. Even Liao Miao Miao, who did not yet belong to Lin Yi but exuded an innocent charm, conveyed to Mu Xiaowan that it was only a matter of time before she would. Each of them was a worthy rival to her sister. This was merely the present. In time, Lin Yi's circle of women would surely expand, bringing in even more fierce competitors, while her sister, with her beauty and gentle disposition, would gradually age. How could she compete against such formidable opponents? When her sister could no longer hold Lin Yi's interest, what would become of her? With only a middle school education, the fleeting nature of beauty would eventually catch up to her sister. And if Lin Yi were to abandon her, Mu Xiaowan could not bear the thought of her sister, who had always showered her with love and care, ending up in such a lonely fate. After much contemplation, Mu Xiaowan devised a plan. The allure of twins could not possibly be less than that of any singular individual, could it? In Lin Yi's presence, they would surely possess greater competitive strength. This way, her sister could continue to enjoy her current life of comfort. However, Mu Xiaowan resolved to keep this reasoning from her sister, for if Mu Xiuero were to discover it, she would undoubtedly be consumed by guilt. Mu Xiaowan would instead express her own admiration for Lin Yi, sparing her sister from any psychological burden. After all, her sister had sacrificed so much for her. It was time for her to give back. Sighing deeply, Mu Xiuero found herself at a loss for words. Was her only sister's reasoning sound? Indeed it was. Setting aside the sheer number of women vying for Lin Yi's affection, he could be deemed a rare gem among men. The likelihood of her sister finding someone superior outside was slim. Moreover, it was human nature for women to admire and gravitate towards the strong. She herself was no exception. How could she fault her sister for making the same choice she had? If only he were more devoted, he would be the perfect man. Alas, if he were faithful, she would never have had the chance to be with him. Mu Xiuwan's decision left Mu Xiuero momentarily speechless, as she absent-mindedly combed through her sister's silky hair, her mind racing with thoughts. In this moment, she remained unaware of the true motivation behind her sister's choice. Had she known, it would likely have troubled her even more. Sister, you'll go over soon, right? After noticing her sister's sigh and subsequent silence, Mu Xiuwan realized that Mu Xiuero had tacitly accepted her decision. A wave of emotions surged within her: glee, melancholy, acceptance, and anticipation. Once these feelings were gathered and her mind returned to tranquility, Mu Xiuwan inquired, "Yes. Lin Yi hopes I will come over." Mu Xiuero responded softly, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. How could she not know what might transpire once she went over? The neighboring room 903 had quieted down, but moments ago, it had been quite raucous. Moreover, Mu Xiuero found herself astonished by the lifestyle of today's youth. Though they were still students, Wang Yaqi seemed entirely unperturbed by the events that had unfolded. She herself felt a bit uneasy. What if Wanwan were to follow suit in the future? Mu Xiuero dared not ponder further. Yet, the flush on her cheeks deepened, spreading to her neck and chest. "Sister, tonight, please let me go." Mu Xiuwan, unaware of her sister's thoughts, gathered her courage and stammered her request. No way. Why not? Sister, didn't you give your tacit approval? That doesn't mean it's okay. Let us discuss it later. Sister will give you time to think it over. And you should also take time to reconsider. I don't want to reconsider. No is no. 1 month. What about 1 month from now? If after a month you still believe this is the choice you desire, then I won't stand in your way. All right, today is July 6th. That means August 6th. Deal. Let us seal it with a promise. A pinky swear, 100 years without change. Whoever breaks it is a little yellow dog. You're quite the clever one. Full of schemes. After completing the promise with her younger sister, Mu Xiuero playfully tapped Mu Xiuwan's smooth forehead, smiling with exasperation. Haha, sister. You're just putting on a brave face. I see through you. You're younger than I am. Oh, the tables have turned. Who says I'm younger? It's obvious. Don't believe me? Let us compare. Bring it on. The two sisters laughed and teased each other, filled with love and a hint of flirtation. More than half an hour later, Mu Xiuero, bearing a platter of freshly cut fruit, walked out of room 902, her sister's playful expressions lingering in her mind, and knocked on the door of room 903. Sister, good luck. I'll make sure you live a good life. We will both live well. As she heard the door of room 903 open and close, Mu Xiuwan clenched her little fist, cheering for both Mu Xiuero and herself. Chapter 70. The Fluttering Heart of Chung Lily. Early the next morning, Lin Yi awoke with the dawn. The very first thing he did upon waking was to deliver a playful smack to Wang Yaqi's smooth and fair backside. Lazy pig, get up quickly. We need to hurry to the company. Why are we going to the company? I don't want to. I want to sleep. Sleep? Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday? Dean He is coming to our company. Oh right. I can't believe I forgot. Ugh. It's your fault for knowing such an important event was today and still making me stay up so late. My back hurts now. To suggest someone else may not hold much weight, but when it comes to Dean He, Wang Yaqi would dare not linger in bed any longer. Regardless of their grade or age, every student harbors a profound reverence for their teachers. This sentiment is akin to an inescapable bloodline suppression, utterly unresolvable. Thus, upon Lin Yi's mention of Lin Yi, Wang Yaqi could no longer remain idle. She threw off the covers and sprang to her feet. However, she did not make it easy for Lin Yi, as she playfully bit him before rising, leaving 2 neat rows of teeth marks on his chest. "Ah, you rascal. Biting me again." Lin Yi chuckled, both exasperated and amused, as he watched Wang Yaqi dash into the bathroom, heedless of her disheveled appearance. "What about you? If you have nothing pressing, you can sleep a bit longer. You worked hard last night." Lin Yi turned to gently pinch the delicate nose of Mushiuro, who had been awakened as well, inquiring softly. "I'm fine, thanks to Sister Yaki's help. It wasn't too strenuous. Indeed, I have no pressing matters today, but I don't wish to sleep alone. May I accompany you to your company?" Mushiuro grasped Lin Yi's hand, affectionately rubbing it against her cheek as she asked. As a model and an amateur host, Mushiuro enjoyed a relatively flexible work schedule, allowing her to manage her time effectively when not engaged in specific duties. This also attests to her resilience and commendable abilities. For a girl who has only graduated from middle school, breaking into modeling is one thing, but to also serve as an amateur host showcases a remarkable elevation in her skill set. "Not tired? You must have better stamina than Wang Yaqi. Splendid. Keep strengthening yourself. Of course, you can visit the company. I've long advised you against modeling, yet you stubbornly insisted. Now, hurry up and freshen up so we can go together." Lin Yi then inquired, "By the way, what about Wan? Has she left for work yet? If not, tell her to wait. I can give her a ride." Wan worked at a dance studio, which typically commenced operations in the afternoon, so she would not be leaving until then. "And you say I lack stamina, you naughty rascal. I've already signed up for a gym membership. Wait until then to see who lacks endurance." Wang Yaqi, now dressed and freshly made up, emerged just in time to hear Lin Yi's jest about his stamina, immediately bristling with indignation and playfully waving her slender arms like green onions, retorting with mock ferocity. "Ha ha. Good, keep it up. After all, health is the foundation of revolution." Lin Yi found her spirited nature quite amusing. Yet, he harbored no concerns about Wang Yaqi surpassing him in stamina. That was preposterous. Even after a deduction of 6 points, Lin Yi still boasted a strength of 33, agility of 22, and intelligence of 20. His attributes were at least double that of an average person, with strength being triple. Even if Wang Yaqi became a paragon of fitness, she would still not rival Lin Yi. Moreover, most girls often only talk about fitness and weight loss, especially the beautiful ones. After more than half an hour, Wang Yaqi and Mushiuro, both elegantly attired and made up, accompanied Lin Yi, who was dressed casually in a t-shirt and shorts, as they stepped out. It was ironic that Lin Yi, the company's president, appeared so relaxed, while Wang Yaqi and Mushiuro, merely tagging along, looked markedly more professional in both appearance and attire. The trio presented a striking contrast, creating a sense of dissonance. "Lin Yi, you simply cannot go on like this. I will take you shopping soon to purchase a few decent suits, lest clients think you lack taste and do not respect them." Once seated in the passenger seat, Wang Yaqi adjusted Lin Yi's clothing with a concerned expression. In her view, sustaining a company must be quite challenging for Lin Yi, likely indicating he was short on funds. Otherwise, why would he borrow $1 million from her? If her man lacked financial resources, she, as his partner, could not stand idly by. While she might not be able to offer much assistance in other areas, she could certainly contribute a sum of 100,000 or 200,000, enough for Lin Yi to acquire some respectable attire. Mainly, suits are too warm, and I'm reluctant to wear them. However, you are right. It's essential to have a few for the office, so I can change for important occasions. Let's plan for the weekend. I'll accompany you shopping and buy some clothes. I haven't gone shopping with you yet. What about you, Shuero? Do you have time to join us? I probably won't be able to. I have an event this weekend. Let us do it another time. You and Sister Yaqi enjoy yourselves, Mushiuro replied with a smile, glancing at Wang Yaqi. In truth, Mushiuro had no pressing commitments, but she often chose to step aside. Since Lin Yi had mentioned it was his first time shopping with Wang Yaqi, how could she intrude upon their intimate world? All right, then I shall accompany you next time, Lin Yi said with a hint of regret as he took his place in the driver's seat. Wang Yaqi gave Mushiuro a thumbs up, thoroughly pleased with her intelligence and sensibility. A little over 10 minutes later, the Land Rover arrived at Lin Yi's company building. Checking the time, Lin Yi noted it was only 9:30. Although half an hour had passed since the official start time, he still had a half hour before his appointment with He Lianqing, allowing ample time. Nandu was bustling with activity, leading to longer commuting times for office workers. Thus, Lin Yi's company had adopted a 9 a.m. start time, which was quite considerate. "Good morning, President Lin." Upon entering the company, the receptionist, Chung Lily, promptly stood and bowed to Lin Yi, greeting him with a radiant smile. "Hello," Lin Yi replied with a nod and a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, A beautiful receptionist is essential. It brightens the atmosphere upon entering the company, fostering a vibrant work environment. Around 10 o'clock, a Mr. He will be visiting the company. Please escort him to the meeting room and inform me, Lin Yi instructed. Understood, President Lin. Secretary Qin has already briefed me on this matter. Oh, excellent. By the way, make sure to rest early tonight. You have dark circles under your eyes. Lin Yi pointed to his own eyes, indicating Chung Lily's fatigue, then returned to his office with a smile. Once Lin Yi departed, Chung Lily hurriedly opened her makeup mirror to inspect herself. Oh dear, these dark circles are dreadful. How embarrassing for President Lin to see me like this. I must blame those unreliable teammates who promised to help me rank up, but only dragged me down. Yet, President Lin had brought two such beautiful girls to the company, adding to the previous appearances of Manager Fu and Liao Miao Miao, making it 4 lovely ladies now. And with Secretary Qin, that made 5. My goodness, President Lin truly has a way with women. Chung Lily watched Lin Yi with Wang Yaqi and Mu Shuero enter the office, a hint of envy glimmering in her eyes, her heart racing with excitement. Chapter 71, The Man Brought by Fu Ziyi. What? Have you taken a liking to this receptionist too? I must say, your energy is quite remarkable. With so much on your plate already. As soon as the office door closed, Wang Yaqi naturally settled onto Lin Yi's lap in the boss's chair, playfully tugging at his ear as she reprimanded him. This harmonious and affectionate scene elicited a delighted laugh from Mu Shuero, who had seated herself on the nearby sofa. It's time to teach this man a lesson. He is far too reckless, fluttering about everywhere. What nonsense. I'm merely showing concern for my subordinates. After all, they are our employees. Lin Yi retorted. Humph. I'm just afraid your concern might lead you to bed with them. I know you all too well. Hee hee. Pure nonsense. Knock. Knock, knock. As Lin Yi struggled to survive under the clutches of Wang Yaqi, a sudden knock on the door provided him with a momentary reprieve. Good morning, President Lin. Good morning, Sister Yaqi. Good morning, Sister Ro. Qin Xiao, with her neatly arranged chin-length hair and impeccably tailored suit, her long, slender legs encased in sheer black stockings and elegant black mid-heeled shoes, stepped into the office, offering a sweet smile as she greeted the 3 of them politely. Wang Yaqi was Lin Yi's first woman, the leading lady, a fact that Qin Xiao was already aware of. Moreover, Mu Shuero had also been in the picture long before her, necessitating that she refer to her as sister as well. Hence, upon entering, Qin Xiao took the initiative to greet them without a hint of hesitation. Good morning, Xiao. You look stunning today. Lin Yi adores the OL style. No wonder you have captured her favor, Wang Yaqi teased, her playful demeanor shifting as she vacated Lin Yi's lap and sauntered over to the sofa area, taking a seat beside Mu Shuero. Indeed, Xiao, perhaps next time you could don a pair of glasses. It might endear you to Lin even more. Mu Shuero chimed in with a laugh. Don't mind their banter. What's the matter? The conference room has been prepared, and I have informed Manager Fu. Once Dean He arrives, we can commence the meeting, Lin Yi stated with utmost seriousness, prompting Qin Xiao to focus on her duties as secretary, refraining from joining in the playful exchanges. Excellent. I almost forgot to ask you to prepare the conference room. I appreciate your diligence. Please summon Manager Fu, Lin Yi remarked. His tone warm. Understood, President Lin, Qin Xiao replied dutifully. The 2 elder sisters are right. I shall remember that, she said, glancing back at Wang Yaqi and Mu Shuero before departing. Their laughter echoed in the office, a sound that even elicited a bittersweet smile from Lin Yi, who mused over how the endearing Qin Xiao had been influenced by the 2. Soon, Fu Ziyi entered the office, accompanied by a tall, well-groomed man who exuded a certain shrewdness. This newcomer discreetly cast several glances at Wang Yaqi and Mu Shuero, his eyes betraying a flicker of desire. Yet, the attention of those in the office remained fixed on Fu Ziyi. Good morning, President Lin. Though surprised by the presence of 2 such striking women in Lin Yi's office, Fu Ziyi maintained her professionalism, greeting Lin Yi with composure. Good morning. And who might this gentleman be? Lin Yi inquired, his curiosity piqued by the man accompanying Fu Ziyi. This is my senior from university, Chen Shenzhou. He graduated in pharmaceuticals and has 5 years of experience in the industry, thus familiar with the intricacies of the supply chain. You mentioned last night about seeking a knowledgeable friend to assist, so I brought him along, Fu Ziyi explained. Ah, so he is Manager Fu Sr., a distinguished individual indeed. Welcome, welcome, Lin Yi said as he approached Chen Shenzhou, extending a handshake. I appreciate it. I will take care of the pharmaceutical matters, rest assured. I won't let President Lin suffer any disadvantages during negotiations, Chen Shenzhou assured Lin Yi confidently, his chest puffed out, casting a triumphant glance at Fu Ziyi, as if to suggest, see, President Lin values me. Very well, we have a bit of time. Allow me to elaborate further on the details of this negotiation. Dean He is on his way. He is a titan in the pharmaceutical industry with significant prestige, Lin Yi said. Knock, knock, knock. Approximately half an hour later, the office door was rapped upon again. President Lin, Lin Yi and his 3 associates have arrived. I have directed them to the conference room to await your arrival. Receptionist Chung Lily announced, interrupting the ongoing discussion of meeting particulars. Oh, it's precisely 10 o'clock. Lin Yi is indeed a man of his word. Let us proceed and not keep him waiting. Ro, feel free to explore the company at your leisure, Lin Yi instructed Mushiuro, who had been quietly listening from the sofa. Wang Yaqi was knowledgeable in pharmaceuticals and might contribute, but Mushiuro was entirely unfamiliar with the matter. Given the significance of this meeting, and with Lin Yi bringing only 3 attendees, Lin Yi deemed it prudent not to have too many people present. Hence Mushiuro would not accompany them. Understood, President Lin, she nodded in agreement. In this formal corporate setting, amidst the presence of other employees, Mushiuro was keen to address Lin Yi as President Lin. Before long, Lin Yi, accompanied by Wang Yaqi, Fu Zi, Chen Shenzhou, and Qin Xiao, entered the conference room. Consisting of a total of 5 individuals, Wang Yaqi, Fu Zi, and Chen Shenzhou were active participants in the meeting, while Qin Xiao served in a supporting role. Upon Lin Yi's entrance, the 4 individuals who had been whispering at the conference table rose to greet him. You are indeed punctual, Lin Yi. Collaborating with someone as timely as you fills me with confidence, Lin Yi remarked. Ha, the young man is too kind. Punctuality is merely a fundamental principle. Lin Yi replied, his demeanor warm. Your company is impressive, not only for its grandeur, but also for its youthful workforce. You are quite the prodigy, and the entire company radiates vitality. Thank you, Lin Yi. Allow me to introduce you to my colleagues. This is Miss Fu Zi, our general manager. And this is Manager Chen Shenzhou from our medical division, Lin Yi said, smoothly transitioning the conversation to introduce his team. After some pleasantries, Lin Yi guided the discussion toward the main agenda, introducing Chen Shenzhou as part of his company, a prearranged agreement made earlier in the office. It would be inappropriate for an outsider to appear at such a significant meeting. Of course, should Chen Shenzhou prove to be capable, Lin Yi would not hesitate to recruit him, especially as his company planned to establish a medical division and was in need of talent in that area. Delighted to meet such accomplished young individuals, Lin Yi and his 3 companions exchanged handshakes with Lin Yi's team, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yet, this amiable scene was likely to shift once the meeting commenced and the topic of profit distribution arose. The atmosphere could easily become heated, with tempers flaring in the midst of polite inquiries about family members. Chapter 72, the upcoming subsidiary Lin Yi. Let us proceed in this manner. Once you confer with the school and finalize matters, we can proceed to sign the formal contract. Very well. I will convene with the school leadership upon my return and aim to provide a definitive response to President Lin within the week. There should be no significant issues. So you may begin preparations on your end, Lin Yi stated, now addressing Lin Yi as President Lin, a clear indication of his newfound recognition of Lin Yi's status. No longer merely a student from his institution, Lin Yi now regarded Lin Yi as a true corporate leader. No problem, I am merely awaiting the confirmation from Lin Yi. I assure you that I will not delay matters on my end, as this medication, which benefits both the nation and its people, could save countless lives if launched even a day sooner. Indeed, as President Lin aptly stated, saving a life is worth more than the construction of a grand pagoda. I, too, shall expedite my efforts. Very well, let us toast to our pleasant collaboration. With that, Lin Yi rose and extended his hand, shaking hands with He Liangqing, who also stood to reciprocate across the conference table. At that moment, the clock on the wall struck 12:30, marking the conclusion of a meeting that had lasted 2.5 hours. Throughout this time, Lin Yi felt as drained as he had the previous night, beads of sweat forming on his back. Yet, the fruits of this labor were substantial. The meeting established that Lin Yi's company would collaborate with the Academy to establish a joint venture, with Lin Yi holding 70 of the shares and the Academy 30. Lin Yi presented the formula as the company's asset, while the Academy would be responsible for validating the formula's feasibility, producing the final product, conducting clinical trials, and obtaining all necessary certifications. Subsequently, the company would seek manufacturers to officially launch the medication. This arrangement ensured Lin Yi retained his interests and influence over the product. Naturally, this was merely a draft. Lin Yi faced no significant issues on his side. Only minor details required further refinement. However, He Liangqing had numerous bureaucratic hurdles to navigate. The Academy, being a large institution with an overarching school, necessitated He Liangqing to balance various interests and secure approval from higher authorities. Yet, every journey begins with a single step, and a promising start is half the battle won. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with this initial progress. In light of his buoyant mood, a celebration was in order. Thus, he reserved a table at a restaurant downstairs, inviting Mu Shuero, Liao Miao Miao, Chung Lily, and Wang Wan, who had not attended the meeting. Two were classmates, one was his partner, and as for Chung Lily, she had indeed played a pivotal role in assisting Lin Yi, thus deserving this meal. Upon hearing from Qin Xiao that Lin Yi had invited her to dine, Chung Lily was taken aback, nearly dropping her chopsticks. At the table, she felt exceedingly uncomfortable. As a receptionist amidst company executives, the meal felt tasteless and unappealing. Yet, amid her anxiety, a twinge of secret delight emerged. Not everyone gets to dine with a charming CEO, personally inviting them. The meal stretched on, and by the time the group was sated, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Lin Yi suggested that Wang Yaqi and Mushiwaro take a rest in the lounge while he returned to work. Wang Yaqi and Mushiwaro were too fatigued and required time to recuperate, while Lin Yi remained invigorated and ready to tackle the afternoon's tasks. Upon entering the lounge, Wang Yaqi and Mushiwaro exchanged knowing glances, rolling their eyes at Lin Yi, who was unaware of the true purpose of such a lounge. Lin Yi could only manage a wry smile. He was unjustly accused, having inherited this design from the previous management. Oblivious to the romantic encounter he had shared with Qin Xiao in that very lounge, he shifted his focus. Mr. Lin, these are 2 employees from the trading team. Here are their files for your review. 2 others are waiting in the office, and I will bring them in after you meet with these 2, Fu Zi announced, entering Lin Yi's office with 2 individuals and a stack of documents. Both were recruits from the newly established securities division, currently familiarizing themselves with the company, and they were scheduled to manage the sale of Lin Yi's over 2.5 billion in stocks on Friday, which would yield substantial capital. However, they were unaware of this task, as were Fu Zi and Wang Wen. They simply knew Lin Yi was trading stocks but were oblivious to the extent of his holdings. Perhaps by Friday, their jaws would drop in astonishment. All right, Tu Pengwei, Huang Shenghong, no need to stand. Please take a seat. We are all young here, and I prefer to keep things informal. My only expectation is adherence to company policies and the completion of your assigned tasks, Lin Yi stated as he perused their files, engaging in casual conversation with them. Fu Zi had done an excellent job. Their resumes and demeanor indicated they were precisely the diligent, honest individuals Lin Yi sought. This was his utmost requirement. Following these 2, the next group included the trading team too, one of whom was Wang Wen, a good friend of Lin Yi's. At this moment, Wang Wen sat upright, exuding seriousness, showing no signs of levity or preferential treatment despite their friendship, which pleased Lin Yi greatly. Understanding the larger picture and knowing their place are qualities that enable individuals to shoulder responsibilities, allowing Lin Yi to delegate with confidence. After Wang Wen's group, the next candidate was Chen Shenzhou. He had performed well in the previous meeting, offering Lin Yi several valuable insights. After the meeting concluded, Lin Yi inquired with Fu Zi about Chen Shenzhou's interest in joining the company. Upon receiving a positive response, Lin Yi proceeded to personally interview Chen Shenzhou. Mr. Chen, regarding your expected monthly salary of 20,000, I am unable to offer such a high figure at this time. I can provide a salary of 10,000 during the 3-month probation period, increasing to 15,000 upon confirmation. Please consider this offer. If you agree to the salary terms, we can expedite the onboarding process, Lin Yi said, reviewing Chen Shenzhou's file. Fu Zi had mentioned Chen Shenzhou's high salary expectations, and Lin Yi had mentally prepared himself. Yet he was taken aback by Chen Shenzhou's bold demand of 20,000. In 2010, that amount was substantial, outside core regions. It could even buy 2 square meters of property. It was worth noting that Fu Zi earned a mere 10,000 during her probation, rising to 20,000 after confirmation, and reaching 50,000 after 6 months. While Lin Yi recognized Chen Shenzhou's capability, he had no intention of meeting such a salary demand. How could it surpass Fu Zi's? Chapter 73, The Exhausted Fu Zi. Mr. Lin, you must have heard the adage that one must build a golden nest to attract the phoenix. To recruit exceptional talent, a commensurate compensation is essential. I am confident that my abilities can assist you in establishing your medical division, which is still in its infancy, and facilitate a fruitful collaboration with Lin Yi, yielding greater benefits, Chen Shenzhou remarked, a slight frown creasing his brow as he expressed mild indignation at Lin Yi's offered salary. Although he attempted to mask his displeasure, Lin Yi, possessing keen insight from his experiences, discerned the fleeting glimmer of annoyance in Chen Shenzhou's eyes. With Chen Shenzhou's unabashed remarks, Lin Yi's perception of him plummeted significantly. What does it mean to build a golden nest to attract the phoenix? Is the offered probation salary of 10,000 and a subsequent 15,000 upon full-time employment truly inadequate? On what grounds does he consider himself a phoenix? Is it due to his commendable alma mater and 5 years of relevant industry experience? Or does he believe that without him, Lin Yi's medical division would falter? Even Fu Zi, sitting beside him during the interview, revealed concern and displeasure in her expression, Yet Lin Yi remained silent, leaving her no opportunity to interject. Haha, no matter. Interviews are a mutual selection process. Let's leave it at this for today. We shall all reflect on our decisions. Lin Yi closed Qin Shuanzhou's file, choosing not to elaborate further, effectively terminating the interview. Though his words were tactful, Lin Yi had already sentenced Qin Shuanzhou in his mind. Such arrogance and disregard for others could not be tolerated. Lin Yi was resolute. He would not require his services. He could not fathom that the absence of Qin Shuanzhou would render his medical division incapable of establishment. Well, if you, Lin, have made your decision, feel free to inform me. I trust you won't regret choosing me, Qin Shuanzhou said, rising to extend his right hand towards Lin Yi. Such confidence and audacity at this juncture was almost admirable to Lin Yi. Yet, he found it absurd that Qin Shuanzhou believed he still had a chance. Nevertheless, Lin Yi shook his hand, adhering to the notion that business is business. After all, this man had assisted him that morning. Z, I shall take my leave now. Let us dine together after your shift. After shaking hands with Lin Yi, Qin Shuanzhou turned to Fu Zi, flashing a self-assured smile he deemed charming. No need. You may head back. I must work late tonight, Fu Zi replied, her brows furrowing in discontent. All right then, I shall return, and we can keep in touch via phone. Qin Shuanzhou responded, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes before he exited through the door opened by Qin Shiyao. However, at that moment, he covertly glanced back at Qin Shiyao, taking in her long legs clad in stockings and the alluring curve of her figure. Lin Yi, engrossed in contemplation, remained oblivious to this scene as he leaned back, eyes closed. My apologies, Lin. I did not anticipate he would be so brazen, Fu Zi expressed with remorse as she approached Lin Yi's desk. Although she was aware of her senior's prideful demeanor, she was taken aback by his lack of decorum in front of Lin Yi. She had explicitly advised him to be more humble beforehand. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have never permitted him to attend, regardless of his capabilities. No need for concern. He is not entirely at fault. It is business, after all. Lin Yi waved dismissively. He is but a minor figure, hardly worth my concern. By the way, please arrange for a transfer of 10,000 from finance to him as a consulting fee for this morning's assistance. One must keep matters distinct. Although he held no fondness for Qin Shuanzhou and would not consider hiring him again, it was an undeniable fact that he had contributed during Lin Yi's negotiations with Lin Yi. Lin Yi would not exploit his efforts. 10,000? Is that excessive? I could simply treat him to dinner instead, Fu Zi exclaimed, taken aback by Lin Yi's generous offer. It's perfectly fine, just transfer it. Matters solvable by money are trivial and far better than a meal. His intentions are dubious, Lin Yi replied. Huh, as if yours are any less so. A teasing voice chimed from behind. Wang Yaqi, yawning, along with the composed Mu Shuero, emerged from the cloakroom, with Wang Yaqi playfully ribbing Lin Yi. What are you saying? My intentions are undoubtedly pure. You sit tight while I finish my tasks, and then I'll deal with you, Lin Yi chuckled, gesturing towards the sofa for the now awake Wang Yaqi and Mu Shuero to sit. He then turned back to Fu Zi, continuing, the securities division requires enhanced management. I have significant needs this Friday, and we cannot afford any failures. The establishment of the medical division must be prioritized. We require specialists well-versed in pharmaceuticals and sales. You may determine the salary, with the upper limit set at what I offered Qin Shuanzhou, with exceptional candidates eligible for special consideration. Expedite the report on the Dazhuang Mansion project. It must be submitted to me by next week. Additionally, the integration of existing department employees must proceed swiftly, as we have a real estate investment project scheduled to discuss with the company next week, and they must be prepared to contribute. Understood, Lin, Fu Zi replied promptly. Demonstrating her efficiency, she was unfazed by the sudden arrival of Wang Yaqi and Mu Shuero, having been informed of the office's hidden compartments by Liao Miao Miao. As they were both in the know, there was little that could not be discussed. Furthermore, although Lin Yi had not explicitly stated it, Fu Zi understood that Qin Shuanzhou would no longer be joining the company and was relieved by this outcome. Such arrogance and disregard would only breed discomfort within the workplace. Time is of the essence, and the workload is heavy. I appreciate your efforts. Your probation period will be shortened to 1 month, with immediate transition to a full-time position, Lin Yi declared, fully aware of the burden Fu Zi bore. He felt a twinge of guilt for continually adding to her responsibilities. Yet she managed to handle everything with remarkable organization. For such a diligent and responsible individual, Lin Yi was determined not to be remiss, thus reducing her probation from 3 months to 1. Thank you, Lin. No need for thanks. This is well-deserved. Now, you may return to your tasks, Lin Yi smiled, bidding her farewell. Before long, only Lin Yi, Wang Yaqi, Mu Shuero, and Qin Xiao remained in the office. Lin Yi glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 5:30 and the end of the workday approached. Seizing the moment, he opened his stock account to check his investments. Perfect, 3 consecutive limit-up days. In 2 days, he could sell. The thought of becoming a billionaire filled Lin Yi with a profound sense of security. For a man, a solid financial foundation is one of the essential prerequisites for inner peace and even family stability. Without wealth, a man's greatest sin is his lack of it. Chapter 74. The family feast with 6 gathered again. Let us go. It's time to eat after work. By the way, Xiao, are you joining us at the New Moon Pearl tonight? It's a chance to see your new apartment. You'll move in this weekend. Lin Yi said as he closed his computer after finishing his tasks. Is that appropriate? Qin Xiao's surprise at Lin Yi's sudden invitation made her hesitate, glancing at Wang Yaqi and Mu Shuero before timidly asking. She was well aware that Lin Yi's suggestion to see the new apartment was not merely a casual visit. If I were to go, wouldn't that encroach upon Wang Yaqi or Mu Shuero's positions? Would they be amenable to that? Haha, as long as you've rested well. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Let us go. Indeed, why don't we skip dining out tonight? I could prepare a meal, and we could enjoy it together at home. Not only did Wang Yaqi agree with a smile, but Mu Shuero also proposed a rather intriguing idea. What a splendid suggestion. Now that I think about it, we Haven Tea truly shared a family dinner together. It's rather unreasonable for a family not to have dined as one. So I wholeheartedly support Ro's idea. Mu Shuero's proposal illuminated Lin Yi's expression, prompting him to clap his hands in delight. I'll invite Xiao Hui as well. It wouldn't feel right to have a family dinner without her, especially since her relatives have just left. Without further ado, Wang Yaqi grabbed her phone and sent a message to Yu Xiaohui. Shortly after, the 4 of them exited the office, aiming to return home before the peak hour. Lili, would you like to join us at Lin's home for dinner? Today, Lin is personally cooking. As they stepped outside the company, Wang Yaqi suddenly halted and smiled at Chung Lili, who was bowing to bid farewell to Lin Yi and the others. I haven't finished work yet. The unexpected invitation, far beyond her expectations, left Chung Lili flustered, stammering her response. Going to Lin's home, where he is cooking personally, that's a family gathering. Chung Lili felt too intimidated to accept. Yaqi, you're being mischievous again. Wang Yaqi's sudden jest not only flustered Chung Lili, but also made Lin Yi awkwardly furrow his brow, hastily reassuring Chung Lili, don't be nervous. She's just teasing you. Get back to work. Wang Yaqi said nothing more, sharing a meaningful smile with Chung Lili before stepping into the elevator with Lin Yi. Are all those people going to Lin's home for dinner? Could it be that they are all Lin's? Goodness, Lin is quite the charmer. And even Secretary Qin is moving so quickly. Chung Lili's jaw dropped in astonishment as she watched the 4 of them file into the elevator. The thought of certain possibilities made her cheeks flush crimson, and her heart raced, regretting her hesitation to accept the invitation. Lili, has Lin left? Before Chung Lili could gather her thoughts, a striking figure dashed to the front desk, slightly breathless as she inquired, what is going on, Lili? Oh, it's Meow Meow. Lin just took the elevator down. What is up? That's great. I'm still in time. No worries. Lin is looking for me. I'll be off now. Bye. See you tomorrow. Liao Miao waved at Chung Lili, quickly making her way to another elevator. Oh no. I thought the one who got the secretary pregnant was an unbeatable Casanova, but it seems he pales in comparison to Lin. How can he compete? After all, he is over 40 and balding, while Lin is so dashing. Chung Lili chastised herself for her wandering thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having reached the underground parking lot, instinctively glanced back at Wang Yaqi upon noticing Liao Miao catching up, realizing she must have been summoned by Wang Yaqi. As Mu Shuero and Qin Shuyao were not the bold types, Wang Yaqi shot Lin Yi a playful look, sticking her tongue out at him. Liao Miao, initially a bit nervous upon seeing Lin Yi, quickly regained her composure and joined Wang Yaqi and the others in getting into Lin Yi's car. With 6 women gathered, this is going to be a bit chaotic. Thankfully, today's daily tasks refresh every 2 days, and there are no fishing tasks to contend with. Lin Yi thought as he settled into the driver's seat, turning to his 4 delightful companions and announcing, buckle up, we're off. In no time, they arrived at the New Moon Pearl, but only Lin Yi ascended the stairs. The other 4 insisted on buying ingredients and wouldn't allow him to accompany them, declaring that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Reluctantly, Lin Yi went upstairs alone. Upon exiting the elevator, he spotted Yu Xiaohui standing at the entrance, dazed. Clad in a black leather backpack, cream-colored knee-high socks, and the infamous pig kidney shoes, transforming the innocent JK uniform into a striking ensemble. Oh, Xiaohui, you arrived so quickly. Why are you just standing here? Why not come inside? Lin Yi embraced Yu Xiaohui from behind, inhaling the fragrance of youth. Startled, Yu Xiaohui nearly cried out, but relaxed upon recognizing Lin Yi's familiar voice, giggling as she pushed him away from her neck. You have stubble. It's prickly. There's no one here. Yaqi asked me to knock on room 902, but after knocking for ages to no avail, I had to wait outside. Oh, it seems Mu Shuowan hasn't finished work yet. Lin Yi remembered that Mu Shuowan was a dance instructor, typically busiest in the afternoons and evenings, hence the late finish. Not to worry, come on in. I'll turn on the air conditioning. It's quite warm outside. Lin Yi opened the door to room 903, pulling Yu Xiaohui inside. It's all right. I took a cab, so it's not too hot. What about Yaki and the others? Yu Xiaohui sat on the sofa, sipping the chilled sour plum soup Lin Yi offered, her sparkling eyes fixed on him. They're downstairs buying groceries. They'll be up shortly. By the way, you look like a high school student today. Yes, a high school student. Didn't you wear this yesterday too? Lin Yi settled beside Yu Xiaohui, playfully tugging at her ponytail, relishing the silky texture as he asked, You don't have just one of these JK outfits, do you? Of course not. I have several. Yaki said you adore uniforms and stockings. Hee hee. Haha, Yaki knows me well. I do love them. Speaking of which, it's been ages since I last saw you. That's nonsense. We saw each other just last night. Last night. That hardly qualifies as seeing each other. It was merely a passing encounter. Hee hee, you rascal. I knew Yaki called me over for no good reason. Huh, isn't it a good reason? Don't you miss me? I do, but we must wait a bit longer. Wait for what? Didn't your relatives just leave? They only left today. It's not that simple. I need at least until tomorrow. Until tomorrow? Yes, I'm afraid you'll have to endure a bit longer. You know how to make me feel wronged. Then you must offer some compensation. You naughty boy. You just said I look like a high school student. That is not the same, haha. Hurry, we need to make the most of our time. Yaki and the others will be back soon. All right, just sit still and don't move. Yu Xiaohui, both helpless and bashful, shot Lin Yi a playful glare before sipping her chilled sour plum soup. Chapter 75, Fu Zi's Dinner Gathering. The market downstairs is quite splendid. There are so many vegetables. Shuyu, once you move in here, you must be diligent and cook for that big fool more often, eating out isn't healthy. Okay, but I'm worried that what I make 1 TB to eat Gu's liking. Fear not, for you are not alone in this endeavor. Your gentle sister Ro and Meow Meow are also present. Let's tackle this together. If Lin Yi remains finicky, just inform me, and I shall set him straight. Haha, Lin Yi truly only fears Sister Yichi. Perhaps it would be best if she moved in as well. There are numerous matters to attend to at school. By the way, what about that troublesome fellow? Wasn't he the first to arrive? And what of Xiaohui? I wonder if she has arrived yet. The 4 stunning ladies, laden with bags of groceries, chatted merrily as they exited the elevator. Wang Yichi, suspecting Lin Yi was lounging in room 903 enjoying the air conditioning, boldly opened the door. As expected, it was unlocked. Upon entering, she discovered Lin Yi, with his back turned, flustered and hastily organizing something. Quite suspicious indeed. Yet more dubious was the slightly panicked Yu Xiaohui, who was wiping her mouth. Yichi, you're back so soon. This sour plum soup is delightful. Did you make it? Upon seeing Wang Yichi, Yu Xiaohui quickly discarded what she was holding into the trash and greeted her. Soon. Oh, is my early return unwelcome? You should have mentioned it. We could have come back later. Tell me, were you involved in some clandestine activity just now? Nonsense. I was merely enjoying sour plum soup. I don't believe you. Let me smell your breath. Ugh, that's annoying. I had stinky tofu before coming here. Are you sure you want to do that? I insist. It's not like you're unfamiliar with my scent. Come here, come on. Ha ha, you're insufferable. All right. I admit my wrongdoing. Please stop tickling me, Yichi. Wang Yichi set down her groceries and pounced on Yu Xiaohui, playfully clawing at her sides. There was no need for an investigation. Merely observing the scene in the room allowed Wang Yichi to deduce what had transpired between the two. We've all been there. Who doesn't understand how such things unfold? Yet, Wang Yichi felt no anger. Lin Yi was, after all, a fool. And Yu Xiaohui was her dear friend of 4 years. It was better to let her have the advantage than some outsider. Moreover, Wang Yichi had tacitly endorsed and facilitated the relationship between Yu Xiaohui and Lin Yi. After the playful banter, the group busied themselves with preparing dinner, washing vegetables, rinsing rice, chopping ingredients, boiling water, and stir-frying, bustling around the modest kitchen of room 902 with great enthusiasm. It took over an hour to finally complete an entire table of sumptuous dishes. Lin Yi, who had been engrossed in watching television for that duration, finally took his place at the dining table. These women are so traditional. They insist that a gentleman should avoid the kitchen, preventing Lin Yi from lending a hand. Thus, he could only watch television and snack on fruit, cheering them on from the sidelines. Here comes the duck hot pot, steamed base, white-cut chicken, sweet and sour pork, garlic water spinach, duck soup with mushroom. With joyful exclamations akin to presenting treasures, the women served up dish after dish, each more appetizing than the last. Arranged neatly on the table, just as they were about to begin, Mu Shuiwan, having received notice from her sister, returned. After setting her things down and freshening up a bit, she joined the feast. Coincidentally or not, Mu Shuiwan and Liao Miao Miao took their seats on either side of Lin Yi, effectively sandwiching him. The two showed no aversion. On the contrary, They eagerly offered him dishes and poured soup. It was well past 10 o'clock in the evening when this family's first home banquet finally came to a close. Settling back onto the sofa, Lin Yi gazed at the busy women clearing the table and washing the dishes, his heart brimming with happiness and gratitude. The joy was undeniable. With so many extraordinary beauties, each a paragon of elegance, devotedly attending to him, he felt immensely fortunate. All of this was made possible by the system, which filled him with a deep sense of gratitude. Once he finished tidying up, he resolved to return home to visit his parents. But who should he bring along? If he returned alone, his parents would likely fret over his future. Yet, if he brought everyone back, it would only amplify their worries. Such a dilemma. Observing the women bustling about in the kitchen, Lin Yi's heart was filled with conflict. This apartment is only around 100 square meters. It feels rather cramped with so many people. Perhaps it's time to purchase a new home? Buying a house is troublesome. Should we consider merging rooms 903 and 904 into a spacious 200 square meter flat? With his thoughts wandering, Lin Yi called out, "Ro, come here. I need to discuss something with you." Meanwhile, over 10 kilometers away in a hotel-style restaurant, another gathering was drawing to a close. "Ze, your boss is quite stingy. Isn't he? He won't even spare 20,000? My current salary is already 10,000. Why would I switch jobs if he doesn't offer more?" Chun Shunzhou grumbled, hastily swallowing a piece of medium-rare steak, speaking with his mouth full to Fu Ziyi, who had put down her utensils. "He offered 15,000 after the probation period, didn't he? This company has great potential. If you perform well, there will be ample room for growth." Fu Ziyi adjusted her glasses and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Among Lin Yi's close acquaintances, Fu Ziyi was the only one who consistently wore glasses. With her tall and slender figure, long, straight black hair, and poised demeanor, she embodied the ideal of an office lady, especially when clad in a tailored suit complemented by her glasses, fulfilling Lin Yi's every fantasy of an OL. Initially, Fu Ziyi believed she had fulfilled her obligation to Qin Shunzhou and wished to avoid further conversation. However, when he began to complain about Lin Yi, she could not hold back and engaged in a spirited debate. Inviting Qin Shunzhou this evening was Fu Ziyi's reluctant decision. Just after 9 o'clock last night, Lin Yi had phoned her to inform her of an upcoming negotiation and requested her assistance in finding a few experts in the medical field. This placed Fu Ziyi in a predicament. Such talents are not easily found on short notice. Although Qin Shunzhou had his flaws, his abilities were commendable. After all, he had not only held the position of student council president in school, but had also gained Lin Yi's recognition during the day. Yet, a person of such capability and ambition is not easily persuaded. To convince Qin Shunzhou to assist Lin Yi in his negotiation, Fu Ziyi had to compromise, agreeing to treat him to dinner. This meal was her way of fulfilling her promise. As for the future, who can predict that? "I might become wealthier than Ma Jiaku," she said. "Would you believe that? Regardless, let us not dwell on that. Since you're at that company, 15,000 it is. Ze, would you kindly inform Lin that I accept his offer of 15,000? That way, we can work at the same company and have more time together," Qin Shunzhou replied, spearing another piece of steak. His squinted smile bore a striking resemblance to the Brazilian turtle Lin he had caught at Lover's Lake. Chapter 76. Fu Ziyi encounters danger. Zhou Gu, I must reiterate, we are simply not meant to be. We merely share a bond of alumni and friendship. Please refrain from exerting unnecessary effort in this regard. Furthermore, President Lin has informed me that he does not intend to employ you, though he appreciates your assistance today and has generously offered you a consultant fee of 10,000, which has already been arranged to be transferred to your account and should arrive by tomorrow. Fu Ziyi's previously calm demeanor abruptly turned icy upon hearing Qin Shunzhou's words. With a resolute tone and unmistakable attitude, she declared her intent to leave, having already grasped her bag in preparation for departure. She was keen to avoid further conversation with him. Although both graduated from the same institution, she had entered after Qin Shunzhou had already graduated, and she could not recall the circumstances under which they had met. All she remembered was his prior declaration of intent to pursue her, which she had firmly rejected. Since then, she had made a concerted effort to avoid him, wishing to prevent any misunderstandings. Had it not been for the hasty arrangements made by Lin Yi, leaving her little time to seek more suitable candidates, she would have been most reluctant to solicit his involvement. Even when she did reach out, she had made it abundantly clear that it was merely a favor between friends, with the possibility of considering a job offer based on his performance, accompanied by a consultant fee as remuneration. She had articulated these terms explicitly to ensure he harbored no misguided notions. Despite her clarity, she was dismayed to find that he remained oblivious, persisting in his unwelcome pursuit. To confront him openly would tarnish both their reputations and compromise their alumni camaraderie. It would be wiser for her to leave promptly and cease all future contact. What? I never rejected him, yet he rejects me? His company is nothing more than a small outfit, perhaps 40 or 50 employees at most. In comparison to my current firm, it pales in significance. He speaks of a healthcare division. Without me, I wonder how long it will take him to establish it. Z, I must tell you, that company holds little promise. Perhaps you should consider departing as well. I have a friend who manages at another prominent investment bank. I can speak on your behalf, and he will surely find a place for you. Upon learning of Lin Yi's refusal, Qin Shenzhou, in a fit of rage, slammed his knife and fork onto his plate, creating a cacophony that echoed throughout the once quiet dining room, attracting numerous curious glances. Yet, seemingly oblivious to the stares, he exaggeratedly gestured and spoke grandiloquently before Fu Zi. All right, Brother Zhou, let's leave it at that for today. I must return. Fu Zi, unwilling to listen further, stood and bid farewell to Qin Shenzhou. What? You're leaving already? It's still early. Stay a while longer. Qin Shenzhou, sensing her imminent departure, became anxious and hastily rose to persuade her to remain. No, I still have work to finish. This is where we part ways. Fu Zi firmly declined, already moving away from the table. Qin Shenzhou opened his mouth, intending to say more. But upon meeting Fu Zi's resolute gaze, he realized that further words would be futile and fell silent. However, he raised his wine glass, offering her the remnants of her drink as a gesture of camaraderie. Very well, since you're in a hurry to leave, I want to keep you. But it's rare for us to meet. Let us toast. All right, regardless, thank you for today, Brother Zhou. Fu Zi, initially inclined to refuse, ultimately relented. Considering their shared alma mater and his assistance that day, she accepted the glass and downed the remaining wine, which barely reached 2 centimeters at the bottom. Afterwards, she set down the glass and gracefully made her way towards the front desk of the restaurant. Hello, I'd like to settle the bill for table 8. She would not take advantage of Qin Shenzhou. This meal was on her. Meanwhile, Qin Shenzhou observed Fu Zi as she paid, neither pursuing her nor attempting to stop her. Instead, revealing a faint smirk, his eyes gleaming with greed. Damn, she really knows how to play the part. That pert rear of hers must have already entangled with President Lin. Let us see how she escapes my grasp tonight. Strangely, she suddenly felt dizzy. Could it be the wine? No, she thought. Her tolerance was quite good. After settling the bill, as she stepped into the hotel lobby, an overwhelming wave of dizziness surged through her mind, intensifying rapidly and threatening to topple her. Initially, she attributed it to the wine, but upon reflection, she realized she had been quite restrained, having consumed only that single glass, hardly enough to intoxicate her. No, I need to sit down. Fu Zi, forcing herself to look around, spotted a sofa in the hotel lobby where guests could rest. As she hurried towards it, the dizziness grew increasingly potent, overwhelming her to the point where she could no longer muster the strength to call for help. Instinctively, she activated her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Manager Fu? Lin Yi, preoccupied with discussions regarding 2 suites, noticed her call. Although curious about her late-night call, he quickly answered. Asia Grand Hotel. Z. Don't walk so fast. Wait for me. Why did you drink so much? As soon as the phone touched his ear, Lin Yi heard 2 distinct voices. One was Fu Zi's, mentioning a hotel, but her voice was faint and fragmented. Then, another voice invaded his ear, Qin Shenzhou. In an instant, Lin Yi pieced together the scenario, his expression darkening with a ferocity that sent shivers through those around him. What's wrong, Lin Yi? What happened to Manager Fu? Without answering, Lin Yi snatched his car keys and bolted out the door like a cheetah. Stay at home. The others in the room were momentarily stunned, only realizing Lin Yi had vanished when they regained their senses. His resolute voice echoed from outside, filled with an unmistakable urgency. Chapter 77, The Door Crash. Lin Yi sprinted towards the underground parking garage, his enhanced physique allowing him to bound down the stairs in just 5 or 6 strides per level. As Qin Shenzhou's exaggerated voice trailed closely behind Fu Zi's feeble one, coupled with her call and the mention of the Asia Grand Hotel, Lin Yi surmised, and was convinced, of one possibility. Fu Zi had fallen into Qin Shenzhou's trap. The reasons behind it eluded him, but now was not the time for contemplation. The most pressing matter was to rescue Fu Zi. In his urgency, Lin Yi neglected the elevator and dashed down the stairs. The 9th floor was a mere trifle. Given his current physical capabilities, he would undoubtedly reach it far quicker than the sluggish elevator. Fu Zi was undoubtedly not acting of her own volition. By the afternoon, Lin Yi had already discerned that Fu Zi harbored no affection for Qin Shenzhou. Moreover, if it were voluntary, why would she bother to call him? Hello, sir. Your room is 8032, and here is your room key. Please keep it safe. As Lin Yi settled into the driver's seat, the voice emanated from his phone once again. Fu Zi had not ended the call, and naturally, neither would Lin Yi. This unbroken call provided Lin Yi with crucial information. Asia Grand Hotel, 8032, Qin Shenzhou. You had better hope your pace is slow and you haven't succeeded, or I swear I will end you. The roar of the Range Rover's V8 engine erupted like a beast's growl, propelling the hefty 25-ton SUV out of the underground parking garage like a ferocious tiger unleashed. In that moment, Lin Yi disregarded all traffic rules. Lanes, solid lines, speed limits, and traffic lights were of no concern. He felt as if he could stand up and press the accelerator into the fuel tank. Thus, one vehicle after another fell behind him, while several others trailed closely in pursuit. The wailing sirens and the flashing red and blue lights unmistakably belonged to police cars. But what of the police? Lin Yi had no time to concern himself with them. The police could not catch up to the surge of power delivered by the V8 engine. Screech. The piercing sound of brakes echoed, drawing the attention of patrons and staff outside the hotel. Lin Yi dashed into the hotel lobby like a gust of wind, barely bothering to close the car door behind him. Under the astonished gazes of those in the lobby, he swiftly located the staircase and ascended once more. It was merely the 8th floor. Lin Yi was confident his speed surpassed that of the elevator. Soon, he reached the 8th floor and sprinted down the corridor, searching for room 8032. Unbeknownst to him, as he raced through the corridor, hotel security was either ascending the stairs, taking the elevator, or swiftly arriving from other floors, all making their way to Lin Yi's location on the 8th floor. Meanwhile, several police cars finally arrived, surrounding Lin Yi's parked Range Rover at the hotel entrance. None of this registered with Lin Yi. He was too preoccupied, his focus solely on the door of room 8032. Taking a step back, he positioned himself at the corridor's edge, inhaling deeply, left arm bent across his chest, right arm embracing his left. Bang! A deafening crash resonated as the door trembled violently. Yet, true to its 5-star caliber, the door's robustness exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. Not only did it not yield to his initial assault, but he was also rebuffed. Stumbling back 2 steps. Qin Shenzhou, you bastard, stop this. If something happens to Fu Zi, I swear I will end you. Lin Yi shouted at the door, inhaling deeply once more, chest out and shoulders back, as he charged forward again. Bang! Another thunderous impact. Despite the thick door's resilience, it began to buckle under the force of Lin Yi's relentless assaults, creating a gap that revealed the safety chain behind it and the terrified visage of Qin Shenzhou. And Mr. Lin, he stammered, peering through the crack at the ferocious figure of Lin Yi, fear rendering him nearly incoherent. He understood his fate was sealed. He had drugged Fu Zi and attempted to assault her, and now he could not escape the repercussions. Qin Shenzhou was filled with regret for acting so impulsively, for resorting to drugs on Fu Zi, and for indulging in frivolities instead of simply proceeding with the act. Now, it seemed he would not even have the chance to enjoy his desires before facing the reckoning from that relentless force outside. Damn it, before I die, I want to indulge a little, to be a libertine. As Qin Shenzhou gazed at Lin Yi, who was gathering momentum for another charge, he glanced back at Fu Zi, who lay on the bed, dressed neatly yet unconscious. A glint of malice and resolve flickered in his eyes. Since he was already ensnared, he might as well seize some pleasure. This woman, who had occupied his fantasies for so long, especially those long legs encased in stockings, that delicate waist, and the alluring curves above it, he would accept his imprisonment. A surge of heat enveloped Qin Shenzhou as he pivoted toward the bed. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed, louder than the previous 2, followed by a scream. As the dust settled, clarity emerged. The solid door had been propelled away by Lin Yi's tremendous strength, the third impact sending it flying and fortuitously crashing down upon Qin Shenzhou, who had turned to approach the bed. The scream had been his, muffled beneath the door. Although Qin Shenzhou continued to wail, he seemed determined to rise. But fate had other plans. As he struggled to stand, Lin Yi surged into the room, stepping on the door, which forced him back down, amplifying his cries of despair. Lin Yi paid no heed to Qin Shenzhou. His eyes widened upon seeing Fu Zi, still fully clothed, her hair neatly arranged, even her glasses perched securely on her nose. A sigh of relief washed over him. Thank goodness, I made it in time. He caressed Fu Zi's cheek, his expression softening with affection. It seemed Fu Zi sensed his presence. Or perhaps Lin Yi's touch provided her comfort, as she stirred slightly, brushing against his fingers. Zi is fine. Now it's your turn to face the consequences, you bastard. I'll deal with you. Lin Yi turned to Qin Shenzhou, still trapped beneath the door, struggling to rise, his eyes icy and filled with fury. Summoning all his strength, he leapt onto the door. A fresh scream erupted, more agonizing than any prior cry. Stop! What are you doing?